The traffic light was red, prohibiting pedestrians from crossing the road, and the crowd of people grew larger, waiting for the light to turn green. And one guy in this crowd was looking at the screen of his smartphone. He read the correspondence intensely, and his face showed irritation from the dialogue. They wrote to him that today was June's birthday. The guy replied that he had other plans and was asked to at least bring a gift. Finally, the traffic light took pity and turned green, indicating that it was possible to cross the road. In a nearby chat, the guy was asked where he was now. He replied that the guys would hang out without him today. One of his friends even offered to buy him food, but the guy refused. In the turmoil and flow of people, the boy and the man collided with their shoulders. The man angrily shouted at him to watch where he was going, and the guy embarrassedly apologized to him. Walking further, the boy thought that the day was already hard, and then this guy crashed into him. The guy sighed sadly and tried to remember what June liked, to whom he should come for his birthday. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar that swept across the entire area. People began to turn around in shock, trying to understand what it was. Someone even suggested that it was an earthquake. Suddenly, lightning of unimaginable proportions fell from heaven to earth. All the people, including the boy, froze in horror, not believing their eyes. From the place where the lightning struck, a shockwave began to fly out in all directions, sweeping away everything around. Panic reigned, cars exploded, and buildings collapsed because of the wave. People ran forward, jumping over obstacles. Another powerful lightning struck the building not far from the first lightning strike. Immediately, the building began to collapse noisily, and glass flew in different directions from the shockwave. Panic grew. People screamed, ran, and tried not to get hit by the flying debris of the building. But there were no casualties. The man holding his head called for the woman, but she lay unconscious. After a while, a hail of smaller lightning bolts fell from the sky and rushed to the ground. And at the sight of each lightning strike, only destruction was left in its wake. Smaller lightning strikes scattered people and cars like toys. Our hero, covering his head, ran forward, trying not to get hit by fragments, and dodged running people and burning cars. He ran forward as best he could, eyes wide open, not paying attention to the people running with him. A girl ran out of the subway, screaming loudly and calling for help, not understanding where to run. Our hero waved his hand at her and shouted for her to run here, and the girl rushed towards him. But she didn't have time, and before she had reached it, she was hit by an ambulance rushing forward. Our hero kept running forward, not understanding what was happening, and really hoping that this was actually a dream. But he was too immersed in his thoughts, and only when it was too late did he notice the truck flying towards him. Life flashed before his eyes, but he could no longer do anything. Awkwardly covering his head with his hand, as if this would save him from being hit by a truck, our hero cowered. But not feeling the blow, he began to slowly and fearfully open his eyes. Fear gave way to surprise. Everything began to blur before his eyes. His whole body, like his mind, twisted as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. A flash of lightning lit up the sky again. Lightning quickly fell to the ground, bringing destruction in its wake. Our hero suddenly opened his eyes, trying to understand what happened to him. He looked around frantically, but tried to do it without moving. His thoughts began to return, and he wondered where he was, because he had just been run over by a truck. The guy tried to roll over onto his back and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. But as soon as he did this, his eyes widened in shock and surprise. There were two moons in the sky, one blue and the other red, and huge birds that looked like griffins were flying across the sky. Not believing his eyes, our hero thought what the hell was going on. He lay naked on his back, trying to comprehend what was happening, when he heard a terrible roar. The guy stood up and looked in the direction where this terrible sound was coming from. He came closer and clenched his teeth in shock, not believing what he saw in front of him. It was a gigantic bear that growled, and foam flew from its mouth. The bear was attacked by a pack of wolves. Each of them grabbed the bear's paw, and several more stood nearby, preparing to attack. With his eyes wide open, our hero stood in shock, watching the battle. Instead of a bear, what appears before the guy's eyes is a doctor in a white coat, who was carefully writing something down in a notebook. He asked the guy if he understood correctly that he woke up on another planet with two moons and watched as a pack of wolves attacked the bear. Realizing that this sounds stupid, our hero remained silent, lowering his eyes. Having written this down in a notebook, the doctor asked the guy how he was able to return back from that planet. The question was logical, and the guy understood it, but did not know how to answer it. The wolves tore at the bear, clinging to his neck with their sharp fangs, tearing out pieces of flesh. Unable to bear the brood, the huge carcass of the bear rose into the air and its paws stopped touching the ground. The bear fell to the ground with a roar, and the impact sent stones and chips flying in different directions. The pack of wolves united. The largest ones ran in front, and the smaller ones stayed behind. They surrounded the bear's body and began to tear it apart, tearing out pieces of meat. Hiding between the stones, our hero watched in horror what was happening, afraid to make a sound. He did not immediately notice that one of the wolves with a snow-white skin had crept up behind him. The wolf cub looked at our hero with interest. without showing any aggression or friendliness. Our hero mentally cursed, looking at the wolf, and horror was visible in his eyes. As best he could, our hero ran away from the pack of wolves. Breathing heavily, he jumped over obstacles, and clouds of dust burst out from under his feet. The first rays of the sun appeared in the sky, and it began to turn orange, replacing the night. To survive, our hero ran with all his might, not paying attention to fatigue. Sweat blurred his eyes, and it was difficult to breathe. Every breath seemed to burn his lungs. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of his eyes, which only he could see. It read, "Your physique has increased by 1. The guy did not understand what this message was and looked at it in surprise. Because of the message, he did not notice the protruding stone and caught his foot on it. Our hero stumbled and, losing his balance, began to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall while running, he also fell on a slope, and instead of falling, he rolled down, sweeping away bushes. As a result, he fell off a small cliff and fell headfirst into the thick grass. The guy coughed and couldn't stop. Sweat and tears dripped onto the ground. After catching his breath a little, he wondered what that sound was. Was he now hearing strange sounds? Suddenly, something caught his attention, causing his mouth to start drooling. In front of him, he saw bushes on which something was hanging. These were red fruits, similar to tomatoes or apples. The guy thought that he was very hungry and, looking at these fruits, wondered whether they were edible. He noticed one fruit lying on the ground on which several ants were crawling. The guy looked around and saw that the other fruits were also covered in ants, and decided that since they were not afraid, the fruit was not poisonous. He took one of the fruits and, kneeling, greedily bit into it with his teeth. He took several bites of the fruit when suddenly he felt something was wrong and froze. He peered carefully into the thick grass in front of him. Our hero trembled, feeling someone's gaze, and suddenly heard a terrifying roar. The grass ahead suddenly moved and something ahead made a sound. Our hero's eyes widened in fear when he saw what was watching him. A huge red eye with a thin vertical pupil looked at him. Out of fear, our hero was afraid to even move and froze, with the fetus near his mouth. A giant snake with blue scales jumped out at him and opened its mouth predatorily. Still motionless from shock, the guy had already resigned himself to his fate, looking enchanted into the eyes of the snake. Suddenly, a giant frog jumped out from somewhere and grabbed the snake's throat, gnawing it. The frog pulled the snake along with it, and the guy was still sitting on the ground, holding the fruit near his open mouth. Hearing the frog devouring the snake, our hero hiccuped and was finally able to close his mouth. He closed his eyes and thought this was a crazy place. As he fell to the ground, he thought that he was actually the only one who had gone crazy. A downpour fell on this strange, unfamiliar forest, washing everything around. Drops of rain flowed down from one huge leaf to another. A large puddle of water collected on one of the leaves and began to flow down in a thin stream. Our hero opened his mouth and caught this stream, quenching his thirst. He was sitting on a tree branch. He had some kind of bandage on his hips. He leaned his back against the tree trunk and drank greedily. It was already the 67th day since he found himself in this unfamiliar world. He looked down and thought that a pack of those same wolves was still chasing him. Looking sadly at them, our hero thought that they could catch him at any moment. Looking around, he thought that wolves were not the only danger, and he needed to find a safe place. Night fell again and 2 full moons rose in an unfamiliar sky. A year has already passed. Our hero found a bunch of bananas, each of which was the size of him. With a lot of effort, the guy was able to tear off one banana from this huge bunch. He began to fall down, but the guy managed to catch her and did not let his prey fall. Once again, he saw an unknown message that his strength had increased by 1. The guy felt that he had become stronger and pulled the giant banana towards himself. It took a while, but he was able to pull the banana onto the branch he was sitting on. Eating a banana, the guy thought that he was still able to survive, or rather, adapt. There was a white wolf cub standing under the tree, and our hero thought that he was persistently following him. The guy stuffed his full cheeks with a banana, thinking that he was already used to the wolf cub and even missed him when he wasn't around. Suddenly, a stream of liquid began flowing onto his back from somewhere above. Not understanding where it was coming from, the guy raised his head up. Seeing the source of the liquid, the guy cursed rudely and instantly tensed. There was a huge gorilla on top of the tree. It growled and began to quickly descend. Splashing saliva, the gorilla came down to our hero and swung his huge fists. Our hero watched the gorilla rush towards him and clenched his teeth angrily. Both of the gorilla's fists landed on the branch where the guy was sitting, and it split into small chips. But our hero was quick. He managed to grab the vine, escaped, and even took his banana. Looking at the gorilla indifferently, our hero said that maybe she would be lucky next time. At that moment, the branch on which the gorilla jumped broke off, and the huge carcass flew down. And a white wolf cub watched everything that was happening from the ground. And at the moment of the fall, he was right under the gorilla. With a crash, the giant monkey fell to the ground, and stones and branches flew to the sides. The white wolf cub also fell under the wave and was thrown away from the gorilla with force. Holding the vine, our hero looked down and noticed that the wolf cub had suffered from the fall of the monkey. Unexpectedly, after such a fall, the gorilla remained alive, and its huge paw hit the ground with force. The gorilla began to get up and her attention switched from our hero to the wolf cub. Due to the shockwave generated by the fallen gorilla carcass, a branch was stuck in the wolf cub's paw. But despite this, the top was ready to fight back and bristled when he saw the gorilla's gaze. The gorilla growled in response, staring at the white wolf cub, as if she had already forgotten about our hero. Growling, the gorilla swung its huge fist, preparing to hit the wolf cub, who did not even think about running away. The monkey struck, and the white top flew to the side, whining pitifully. Unexpectedly, our hero flew up from the back of the gorilla and, letting go of the vine, flew towards the monkey. He lowered himself onto the gorilla's back and forcefully stuck the stick into its eye with one hand. The monkey screamed in pain, feeling the stick pierce its eye, from which blood immediately began to flow. Our hero did not come to life with such agility, but the gorilla was able to grab him by the shoulders with both hands. She threw the guy forward with force and he flew like a straw doll. He slammed his back into the wall, but managed to notice that the top had come to its senses and ran away. From such a blow, all the air was knocked out of the guy's lungs and he tried his best to breathe. But the gorilla was not going to give up and was already running towards our hero, demolishing everything in its path. Looking at her with a mixture of irony and contempt, the guy said that it was stupid to get into this fight. The doctor interrupted the memories of the gorilla and asked why our hero did this. The guy said wearily that he could no longer run away from his suffering outside the territory. Constant flight did not solve anything. The doctor did not find what to answer and only looked at the guy in surprise and disbelief. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the guy's lips, and he added that wherever he went, there was always a ruler. Our hero was sitting by a tree and could not move, and the gorilla was rushing towards him. Raising her giant fists, she was ready to crush the guy's head. But suddenly, from somewhere on the side, a large white wolf attacked the gorilla, trying to bite its throat. Our hero couldn't believe his eyes and watched this scene in surprise, not noticing the blood on his face. A pack of wolves surrounded the gorilla and attacked it, biting into its body from all sides. Watching the attack of the wolf pack, our hero lost consciousness. He thought that this was the end, but the wolves did not touch him while he was passed out. The wolf cub circled nearby, watching how the big wolves attacked the gorilla, and our hero decided that the pack decided that he was sleeping with the wolf cub, so they were helping him. Soon, our hero realized that this white wolf cub was the son of the leader of a pack of crimson wolves. When the full moons rose in the sky, a wolf's howl echoed through the forest. A pack of wolves climbed a high hill and howled at the moon in unison. The wolves ran as fast as they could, and at the same time howled with a single timbre. Our hero was also in this pack and ran ahead, along with a white wolf cub, just like you and me. My best YouTube viewer. We are both lone wolves, wandering through the forests at night in search of cool content. Let's not forget to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. All the best to you. Our hero stopped, trying to catch his breath from this frenzied run, and the wolf cub stopped with him. After a while, the wolf cub also stopped and tried to catch his breath, sticking out his tongue. The guy picked up the wolf cub in his arms and rushed forward with the pack of wolves. After a while, the wolf cub grew into a huge white wolf, and our hero was still nearby. It was the second year that our hero had been in this world, when a wolf howled on the hill. The crimson wolves immediately howled in response. The guy howled along with the wolves. He thought that the wolves probably took him for one of their own.
Our hero was becoming stronger, and now he no longer cared about the sheer cliff along which he easily ran up.
It is not surprising that he could climb it, since it was already the 31st year since he came into this world. Suddenly, a giant snake jumped out at the guy and rushed up the hill after him, but our hero was waiting for this. Our hero took out a knife and thought that he had no idea how to get out of here. During all this time, he had not found any signs of civilization. He cut the snake from the mouth and almost to the tail, and the wolves from below helped him, tearing the tail. The wolves began hunting for the boar, and our hero reflected that he had joined the wolves and continued to participate in battles for the territory of his pack. The wolves chased the boar, and our hero watched, following him along the vines. He flew high, preparing to attack, and let out a hunting roar. Letting the vine fly, our hero pulled out his knife and prepared to strike. He landed on the boar's head, and his knife went into his head like soft butter. A flock of birds took off into the blue sky without a single cloud. Our hero stood on a hill and looked at a flock of birds, thinking that 120 years had already passed, and he was definitely the only person on this planet. He recalled how he mourned the wolf and thought that he had made many furry others, but also lost many. He sat on a cliff with a bloody knife and realized that he had lost count of how long he had been in this world. Hundreds of years had passed, and he did not understand how he remained alive. The doctor summed up that, having become the leader of the pack, even after 500 years, he did not find any signs of civilization, and asked how our hero managed to find the way to Earth. Our hero remembered that on a hill under the moonlight, a pack of wolves was going against a pack of gorillas. Bristling, the crimson wolves rushed forward, growling and grinning. Gorillas were rushing towards them. They also growled and were ready for battle. Our hero also ran with the wolves, and during his time in that world, he even made improvised boots for himself. Wolves and gorillas clashed in battle. They attacked each other. Our hero looked like an animal. He took up a knife, ready to attack. With all his might, he pushed off the ground with one foot. Soaring in the air, he swung, preparing to strike one of the gorillas. Suddenly, deafening thunder was heard on the battlefield, just like that time on Earth. Our hero froze, recognizing this sound, not believing that he was hearing it again. His consciousness began to slip away as if twisting, just like last time. The whole world froze and spun. Everything began to calm down. The battle, the roar, the attacking gorilla. Lightning struck the place where our hero stood, shaking the earth. In the light of lightning, the guy disappeared, and all that was left of him was the knife with which he had gone through many battles. Suddenly a city appears. The buildings look old and they are all covered with small cracks. 3 people are walking along the road against the backdrop of destroyed buildings, and one of them has a radio beeping. One of the 3 slows down and says, "Great." The girl with long hair turned to her companions and said, "Here we go." The walkie-talkie in her hands beeped louder and louder, and one of the companions said, "But Captain." The girl said that the device was behaving strangely, and the spatial energy was going through the roof. The guy said to immediately send the coordinates to the portal management team. The guy with the instruments in his hands pressed the button and said that he was sending coordinates. A pillar of light flashed in front of the trio, and one of them said that the portal was opening. 3 ran away from the portal. One said that it was unknown what would appear from it, and the second added that it was not for nothing that he had a bad feeling. The trio ran forward, and behind them the shockwave demolished everything around them. They did not have time to escape, and the wave threw them in different directions, like toy soldiers. One guy came to his senses and screamed in horror that the portal had opened. The second guy pressed himself against the wall and screamed that he didn't want to die. And only the girl boldly turned to the opened portal and grabbed the handle of the katana hanging on her side. She shouted that she would buy time and ordered the guys to run away. One of the guys tried to call the bureau so that they would send help as soon as possible. The portal looked like a bright red circle, and the girl boldly waited to see who would emerge from it. "Come out, I'll tear you into pieces," the girl thought, looking intently into the portal. A silhouette of a man appeared in the red circle of the portal. The girl stared forward in shock, not believing her eyes. The haze was dissipating, and now the image of our hero was clearly visible in the portal. The girl's ardor diminished, and she wondered in surprise whether this was really a person in front of her. She felt that her whole body was petrified and trembling slightly. Our hero was confused after being in the world with animals for a long time, and the first thing he did was scream loudly. This cry, more like an animal roar, brought the girl into complete stupor. The girl held the hilt of her katana tightly, preparing for battle in front of the portal. Our hero, who appeared from the portal, growled menacingly. The girl stared at him in shock, not believing that this was a person in front of her. Her instincts told her that there was a wild animal in front of her, and she began to tremble. The roar suddenly stopped, and the guy began to slowly sink to the ground. The girl continued to stand holding the katana, watching the guy fall. The rumble from the opening of the portal began to subside, and with it our hero fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The guys who called for reinforcements came closer and were surprised that a man appeared in front of them. The girl calmed down, and looking at the guy, she wondered what kind of power it was. She looked at his sleeping face and thought that she had not felt such pressure even in high-level dungeons. The girl could not understand who this guy who appeared from the portal was. The guy said into the radio that there was no need for reinforcements. This was a returnee, and they needed an ambulance. The guy was sitting on the couch when the doctor turned off the recording on the recorder. He smiled and thanked our hero for everything. He said that he would forward his testimony to the Awakened Bureau. His health was normal, so he would be discharged soon. The guy, lowering his head, called the doctor by name. The man was already standing at the door and turned around in surprise when he heard his name. The guy said that for the first time in 1,000 years he talked to a civilized person and thanked him for listening to him. The doctor said that he had shared a valuable story and that they should thank the hero who had returned from a 1,000-year adventure. Our hero looked with disbelief after the departing doctor. The door to the room where the guy was slammed shut. The doctor walked down the corridor to his office, thinking along the way. He thought this was a very interesting patient. His story was so detailed that he could easily become a writer. The Awoken Bureau consisted of several high-rise buildings with helipads. The girl with the katana stood in the captain's office. She read the documents and asked if the information here was correct, because it seemed to her that it was not. The captain was surprised by these words and asked what was wrong. The girl looked at the card and said that it says that he has an F rank. The captain said that he was a rare patient with such a rank, and added that if he had at least an E rank, they could receive benefits from the state. She looked at the card of our hero, whose name was Steve, and said that this rank means that he is an ordinary person. The girl said that with such a rank he would not be able to pass through the portal, and once again clarified whether everything was correct here. The captain said that maybe he was lucky, sometimes this happens, or he was hiding and accidentally stumbled upon the return stone. He handed over the tablet and said that he had received the doctor's report from the hospital and suggested that we take a look at it. The diagnosis indicated that our hero had post-traumatic disorder and that he was prescribed antidepressants. The girl read the document with disbelief, and was especially attracted by the paragraph where it was indicated that he behaves like a wolf. The girl remembered what Steve looked like when he first came out of the portal. She trusted her instincts, but began to think that she was imagining things. The girl asked if this was his document. The captain confirmed this and added that even though he was an F rank, they should still treat him as if he had returned. The girl asked to personally deliver these documents to Steve. The captain was surprised why the girl volunteered to personally deliver the documents. When leaving, the girl said that she wanted to see this with her own eyes. Despite the fact that many years had passed, the hospital building looked the same as everywhere else. Our hero lay on the couch, thinking that 2 weeks had already passed since he returned from that world. He reflected that he wanted this more than anything in the world, but when he returned, he felt everything was foreign and did not understand what to do next. A nurse entered the room with a tray and said it was time to eat. The guy did not immediately return from his thoughts and looked with a tired look at the nurse who entered. She placed a tray containing various dishes on the table next to the bed. Suddenly, our hero felt that he was really hungry and his stomach began to growl. Looking at the delicious dishes, he decided that first he needed to fill his stomach. There was a knock on the door of the room where Steve was. The door immediately opened and the girl with the katana greeted Steve. Our hero squatted down, devouring food without using cutlery like a wild animal. The girl with the katana was shocked to see this scene, but the guy didn't see anything strange in this and just turned his gaze to her without looking up from his food. The girl said that her name was Jean and she was from the Awoken Bureau. Steve lowered his leg from the bed and muttered, "That smell blonde hair." He squatted down next to the girl and sniffing said that they seemed familiar. The girl said that she was the first person he met after he returned. Remembering his appearance, the girl thought that coming out of the portal, he felt like a predator. But now, looking at how he eats, the girl doubted her sensory abilities. The guy licked the tray of food and, putting it on the table, said that the food was delicious. He asked the girl what kind of awakened bureau this was, and she responded by asking why he was speaking to her informally. Steve was confused for a second, but replied that he was 1,000 years older than her. The girl remembered his diagnosis and that he was a patient and looked away. Jean put the papers in front of him and said that the Bureau of the Awakened helps people like him to adapt, and said that everything is indicated in the document. She asked him to carefully read and sign the consent to disseminate the information. Taking the pen in his hands, Steve gasped in surprise. He sniffed the pen, and the girl asked why he continued to sniff things. The guy replied that 1,000 years had passed, and they continued to use pens. The girl angrily said that she asked him to sign and not draw. The guy apologized and said that she remained the same as 1,000 years ago. The girl swore at Steve, called him a Neanderthal, and once again showed him where to sign, deciding that he was just an idiot. After thinking a little, the girl became a little embarrassed but still turned to Steve. The guy, not distracted from drawing, asked what she needed. Looking at the drawing of the wolf, she asked if he learned to draw there, and he replied that he knew how to draw before. The girl asked if he learned something there, and seeing surprise, added, "Did he learn magic, voodoo, or martial arts?" Steve replied that he had been living in the forest all this time to survive. The girl finished the sentence by saying that all these 10 years he had simply been running to survive. The guy looked at the girl in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. To become a true returnee who can pass through the portal, you need to kill monsters and take away their spatial energy. But Steve, apparently, just came across a displacement stone. That's what the girl thought and said out loud that she was simply mistaken. Steve said in surprise that he had been in the jungle not for 10 years, but for 1,000. Jean said that he was starting to get on her nerves, and added that he had been in the jungle not for 1,000 years, but for 10. The guy began to get angry listening to the girl's answer and asked her why 10. She said to look at the records. It states that he disappeared in 2015, and now it is 2025. Steve looked at the document in shock, not believing that only 10 years had actually passed. The girl threw the guy his ID card and said that it was his awakened card. The guy took it in his hands and read the inscription, ID card of the awakened one. The girl said that half of his medical expenses would be subsidized with her help and asked to read the documents. Before leaving, Jean said that when Steve was cured, it would be better for him to return to his family and said goodbye to him. The guy looked at the door that closed behind the girl, digesting what was said. He grabbed the documents, repeating the already forgotten word, family. Steve pored over the documents, wondering in shock whether they were still alive. Remembering life in the jungle, our hero thought that he had finally given up there. He assumed that even if he returned to Earth, his relatives would no longer be alive. But when he returns, he must come to terms with the loss of his wolf family, and the fact that he is alone again leads him to despair. But these were only assumptions because only 10 years had passed. That's what Steve thought as he read the documents. He found the data page and gasped. Our hero's mother and father were already dead. Steve sadly repeated into the void that they were both dead and began looking for information about his younger brother Chad. Having found information about his brother, our hero's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly ran away from the room with only one thought: Chad is alive. He melted the nurses, shouting that he urgently needed to see Dr. Baldy, and did not hear the girl's words that he could not go there. Steve grabbed the doorknob to the doctor's office with all his might as the nurses screamed behind him. Our hero opened the door, not listening to anyone around, and called Dr. Baldy. The nurse running after the guy said that he couldn't go there. The doctor was sitting at the table and was surprised by this appearance. He smiled, looking at Steve, and asked him what happened. Our hero confidently stated that he needed the help of a doctor. Dr. Baldy was calm and asked what kind of help the guy needed. Steve said his brother was still alive, and he needed to find him, so he asked the doctor to release him from the hospital. The doctor said that Steve was ready to return to society, and suggested that he wait until his brother came to visit him. Steve said that the doctor didn't understand the situation, and that he wasn't here for his permission. The doctor just laughed when she heard these words and asked if it was true. After thinking a little, the doctor ran his finger along the crease on his trousers and said, "Okay." With a conspiratorial expression on his face, he said that he had one condition. Our hero was surprised by this answer and asked what condition we were talking about. Sitting in the back seat of the car, our hero thanked the doctor, promising that he would not forget this. The doctor and nurse stood near the taxi in which Steve was sitting, and the doctor was pleased with these words. The doctor told the driver that our hero had not fully recovered and asked to make sure that he would get to the right place. The yellow taxi car drove to its destination, while the doctor and nurse watched as it went. The nurse said the doctor paid for his hospital bill, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. She asked why, because they usually leave F-rank patients on the sidelines, and for some reason he calls Dr. Baldy. The doctor laughed when he heard this question from the girl. He thought and replied that he would probably like to continue listening to his story. The nurse was surprised and asked why he should listen to this heresy. Returning to the office, the doctor asked to quickly fix the door handle. The nurse said that she had already called a specialist and could not understand how it broke. Looking at the flattened handle, immediately a picture appears of our hero out of excitement, squeezing the door handle with force, and it breaks like a toy. The doctor was in no hurry to answer and slowly sat down in his chair. He sat down in a chair, holding his hands, closing his eyes in thought. The doctor thought that this was the second time the handle had broken, and that he had not smelled anything unusual for a long time. The taxi slowly rolled through traffic during rush hour when the news reported breaking news. From the tablet screen in the car, they said that this afternoon, due to a miscalculation of the time the portal appeared, monsters filled an unprotected field. Monsters were shown on the screen. One of them looked like a huge predatory color with several rows of teeth. Another mouth grew from the monster's mouth, long and twisting. And the announcer said that in response, the ministry sent the Army and Air Force on a joint operation. The situation was resolved after 50 minutes, but the Army and Air Force suffered numerous casualties. With 2 tanks disabled and 12 soldiers and Awoken killed, the announcer ended the episode by adding that he would continue reporting when there was news. The picture of monsters and military men was replaced by the screensaver of the show league Zalem, Fight Club of Superpowers, and another announcer said that a match was coming between 2 C-class warriors. Our hero watched the episode, and the driver admired the soldiers being staged. 2 warriors were shown on the screen. The announcer said that the winner would be able to fight with the second-ranked fighter in the world. Steve watched the episode carefully, not understanding what it was about and what world the announcer was talking about. He remembered the doctor's words that the world had changed a lot. Since the great catastrophe, it had turned into a completely different place. A warrior clad in armor and the inscription "Rise Up," mercenaries appeared on the screen. He raised his hand with a sword, and the inscription read, "The greatest distribution of hunting rewards in the history of the Shilla Guild, and that this guild is recruiting new faces." The driver said that if he were awakened, he would quit this job and become a warrior, and our hero asked if there were really lands for hunting here. The driver was shocked by Steve's question, and said he must have hit his head hard. The man incredulously forgave whether our hero really didn't know, and he asked him to just say it, and not beat around the bush. The driver said that 10 years ago, a door to another world opened to the whole world. They call that day the Day of the Great Catastrophe. On that day, the first rapprochement took place, and their world connected with many others, from which monsters began to appear. The flying monsters tried to shoot down the helicopter, but 10% of the population was lost that day. Despite their weapons, the military could not stop the monsters advancing from all sides. And where the military failed, the mercenaries took over. Those lost in that disaster, or as they are now called, the awakened ones, began to be given licenses and paid for killing monsters. And guilds also began to be created. Steve asked about the mercenary license and asked how they get it. The driver laughed because of our hero's seriousness and said that an ordinary person would not get it. First, he needs to be awakened and then pass the exam at the Bureau of the Awakened. Steve listened carefully to the driver's story and realized that it was all too complicated. Our hero arrived on the outskirts of the city when the sun was already setting. They drove along narrow streets, between tiny houses and cars parked on the side of the road. A taxi stopped near one of the houses and the driver said that they had arrived. He pointed to a 2-story brick house ahead and said that our hero needed to go there. Steve thanked the driver, who wished him a good time with his little brother. Hesitantly, our hero approached the desired house and stopped near it. He took a couple more steps towards the house, not believing that he would now see his younger brother. An old woman stood in the window of the house and wiped the glass. She noticed Steve and looked at him in surprise. She leaned out of the window with displeasure and shouted to our hero who he was. The guy replied that he came to see Chad. The old woman froze when she heard the name and looked at Steve carefully. The guy did not understand why the old woman was silent and continued to wait for her answer. She suddenly got angry, called him names and said that the milk on his lips had not yet dried. How dare he address his elders so disrespectfully? Steve was confused by this answer and just looked at her questioningly. The old lady shouted that there was no Chad here and told him to get out of here. She closed the window with force, leaving our hero in deep bewilderment. Steve was surprised and thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place. Suddenly, from the window, the old woman's screams were heard that the creditors were already tired of coming here. And in response, a child's voice asked if that terrible man had returned. Steve was shocked and confused when he heard about the loan and the child's voice. Steve heard that the old woman reassured the child, saying that he had not returned, and was surprised at this world, which could so frighten a child who was not guilty of anything. Steve approached the door, hearing the old woman say that his father works around the clock, but the debts only continue to grow. A child's voice asked Daddy for his debts, and the old woman replied that he had no, asking him to continue eating. There was a mailbox filled with some envelopes hanging on the door. Our hero pulled out one of them. He brought it closer, reading the name of the recipient and the sender. He saw that the letter was for Chad, where he was informed about the debts, and could not believe that his younger brother was a debtor. Steve decided not to bother the old woman anymore and walked away, thinking about what he had seen. He thought that in the world of wildlife the only law is force, but the laws on Earth are much more complex. He lowered his head, thinking that if force can simplify the complex, then in the civilized world. He clenched his fist, realizing that in this world money is power. Immersed in these difficult thoughts, our hero came to the Bureau of the Awakened. Having encountered no obstacles, he entered the building and went to explore it. At the entrance to the premises, he attached his ID card and saw the inscription. It does not match. The girl sitting at the checkpoint said that his application for a mercenary was cancelled because he did not meet the requirements. Steve asked in surprise how this could be, since he is an awakened rank F. The girl replied that he was indeed rank F, but he lacked awakened points. The guy asked how this could be because he arrived here 2 weeks ago through the portal. The girl giggled and replied that ordinary people could not pass through the portal, otherwise their body would be torn to pieces. Steve replied that he had felt similar pain before, and the girl asked to leave such illusions at home. The girl said that he could go to school or earn points on the field, and after that he could come back when he really woke up. Steve approached the wall with information about rewards. It indicated that the appearance of goblins on one field was recorded, and a reward of $500 for each. He reread it again, not understanding what kind of goblins he was talking about, looking wearily at the inscription. And if you look at the city from above, you can see that high walls run through it. Our hero asked the taxi driver if these walls were everywhere, and he replied that they completely surround the city. Everything is visible in the map's application. Steve did not understand what application he was talking about, and the driver said that the city is divided into 12 areas. There are many gates in the city that allow you to move between them, as well as gates leading to the fields. After listening to the driver, our hero realized that he urgently needed to buy a phone. The taxi stopped, arriving at its destination. The driver said that they had arrived at the field, gate number 27, and our hero thanked him. The guy got out of the car and slowly walked to the entrance to the gate to which he had arrived. The gates were huge, and above the entrance hung a huge inscription, 27. Steve thought that after passing through this gate, he would find himself in a hunting ground called a field. He walked slowly through the checkpoint, looking around. Soon our hero approached 2 military men who were apparently guarding the entrance to the field. One of the soldiers asked what brought the guy here. Without hesitation, with a firm look, our hero said that he had come to hunt. The soldier's face became angry when he heard the guy's answer. He asked our hero to show him his mercenary license. Looking down, Steve sadly replied that he didn't have one. The second soldier stood up and said that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the field. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the entrance and all three turned around, looking at its source. Inside the wall, at the entrance, someone shouted to close the entrance, and the second answered him that it was too late. An SUV drove out of the gate at full speed, demolishing all the barriers, and the driver of the SUV was attacked by an unknown creature, grabbing his neck with sharp fangs. The SUV did not slow down, but only picked up speed and it began to wedge sideways. He still turned over and flew into a wall at full speed, which was able to stop the SUV. One soldier shouted in panic into the radio that he was calling a special squad, and the second only looked in fear towards the car. The soldiers began to surround the SUV. The eldest gave the order to line up and take their positions. There was some movement in the car, and the soldier shouted for everyone to take aim. The car window was smashed by a large green-skinned hand, bleeding from cuts. A green creature with long, sharp fangs got out of the car and growled. The soldier gave the order fire, and everyone who took aim pulled the trigger. A deafening burst of machine gun fire rang out and almost everyone hit the creature sitting on the car. The creature growled in pain, its entire body riddled with gunfire. The senior soldier gave the order to cease fire, and his order was repeated, stopping. One soldier shouted all clear. The second concluded that the monster was killed, and the third ordered an ambulance to be called. One soldier asked where our hero had gone, and the second asked if he was talking about the crazy guy who arrived in a taxi. The soldier turned around in disbelief and asked if he had really left. The second replied that most likely he ran away, frightened by what he saw. But our hero took advantage of the hype and made his way through the gate. He walked along the road and asked a question into the void. Is this really a field? He focused on his sensations and realized that he could feel. The guy heard the sound, smelled it. It was all around and was acutely felt. He walked slowly through the field and thought that he also needed to buy a car. The guy climbed onto a hill, looking at the destroyed buildings, and wondering if all cities had really changed that much. Our hero looked into the distance, thinking that this could not happen. He watched the sun set over the dilapidated buildings, watching the sky turn orange. Quite a bit of time passed, and now the sky darkened and the stars appeared, and Steve still stood in place, thinking that this darkness was very familiar to him. He took a step forward towards the cliff, not paying attention to the fact that there was nothing under his feet. He flew down, closing his eyes and thinking that now it was time for his hunt. Straightening his arms, he flew from a high-rise building like a bird without wings. He slammed down to the ground with one knee bent, his landing sending up clouds of dust. After landing, he thought his body felt a little heavier. His landing caused cracks in the asphalt, but Steve ignored it and looked ahead. He was still squatting with one knee on the ground, and then he lowered his hand to the ground, preparing to lunge. And this jerk was so swift that pieces of asphalt flew in different directions, and our hero rushed forward. He ran so fast that the eye could not keep up with him, and all that could be seen was a column of dust left behind. Picking up speed, Steve jumped up, flying up a 9-story building at once. But during the flight, he cursed and realized that his breathing was still out of whack. The force of the jump was not enough, and our hero caught his hand on the edge of the roof. He sat down, bringing his breathing back to normal and wondering if his return had caused him to lose his strength. The guy stood on the edge of the building, his hands in his pockets, and the full moon illuminated his silhouette. Our hero closed his eyes, concentrated and sniffed the smells. Suddenly the guy felt something and turned to the side. He trusted his gut and decided to start where it led him. Our hero jumped from the roof of the building he was standing on, kicking the dust from under his feet. He ran to the very building that he had noticed while standing on a hill. Approaching closer to the desired building, our hero looked forward with concentration. A sound came from the depths of the building that attracted his attention. A white wolf with bloody skin, driven by 3 monsters, pressed himself against the wall and growled. The largest monster growled contentedly, driving its prey into a corner. But the wolf was not going to give up and growled in response, and a challenge was visible in his eyes. Our hero approached closer, trying to step as quietly as possible. He looked the wolf straight in the eye and tried to convey his thought to him, asking if he wanted our hero's help. The wolf looked into the guy's eyes, and the answer was clearly visible in them that he agreed to help. But the monsters did not see our hero, and began their attack, attacking the wolf. Looking at the attack, our hero just grinned. Steve rushed into battle and addressed the wolf, saying that now they were all his prey. With one punch to the head, he stopped the first monster and it fell to the ground. The next second, the monster's head split into 2 parts like an overripe watermelon. Suddenly, Steve saw a message box in front of him that said, "Searching for your class." These windows began to increase and they said either searching for your class or system error. Steve looked at these windows in shock, trying to understand what was happening and what the system error was. The guy looked around irritably, not understanding what it was, reading the text of the windows out loud. He waved his hand and shouted, "Delete!" in an attempt to remove the annoying windows. In a split second, the windows disappeared and our hero found himself surrounded by a pack of monsters who were about to attack him. The bravest of the monsters growled and rushed to the attack, baring his teeth. The next moment, his teeth shattered into small pieces, mixed with blood. With the next blow to the head, our hero knocked the other monster down. He kicked another monster in the stomach and it bent in half from the force of the blow. One of the monsters, breathing heavily, climbed up the wall of the building. He was scared by our hero's strength and tried to escape up the building. Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him and turned around, looking down. Our hero easily caught up with him and grabbed his head with one hand, stopping him. Steve threw the huge monster down with force and it flew to the ground with a wheeze. The monster fell on its head, breaking its neck, and our hero jumped off, flying down. Steve landed on 2 feet, next to the lifeless corpse of the monster. Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes again with the inscription, "Your class is Druid. Resetting statistics is impossible." Inscriptions also appeared failed to obtain new abilities and uncorrectable error. Looking at the last mistake, our hero groaned and said that he forgot about it. It was about 100 years ago in the jungle. He received a message that the physique had improved by 1. After it increased to the maximum level, he no longer received the message about the increase. Steve was surprised that there were even statuses on Earth, and thought that perhaps because of this mistake his abilities had weakened. Another window appeared, in which it was written that access to the store was open. Our hero was surprised by the store and thought that he had never seen anything like this before. Pressing the store button, he thought that this was probably an awakening. It opened to me, where it was indicated that our hero had 7 Velk points, a bottle of water cost 1 Velk, and a roll cost 2. Steve was upset that for 7 Velks, you can only buy this, choosing water and a bun. Suddenly, a bottle of water and a bun materialized in front of him and seemed to float in the air for a while. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by a sound, someone whining pitifully. Turning around, he saw the white wolf he was protecting. It was a female and she was bleeding. I was happy to wind the wolf cub. In order not to frighten them off, our hero quietly approached the wolves. He knelt down on one knee next to the she-wolf, looking at her sadly. Our hero stroked the she-wolf's face and realized that she was dying. Apparently it was poison. The she-wolf closed her eyes. Her breathing was heavy and intermittent, and the wolf cub continued to whimper. Steve noticed the wave and looked at it in surprise. He told the she-wolf that he had not come here to become a nanny and asked her to talk, but the she-wolf only breathed heavily. The wolf cub stared at our hero with huge sad eyes, and he said that it doesn't matter how sadly they look at him. But he immediately gave up and thought that perhaps this meeting was destined for him by fate. The guy had a bottle of water in the outer pocket of his jacket, but he reached into the inner one. He took out a store-bought rye bun and handed it to the wolf cub, offering it to eat. While the wolf cub was eating, our hero returned to the battlefield, looking at the killed monsters. He counted the monsters and counted that there were 7 of them. Steve thought sadly that a car would be useful here. The sun slowly rose over the abandoned city, illuminating everything around. Steve stood with his eyes closed, as if absorbing the sunlight, and then he opened his eyes, now looking around the city in the daylight. Our hero was sitting under a large tree. The wolf cub was sleeping in his arms, and in front of him was the grave of the she-wolf. He stroked the wolf cub and said that it was time for them to go. As you exited gate number 27, there was turmoil. A line of cars was driving, ignoring the orders of the soldiers. The soldiers said that everyone would be quarantined first, and the man driving got angry and asked why he was taking so long and not allowing cars to pass. Suddenly, something attracted the attention of the drivers and soldiers, and they all looked at the gate in surprise. The soldier was finally able to see what the drivers were talking about and couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero walked with a wolf cub, and on his back were the bodies of 7 monsters from which blood flowed. Everyone around was in shock. One driver was surprised that our hero was carrying everything on himself, and the second asked if he was the only one who defeated them. When our hero came closer, the soldier finally recognized him. Steve came to the already familiar room, where the girl refused to give him a mercenary license. The girl calculated that for 7 goblins, he gets 350, 3 heliotrope minerals, 60 quarantine and vaccinations for the puppy, 200, leaving a total of $210,000. Our hero asked in surprise what kind of heliotrope it was. The girl showed the red stone and said that it was taken from the hearts of the goblins. The cost depends on the size and energy stored in it. This stone is estimated at 20,000. The girl said that since our hero does not have a bank account, he will receive cash and advised him to open an account because he's capable. Looking at the cash in his hands, our hero thought that if he opened an account and hunted, then earning money would not be a problem. A white van drove up to the store and the driver greeted the owner. The owner said that he had not seen Chad for a long time and asked where he had gone. The guy replied that he had a part-time job. The man complained that the guy suffered because of money, and the guy replied that the work in the field was hard, but the salary was appropriate. The man handed over a chocolate bar, saying that Bill liked those, and the boy handed over another bottle of beer, asking him to count that too. Having driven away from the store, the van rolled on. Chad was pleased with the job done and whistled to himself, looking forward to returning home. A yellow taxi car drove down the street, but the guy didn't notice. The white van continued to drive forward towards the endpoint of its route. Having arrived, Chad got out of the car with a package in his hands and walked forward, whistling. Suddenly, someone behind him called his name, and he turned in surprise towards the voice. But as soon as he turned around, the guy sneakily hit him from behind, causing Chad to fall and the contents of the bag to crumble. The guy with the baton in his hand said that he was glad to see him, and added that they were already scared that he abandoned the child and ran away. Chad was bleeding from his head and looked in horror at the men standing in front of him. Sobs and sounds of blows were heard throughout the quiet residential area. The man with the baton said that the guy's face looked prettier and lowered the baton onto his shoulder. Suddenly, he shouted that he had to come here many times, and Chad only apologized, enduring the pain from the blows. He handed over a wad of cash, saying that this was all he had earned, $240,000. The man took the money and began to count, $160 per month, 120% gasoline, dry cleaning. The man sat down on the steps and said it was too little, and two guys stood behind Chad. Hearing these words, the guy began to shake, and he only helplessly clenched his fist. He began to cry and said that he would get the money by any means in 3 days. The man hit him again and said if he knew how much interest would still accrue in 3 days. He swung again and said that if he deceives him again. But he didn't have time to finish because someone called out to him, calling him a freak. Our hero approached a group of guys, accompanied by a new friend, a white wolf cub. The man looked at our hero with suspicion and asked who this guy was. But Chad immediately realized who had approached him and stared at the guy in disbelief. Our hero was beside himself with anger and his eyes sparkled, foreshadowing trouble, and Chad could only remain silent. Big brother. The guy got up from his knees, not believing that this was his older brother, and the bandit with the club looked at him in surprise. Steve took a step and then another, seeing only his little brother in front of him. He carried a threat. With his whole appearance, there was no smile on his face, but his gaze was concentrated. Our hero walked up to his brother and knelt down in front of him, looking into his eyes. The first thing he could say was his brother's name, Chad. He looked at Chad with warmth and tenderness and asked if it was really him. Chad also did not believe that Steve was in front of him and could only squeeze out the word, brother. For some reason, Chad remembered the moment when 4 bullies beat him up at school. One bully ordered his pockets to be searched. Chad shouted that he didn't have any more, but the other bully didn't believe his words. The beaten guy looked up and noticed Steve walking and shouted to him. Our hero walked with bags of garbage and stopped nearby. Looking at what was happening, Chad pulled his hands towards him, began to scream and ask for help, and the hooligans were surprised by the appearance of his brother. But Steve completely ignored the situation and continued to the trash cans, throwing out bags. Having thrown out the trash, he went back, not even looking at his younger brother screaming for help. The bullies stopped paying attention to Steve and continued beating Chad, asking if friends shouldn't help with money. Chad endured all the beatings and watched with tears in his eyes as his brother walked away, abandoning him. The bully said that he was already tired of shouting about his brother and asked if he was really his brother. Chad thought that Steve was the big brother from whom you would never get help. Planes flew over the apartment building, and the news announced that a large explosion was growing throughout the country. Chad sat at home and watched the news. They showed that red domes had appeared all over the city, from which monsters began to crawl out. The viewing of the program was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door, and Chad turned around sharply. He ran frightened to the door, hurrying to open it. The first thing Chad could say when he opened the door was, "Mom." A man and a woman stood outside the door. They said that it was good that the guy was at home. Alas, it was not his mother, but his aunt and her husband came to him. The aunt said that she could not reach her parents and asked where Steve was. The man began to say that he needed to leave quickly, but did not finish the sentence. There was an explosion behind the door that threw Chad back into the room. The explosion was so strong that the door and wall broke and stones flew into the room along with Chad. A monster with 3 heads on long necks appeared at the scene of the explosion, and people around were screaming. Chad lay on the floor with a broken head and was afraid to move, looking forward. And from the broken wall, a giant eye of a monster looked at him. But the guy was lucky. The monster didn't notice him and the eye disappeared almost immediately. Sitting in this devastation, Chell thought that he didn't care even if Steve disappeared from the face of the earth. And now, looking at his brother standing next to him, Chad realized that this was exactly what he had thought about him before. Steve smiled and said that Chad had aged during this time. Chad still couldn't believe his eyes, looking at his brother. He thought that he was already dead. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a bandit who sat down next to him and asked if Chad had hit his head. He pointed at our hero and asked how this little sucker could be his older brother. These words angered Steve. He grabbed the bandit by the head and began to press him to the ground. The next second, our hero threw the bandit back and he flew away, making a flip in the air. Chad was shocked by this turn and looked at his brother in disbelief. The bandit flew back and in flight knocked down the sticks standing against the wall. These sticks fell with a crash on the bandit who was lying on the floor. The two guys who came with the bandit got angry at Steve as they watched their boss get hit. But our hero ignored them and asked Chad if he was injured. He replied that everything was fine. Angry at being ignored, one of the guys yelled at Chad and Steve. He kicked our hero in the shoulder, shouting, "Did they really want to die here?" Steve didn't even move when the bandit's foot hit him in the neck. And at the same moment, the bandit flew to the side with a scream, and his nanda was twisted in an unnatural position. He crouched on the floor, holding his leg and screaming in pain. Our hero still sat calmly, and Chad jumped up. The second guy was afraid to even move, and immediately guessed that Steve was one of the awakened ones. Our hero turned to the standing guy and told him to come here. The guy was seriously scared and began to say that he had not attacked anyone and even dissuaded others from attacking. But Steve wasn't going to hit him. He put a wad of money on the floor and told the guy to take it. The boy was shocked by this turn and only stupidly mumbled something incomprehensible, relaxing a little. Our hero looked up at him full of hatred and told him to take the money and get out of here. The guy took the money and bowed, thanking our hero, and he and his brother walked away. Steve and Chad came to his house when it was already dark outside, and stars appeared in the sky. The same old woman who recently sent our hero looked at the guys in shock. Everyone stood silently. The old woman looked at the guys. Our hero lowered his head. Chad was holding a package in his hands, and the wolf cub looked at the old woman with interest. The old lady asked in disbelief if he was really his older brother, and Chad confirmed this with a smile and laughed. Our hero handed the old lady a package and said that it was beef. She opened the package incredulously, looking at the contents, and then cursed quietly. The old woman went forward, saying that she should have said earlier that he had a family, and added that he fell asleep while he was waiting. Entering the house, the wolf cub was immediately interested in the boy lying on the floor. He sat down near the sleeping boy's head and began sniffing him with interest. Steve sat down next to the boy, asking if he was his son. Chad replied that his name was Bill, and he was his only treasure. Our hero asked what happened to his mother, and Chad replied that she chose a different life. Chad added that it was his fault, and the wolf cub stopped sniffing the boy and licked his head. Our hero invited Chad to have a glass, looking at him sadly. Chad didn't mind, and after a while they were already sitting in the diner and clinking glasses. Chad was surprised that his brother, who went missing, returned unharmed, and also became the awakened ones shown on TV. Steve seriously asked how much more Chad owed, and he replied that about $5,000. The guy smiled and said that he could give everything because now he had a job. Our hero incredulously asked what kind of work he got. Chad replied that he works as a loader. He explained that the distances are long and no one takes on such dangerous work, so they pay him well. Steve asked if that truck was his, and the guy replied that it belonged to the old lady's son. She lent it to him. Our hero clarified what her son was doing then, since he could give away the truck. The wolf cub woke up the boy by licking his face, and Chad told him that her son died during transportation, and she looked after his son like her own and became their savior. The boy woke up and looked at the puppy in surprise, but the puppy's surprise changed when he heard a voice from the kitchen. The boy ran into the kitchen with the puppy in his arms and exclaimed joyfully when he saw his dad. Chad broke into a happy smile seeing that his son woke up. Sitting next to his dad, the boy asked who it was, and he replied that Steve was his uncle. The boy said hello, and embarrassedly asked if he could lose with the puppy. Steve, of course, allowed it and broke into a tender smile looking at the boy. Bill was having fun playing with the puppy, cheerfully humming something to himself. Chad smiled and said that the boy had wanted a puppy for a long time. That's why he was so happy. After thinking a little, our hero invited Chad to work together. Chad did not expect such a proposal, and asked in surprise what he meant. Steve said he would do everything himself, and Chad would just need to help him with the truck. Chad was surprised and asked what job our hero was talking about. Smiling sinisterly, Steve said that he was talking about hunting monsters. Chad didn't believe what he heard and asked again what Steve meant. The next day, our hero came to the Awakened Bureau. The girl looked at the documents with delight. She said that now our hero is registered as Awakened and immediately increased his level. The guy received the card after reading Rank F Druid on it. The girl said that now he will receive money directly to the card. The girl handed over a box with a phone and said that it was a gift from them, and once again congratulated him on receiving the Awakened rank. She said that Steve needs to download a special application, after which he will receive information about hunting and new locations. The girl said that if he catches a lot of monsters, he will raise his rank to E and will receive more bonuses, and added that if he is also persistent, then the Earth can be saved. She added that our hero can open a window with the status there were errors in the system, but they managed to fix them. A status window appeared in front of our hero and he began to study them with surprise. Steve didn't understand why some scores, like Harmony, were so low, and decided they would be hard to raise. A white van raced along the highway against the backdrop of mountains and the rising sun. Chad's phone, which was attached to the panel, rang, and the screen showed, "Brother." The guy congratulated our hero on purchasing the phone and asked if he had already registered with the bureau. He said that he would be there soon. He had the last delivery left and he was immediately going to our hero. Chad learned that our hero only had to pass the mercenary exam. Our hero walked through the city talking on the phone and said that first they need to pay all their debts. The brother said that he is still level F, and it will be difficult for him to kill monsters. But our hero didn't listen to the end and hung up, a little angering his brother with this action. Chad wondered if it was really his brother because his character had changed so much. Steve walked through the city, looking at his phone. He received a notification about bonuses for monsters, and he was just passing by one portal. There was a big traffic jam at the entrance to the gate. Drivers were swearing that they were driving slowly ahead and asked to drive faster. In this stream of traffic, there was a green SUV that did not attract attention. There were guys in white jackets sitting inside, and the guy in the passenger seat was looking tiredly out the window. In the back seat, 3 young men were trembling, as if they were afraid of the coming battle. The driver asked the guys to calm down, because they were awakened and had nothing to fear. They vied with each other to say that if they passed this test, they would be accepted into the Shinra Guild as the main members and promised to do whatever was required. The guy in the passenger seat got angry when he heard the words of the guys in the back seat. He thought that these guys had no abilities. They got here thanks to their rich parents and decided that failure awaited them again. The soldier at the checkpoint looked at the monitor screen and called the next one. He raised his eyes to the man who had approached and looked at him in surprise. Our hero stood alone in a brand new tracksuit without any equipment. The soldier asked if he was alone and asked to attach his pass card. Our hero put the card on the terminal and it turned green. The soldier read that our hero's name is Steve and he has rank F. Our hero went to the entrance to the gate, and the soldier tried to stop him, asking if Steve knew that it was dangerous there. Something caught the attention of the man sitting in the front seat of the SUV. He noticed how our hero walked through the gate. The soldier wondered if they could send the guy alone, because he had no equipment. Another soldier recognized our hero and said that it was he who killed 7 goblins at gate number 27 yesterday. The men in the green SUV heard this conversation and were surprised. One was shocked that he was going to enter there like that, and the second decided that our hero had gone crazy going into the gates without equipment. A soldier approached the men in the green SUV and said that the system had frozen a little, but now they could pass. The man in the passenger seat ordered the driver to accelerate, surprising him with this order. He shouted to quickly catch up with our hero. The driver understood the order and rushed after Steve, who was already turning the corner. A green SUV rushed through the gate, pursuing our hero. The driver turned the corner sharply, the same way Steve had gone. Both men were surprised when the car turned the corner and stopped. There was no one around the corner. The driver did not understand how this could happen, because they almost caught up with the guy. He looked around, trying to figure out where our hero had disappeared to. The man with an ominous smile thought that he seemed to have caught a great catch. And at this time, our hero was already running through the forest, raising clouds of dust. He ran as fast as possible, taking long steps. Running through the forest, the guy stopped, putting his foot forward. Our hero put his hands on his hips and tried to catch his breath. This run was a test, and Steve realized the state of his body now. He opened the characteristics menu. I realized that he had really become weaker, and decided that he needed to return to training. Suddenly he heard some sounds ahead. Our hero concentrated, trying to understand where they were coming from. After listening, he made out human speech. Someone was saying angrily, "Come on, attack, you coward!" As Steve continued to listen, he thought they might be fighting with swords. The second voice shouted, "Do you want to die?" Steve determined which direction the voices were coming from by looking to his left. His lips spread into a predatory smile. He thought that this was a fight not between monsters, but between awakened ones. He could not miss such a spectacle. With a fountain of blood, someone's hand clutching a sword flew off, and someone screamed in pain. One man shouted, "Attack, running forward!" Our hero stood on top of a destroyed building and watched the battle. One shouted, "Attack," and the second asked whose hand to cut off next. Steve silently watched this sword fight. Someone shouted downstairs, "Stop talking nonsense, leave!" The 3 guys in green were surrounded by a group of men in brown who looked like bandits. One of them shouted at them to drop their things and leave, but the men in green did not want to give up. Steve watched the men and thought that none of them wanted to fight. A blue pickup truck stopped not far from the collision, and a man got out. Placing his foot on the ground, the man asked why it was taking them so long to deal with them. The guy in green looked at the man who appeared in fear. The man was large and muscular and said that there were only 3 of them. Why were they taking so long? Someone recognized him and said that it was Sheik, on whose head there was a reward of 400 million. This information was heard not only by the guys below, but also by our hero. He was surprised to hear that they were giving 400 million for a man. The guys in green were scared and said that this was a level C robber, Sheik. The guys in brown said they should have given up while they had a choice. Now they're dead. The man rubbed his hands and said that he was the same Sheik and offered to grab him if he had the courage. The guys in green were scared, convinced that this was the same Sheik in front of them. One of the guys asked if they left everything, would they be released? Sheik suddenly ran forward and said that this would no longer be interesting. One of the guys in green scaredly asked to wait. He said that he didn't care about their things anymore. And at that moment our hero decided to get down, simply jumping from the roof. He landed with a crash between the guys in green and Sheik without even taking his hands out of his pockets. The man was clearly surprised by Steve's sudden appearance and stopped. The three guys in green were also surprised by the appearance of our hero. And the guys in brown looked at Steve in fear, asking what was happening. When the dust cleared under our feet, he took a step forward. Sheik asked who he was. Did he really imagine himself to be an angel descended from heaven? But our hero ignored his questions and asked if 400 million was true. The man was a head taller than our hero and asked who he was. Steve responded threateningly that he just needed money. The guys in brown were in shock, not understanding what was wrong with the guy, and decided that he just wanted to die. And Sheik, having heard our hero's answer, just laughed out loud. The guy in green was surprised by Steve's answer and Sheik's reaction to his answer. With an ominous smile, Sheik said that it is unlikely that our hero is from the commission. But Steve didn't answer and just looked at him questioningly. The man's eyes suddenly turned red and he said that it would be good if he minded his own business. Without taking his eyes off the man, Steve froze in surprise. His body began to glow slightly red and Steve could not understand what was happening to him. One of the guys in green knew what was happening, and his face was covered with sweat from fear. Sheik replied that Steve looked into his eyes for 5 seconds. He grinned and said that now our hero cannot move. Steve clearly did not expect such an answer and still looked at the man in disbelief. Sheik turned to the guys in green and asked what they were waiting for, ordering them to grab him. The guys became emboldened when Sheik appeared and went at Steve, asking why he interfered during their conversation. The guys in green still stood in place in fear, with their weapons pointed forward. But to everyone's surprise, our hero was able to hit Sheik. The guys in brown couldn't believe their eyes. And the team in green was surprised that Steve was able to hit the man. But Sheik himself was most surprised, not understanding how our hero was able to hit him. Meanwhile, Steve clenched his second fist, preparing to strike. He bared his teeth in some kind of bestial grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was afraid of our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist, and his eyes glowed blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at the words of our hero. Our hero bared his teeth in some kind of bestial grin and said that it was just magic. Sheik was afraid of our guy's reaction and looked at him silently, clenching his teeth. "You're funny," Steve said, raising his fist, and his eyes glowed blue. Sheik's red eyes widened in fear at the words of our hero. The man roared. Stan and his eyes glowed red again. Surprisingly, our hero froze, and his fist stopped a few centimeters from the man's face. With a smug smile, Sheik said that our hero, it turns out, is not so simple. Sheik grabbed a knife from the sheath hanging on his belt. He swung his hand and told our hero that after all, one should never let one's guard down. But as soon as he said this, his nose collided with our hero's knee. The knife slipped out of the man's hands, and our hero asked, what else was there besides this pathetic trick? Is there anything more interesting? And raised his fist, aiming for the face. The man tried to use that magic again and began to pronounce the word, but did not have time to finish. Steve silenced the man with a hook, knocking out his teeth. The next blow hit the solar plexus, knocking all the air out of the man's lungs. And Steve's final kick was aimed at the ribs, finishing off the man. Our hero grabbed his jacket with his hand, making a grab. And with one precise movement, he threw the rather large man over himself. Sheik flew backwards, crashing into the window. From such a blow, the glass in the window was knocked out and fragments flew in different directions. Without even losing his breath, with a smile on his face, our hero said that it was too simple. The guys in green didn't believe that our hero was able to defeat Sheik and wondered who he was. Having finished with Sheik, Steve turned to the guys in brown who were holding swords in front of them. He asked if they wanted to attack, and the guys said no. He just misunderstood them. Steve gave them the order to gather everyone in one direction, and the guys rushed to the indicated place. Our hero turned to the guys in green and asked if they had a rope. One of the guys said with a smile that he had a rope. Steve asked the guys in brown, who had gathered in one place, how much they would pay for them. The guys vying with each other began to say that there was no reward for them. They were only paying for Sheik, and in general he threatened them. Sheik came to his senses and listened in shock as the guys said that having handed over Sheik, our hero is already rich. Tears involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the beaten man, and he angrily called the guys Judas. He said that the guys like leeches stuck to him and sucked out their share, traitors. Our hero was surprised, looking at the man who had woken up, and asked if he had already woken up. The guys in brown started to shut up Sheik and said that he belonged in prison. Steve asked if they needed these people, and the guys in brown confirmed that they didn't need them. The guys in green couldn't stand it and said that they were all lying, and if our hero brought them together, he would receive an increased reward. But the guys in brown began to argue, saying that they were ordinary minions. Sheik turned to our hero, asking if he was not constrained by government laws. Steve turned around irritably, looking at the man questioningly. Sheik said that here he is free and can do what he wants, and if Steve puts him down, then for him he will be a king. But this speech was interrupted by the approach of our hero's sneaker. He kicked the man hard in the face and told him to sleep a little longer. Sheik passed out, and there was an imprint of the sole of a sneaker on his face. Having dealt with the man, our hero turned to the guys in brown. He asked the guy in green if there was really a reward for them too, and the guy replied that they were all criminals. Realizing that they had been figured out, the guys drooped, not knowing what to do next. Steve said that there were too many of them, and one of the guys in green said that they had a car, making our hero happy. With an evil smile on his face, our hero wished goodnight to the guys. The sounds of blows and screams echoed through the forest, and some men still did not give up and said that they would not be given a reward. The red pickup truck sped along the road, through green forests and destroyed buildings. And in the trunk of a pickup truck, men in brown, wrapped in ropes, were loaded like firewood. The guy behind the wheel said that he was very grateful to our hero for saving them, but he replied that he did not want to save them. The guys in the back seat said that despite this, he helped them and now Steve is their savior. Not feeling any joy from these words, our hero agreed, since they insisted so much. On the way, our hero asked what abilities the driver had, and he replied that he had the skills of a fencer, stalker, and scout. Steve was surprised that the guy had 3 skills, and he replied that initially he had one, and he was able to master the other 2 in the process. Our hero pondered this information, wondering what skills could be acquired. The driver was surprised and thought how the guy could not know about such a trifle. Remembering how Sheik shouted stop, our hero thought that it would be nice to learn some kind of magical skill. Suddenly our hero's attention was attracted by something ahead. Through the buildings and forest, a huge blue dome could be seen, standing out against the pink sky. The red pickup truck was speeding forward, right in the direction of this blue dome. Looking at it, our hero asked the driver if this was the portal. This question greatly surprised the driver. He replied that this was a portal of the first level, the easiest, and it was originally their goal. Looking at the portal, our hero said that he wished he had a mercenary license, otherwise he could have entered. The driver asked in surprise if our hero really didn't have a license. Not noticing the surprise in the guy's question, our hero replied that he really didn't have a license yet. The driver continued to glance sideways at Steve in surprise, thinking that when the portals opened, the military opened fire. After their attack, only a small part of the monsters that came out of the portal remain on the field. On the field of such a portal of the first level, experience is small, and in order to increase it, you need to kill stronger monsters and accumulate experience. And for this you need a second-level portal. But in such portals there are terrible monsters. That is why the guy was surprised how Steve, who had not even passed through the first-level portal, was able to defeat Level C Sheik. Our hero finally noticed the driver's look of surprise and asked what it was. He couldn't find the words and could only ask about the level of our hero. Steve replied that his level was F, and the driver almost drove off the cliff upon hearing this. Our hero looked at the driver and said that he had a request. The driver tensed a little when he heard these words. The military stood next to the portal and nearby equipment was assembled, tanks and ambulances. At first, only the silhouette of a man in the haze appeared in the portal. And when it cleared, the same guy from the green SUV appeared. 4 people followed him. One guy held the other and said that they were almost there. A boy with blonde hair moaned that his arm hurt, and instead of it there was a bloody stump. Coming closer to the military, the guy called the doctors so that they could quickly help the guy. The guy walking in front said that licenses were being distributed to everyone, and that guilds with such participants should be immediately destroyed. Another guy tried to calm him down, adding that all the guys were like that these days. The man was not reassured by this answer, and he swore angrily, clenching his teeth. He thought that rich kids just bought monsters through brokers and just finished them off. After this, they hire bounty hunters and, together with them, raise their levels, and then join guilds, completing missions. But in such situations, victims cannot be avoided when the monster turns out to be too strong. The guy was the captain of this group and said that he was already tired of life where money rules, and his partner suggested calming down and having a drink. Approaching the military, they asked why it was so noisy in the first level area. Maybe something had happened. The captain asked what happened, and the soldier replied that 10 robbers had been caught, and that among them was a level C robber, Sheik, who has a bad reputation. The captain was surprised that someone was able to catch Sheik. He said that he was probably caught by someone of high rank, but the soldier replied that he was caught by an F-level boy. The captain and his partner did not believe what they heard and asked how. The soldier replied that he simply beat him. Sheik had a broken nose, cheekbones, and ribs on both sides. For some reason, the captain immediately remembered how our hero entered the gate alone. He loudly asked the soldier where the man was. The soldier replied that he seemed to have recently entered the portal. The captain rushed to the portal, not paying attention to his partner's screams. He ran and thought that he had to see with his own eyes, and if this was true, then it was incredible. The captain ran to the soldier standing at the portal. He ran closer and loudly called him by his rank. The soldier wearing headphones turned around in surprise and looked at the captain and asked what happened. The captain asked if the guy who caught Shika entered the portal or not. And at this time, our hero and one of the guys he saved came out of the portal. Steve said that it really didn't hurt and the clothes didn't disappear after going through the portal. The guy said that things made in our world cannot be transferred through the portal, and these clothes are made from materials from different worlds and cost a fortune. Our hero's gaze was caught by something to the side and he turned around in surprise. He saw a large glowing rectangle behind him and asked what it was. The guy turned around and said that there was a door to the portal. He said that the portal inside is divided into another 38 subportals, and they entered the 24th. Suddenly, the very portal that our hero asked about disappeared. He asked why the portal disappeared and the guy replied that they need to clear this place, then the portal will appear. Steve asked if they really needed to kill everyone, but the guy replied that they only needed to kill the boss. Our hero began to warm up and told the guy to wait here, adding that he would quickly. But the guy was against it and asked how he could wait here. But Steve no longer listened to him and prepared to run, making a dash forward. A hole formed in its place, raising columns of dust. The guy looked after him, thinking what kind of person he was. Maybe he was one of those. But then he decided that the person who failed Cheek Rant's S could easily cope in the first-level dungeon. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that he had forgotten to tell him important information. He did not say where the door will appear after killing the boss, and that he needs to get out in time. The guy ran forward, thinking that if Steve didn't get out in time, he would stay here forever. And behind the portal, the soldier in the booth was thinking what to do. Having read the inscription that door 24 was closed. The soldier told the captain that the door to the 24th portal had just closed. The captain cursed and became angry at this news. In the forest, behind portal number 24, a light fog was spreading. 3 monsters stood between the trees and looked around cautiously, holding their weapons at the ready. One of the monsters heard something and turned around, growling. But the next moment he was already knocked down with one blow, which broke his head. The second monster was hit in the stomach and flew to the side. Our hero hit the third monster in the stomach and he fell, dropping the knife. Raising the knife, our hero said that they have pretty good weapons. Squatting down, he stuck a knife into the chest of one of the monsters. His face was hidden by a bandage, but even through it the guy could smell the stench of monsters. Our hero took out a red stone from the monster's chest and began to examine it. He said that the stone was only in one of the 3 monsters, but money is not a problem for him now. He opened the stats menu and thought it was more important to level up now. The guy caught up with our hero and came to the battlefield where the killed monsters lay. Walking past the corpses, the guy was surprised how many of them Steve managed to cut out. Suddenly, the guy's eyes lit up white and he thought that he needed to find him quickly. The skill helped him determine which direction our hero was in, and he went there. And Steve stood among the killed monsters and looked at the window with information about the levels. He read that with the points he has, he can buy 2 skills, Taming the Beast and Summoning the Tree Spirit. He opened the description of the beast taming skill. But suddenly 2 monsters jumped on top of our hero, holding weapons. Steve immediately felt them and turned around, calculating his movements. With one hand, he punched the monster in the face as it flew closer, and with the elbow of his other hand, he hit the second monster. The beaten monsters scattered in different directions, and our hero was left without a single scratch. Suddenly a window appeared before his eyes that his achievements were now 545. Breaking the jaw of another monster, our hero was glad that his level had been raised. Suddenly, a message about an uncorrectable error appeared and additional synchronization continued. Steve thought in frustration that the error had appeared again, and synchronization appeared for the first time. He opened the menu with all his statuses, seeing that his level had gone up by 1. He also noticed that his status had risen slightly. The guy opened the skills and decided that he would buy Summon the Tree Spirit for 100 points. He received a new ability and decided to use it immediately, summoning the spirit. A small ball appeared in front of him, surrounded by bright light. Inside this ball was a small creature that looked like a fairy with wings. Our hero remembered that he had already seen it in the jungle, but then he thought that it was an ordinary firefly. Steve turned to the tree spirit and asked him to find the remaining goblins. The spirit accepted the order and the glowing ball flew forward. The ball froze and a beam of light appeared from it, aimed at the tree and the ground. The guy realized that she reads the memory of trees and vegetation and transmits it to him. But this happens very slowly, probably due to the low level. After reading the descriptions of other skills, our hero decided to buy himself the intelligence skill with the remaining points. Squatting down, Steve placed his hand on the ground and activated the intelligence skill. His eyes lit up with white light and he said, "Tracking." Our hero closed his eyes, reading the information, and could not understand why it was only about the dead. Suddenly something caught his attention, and Steve became wary. In the depths of the forest, he heard some sounds, and realized that he needed to go there. After listening, he realized that it was not a goblin and bared his teeth in an ominous grin. Steve took off and rushed forward through the forest to the right place. He climbed onto a small rise and looked around, looking for the right place. At this moment, a huge goblin tried to kill the boy with whom our hero came. Steve turned to the guy and asked what he was doing there. The guy was happy when he saw that our hero had arrived, while the goblin was aiming a knife at the guy's face. Our hero got angry and said that he asked the guy to wait for him. The guy looked at Steve in fear and cleared his throat and said that he was being attacked, as if asking for help. Steve smiled, saying he understood the situation. The knife was getting closer to his face, and when it was almost touching the skin, the guy screamed, asking for help. And at the very last moment, when the knife had almost pierced the skin, the goblin turned around. At the last moment, he managed to put up a shield which saved him from being kicked by our hero. But the shield did not fully protect, because the force of the blow sent the monster flying to the side. But the goblin was not going to give up, and putting his shield forward, he prepared to attack. But he didn't have time to do anything when our hero's foot hit him from below, breaking his jaw. The monster flew forward, hitting the stone from which fragments flew. But Steve didn't stop there and rushed forward towards the monster. The goblin was bleeding but was still alive and bared its teeth, looking at the approaching guy. Our hero jumped and raised his knife high, preparing to strike. He lowered the knife into the monster's chest, and along with the blow he saw a message that a new level had been gained. The next message said that another 120 experience points had been received, and he thought that they were being generous with the points. And the guy watching this battle was shocked by Steve's skills. Having dealt with the monster, Steve turned to the boy and asked if the door would open now. The guy was at a loss and stutteringly replied that yes, of course the door should open now. The door actually opened and the guys went through the portal back to their world. As they walked past the military vehicles, the soldiers standing nearby noticed them. One of the soldiers asked if he had caught Sheik. The second confirmed this and said that it was him the captain was looking for. The soldier said that he needed to tell the captain everything, but the second soldier suddenly laughed. He looked at the monitor in confusion and asked whether it was realistic to end everything in such a time. And at this time, the boy said goodbye to our hero, saying that he would return to his group, and our hero said that the work was excellent. Coming out of the storage room where Steve had left his things, he realized that he wanted to eat. The captain approached him and greeted him, and our hero asked who he was. The man said with a smile that he was from the Scylla Guild, the commander of the 27th attack, Morris, and offered to talk. The men came to the diner and sat down at a table next to each other, ordering coffee. Our hero examined the business card, once again asking about the Scylla Guild, and the man nodded in satisfaction. A man with a friendly smile invited our hero to join the guild, adding that it offers excellent conditions for growth. But Steve was clearly not interested in this offer, and he refused, calmly sipping his coffee. The man did not believe that he was refused and, frowning, looked questioningly at our hero. He thought about how he could realistically refuse him entry into the guild and decided that he was selling himself short. Morris did not give up, and said that if Steve was already a member of the guild, then they were ready to make him a formal offer to join. But our hero was not attracted by such an offer, and he again refused. Starting to get angry, the man said that even though the guild is in 4th place, it means nothing among the top guilds, and assured that if he was offered something, he was ready to make a better offer. After listening to the man, Steve abruptly put the glass of coffee on the table. With a melancholic smile, he said that he simply did not want to work under someone else. Morris did not find what to answer to this and just looked at the guy. Having finished this conversation, Steve went to his younger brother's house. Our hero entered his brother's room, but there was no one there. He looked around and said out loud that probably no one was home. Steve climbed to the roof of the house and lay down on the table, enjoying the warm sun. He thought that his brother and his son were probably spending time together. An old woman with a basket of laundry on her head climbed onto the roof and asked why the young man was lounging here during the day. Steve smiled and invited Granny to join him, saying that it was great weather for an afternoon nap. In response, the old woman asked if he really couldn't see that she was busy hanging out laundry. After looking at her, Steve stood up and began to help hang out the laundry, and the old woman sometimes made comments to him. She suddenly became serious and asked if he really was Chad's older brother. Our hero smiled and said that it was true, without being distracted from hanging the laundry. Hearing the answer, the old woman became cheerful and said with a smile that this was surprising, asking if he had really matured. Steve feigned anger and said that he had matured a lot, and the old lady added that he was a scoundrel. The old woman added that it would be strange if he remained the same after monsters attacked, people died, and the world turned upside down. She thoughtfully said that since Steve returned after 10 years, in order not to hurt him, he should take care of himself. Our hero realized that the old woman was very worried about his brother and smiled at her gratefully. Steve said that everything is fine. He won't die so easily, and the old woman replied that those who say that usually die first. Chad and his son returned home, and on the way they met an old woman. The guy asked if Steve was upstairs, and she replied that he was there. The guys went upstairs and joyfully greeted our hero, and the wolf cub ran ahead, wagging his tail. Steve put an envelope on the table, and Chad asked in surprise what it was. Our hero answered with a smile that there were $40,000 and asked his brother to pay off his entire debt. Chad took the envelope, not believing that there could be so much money there, and asked where his brother got such a sum. But Steve decided not to answer this question and invited the guy to go and give the money, and then they would have dinner together. Chad was touched by this act and asked our hero how he could repay his kindness. Steve looked at Bill, as he happily played with the puppy, and said that he didn't need anything, asking him to come back soon. Chad turned his back to his brother, and wiping away tears said that he understood everything, and our hero called him conspiratorially. The guy turned around in surprise and tears were still shining in his eyes. Steve smiled and asked if he could grab some meat and booze on the way. Chad smiled happily, promised that he would buy everything, and asked his brother to look after Bill. While Bill was playing with the puppy on the roof, our hero opened the menu with his statistics. He saw the inscription in the window, "The object is fixed, select a name." Steve asked the boy what to name the puppy, and without hesitation he named him Pecky. Steve repeated this name and he liked it, so he said with a smile, "Okay, it will be Pecky." He turned to the puppy and said that from now on he is Pecky, and information appeared in the window that the puppy was level 1, and his combat power was 3. Steve threw the ball and ordered the puppy to bring it, and he rushed after the ball like a bullet, hitting Bill with such great speed. The boy praised Pekka and called him to him, and he came running, joyfully wagging his tail. The sun was already setting when the boy and the puppy lay down on the table, tired after playing, and the boy asked why Dad had been gone for so long. Steve looked down and said that he seemed to be on his way. He saw that his truck was parked in the parking lot, but for some reason his brother didn't come out, and he offered to go and meet him. The boy ran first, and seeing the silhouette of his father, joyfully called him. But as they got closer, they noticed that Chad was covered in blood. It was flowing from his head, nose, and mouth. The boy froze, not understanding what was happening, and only quietly whispered, "Dad." The guy could barely stand on his feet and could only say his son's name when his legs gave way. The beaten guy collapsed on the ground, bleeding, and Bill rushed towards him, screaming. Steve was confused at first, but the boy's screams seemed to bring him back, and he began to get angry. Listening to the boy ask what was going on. In one of the residential areas, on the first floor of an apartment building, there was a sign, "A confidential, instant, interest-free loan." Inside, men in formal suits were sitting playing cards, and one of them was sitting at a computer. The man at the computer asked what the bets were this week, and the guy next to him gave the numbers. He asked if the competition was between Mikhail and Jorvins this week, and the guy said yes, and everyone was focused on Mikhail. He asked if Beyond the Horizon was having problems and recalled what happened last time, how one player turned the whole game upside down. Suddenly the men's attention was attracted by a noise outside the door, and they froze tensely. The man at the computer shouted to the sitting men what was out there. He got angry and sent them to check what was happening behind the door. The door to the office opened and the silhouette of a man appeared on the threshold. Everyone in the room froze, carefully watching the man who appeared. He took another step forward, and in the light it turned out that his face was covered in blood. He said that it seemed like they were in trouble. Suddenly, someone grabbed his head from behind, causing the man to scream in horror. Someone pulled the man back, and his body immediately disappeared from the doorway, flying back. The confusion of the men in the room turned to anger, and they began to ask what was happening. Then it dawned on them that this was an overlap, and they rushed forward, wanting to find out what was happening. The body of the man who had previously entered the room suddenly fell on the person walking first. The two of them flew deep into the room and fell on the table, scattering cards in different directions. The surviving men grabbed their weapons and began shouting for the attacker to come into the room. At that moment, a silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway and only eyes were visible, shining with a blue shine. Entering the room, Steve broke down the front door with one hand and lifted it above his head. The men in suits looked at the guy in fear, and one of them called our hero a psycho. After these words, a torn door flew at them, demolishing men like toys and breaking everything in its path. The door broke the windows, and a hail of glass fragments flew at the standing men. Steve caused a real carnage, smashing everything around, mercilessly throwing everyone to the floor. He stepped on the head of one of the men and a pool of blood from a broken nose spread across the floor. The man at the computer looked at what was happening in horror and was shaking from the sight of our hero. Beside himself with anger, Steve walked towards this particular man, and all the other men in the room were already lying unconscious. The man and his assistant looked on in fear as our hero walked towards them. He fearfully asked his assistant if he knew who this guy was. The assistant said that he seemed to be awakened, and it seemed that he even began to recognize him. But the man did not have time to finish. because our hero pushed the table at which they were sitting with his foot. Both men screamed in pain and fear, and one of them screamed that his leg was being pinned. Steve threw the monitor and keyboard off the table, climbed onto it, and squatting, asked the man if he was Mr. Scott. The man was scared. He swore and said that everything was right. He was Mr. Scott. Perspiration appeared on the man's face. He asked our hero who he was. Steve forcefully threw the envelope with money on the table and said that he had come to pay off Chad's debt. The man was shocked by what he heard and said that Steve had definitely left in the morning. He asked if it was really possible for an awakened person to just attack an innocent person and said that he would not get away with it. But instead of answering, our hero hit him forcefully in the face with his palm and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Steve slapped him on the other cheek and asked why he did this to the man who had come to repay his debt. He continued to beat the man and said that he could gratefully take the money and go about his business peacefully. The man's face was turning in different directions from the blows, and Steve, not a commander, asked why he decided to cross the line of what was permitted and began to show off. The man began to beg for mercy after another blow to the cheek. Steve's eyes sparkled as he asked if the man would pay off the debt quietly and peacefully, or if he should be beaten until he dies. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and he, lisping due to knocked out teeth, said that he would decide everything and do everything. Steve sat down on the edge of the table, and all the men in the room were on their knees, bowing their heads. They shouted in unison that the respected Mr. Chad's debt had been repaid. But our hero was not satisfied with this answer, and he ordered them to repeat it louder. The men shouted even louder that the respected Mr. Chad's debt had been repaid. Steve said that if he met them again, they would die and advised them to avoid meeting him. The men fell to the floor and bow and said they would mean it. Everyone looked intently at the floor and heard our hero jump off the table. Mr. Scott also bowed his head and listened as our hero's steps moved further and further away. He was enraged by what had happened, and in his eyes there was a furious desire to take revenge for the humiliation. One of the men raised his head and looked around and said that the guy had already left. Grinning his bloody mouth angrily, the man said into the void, "Does Steve really think that he has no connections?" and added that these two are already corpses. At this time, Captain Morris entered the office where two men were sitting. He told the manager that it was urgent. The guy at the computer annoyedly asked what he wanted, and Morris asked him to look at something. Our hero's profile opened on the monitor screen, and Morris said that he was a top-level newcomer. The guy was surprised because he only has an F rank and was registered only today. Morris said that this was doubly cool and asked the disgruntled guy to get information about him. He tried to find something, but an inscription appeared on the monitor screen that access was denied. Both were very surprised that access to our hero's data was closed. The guy asked who he was, and Morris asked to look for information about him illegally. The guy dug around for a while and finally said with satisfaction that he had succeeded. Both were surprised by the story of our hero, which they managed to find, and the boy clarified whether he was definitely level F. The guy was also surprised why access to information about Steve was blocked at all. He also noticed that the information did not indicate which class our hero belongs to, and this aroused even more interest. Morris asked the boy to test our hero's skills, but after checking the information, the guy could only ask in shock what kind of bread and water. Morris didn't understand the guy's answer and asked him what he meant. The guy, confused, asked the man if Steve had really caught Sheik using only bread and water. They immediately imagined our hero throwing buns and water bottles at a huge man, and he asked him to stop. The guy also noticed that they say our hero disappeared 10 years ago and added that this is very suspicious. The boy suggested that Steve might be a government agent, and Morris said that he might be a hunter. The man did not want to believe that in the end our hero turned out to be a statesman. The kid told him to give up because he was almost 100% a government agent. The guy smugly said that he had already found out everything about him, and Morris thought that this was precisely why he was so cold. The man sighed heavily and suggested the guy go for coffee. Coming out of the office, Morris still could not calm down and asked why the agent should participate in this. The man asked the guy to continue to follow him, and the guy again told the man to give up. Morris got angry and said that he was just asking to keep an eye on him in case something strange happened, but the guy stubbornly refused. Not realizing that they were trying to find out something about him, our hero came to the hospital to visit his brother. He entered the room and asked his brother if he had woken up yet. Chad was looking out the window. His head was bandaged, but overall he looked cheerful and was very happy to see his brother. Steve put out a bunch of different fast food, and Chad asked why he bought so much again, to which our hero replied that he would get better faster that way. Our hero asked his brother if he felt better, and the guy replied that tomorrow his bandages would be removed. Chad asked if our hero had an exam day tomorrow, and he said that was right. The guy said that if he passes the exam and joins the guild, it will be great. Steve closed his eyes, remembering that in the jungle he was the king of the forest. He thought that after this, how could he live in this world under someone's protection? Chad knew what our hero was thinking about and invited him to find out about the guilds for him. but Steve said that this was not necessary because he planned to create a guild himself. The brother was surprised by the news that our hero wants to create his own guild and not join it. The day of the exam arrived. It was held in the Awoken Bureau building. The blonde with a katana, Jean, was also in this building and walked along the corridor. Suddenly, a man from behind called her name and the girl turned around in surprise. This man was the head of the department, and Jean asked him what he wanted. The man asked if the girl had any problems lately, and she asked in surprise why he thought that. The man shouted that in the block assigned to the girl there had already been a commotion twice, and if a portal had opened there now, the city would no longer exist. The girl was not very surprised by this question, and she asked if they really couldn't do anything without her participation. The man turned from anger to a request, and asked the girl to help him because every morning he solves problems with portals, and this is very difficult. Jean suggested that the man write a letter of resignation, but the man pretended that he heard her and complained of a sore head. Suddenly the man shouted again, asking why she was ruining good swords again. The girl calmly replied that she just couldn't concentrate lately. The man said that he had had enough of her stories and handed the girl a piece of paper, and she asked in surprise what it was. Suddenly the girl got angry and said that this infuriated her because she wanted to rest today, but they were sending her somewhere again. The man said that she was not the only one suffering and added that such a task was not the first time for her. The girl sighed heavily and turning around said that she had enough, and the man shouted after her, asking what was enough for her. The man shouted that it was obvious how oppressive the atmosphere was now, and said that they would stop firing new people, because they needed at least one more for the team. The girl replied that when they take just anyone, they go on missions and die, and this answer angered the man. People were already crowding inside the building waiting for the exam. Someone said that they had to pass it this time, and another replied that they were taking it for the 4th time. One guy recorded himself on camera. He said that he was taking an exam and asked for support so that he could pass. He promised that if he passed the exam and received the title, he would definitely film hunting content. The guy thanked me for the donation of $20 and told me where I could find a link to support him. At that moment, 3 men in red caps entered the hall, looking around. Seeing them, the boy said that their guards would come in soon, but filming was prohibited here, so he said goodbye. Having finished the broadcast, the guy turned around and saw the gaze of our hero standing behind him. Steve looked carefully at the guy's phone, and he asked if this was the first time he'd seen someone broadcasting. Our hero asked in surprise who the guy was talking to now, but he just waved him off and asked to leave him alone. Steve told the guy that he was interesting, and he called him an old man. The performance began on the podium. The guys in red caps were instructors, and the man at the lectern began to say that he was the invigilator for the 3 days of the exam. He said that the 21 guards stationed here would also accompany them for the next 3 days and 2 nights. The crowd of people who came to the exam began to line up. Some wanted to get to certain examiners, but everyone didn't want to get to Jean, because everyone who gets to her immediately flies out. The man at the podium said that everyone who entered had received tickets, and now they would distribute them through a drawing. He continued that everyone whose last name he called would need to go to counter number 1. The man began calling out names and people rushed to their supervisor. It was the turn of the guy who was broadcasting. It turned out that his name was Donnie, and his name was for warden number 15, which greatly upset him. Our hero was also assigned to warden number 15. He approached the right number and was extremely surprised to see his supervisor. Steve immediately recognized the blonde standing at the 15 sign. Our hero smiled contentedly and thought that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl did not pay attention to those approaching and looked ahead, but something caught her attention. She saw our hero standing in her squad and smiling contentedly. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and stared at Steve in surprise. The man announced that since everyone was distributed, they could go to the dormitories assigned to their squads and stay there until further orders. A crowd of examinees wandered towards the hostel. They discussed who they had ended up with, and some complained that they had ended up with a blonde. One group of guys stopped near the room and were surprised that there was even a training room here. The boy walked with his head down. He thought that he had croaked. Since he ended up with the blonde again in front of his subscribers, he acted as if he had already given up everything, and now he was almost excluded. The guys entered the door, number 15. Some were changing clothes, and some were just sitting on the bench. Our hero stood near the locker and noticed Donnie, who was sitting on the bench with his head hanging down. Steve sat down opposite him and asked why he was sour, because just recently he was giggling. But the guy didn't answer anything and just looked gloomily at our hero. Donnie looked at Steve smiling and thought he couldn't believe this old man was on his team. The guy displeasedly asked our hero why he should be happy, but he did not understand the question. Donnie asked if Steve knew the character of that blonde, because it was not for nothing that she was called a witch. Our hero was surprised that Jean was called a witch and frowned. And the guy continued to say that if she wasn't in the mood, she would kill the whole squad, and complained that it looked like they wasted 2,000. Steve didn't understand Donnie's claims, and said that if you failed, that means you're a weakling, What does the warden have to do with it? But these words clearly offended the boy, and he angrily asked what our hero said. Donnie thought that our hero was looking down on him, so he didn't like him from the first second of meeting him. But Steve didn't understand why the boy was so angry and openly looked into his eyes. Donnie asked why he was talking to him so informally, because our hero clearly looked younger. Steve smiled and asked if the guy wanted to deal with him. This was an interesting place for this. The guys in the locker room froze, listening to the brewing scandal. Donnie got really mad and asked our hero if he really thought he was a weakling. And our hero decided to answer this rhetorical question by saying yes. This answer infuriated Donnie, and he told our hero that he was a corpse. He told Steve to follow him, unbuttoning and taking off his jacket along the way. Jean entered the locker room of squad number 15 and was surprised to find no one there. She became angry, wondering where all the guys from her squad could have gone. And the guys were in the training room and admired the size of the cage, joking that you could kill in it. Donnie and Steve stood in the cage, and the guys around them were rushing them, saying that if they were caught, they would be kicked out. And the other guy said that since they were in the blonde squad, they would all be kicked out anyway. Donnie called our hero a moron and said that he was showing off by looking at him. The guy asked if our hero hadn't heard about Stone TV, and he was a budding YouTuber fighter. But Steve didn't understand what the guy meant and asked what a YouTuber was. Maybe food. This question completely angered Donnie, and he said that Steve was definitely mocking him. The guys behind the cage began to support Donnie, shouting, "Keep it up!" The guy made a series of blows in the air and said that his hobby is to straighten the brains of people like our hero, adding that he has a lot of views on the video from the exam, and he doesn't want to stop. Steve listened silently to the guy's monologue all this time and smiled and said only, "Interesting." Donnie yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and called him crazy as he prepared to fight. He began to close the distance and told our hero to hold his blow. Donnie swung his fist at our hero's face and he stood motionless. Suddenly someone shouted enough, and turning towards the voice, everyone saw that it was the warden who had come. Donnie turned around looking at her and thought only, "Blonde witch." The girl angrily shouted for everyone to run away from here. All the guys immediately flew out of the training room, saying that now they were definitely dead. Rising into the ring to the guys, Jean asked if they really wanted to fly out so badly that they decided to go all out. Donnie forced a tense smile and said that everything was wrong, trying to justify himself to the warden. The girl stopped this conversation and offered to immediately get rid of one of them. The guys looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she meant. The girl, with an ominous smile, said that the one who loses will fly out of here and ordered to begin. The guys stared at the girl in shock when they heard her order. Donnie smiled nervously and thought that the girl was definitely crazy. But our hero understood the order and was not against carrying it out, approaching the boy threateningly. Donnie prepared for battle and said that our hero asked for it himself, asking him not to cry later. Steve smiled cheerfully and said that he even felt sorry for the boy. Donnie angrily raised his fist and told him to shut up and move already. And the next second, our hero's fist flew straight into the boy's face, and his blow missed. Donnie passed out after the first blow and fell face down on the floor. Our hero silently looked at Donnie lying on the floor, but did not unclench his fists. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clearly did not expect our hero to win. But Steve was clearly up to something and just smiled slyly, without saying a word. Looking at his satisfied smile, the girl realized that it was Steve who was the instigator and decided that he was a bad person. The girl remembered his appearance from the portal and thought that from the first day he had irritated her and smelled unusual. But Steve didn't hear her thoughts and asked what she was worth. Didn't she want to try too? The girl did not understand his proposal and, frowning, looked questioningly at the guy. And the guy repeated the offer and said that if she wanted, she could come up here. Finally, Jean realized what exactly the guy was offering and got angry. Our hero offered peaceful terms. If he wins, she will not expel the boy for losing. The girl looked at Steve as if he were a stupid child and said that this was simply unthinkable. But she decided not to refuse, took off the katana hanging from her belt and put it on the floor. Jean boldly entered the arena and stood opposite our hero. Tilting her head slightly to the side, she asked Steve if he was unusual. But our hero did not understand what we were talking about and asked what these unusual ones were. The girl suddenly launched an attack and told the guy that if he survived, she would definitely tell. But our hero was on the alert. He immediately saw that the girl was attacking and prepared to defend himself. He easily dodged Jean's first blow and opens to the side. He parried the next blow with his hand, and the girl resolutely struck a new one. Jean unleashed a flurry of blows on our hero, not sparing him, but he dodged or defended himself from each of them. At first, the girl attacked only with her fists, but she got the hang of it and started kicking. But even from these blows, Steve easily defended himself, as if without straining at all. Suddenly our hero tensed, sensing something was wrong, and his eyes widened. The girl was preparing for a blow that was impossible to dodge, and told the guy that if he won, he could ask for something else. Jean somersaulted backwards in the air, kicking our hero and sending him flying backwards. It seemed that Steve had lost consciousness. He flew back and showed no signs of life. The girl looked at the guy and thought that everything was somehow strange. Obviously that everything was not so simple. Jean landed easily on her feet and looked in the direction where our hero had flown. But in fact, our hero pretended to lose consciousness, and instead of hitting the bars, he landed on it. Steve admired the girl and said that she was stronger than she seemed. Jean was amazed and wondered how our hero could even take her blow. She decided not to think for a long time and immediately launched an attack without waiting for our hero to strike back. The girl became enthusiastic and said with a smile that now she would not give in. Jean kicked the guy in the stomach with such force that splinters flew from the ring. Our hero fell to the floor with his back, and the girl launched an attack from above, preparing to deliver the final blow. But Steve easily dodged this blow, jumping to the side. Jean began to throw a lot of punches, and our hero only defended himself from them. The girl decided to sneakily kick him, but Steve easily parried this blow. Our hero took the next kick, sitting on his haunches and defending himself with one hand, and the other clenched into a fist. He smiled slyly, showing that he not only could not hit, but was waiting for an opportune moment and swung his fist. The girl clearly did not expect this attack and only managed to curse. The fist hit the girl in the stomach, around which a blue glow suddenly appeared. Our hero's fist crashed into the blue light emanating from the girl's hands. But the blow was so strong that the blue light broke into small fragments and the girl fell to the floor. Blue sparks danced around Jean like lightning bolts and she slowly rose from the floor. She couldn't believe that our hero had broken her shield so easily. And our hero clearly got a taste for it and again raised his fist and said that now it was his turn. Jean was still sitting on the floor, and looking at our hero's attack, said out loud that he was definitely crazy. Steve's enthusiasm only flared up and he cried out in satisfaction how much fun he was having. The girl also smiled mischievously and said that the guy was definitely one of the unusual ones, thinking that her instincts had not let her down after all. But our hero did not understand what unusual meant and only looked questioningly at the girl. He was already in the moment to strike when the girl straightened up and extended her hand forward, putting her palm in front of our hero's face. With a serious face, without a hint of a joke, the girl said that she lost. Steve froze in surprise and asked why that was, because it was a lot of fun. Jean replied that this place was too small to use the skills, and promised that next time they would fight in a place where there was more space. Our hero said that he was very sorry and smiled sadly, not intending to continue the fight. The girl got a little angry, said that the guy could say what he wanted, and repeated that she was admitting defeat. Steve asked if there were many women in the world as strong as her, and the girl replied that she didn't think so. Our hero smiled contentedly and said that he then chose her and invited her to give birth to his child. The girl did not believe what she heard and asked again what the guy said. Steve did not see anything surprising in this proposal, and repeated the proposal to make offspring. And at that very second he received a strong slap in the face from Jean, and Donnie woke up from her ringing. The guy opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening, why the brat was getting it from the blonde and why he was lying on the floor. And at this time, Jean, angrily hissing curses, walked away from the ring, looking back at our hero with displeasure. Then the pain began to reach Donnie and he remembered that he lost after the first blow. He sadly remembered the girl's words that if he loses, he will drop out without even going to the exam. Donnie sadly fell to his knees, thinking what a shame it was to fly out so quickly. Suddenly he noticed our hero, who was leaving the ring, and glared at him angrily. He asked Steve, with tears in his eyes from anger, if he felt better after he humiliated him. But our hero answered him with a peaceful smile that he had not lost. Donnie did not understand what our hero meant, and still frowning, he asked him again. And no one participating in this performance noticed that there was a surveillance camera in the training room. And at this time, when Donnie and our hero were talking, a man with glasses was sitting in the office and looking at the monitor screen. There was a mixture of shock and disbelief on his face, and he wondered if Jean had really lost. Our hero told Donnie, who was sitting on the floor, to go and walked forward without looking back. The guy jumped up and said that Jean said that the loser is eliminated. How can he stay? And our hero replied that he asked not to kick him out. Donnie, his cheek red and swollen after being hit by Steve, looked at him in confusion and asked what. The guy asked why the girl hit him then, and Steve replied that it was none of his business. Donnie looked after our hero, trying to understand what happened and how he didn't fly out. Suddenly, Donnie remembered the slap and wondered if they had really agreed that he would stay if our hero withstood the girl's blow. Tears welled up in Donnie's eyes at this thought, and his gaze was full of gratitude. He looked after our hero and thought that he was a man, a real man. The guy's emotions burst out. Tears flowed down his cheeks from gratitude, and he called our hero brother. Donnie stood for a while and then ran after the guy, saying that they would go together. Suddenly, a male voice came from the speaker, saying that Steve needed to go up to the guard's office. The guys stopped in surprise. Donnie asked if his name was, and our hero replied that apparently yes. He came to an ordinary door on which hung a white sign with the inscription, "The Guard's Office." Our hero entered the office and sat down opposite the same man who saw that Jean had lost to him. Steve was a little concerned and asked the man what he wanted. The man took out a voice recorder and warned the guy that everything said in this office would be recorded. The man said that he just saw a sparring with Jean, who is a level B awakened, and asked if our hero is unusual. Steve said that the girl asked him the same thing, and asked again what it meant. The man frowned when he heard this question and silently looked at Steve. He said that apparently our hero has not yet familiarized himself with the information about the Brits portal. The man began to say that now 3 planets are connected to the Earth by a bridge portal. The first planet is Aruka, friendly, where elves and dwarves are the main races, and cultural exchange and land trade take place there. The Earthlings who were there return and spread many skills such as magic and artifact making. The second planet is Kuchan. This is a world in which the Momon tribes and the Chunwan people are fighting for control of the planet. When the portal opens with the Chuan people, an exchange occurs, and when it opens on the Momon lands, a war begins. The last planet is Meteorite, a world inhabited by warlike orcs as well as ferocious monsters, so when a portal opens there, clashes begin. On these 3 planets, there are those who have learned the skills of another world, and returned. Their combat power is difficult to classify as awakened, so they are collectively called unusual. Steve listened boredly to this pile of information, and at the end said that it was all a bit complicated. But when I thought about it, our hero said that in fact there are not 3 planets. The man opposite looked questioningly at our hero, waiting for the continuation of his words. He thought that if our hero was not from one of these planets, then maybe he was raised in the dungeon, but he immediately dismissed this thought, thinking that then he would not be able to defeat level B. Without waiting for our hero's answer, he himself asked where he came from. Steve said that he told everything to that bald doctor, that he lived 1,000 years with wolves. The man froze, listening to our hero's story. He didn't say a word and just looked at him intensely. Steve broke the silence and asked if the conversation was over. The man caught himself and said yes. He was tense, but still forced a smile, and thanked our hero for listening to him, saying that he could return to the dorm. Steve left the office, and the man continued to look thoughtfully at one point, thinking that the conversations turned out to be true after all. A man came into the office and introduced himself as Senior Sergeant Sheldon. The sergeant saluted the man sitting in the chair and asked if he had been called. The man in the chair said that he wanted to assign the guy the place of warden number 15. The sergeant was surprised at first, but then he pulled himself together and asked if Jean really wouldn't come. The man tisked in annoyance, adjusted his glasses, and said that she had run away. Sergeant Sheldon did not believe the answer and asked again how she escaped. The man became serious and said that there was Steve in Team 15. The sergeant needed to keep an eye on him until the end of the exam, and then he needed to send a report on his actions. An announcement was heard from the loudspeakers in the dormitory that everyone needed to put on their uniforms and gather at the stadium. Hearing it, the guys began to grumble, and so it began. In the hall, the guards stood near the numbered plates and gave the order to stand by number. Sergeant Sheldon stood at the sign with number 15 instead of Jean. The guys from his group, seeing that the blonde was not there, were immediately happy about this, and decided that he had displaced the girl. The man in the red cap smiled and said that he was the new warden, and his name was Sheldon. He said that in today's exam, running 100 meters in 9 seconds and 40 triathlons in an hour, asking if it wasn't easy. The guys in the group immediately began to be indignant that this was unfair, because everyone has their own individual characteristics. Meanwhile, a plump girl was running on the treadmill. The supervisor said that she was dropping out because she ran the 100-meter dash in 13 seconds. The girl said that she was a healer, shouldn't they lower the bar? But the warden said that the monsters wouldn't run slower after her if she was a healer. The warden called group number 15 and called Donnie to the start. He said with a smile that 100 meters in 9 seconds was funny, and a guy from his group began to complain that he was already scared. Donnie showed a victory sign with his fingers and asked our hero to root for him. Immediately after the whistle, he rushed to the finish line with a cry of victory, kicking up dust behind him. The warden looked at the stopwatch and said that he ran in 8 seconds, which means he passed. The guy in the red cap called the next one, and it was our hero. Steve stood at the start, resting his feet on special supports, and looked straight ahead. Donnie screamed as hard as he could, supporting the guy while the rest of the group stood on the sidelines watching. Immediately after the warden's whistle, our hero rushed forward with such speed that it was impossible to follow him. Donnie, like all the other witnesses to this race, looked at the clouds of dust in shock, not believing that a person could move like that. At the same moment, a bell rang in the man's office. It was Sergeant Sheldon. He reported that Steve had passed the exam and his results were shocking, adding that he would send a video. The man immediately tensed up and asked about the journalists. The sergeant turned around and saw how the men with cameras perked up and began actively photographing our hero. The woman in the office picked up the ringing phone and introduced herself as the manager of the Returnee Management Bureau, and the caller introduced himself as Major Swan. He said he had just sent over a couple of videos of Steve and asked her to look at them now. Looking at the video, the girl was clearly amazed by what she saw and could only ask what. There was a recording of our hero's race on the screen. The man said that apparently the Major was a liar, and added that it was now becoming obvious that the interview with the doctor was true. Looking at the video, the girl hoped that all the doctor's answers were true. She thought that if the patient was unusual and all his statements were true, then Steve could be a returnee from the fourth unknown planet. The girl gave an order to the man to prohibit journalists from entering. The guy looked at the screen of his phone and was confused. He said that it seemed they were already too late because he had found an already published article about Steve and his outstanding exam results. The girl got angry and told him to immediately deal with the articles and impose a ban. Journalists swooped in like flies on honey, some holding cameras in their hands, some holding video cameras. Our hero was seen. They all began to ask him to say a few words, spend time, or give an interview. Steve looked blankly at the screaming crowd but didn't answer them. At this time, the girl reasoned that if she had gone through the portal without a protective suit, she would have received an F rank due to the dissipation of spatial energy. And then she remembered that problems in the center began just at that time. At the same moment, security guards burst into the hall and began to detain the journalists. And the girl thought that if he really returned from the fourth planet, then the initiative for its development would go to them. Security guards blocked the passage for journalists and did not let them through, despite their requests. The examinees gathered in the table and discussed Steve and the fact that so many journalists had gathered because of him. Journalists were making noise behind the opaque windows, and our hero and Donnie were sitting at the table and eating. The guy looked at our hero with delight, hearing the journalists swearing outside the window. But Steve did not pay any attention to this fuss and calmly devoured a huge portion of lunch. Donnie thought that everything was right. He couldn't faint from a blow from an ordinary guy and only regretted that he hadn't recorded this fight. Steve noticed his gaze and asked what he was looking at. Maybe he had already finished eating. Donnie began to fuss and suddenly offered to bring our hero a drink, because he definitely wanted water. Leaving the table where our hero had already dealt with a mountain of food, Donnie thought that just by looking at the way he eats, you can understand that he is different. After lunch, the guys returned to the undressing room. Our hero lounged on the bench, and Donnie sat opposite. He looked around the lockers and said that there were fewer things because many had fallen through. Suddenly the boy closed his eyes and gasped, as if he had suddenly remembered something. Our hero opened his eyes and asked in surprise what happened. He replied that the next task was a dungeon, and it was profitable to go there in a large group and hoped that other groups would be redistributed. Steve closed his eyes relaxed and said that everything was fine, he didn't need anyone. Donnie was delighted with these words and admired our hero's confidence. The guy said he knew how strong Steve was, but they didn't know what to expect in the dungeon, and it would be nice to have a few different skills. Steve said that was bullshit and changed the subject by saying that when they first met, Donnie was saying something on the phone about what it was, and the guy said it was YouTube. Our hero even got up from the bench, not understanding what kind of word this was, YouTube. Donnie was surprised that he really had not heard of this site and asked if our hero really came down from the mountains, and he said that you could say so. The guy looked at Steve in surprise and wondered what kind of concept this was. Donnie took the phone, walked up to Steve and said that this was YouTube, showing the video. He pointed to a number and said that this is the number of subscribers, and next to it is the number of views. Steve was interested in one video with a lot of views, and Donnie replied that it was a mukbang. In the video, the girl sat in front of a variety of dishes and took a bite of a huge piece of meat, which delighted our hero. Watching Steve watch the video with interest, the boy thought that he had an inhuman appetite. Donnie said that he knows a lot of YouTubers who film similar things and said that he could agree on a joint video. And our hero said that he remembered the promise. The boy smiled condescendingly, looking at Steve's violent reaction. Our hero turned to Donnie and told him that he was a good guy. Donnie remembered how he attracted the attention of journalists, and thought that he had the potential to become a YouTuber because our hero is strong and handsome. As Steve watched the video, he thought it was only a matter of time before the guild recruited him, especially if he gained combat power in the dungeon tomorrow. And our hero repeated that he liked Donnie and offered to join his clan. Hearing this proposal, the boy did not immediately understand what was being said. They sat and looked at each other in silence, Steve waiting for an answer, and Donnie couldn't believe the offer. He was finally able to speak and asked if he was creating a clan and not joining a guild. And our hero calmly replied that everything was exactly like that. Donnie was overwhelmed with emotions. Not only can he join the clan of the most talked about hero, but he will also shoot a video with him. Then this will happen. He remembered his childhood when during a sparring session he fell into the ring after another blow. Donnie thought he had a difficult childhood in poverty. He trained hard but still failed the licensing exam every time, but never gave up. But due to the cataclysm, all his dreams were erased, and his friends suggested that he become awakened and get a license, because there is no money to be made from boxing. Donnie grabbed onto YouTube like a straw, while his friends did not believe that he would succeed. And now, looking at Steve, the boy thought that this was the very good content, and he was finally starting to get lucky. He joyfully said that he would follow our hero even to the end of the world. Steve said that he really liked him, and once again reminded him about the mukbang video. Tears flowed from Donnie's eyes, and he said that he would not forget, but he thought to himself that success depends on connections. Steve asked why the guy suddenly started crying, and he asked not to pay attention to it. Donnie became serious and said that in fact, you can open your own clan with only 3 members. Suddenly, the guys heard the door to the locker room open sharply and someone enter. They turned around and looked questioningly at the newcomer, studying him. A bald guy dressed as a monk stood in the doorway and had a weapon behind his back. The guys looked at the guy in disbelief, waiting for him to say something. But Donnie was the first to speak. He asked where the monk was from. The guy replied that he was assigned to team number 15. His name was Munch. At the end, he added Muamata Buddha. The guys were very surprised, and Donnie asked out loud how it was that he was both a Buddhist and a hunter. The monk did not answer anything, and only looked questioningly at the guys. Suddenly a voice came from the speakers announcing that everyone was invited to gather in the briefing room after they had changed into their combat suits. After hearing the announcement, the guys were surprised that the meeting was about to take place. Donnie grumbled dissatisfiedly that not only were they gathered for the night, but they were also in combat suits. Steve asked thoughtfully if the dungeon raid wasn't tomorrow. The monk said that depending on the circumstances, the raid could begin earlier, and again added Muamata Buddha. Donnie was shocked by the news and asked how they could start without warning. Everyone gathered in the room, and the head warden said it was time to start the briefing. The major began to say that they would go down into the dungeon for the test. It is located at the 5th station and is under the supervision of the Phoenix Guild. When our hero asked about the guild, Donnie said that although this guild is not among the top best, it's also pretty cool. But Steve was interested in something else and asked what it meant under surveillance. Donnie was surprised by that question, and he finally decided that our hero was not from here. He said that it is difficult for the state to manage all the portals that appear and disappear every day, and it hires clans for protection. A private clan that has entered into a contract becomes a guild, and the more dungeons there are, the more the guild will receive. Steve said that, simply put, this is a hunting game where the government can make money, and Donnie confirmed the guess. Our hero thought that he wanted to create a clan because he missed life in the wolf pack. Suddenly, he smiled slyly and said out loud that it was possible to rule an entire state. Donnie continued to say that it's good if you have your own dungeon, but for this you need to get permission to use it. Steve seemed not to listen to him and said that now their goal is to create their own guild. Donnie smiled nervously and said that first they needed to pass the exam. Steve looked at him absent-mindedly, and Donnie thought he seemed like an idiot now. The major continued his instructions. On the screen he showed what the dungeon looks like now and said that it was abandoned 15 days ago, level 1. This is not a simple dungeon, but has its own labyrinth. If the monster is weak, it will be more fun to receive and deliver spatial energy if there is a lot of it. The man said that the briefing for the raid in dungeon number 1 is now starting. Donnie thought that since it's a maze, isn't it the monsters that are the problem? If you don't do something right, you could end up in a trap. He grabbed his head and said out loud that he could use reconnaissance skills now. Steve heard these words and told the guy that he had this skill. Donnie was happy at first and then began to think that the exam had not yet started, and he had already acquired a skill that was worth more than 20,000. Suddenly the guy had a thought. What if our hero is actually a rich man? The monk looked thoughtfully ahead, almost not listening to what was being said around him. Donnie caught his attention by asking about his awakening skill. Munch looked down thoughtfully as if deciding whether to speak or not. After thinking, he decided to talk about his skills, but he said only one word: Thevarada. The monk's thoughts were transported to memories of the past and the attack of monsters. Munch sat in the temple, opposite the Buddha statue, and meditated. In his hands was a Tibetan bowl, with the help of which he produced a sound that spread throughout the entire temple area. It seemed that the monsters heard this sound and were attracted to it. Soon a huge pile of monsters gathered near the temple and everyone rushed towards the temple building. Another monk burst into the room where Munch was meditating, shouting for him to stop immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the monk asked what brought him here at such a late hour. But the man just shouted for him and the main monks to get out of here immediately. At the same moment, a huge monster appeared behind the monk, preparing to attack. The monk was pulled out of his memories by the major's voice, announcing that the briefing was over. The guys continued to look questioningly at the monk, and Donnie quietly asked what was wrong with him. The major said that they were moving to the target point and began attacking the monsters under the supervision of the guards, and reminded them to read the manual again. The man said that he wished everyone good luck and the buses left for their destination. The buses arrived at the portal, glowing with blue light, and were watched from above from a helicopter. The guards urged the guys on, asked them to listen to instructions, and warned that if they didn't get together now, they wouldn't get out of there alive. The warden asked Team 15 if they were ready, and Donnie advised Steve to secure his equipment better. Sheldon said that once they got inside, they could pretend he wasn't there, free to act, and added that even if the team did well, they might be left behind because of the individual score. Donnie got a little nervous and said that there were only 3 of them on the team. Would he help them if something happened? Sheldon smiled meaningfully but said nothing and said to move out. Coming off the bus, our hero asked Donnie why he was so scared. The guy smiled guiltily and said that he wasn't scared, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The monk was also calm and asked the warden if it was possible to use a personal weapon. The warden replied that of course it was possible, and the guys moved towards the exit. Donnie was surprised again, this time by the monk, because this is only an exam and he already has a weapon made of dimensional matter ready. The warden at the portal escorted the 14th team and told the 15th to go forward to the right door. Sheldon smiled contentedly and told the guys to come in. The guys entered the portal, listening to the warden say that their team had entered. Steve walked forward and Donnie wondered why he was walking ahead because it was scary. He decided to stop our hero and told him that it was dangerous around. But then he covered his mouth with his hand in fear. He thought that now his grade would be reduced, because the main thing was to enter quietly and get to the safe zone. Suddenly, from somewhere on the side, a monster that looked like a skeleton in a robe jumped out at our hero. But Steve didn't even raise an eyebrow and smashed the monster's head with one blow. Donnie said that he attracted the monster with his screams, but they defeated him and added that Steve is perfect, as expected. Donnie asked Steve if he would use the reconnaissance skill if something went wrong. Suddenly everyone heard a click, and the tile under one of the guy's feet began to shine. Munch looked at his feet in surprise when he heard a click. Donnie immediately realized what kind of tile it was, and began telling his comrades about it. And along with the word, trap, a hail of arrows fell on the guys. The monk reacted instantly and quickly grabbed the weapon behind his back. He returned to the memory of the attack on the temple when the military fired missiles at the monster. His mentor, who tried to save the guy, fought off the monsters with all his might. He was all wounded, but did not give up. Munch cried and asked the man to forgive him, because everything happened through his fault. The missiles reached the monsters, and the temple was destroyed along with them. And now on the battlefield, Munch deftly fought off a hail of arrows with a stick, which had been behind his back all this time. Donnie admired his skills and said he had excellent weapon skills. Suddenly a click was heard again from under someone's foot, and the stove lit up white. The floor under the guy's feet was scorched, and the 3 of them flew down. After the fall, Steve and Munch stood on their feet, but Donnie was lying in a pile of stones and moaning quietly. He lay on his back and lamented what would happen to his dream now. Suddenly, from the depths of the tunnel ahead, a growl and some sounds were heard. Donnie jumped to his feet and told the guys that they were apparently a monster magnet. Munch prepared for battle, apologizing to the guys because his monk skills attract monsters. Donnie was shocked to hear that Munch's skills were attracting monsters, but Steve was happy and said that this was even good, because now he wouldn't have to look for everyone. Steve looked forward seriously and said that it was even better because he was too lazy to look for everyone one by one. Munch looked questioningly at our hero, not expecting such a reaction from him. Steve jumped into the air, doing a somersault as lightly as if his body weighed as much as feathers. Donnie was delighted with such a jump and wondered out loud if he was even human. Once at the top, Steve told Munch that he liked him and invited him to join the clan. The monk looked at our hero in surprise and asked what he meant. And at this time a crowd of monsters was approaching our heroes. Steve turned around, calmly looking at the crowd of approaching enemies. He activated the intelligence skill and his eyes began to flicker blue. Thanks to his skill, he was able to identify the most important monster in this crowd. Steve saw the monster he needed. It was a skeleton in a red robe. Having accelerated to inhuman speed almost from a standstill, our hero headed towards the desired monster. Donnie stared at the crowd in shock and said that it looked like they had screwed up big time. And at the same moment, a large stick fell in front of him and hit the ground with a roar. It was the monk. He shouted from above for Donnie to grab onto it. The boy confidently grabbed the stick, casting aside his fears, and offered to lure the monsters into the pit, and then start hunting for them. Groaning, Donnie somehow climbed out of the hole, holding Munch's staff tightly. Having got out, the guys turned around to the crowd of killed monsters and couldn't believe their eyes. They were in shock, and Donnie could only quietly say that he could go crazy. What is this? Far ahead, Steve told the guys to deal with the monsters along the road and follow him. The guys were inspired by the words of our hero and boldly went forward. And Donnie, smiling provocatively, said that Steve was definitely crazy. Munch easily scattered the attacking monsters with the help of his weapon, and they scattered in different directions. The monk wondered if our hero had really learned about the trap using the intelligence skill and was surprised by the speed of the skill and the strength of the guy. One of the monsters was approaching our hero from behind, moving along the wall. Having dealt with the monster ahead, Steve turned towards the noise, looking at the approaching skeleton from behind. But he did not have time to get closer to our hero, because the stick stuck into his neck. It was Munch who threw his weapon at the approaching monster as Donnie shouted encouragement. And Steve finished off the monster with one kick, and bones flew from him in different directions. At the observation headquarters, one of the soldiers said that there was a team returning from the dungeon, and the second was surprised because only 30 minutes had passed. Major Swan came closer and said that the dungeon usually takes 5 hours and asked for the team number. Watching the guys come out of the portal, the soldier said that this was team number 15, and their vital signs were normal. Swan dialed the sergeant's phone number and asked why the guys were already returning. Sergeant Sheldon, who was watching the guys, said that they were returning because they had already finished. He added that it is difficult to understand the statistics of the first level from the video, but even so, the performance of our hero is at the highest level. The city street was filled with people. Some were leisurely strolling, others were in a hurry to run errands, and several people gathered near one of the signs, animatedly discussing what they had seen. And among these people, Donnie, with a camera in his hands, talked to his viewers, promising to show the life of Steve's clan. He read a comment where they asked what he would show today, and the guy happily replied that today he would show the clan's housewarming party. From the building with the sign, Steve's clan, came the cheerful voice of Donnie, who was about to introduce the person in charge of food and simply the breadwinner of this clan. A granny appeared in the frame, chopping greens, and Donnie asked her to say hello to his subscribers. The concentrated expression on his face changed to a frightening grimace, and the granny with a knife in her hand told Donnie to leave behind. Otherwise, she would let him in for dinner. Donnie's ear began to bleed from fright, but he didn't answer his grandmother. Bill was sitting at the table with his dad, and he asked why Granny wanted to let the guy in for dinner. And Donnie responded to the comment that she was not a gangster at all. The next commenter asked why they had a Buddha statue. Donnie said that it belongs to someone they had seen before. The third member of Steve's clan, a monk who attracts with his strength. Donnie entered the room with a camera in his hands, greeting the guys. Steve turned to him, greeting him. Donnie showed Munch, who was sitting at the dining table laden with food, and said that he was the same monk. The guy asked the monk to say hello, but he was embarrassed and couldn't squeeze out a word. Still, Munch gathered his strength and showed the audience his bat, saying that he had to go through a lot, but the scream did not let him finish. A white truck pulled up to the house, and Chad, who was driving, shouted to Steve that everything was ready. The guys ran to the van with satisfied smiles, and Donnie asked to give them an invoice. A white van raced through dilapidated streets, and a quadcopter with a camera hung above them. Steve noticed him and asked what this thing was, offering to smash it, and Donnie sighed sadly that he didn't even know about drones. The guy in the van said that they were now heading to the 4th station, the 30-gate quest. He asked if they saw the blue portal and added that it would be a significant day, the first quest of Steve's clan. Donnie said with a smile that his video memory was a skill, and he would upload the video to YouTube when they returned. The guys entered the portal. There were a lot of bats around them. Steve was surprised at this, and Donnie said that this was their dungeon. The boy asked if our hero had a long-range skill, and he replied that he didn't have such a thing. Donnie frowned thoughtfully and asked how they would catch the monsters then. Munch, who had been silent until then, confidently told them to leave it to him. Steve and Donnie looked at the monk in surprise and disbelief. Munch got down on one knee and began to hit the bowl with his stick, which began to ring. Above the guys' heads, the bats began to gather together. Donnie asked in surprise whether it was because of the monk's thing that they began to behave this way. The bats began to gather in a flock and began to rapidly approach the guys. All the mice flew towards the monk, who was already ready for battle and raised his bat, preparing to repel the attack. Munch began to swing the bat furiously, and a ring of fire formed in front of him, burning the bats. Suddenly, a bat of unimaginable size appeared in front of the monk, and Donnie exclaimed enthusiastically that they had finally completed this dungeon. At the same moment, Steve struck the giant bat, cutting it in half. Finishing off the remaining mice, Donnie said contentedly that the mission was accomplished. Sitting above the mountain of killed monsters, Steve said that the door had opened and they needed to hurry, and Donnie said that he would make another one. At the headquarters, the guy approached the girl sitting at the table, and she sighed heavily, looking at the monitor. The guy reported that they had gone around the headquarters of 4 stations and could complete 20 missions a day, and now they had incinerated a dungeon nearby. Reading the comments under Donnie's video, the girl grabbed her head and said that they barely imposed an embargo. But it turned out that Steve was a streamer in the clan. The guy said that this video was already in 3rd place and asked if they needed to do something. The girl replied that she was aware of the popularity of the video, but suddenly something distracted her attention. It was a video of the fight between the Russian bear Mikhail and Hero. The video stated that he silenced him with his special move and named his next opponent. Hero's next opponent, a tall brunette with long hair, looked strong and confident. He was also unusual. In the video, they asked the question, what if the state hastily intervenes and faces the second appearance of the guy? The girl suddenly got up from the table and told the guy to get ready for contact with our hero. She confidently took the jacket and said that she would go to the meeting in person. The market square was lively, with sellers loudly inviting customers, offering their goods. Our guys were sitting at a table in a cafe. Chad asked if Munch would come, and Donnie confirmed it. Steve asked with interest where he had gone, because there were no temples anywhere nearby. Chad said that Munch was living in the city with the survivors of his temple, and Donnie complained that without him, their effectiveness was declining. Chad asked Steve if it wasn't a good idea to take a day off since their clan had done so well. Donnie was happy about this news. Chad said that their capital was already 80,000, and Donnie said that now they can go down to the second-level dungeons. Donnie was happy. All he did was collect stones and had already earned 2,000, and now they can go down to the second-level dungeons. Steve looked questioningly at the rather grinning guy. Donnie looked at the monitor with a smile, rejoicing at the award he received. And next to him, Steve saw the guy's name, rank, and profession. Steve folded his arms, thinking that he had bought 3,000 worth of skills and had already outsold many. After thinking, our hero smiled and said that since this was the case, today would definitely be a day off. Chad closed the laptop and said that he was taking his son and grandma to the park. And Steve saw next to him a sign with his name and the phrase, "No information." A granny came into the room and brought some food for the puppy. Next to her there was also the inscription, "No information." But next to Pekka, there was information about the level and power. Steve wondered if dogs could awaken too. After some thought, he called his brother and he responded in surprise. He said that his brother had been working on the car a lot lately, and Chad replied that it was hard to buy and even more expensive to fix. Steve smiled and invited his brother to go and buy a brand new car. The younger brother's eyes sparkled with joy when he heard this proposal. Steve was clearly up to something, and with a sly smile, he agreed with his brother. Our hero also turned to the puppy and called him with him, from which Pecky began to cheerfully wag his tail. The manager showed a blue car, a Hyundai Dragon, and Chad said in delight that this was the dream car for all mercenaries. The manager continued to say that the fuel for this car is heliotrope, and with a price of 80 million, it is considered the best on the market. Steve asked his brother, beaming with joy, if he liked the car, and he answered, "Of course." Our hero told the manager that he had cash and asked if they could pick up the car right away. The brand new blue car raced through the destroyed city, and Chad truly enjoyed the ride. He was delighted and said that this car was simply something and could not compare at all with his old van. Smiling contentedly, Steve replied that even in the passenger seat the ride was amazing and added that he should have bought it a long time ago. Chad asked why they were going to the 4th station, entrance 23rd, since it had been closed for a long time. Our hero became serious and said that Shell had told him a long time ago that he couldn't wake up because he didn't have money. The smile disappeared from the guy's face, and he looked questioningly at Steve, not understanding what he was getting at. With the same serious look, our hero replied that he would wake up today. Hearing these words, Chad was shocked and sweat covered his face. The blue car drove further and further, passing destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. Chad continued to drive forward. Fear and panic rolled over the guy, but he did not utter a word. Suddenly, Packy, who had been sitting quietly in the back seat, bristled and began to growl. Steve smiled and asked the dog if he could answer if he smelled the goblins. Upon hearing this, Chad said he wasn't ready right now and asked if they could just leave. But Steve didn't listen to him. He got out of the car, said that he would be back soon, and asked him to wait. Chad panicked, reached towards the door where Steve had just come out and asked him not to leave. But Steve did not hear his request, since only dust remained in his place, and our hero was already rushing forward. Chad looked at the place where Steve had just been and was amazed and shocked by the speed of his older brother. Meanwhile, in the instant loans office, they couldn't forget the two brothers. The men watched a video on YouTube with our heroes. One asked if it was really him, and the second answered that yes, and he is now a YouTube star. The man said that our hero is unusual and it is impossible to measure his strength, and the man in the chair irritably said that then the mercenary would not be able to cope with him. The man standing was indignant that he couldn't just sit here with his hands folded. The man at the computer asked for a list of all the guilds they cooperate with, and the second one said that if this is Station 4, then it is Mr. Vincent. They remembered the mercenary for whom removing a person is not a problem because he had already removed 6 debtors. Baring his teeth in an ominous smile, the man at the table said to call Vincent and give him as much money as he asked. Leaden clouds were gathering over the city, foreshadowing not just rain, but a real thunderstorm. The rain caught the grandmother who was sheltering Chad and his son while shopping, and she said that they had to hurry. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of her, blocking the road. 3 people in black suits got out of the car, 2 men and a woman. The woman approached the grandmother, showed her ID, saying that they were from the bureau, and asked how they could see Steve. The grandmother said nothing and just silently examined the people and the ID. The thunderstorm also caught Chad, who at that time was still sitting in a brand new car waiting for his brother. The guy muttered that he couldn't see anything because of the rain, and Steve had been gone for 30 minutes. Suddenly Packy bristled and growled, looking somewhere ahead. At the same moment, the head of a giant monster crashed into the glass of the car door, scaring the guy. The monster's body slowly slid down, and only the clawed paw and the wheezing of the creature were visible. The car door swung open, scaring Chad even more. It was Steve. He told the guy to get out. The guy was very scared, but when he saw Steve, he calmed down a little. The guy stood around the monster lying on the ground and bleeding. Despite his wounds, the goblin continued to growl and tried to attack the guys. Chad screamed in fear when the monster tried to attack him and covered himself with his hands. A knife fell on the wet ground, and the sound of its fall echoed down the street. Steve turned to his little brother and seriously told him to follow him. Killing monsters. Chad frightenedly grabbed the knife and stammered, asking Steve to stop. Hearing his brother's request, Steve turned around and sternly asked him what happened. Stuttering, Chad asked our hero if he had to wake up. But Steve was adamant and said, "If you are weak and cannot survive, kill." The younger brother sadly lowered his head, realizing that he could no longer argue with his brother. Suddenly the monster lying on the ground jumped up, baring its toothy mouth. Little Pecky stood in front of him, baring his teeth, ready to fight when ordered. Without hesitation, Steve gave the order to Pekka to bite the monster. The kid boldly rushed forward towards the monster, obeying the order of our hero. Pecky grabbed the goblin's paw with his teeth, despite the fact that the monster was many times larger. The goblin grabbed the puppy by the head with its huge paw, trying to unhook it from his hand. Steve had no intention of intervening and calmly said that Pecky was too young, adding that if Chad didn't intervene, the baby would die. With tears in his eyes, his younger brother begged Steve not to do this. A flash of lightning tore the black sky, and with it, Steve shouted loudly, "Kill him!" Chad was breathing heavily and looked at the knife in fear, clutching it with both hands. And while he was thinking, the monster had already unhooked Pecky from his hand and was ready to grab him with its teeth. Chad swung his knife with a scream. He understood that if he didn't do anything, Pecky would die. The guy forcefully stuck the knife into the monster's head, and splashes of blood flew in different directions. The monster's lifeless hand fell to the ground, releasing Pecky from its clawed paws. But one blow was not enough for our hero, and he shouted for Chad to continue. Screaming in anger, Chad swung his hand and began to frantically thrust the knife into the monster. Chad threw the bloody knife away from him, and a bloody stream flowed from it along the wet ground. The guy fell to his knees. He was breathing heavily and forcefully pushing air into his lungs. Chad looked at his bloody hands in horror, not believing what had happened. Steve walked up to his younger brother and, looking down at him, told him to hold the blade. Tears streamed down Chad's blood-stained face, and, clenching, he told his brother that he couldn't take it anymore. But Steve was relentless and repeated that if he didn't kill, they would kill him. Suddenly, Pecky jumped up and began to growl threateningly. Chad's eyes widened in fear when he heard the puppy growl, because Pecky was growling at the monster that was approaching the guys. Steve, without a trace of emotion, told his brother to kill the monsters because they didn't have much time. Our hero turned around and walked away from Chad, not intending to help him. Looking at the back of his departing brother, Chad again pitifully called him, and tears welled up in his eyes again. A scene from the past appeared before my eyes again when the bullies mocked Chad and Steve walked by. He walked with his head down, pretending not to notice how his younger brother was being bullied. And then, as now, Chad reached out to his brother, called him, and asked him not to leave. But Steve in the past, without even turning around, moved on. So now, in the pouring rain, Chad saw the back of his older brother retreating. Tears streamed down Chad's cheeks as he called for his brother again, realizing that he would not come. And along with this thought came the realization that the fear on the guy's face was replaced by determination, and his gaze became stern. The younger brother watched his older brother leave, but did not call him again or ask him to come back. Chad reached out and picked up the bloody dagger he had dropped earlier. The goblin growled and bared its toothy mouth, intending to kill Chad. As if in a trance, the guy began to rise, tightly clutching the dagger in his hand. He said quietly that his brother had always been like this, without addressing anyone. Lightning again illuminated the sky, and with it Chad rushed from his place to the screaming goblin. He pierced the monster's head with such force that the tip of the knife came out of his head. Chad woke up, his eyes glowing red, and he hissed quietly for the screaming monster to shut up. He plunged the knife deeper into the screaming monster's mouth, ignoring the splashes of blood. There was no longer any fear or fright on Chad's face, but only bloodlust and hatred. He pressed the blade even harder and yelled for the monster to shut up already. The dagger came out of the monster's head, cutting it in half, leaving a fountain of blood in its wake. But this was no longer enough for Chad, and he bent over the body of the monster, screaming, "Die." He plunged the dagger into the dead body again and again, still screaming for it to come down. Chad stood over the body of the torn goblin. He was breathing heavily and the air whistled out of his mouth. The rain continued to pour as the guy raised the dagger to his face. Lightning illuminated the sky and the face of Chad, who seemed to be distraught and smiled, looking at the dagger. At that moment, another goblin approached him, clutching his hand with a dagger, and his mouth was very close to Chad's face. The goblin fell on the guy, and together they flew down to the ground. Chad plunged his dagger into the goblin's toothy, drooling mouth. He formed a stronger blade, cutting the carotid artery, and blood flowed like a fountain onto the guy. Having dealt with the goblin, Chad walked forward, muttering under his breath that it was sticky and going up his arm, that feeling when you cut flesh. The crazy smile did not leave the guy's face, and he whispered nonsense. "What are you doing? Don't save me." Looking at the building on the roof of which our hero was sitting, Chad laughed. Steve saw that his brother had awakened, and his status had become a cold-blooded killer, which surprised the guy. Looking down at the guy, Steve said what a cute little brother he had. Already louder, Steve asked Chad if he happened to work part-time at a meat slaughterhouse. Chad was unrecognizable. His eyes were crazy and hatred and lust for murder were visible in them. But Steve did not react to his brother's changes and told him to get up. Giggling stupidly, Chad obeyed his brother, but the aggression was still visible in his eyes. Steve said they would end up here, and behind him lay half-dead goblins, dozens, maybe hundreds, wheezing and growling. The rain still did not stop when, having dealt with the monsters, the guys came to the Bureau of the Awakened. They walked up to the counter. Steve stood with a frown on his face, and Chad was unrecognizable because he was completely covered in goblin blood. The girl at the reception was clearly surprised by this duo and asked what business they were on. Steve pointed at the bloody Chad and said that he had just woken up. The girl said that first he needed to wash himself, then undergo a quarantine inspection, and then come to the measuring room on the 3rd floor. Walking up the stairs, Chad asked what kind of measuring room it was. The guy replied that there is a device that measures strength. If the number is more than 100, then he will be registered as an awakened rank F. Steve complained that he failed the test last time because he got a 96, but Chad didn't believe him. The guys came to the strength measurement room and Chad was asked to lie down. The guy was put on a special suit and connected to a machine that measured strength. The device showed 111 points and the employee said that he could go to the Hall of Manifestation of Abilities. The doctor turned to Steve and asked if he wanted to measure the strength too. Our hero agreed and lay down in the apparatus in which Chad had just been lying. Steve closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the machine that measured force. Suddenly he saw many eyes in front of him, and a sign that said that someone was watching him, and information about him was in. Part of the text was hidden. Steve opened his eyes and saw that his strength was now 189. But even this did not shock the guy as much as the picture he saw while measuring the strength. The doctor, looking at the indicators, said that the rumors do not lie and his strength is growing at an incredible speed and soon he will become level E. Steve was not interested, and he asked the doctor who the creator of this device was. The doctor laughed at the strange question and said that it was created by scientists. But Steve didn't understand why the doctor was so amused and asked which scientists he was talking about. The girl at the reception handed Chad an awakened ID and a box with a phone. She said the phone was a gift and added that he received a score good enough for a mercenary. Steve praised the guy for his excellent job and he sheepishly thanked him. Our hero asked if he saw anything strange when the strength was measured, and he replied that he saw nothing. He assumed that he was simply too sensitive and asked about his brother's skill. Chad clearly didn't like his skill because he sadly pronounced its name, Decapitation. Suddenly the same blonde walked past the guys, surrounded by several subordinates. Steve noticed her immediately and turned around in surprise. Our hero ran after the girl and joyfully shouted to her, "Blondie, surprise her subordinates with this." Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned around and looked questioningly at our hero. One of the guys asked in surprise who addressed their leader like that, asking if he really wanted to die. Another guy recognized our hero and said that Steve and everyone else knew who he was. With a peaceful smile, Steve apologized for what he had said earlier, adding that he was not used to talking to civilized people. But the girl interrupted him, saying that everything was clear to her and suggested that they never meet again. Jean moved on, and the guys began to discuss how quickly she rejected our hero. The other guy said she didn't blow him off, it was just a small argument. Jean thought Steve was crazy, remembering what he just said, not believing it was a mistake. Jean and her subordinates walked away, but their conversations could be heard. One said that there was definitely something between them. The second suggested that she was getting married, and the third said that Steve would have saved them. Jean shouted at them, asking if they were going to get up, and the guys quickly ran forward. Steve looked after them thoughtfully and said, "It's a pity that she has the character of a vixen." A black car stood near a building with a sign, Steve's Clan. Inside, two people clinked glasses of booze, nearly spilling the contents. The girl from the bureau drank it with pleasure and said that the strawberry liqueur was perfect. Granny said that young people like it. Her son-in-law insisted on it for 10 years, but never got around to trying it. While finishing the tincture, the girl sincerely said that she wished death to all monsters.
Granny burst into a smile, saying that she spoke very beautifully.
The girl in turn said that this soup with dumplings was the best in her life, and the granny added that it would be ideal for drinking. The girl noticed that Steve was late, and at that same moment the granny said that he had finally arrived. Steve and Chad walked into the room where the granny and the girl were sitting and looked at them in surprise. Bill ran out to meet them. He was glad to see Dad and Pekka return. The boy ran into his dad's arms and asked what took him so long, and Chad asked if he had a good time. While father and son were talking, a girl approached Steve and addressed him. Steve was wary and asked who she was, but despite his question, he already saw her name and rank on the sign, A2. The girl said that she was manager Melissa from the group, for managing those returned from the Awoken Bureau. Steve asked why she was here, and the girl replied that she had come to make contact with him. Our hero did not expect such an answer and asked what exactly she wanted. Melissa asked if he knew the official name of the repatriate, and our hero replied that he had no idea. The girl mysteriously lowered her voice and said that they were called coordinators. Steve was surprised, but the name interested him. Melissa asked if he went through the red portal when he returned. The guy said yes, and she said that such a portal means that the repatriate has fulfilled the conditions for safe return. But Steve didn't understand this story and asked what it meant. The girl explained that this portal would appear again and would work in both directions, and our hero asked where it would appear. Instead of answering, the girl raised her hand and pointed forward at our hero. But Steve again did not understand what this meant and looked questioningly at the girl. The girl explained that the portal will appear next to the coordinator, that is, next to him. Our hero rubbed his chin thoughtfully, digesting the information received. He remembered the pack of wolves with whom he had lived for 10,000 years in another world, and thought that he could meet them. Melissa said that their administration suggests that this will be a fourth, new planet. The girl added that if their guess was correct, then their country would have the only planetary portal in the world to the fourth planet. But all this was not interesting to Steve, and he asked when this portal would appear. Melissa replied that the portal would appear within 99 days. Our hero asked the next question, asking what she needed from him. Melissa said that until the portal opens, he cannot travel abroad. Steve did not expect such a condition and asked in surprise why. The girl answered directly that they did not want Steve to become the second hero. But our hero was not familiar with this name, and he asked who he was. Melissa was surprised that Steve was not familiar with Hero's case. She said that Hero is #1 in the world, and he used to be a citizen of their country. Steve asked interestedly what this meant. The girl said that in the first days after the disaster, the government detained many returnees because there was little information about the unusual ones. Hero was a Class B awakened. After returning, he escaped from the institution, and the gate to the planet Kuchan, which is now in another country, was created by him. She asked if Steve knew what the size industry was, and added that if the portal was activated while Steve was abroad. Because of this, their country will suffer great losses, and after that Steve understood everything. And the first thing he asked after this story was what he would get in return. Melissa was ready for such a question and asked what he wanted. Steve said that he wanted to promote the clan to a guild, and expand the territory of Steve's guild. All this time, Donnie overheard the conversation behind the wall and was shocked by such conditions. The girl didn't mind and said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. Then Steve remembered that he hadn't asked the most important thing. Melissa was used to conducting such negotiations and boldly asked what our hero wanted to know. Steve asked how he would know about the portal's appearance. The girl replied that an agent would be sent, specializing in searching for small-sized energy faults. She added that this was their best agent, and Steve was intrigued by these words. Jean remembered Steve's offer to create offspring with him, and she was filled with anger. The girl was working out in the training room and screaming angrily. Did he really think she was so simple? Colleagues watched this training in shock, wondering what was wrong again. The girl hit the punching bag with all her strength, and the stuffing flew out of it in different directions. She said that he should have been charged with sexual harassment. Melissa suddenly appeared next to Jean and asked who should be prosecuted for harassment. Jean replied that it didn't matter and that she was not in a good mood right now, and Melissa asked when she had ever been in a good mood. Jean irritably said that she would stop stalling and asked why she came, and received the answer that she was going on a mission. The girl did not like this news, and she irritably asked what kind of mission it was. Melissa handed Jean the mission documents, and the more she read, the more she began to shake. She was so angry that she could only ask why her. Melissa responded immediately, expecting this question, saying that she was a professional. But Jean was not satisfied with this answer, and she asked again why her, to which the girl replied that she was the best. Jean couldn't say anything and just looked at Melissa angrily, as if that might cancel the mission. The girl responded by asking what she thought would happen when the portal opened. Jean already saw what was happening at this moment, and having calmed down, replied that all hell would break loose. Melissa said that if she notices cracks in the space, then she needs to leave with Steve. And until this happens, she needs to be with him at all times. With a malicious grin, the girl repeated the word always again and asked if Jean understood what it meant. And without waiting for an answer, Melissa walked away from the room, giggling at the furious Jean. Looking after the girl, John angrily said that she would definitely write a letter of resignation. Chad sat in his room, holding his head, into which strange thoughts entered. Don't leave. They'll kill you. Don't leave. They'll kill you. The guy was brought out of the abyss of this obsession by the voice of his son, who called him to eat. The guys, as usual, gathered in the cafe, where there was a sign of the clan wall, from where a joyful cry came. Chad asked what it was, and Donnie replied that their clan was doing great. He happily said that Steven's clan could now go down to the second-level dungeons. Steve was happy to hear the news and said it was great. She said that for second-level dungeons you need rank D, and even with warriors there are not many. He asked if it might be better to go down to the first-level dungeons first. Donnie agreed, then immediately added that since he and Steve could go to the second-level dungeons. Steve said that first they will collect more money in the first-level dungeon, and try to strengthen themselves and then think about recruiting new members. Everyone agreed with this decision, and at that moment someone approached them. Donnie was the first to hear someone approaching their table and turned around. Munch stood next to them. He greeted everyone, folding his hands and saying, "Save us, great Buddha." Donnie asked if the monk had eaten, and Bill was glad to see him, waving his hand. Munch replied that he had already eaten and offered to move forward. And next to him, on a sign the level F5 was indicated. Cars were crowded at the entrance to the dungeon. Some were honking, and some were cursing at the Sinhalese man. There were many other teams at the portal. Everyone was inspired and vigorously moved forward. In this crowd, one of the guys noticed our guys and turned to them. The four of them went into the dungeon, and Chad brought up the rear of the team. The guy called Steve by name, smiling happily at him. Our hero happily shook Jim's hand, and he said that he had heard about the creation of the clan. Steve asked the guy about the guys he was with last time. For a moment, the smile was replaced by a stern expression on his face as Jim collected his thoughts, deciding what to say. But he smiled again and said that everything was fine. Steve asked why he was alone then. Jim was called by the guys from his team, saying that it was time for them to come in. Avoiding the question, Gene said that he had to go and promised to contact Steve. Our hero smiled and waved his hand, saying that he would be waiting. Munch asked Steve who it was, and he replied that it was his friend from the dungeon. The guys went into the portal and their bodies were enveloped in a blue glow, and there was enthusiasm and readiness for battle on their faces. And they didn't even suspect that someone was watching their team. It was the mercenary Vincent who was watching the team with interest. One guy from Gene's team recognized Steve, and the second said that it was time for them to go too. And Jin thought that he could not tell Stu about the collapse of his clan. Two of them left the team under the pretext of rest. And when the main core members of a clan are not there, it disintegrates. 0 clans are easily created, but also easily disintegrated. The stress of death and murder decided everything, and those two may no longer be mercenaries at all. Entering the portal, the commander said that he relied on Jim and the vanguard. And mercenaries without clans organize one-day teams and attack dungeons. And among them are people who are destined to become comrades. But Jin did not lose hope, and firmly decided that he would start all over again. And at this time, a motorcycle was racing through the city streets, driven by a girl in a red suit. Jean reported that she left the office of Steve's clan. They say that in the morning they went to the dungeon. Melissa, who was in the office, said she would send her the location now. Jean saw the information on the helmet screen and said that she received the data. She rushed on a motorcycle to the indicated coordinates, and her long hair was caught in the wind. And in the dungeon the battle raged. The monsters scattered in different directions, and the shouts of the spell were heard, chasing the dragon. The summoned dragon shone with blue light and scattered the monsters, leaving them no chance. This was Munch's new spell, summoning the dragon. Nearby, Chad wielded a knife, chopping up monsters, and Donnie said that he had recently joined the clan, nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Donnie also talked about his new skill, Pursuit. Donnie was hacking away at the monsters, wanting them to die, when Donnie shouted to look behind him. At that moment, a monster was flying at Chad from above, preparing to attack from behind. But the guy managed to react and, raising the knife up, ripped open the monster's belly. And at that moment, there was a smile on Chad's lips that looked more like an animal grin. Donnie noticed this smile and wondered in horror if he really enjoyed killing monsters. Meanwhile, Steve stood on top and watched as the guys dealt with the crowd of monsters. Our hero was pleased with what he saw and praised the guys who were able to deal with the monsters together. And nearby, another team fought not so smoothly, and a series of explosions swept through the forest. One guy ran from a crowd of monsters and nonstop threw fireballs at them, causing them to scatter in different directions. But he didn't even think that his comrades, who were also caught in the explosions, were suffering along with the monsters. Jin fell to the ground, injured, and swore at his comrade, asking what he should do when fireballs were flying at him. Suddenly, the guy with the fireballs was wrapped around his belt by the red tongue of a monster. Monsters that looked like giant frogs devoured Jin's companions, and they called for help. Almost losing consciousness, Jim remembered the guys from Steve's clan and thought that he was jealous. He struggled to his feet and decided that they would not accept the old man with the Yi clan into the clan. And at this time, our guys were already returning and exiting the portal, shining with blue light. Donnie happily said that this time they saved time and their fatigue decreased. And Munch added that he tried skills that he did not know before. Steve praised the guys and said that from now on they are divided into groups and attack. At that moment, a man approached them and asked if they were Steve's clan. Our hero immediately asked who he was, looking at the man incredulously. The man introduced himself as Vincent from the BDG Guild and handed over his business card. Donnie thought in surprise that this guild is level 5. They have 4 stations and the right to their own portal. They are in 20th place on the list of guilds. Steve took the business card and, looking at it, asked what business he was on. Vincent said that they were in the same territory as the famous Steve clan and decided to give them a gift. All the guys were surprised by the words about the gift. The man said that he had heard about leveling up the clan and, as a congratulation, wanted to give them tickets to the 2nd level dungeon under their direct control. Donnie happily said that since these were the first tickets to the 2nd level dungeon, they were very expensive. Vincent smiled and asked if they wanted to go down there right away. Chad was cautious and said that since this was a level 2 dungeon, shouldn't they prepare first? Winstedt replied that there was no need to worry, and that they would provide everything needed for the descent as a gift. Donnie said admiringly that with such support they would definitely cope. But Steve said that they should go to the 1st level dungeon to improve teamwork, and he would go down there himself. It would be more effective. Hearing this, Vincent smiled contentedly, but immediately tried to hide this smile. The guys agreed with Steve without arguing and said that this is exactly what they would do. Vincent pointed to a brown SUV and offered to go into his car. The SUV drove towards the entrance to the dungeon, through destroyed buildings overgrown with grass. On the radio, Vincent said that they would use entrance number 47, and was told that they could enter immediately. Steve noticed that there were no mercenaries visible along the road, and Vincent confirmed that it was empty. The man said that this portal had recently appeared, and that he had taken care of all the details so that Steve could enter right away. Saint said that this was very kind, and the man replied with a smile that if his clan continued to use their portals, they would be very grateful. On reflection, Steve said that they were indeed quite close. Arriving at the portal, Winstead asked the worker if everything was ready, and he answered yes. The worker handed Steve a backpack and said that there was everything he needed here that could be useful in the dungeon. After putting on his backpack, Steve turned to Vincent and said that if he returned, they would have lunch together. The man waved to him and said that they would definitely drink together when he returned. Steve pressed a button on the suit around his neck, and a helmet began to appear around his head. When the helmet was fully formed, Steve boldly walked into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Watching our hero enter the portal, Vincent began to whistle contentedly. At that moment, he heard the rumble of an approaching motorcycle behind him and turned around. Jean took off her helmet and asked whether the person who had just entered the portal was Steve or not. Vincent said that was correct and asked who she was. The girl rushed to the portal and said that she was from Steve's clan and was also entering the portal. Vincent said okay and smiled slyly as he watched the girl run into the portal. He remembered a conversation with a man from a credit institution. Vincent immediately set a price of $2 billion for 2, but the man said that it was too expensive because it was not even murder. Vincent replied that this is not a simple manipulation. Steve is a famous person, so the risk is great. Not suspecting anything, Jean boldly ran into the portal and her body was enveloped in a blue glow. A long time ago, she found the guys from Steve's clan and approached them. Looking around at the guys, Jean asked where Steve was. Chad stepped forward and revealed that Steve had recently been invited to the dungeon, indicating where they went. Jean jumped on the motorcycle and rushed after the SUV, simultaneously reporting that Steve was going to enter the dungeon again. Melissa watched everything through the monitor screen and told the girl to follow him. Jean asked in surprise why she should follow him. The girl replied asking her to check his skills personally and then send her a report. Jean asked irritably why she should look in the 2nd level dungeon, especially since she was wearing casual clothes. Melissa also started to get annoyed and reminded her that Jean had a bracelet. Jean vehemently declared that she treasured these things. But what Melissa replied was that she would double the bonus. Jean cursed irritably and asked if it was really necessary to go to such an extreme. Melissa calmed down and asked peacefully if it was time to catch Steve. But Jean was still angry and asked if the contract was not signed. To which the girl slyly replied that insurance is the basis, adding that she hopes for it. Things began to dissolve when the girl entered the portal and she mentally cursed. At this time, Steve had already entered the portal and began to look around. Looking around, he said out loud that there was a completely different atmosphere here. Suddenly, he saw that the portal behind him was opening again and began to turn around. But he didn't have time to turn around completely when he heard a furious cry. "Don't move!" Naked Jean came out of the portal, and Steve obediently stood with his back, only squinting his eyes towards the portal. Jean pressed the bracelet and a dark substance began to spread around her hand, and she said that if our hero turns around, he will be able to. The substance slowly spread over the girl's body, turning into a suit. And at the same time, the girl complained about her mood. Looking ahead angrily, Jean said that she needed to demand that her salary be tripled. And then she saw that Steve had been looking straight at her all this time without looking away. The girl flew into a rage and screamed that she told him not to die, calling him a pervert. Steve sheepishly said that he just liked her bracelet and asked if it had an inventory function. The girl's cheeks turned red. She asked how long he had been staring at her, and the sign next to her showed her level, B8. Suddenly, Steve remembered the day when he appeared from the portal, and said that that day she also saw him naked. Our hero smiled triumphantly and said that now they were even. But Jean got angry and said that she didn't see him that day of her own accord. And Steve decided to change the subject and asked why she was there. Steve voiced the first thought that came to mind, asking if she wanted to fight. Jean asked if he hadn't heard from Melissa that she would send a man to him. Steve remembered this conversation and said that she was talking about the pros. The girl squinted her eyes to the side in embarrassment and said through gritted teeth that she was a pro. But Steve had a different opinion and said it seems not. The girl clenched her fists and said that she was like that because she was in a hurry to get here. Our hero seriously told her not to interfere in any case. Jean replied that he should not worry, she came as an observer. Suddenly the girl felt something, as if a current ran through her body. She said that they had guests and our hero turned back in surprise. And behind him stood a huge monster in a loincloth with an axe in his hands. This monster was clearly stronger than those encountered earlier in the dungeon. It was not eager to fight, but watched carefully. Jean said that this orc is incredibly strong, and added that our hero was unlucky to meet the orc boss at the very beginning of the dungeon. But Steve was calm and said that there were actually 4 orcs here. The girl looked at Steve incredulously, asking what he meant. Suddenly, from different directions came the roar and sounds of approaching enemies. Jin said in shock that this couldn't happen, especially in a second-level dungeon. Steve, with a smile, repeated after the girl about the dungeon of only the second level. Jean did not understand what our hero meant and asked what was wrong. In response, Steve asked if she really didn't feel it when she passed through the portal and clarified whether she was definitely a pro. The girl got angry and tried to justify herself, saying that it was because of the bracelet. Steve prepared to run and asked the girl not to interfere with his hunt. At that same moment, he rushed forward so quickly that the ground scattered in different directions, throwing the girl back. Covering her face with her hands, Jean wondered in surprise what kind of crazy speed he had. Our hero found himself near the orc and hit him forcefully in the chest. Turning around, he grabbed the axe that the orc had dropped and prepared for a new blow. The orc fell to one knee and rubbed his head in surprise, trying to recover from the blow. And at this time, the noise from the orcs approaching from all sides was getting closer. Steve turned and struck the orc with his axe, cutting its head in half. At this moment, a second orc was already approaching him, angry at the death of his fellow tribesmen. Seeing the approaching orc, Steve swung his axe. Torop pierced the monster, knocking out the last wheeze and a fountain of blood. And another one was already running to replace the fallen orc, tightly clutching an axe in his hands. Steve jumped onto the rock and ran along it, and the orc ran below chasing the guy. After running a little, Steve jumped off the cliff, seeing a forest with vines ahead. He flew on the vines, watching the monster, who at that moment had lost Steve and was looking around questioningly. Our hero jumped from the vine, right above the head of the unsuspecting monster. Meanwhile, Vincent called the customer and asked to transfer the balance, because even with level C, it would be difficult to get out of this dungeon. The man bared his teeth predatorily when he heard the question about what level was in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Steve killed another monster by plunging a dagger into his head. Jean, who was watching our hero's fight, looked at what was happening in disbelief. Steve sat down next to one of the killed monsters, as if not noticing that the next orc was already running towards him. The guy got excited and said that it doesn't matter what level they are, if you can kill everyone here. The monster stuck an axe a few centimeters from our hero, who managed to react and jump to the side. Steve hit the monster hard in the chest, causing it to fly to the side. With the next blow from above, he finally finished off the orc, who collapsed to the ground. Steve, wearing a bloody helmet, looked straight into the face of the orc, from whose mouth blood was flowing. The dead monster was sitting near a tree, and Steve saw a sign that said he got 32 points. Our hero exclaimed with satisfaction, saying that this dungeon is a real treasury. Without turning around, he handed the backpack that he had been given for going to the dungeon into Jean's hands. The girl took the backpack in surprise, and Steve asked her to help with the bloody stones. Without saying anything else, our hero walked towards the monster, leaving Jean standing behind in surprise. Looking at the guy, Jean thought that although he was unusual, he was only an F level. And while Steve was carving the stone, the girl thought that despite this, he easily carried out a bloody massacre. As a result, Jean concluded for herself that our hero is simply crazy. Suddenly, the girl felt something and glanced to the side. She turned her head to the side and used the intelligence skill. Meanwhile, Steve carved out a bloody stone and told the girl to look how huge it was. But Jean was not interested, and through clenched teeth she said that now was not the time. Steve looked at the girl in surprise and asked why this was. Throwing her backpack on the ground, Jean said that even after killing 4 boss orcs, the portal would not open. The girl added that besides, there were only stones in this backpack, asking if he knew about it. Steve began to take stones out of his backpack and said that in this case he would put all the bloody stones here. The girl became increasingly angry and nervously rubbed her head, wondering what was wrong with our hero. Unable to bear it, Jean said that this was a 4th level dungeon, and if its level was higher, then even by joining forces they would not get out of here alive. Steve said in shock that he just sent him to the 4th level dungeon just like that, and for free. The girl realized that our hero had missed half of her story and looked at the guy in horror. And Steve shouted in delight that if he gets out of here, then he will definitely have dinner for Vincent. Jean couldn't believe what she heard and asked in disappointment if they really were idiots. Suddenly the girl felt that she was being attacked and turned around just as the monster was flying at her with a weapon. She wanted to grab the sword, but the side where it usually hung was empty. Then Jean remembered that she had left the sword on the motorcycle because she was in a hurry to keep up with Steve. But Steve came to her aid, cutting off the monster's head before he could get the girl. Jean watched in surprise as the monster's head flew away from the body. The headless body collapsed next to the girl, filling everything around with blood. Steve smiled looking at Jean and said that he was strong, even though he was stronger before. The girl did not believe his words and looked at him skeptically. Suddenly Jean felt something and her eyes widened in surprise. He and Steve turned in one direction and listened warily. The girl used the clairvoyance skill and her eyes lit up with blue light. In the infrared light, she saw dozens of monsters moving towards them and cursed. Jean immediately told Steve that a bunch of orcs were approaching them and they were at a dead end. Looking at the running orcs with the leader at their head, the girl asked in fear if there was really a whole army against them. Steve smiled and said that even though Munch wasn't here, the monsters were still coming towards them, and Jean asked him to shut up. The first to approach them were orcs riding on harnessed wolves. Looking around at the attacker, Jean shouted that it seemed there were only orcs here. But Steve did not hear the girl and was delighted with the harnessed wolf. And at this time the ogre was getting closer and had already begun to swing its weapon. Steve rushed forward, telling the girl not to touch the monsters, and she replied that that was not what he was thinking about right now. The girl used her shield skill and successfully repelled the orc's attack, and Steve rushed towards the next attacker. The orc's head split into 2 parts and a surprised grimace froze on his face. And at the moment when the dead body collapsed to the ground, Steve was already rushing to the next task. At this time, Jean used the following skill and took out a sword from her inventory. She took several hits at the monster that attacked her, but only small cuts remained at the site of the blows, and the orc looked in surprise at his wounds. Jane tisked and thought she only took the blade, looking at the minor wounds. At that moment, Steve came running to them and shouting, "I told you not to touch what's mine." He jumped on top of the orc. With one kick, he knocked the monster out of the harnessed wolf and it flew to the side. Our hero landed easily behind the girl and prepared for a new blow. Like a meteor, he rushed forward, cutting out all the monsters in his path. Our hero boldly rushed into battle when a new wave of orcs approached him. But the next moment, he was knocked down with a blow to the side with a huge club. Huge, even among the other monsters. The ogre threw our hero in the direction of blows from the back of the club. That orc looked, if not like a leader, then like an army general. He was larger than the others, wearing a fur cape and jewelry around his neck. Jean immediately realized that this monster was the head of all orcs. Steve fell to the ground and the dagger flew out of his hands. But he immediately jumped up and, clenching his fist, enthusiastically asked the monster if he was the boss of all these monsters. But the orc only stamped his foot with such force that dust rose around him and swung his club. Jean ran to Steve, shouting that he must be destroyed first. At the moment when the club almost reached the guy, he rushed to the side, avoiding the blow. He deftly escaped the second blow and ended up above the head of a huge monster. Holding the dagger tightly in his hands, our hero lowered it into the monster's head with all his might. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and wondered out loud if he really succeeded. Steve, surprised, took the blade out of the monster's head and saw that it was broken. At this very moment, the orc boss was able to reach our hero with his baton and hit him in the stomach, throwing him away from himself. Jean couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that Steve was still able to be hit. And at this time, no one in the Bureau of the Awakens suspected of a trap. Melissa received a call from a subordinate and asked if this was too strange, and she asked, "What exactly?" The guy asked if Jean didn't go to Steve, and Melissa asked why this question. He said Steve and Jean's phones were too far apart and there had been no traffic for almost an hour. The guy said that, judging by the signal, Steve is in the dungeon of the first level, but did not say where Jean is now. Melissa began to get nervous and asked the guy what he was talking about because they were supposed to be together. At this time, the rest of Steve's clan came to the truck to rest and leave their equipment. Donnie looked into the car and saw that Steve had left his phone on the car seat. Meanwhile, Jean's phone remained in the motorcycle and was bursting with calls. Not getting through to Jean, Melissa asked her subordinate if he found out what was happening and where the guys were. The guy replied that he had just checked everything and found Jean in the 5th level dungeon. The girl began to remember what Jin ordered to enter the portal and wondered whether it was worth it to come to this. But immediately Medusa gathered again and asked who was in charge of this dungeon. The guy replied that this was the DGB Guild and sent her information about the guild. She gave the order to check the history of the entrances to the 5th level dungeons and asked to contact her with the head of the guild right now. As the fight continued, Steve groaned quietly as his back slammed into the wall. And the monsters kept arriving, ready to fight, growling menacingly and waving their weapons. Seeing that our hero flew into the wall, Jean rushed towards him, shouting his name. Steve is unconscious due to a strong blow, when suddenly a voice speaks in his head telling him to get up. Hearing the voice, the guy came to his senses and saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. But this further increased the interest of our hero, and he said with a smile that it was a little difficult for him. Jumping into the ground, Steve grabbed the nearest monster and threw it over himself with force. This orc flew back, catching another monster, and they flew head over heels to the side. Our hero picked up 2 axes that were released by the orcs. He jumped into the air and threw them forcefully at the approaching monsters. Both axes hit the orcs' heads and they fell to the ground, but the rest of the monsters continued to approach. Jean continued to run forward towards Steve as a hail of arrows rained down from the sky. The girl was surprised by the preparation of this army, since they even have archers. She deftly dodged several arrows by somersaulting forward. But because Jean had to stop, a crowd of monsters headed towards her. The girl was not taken aback and used her skid defense bomb, and light poured out of her hands. From this light, the monsters began to crumble like dust. And when the monsters began to surround the girl again, Steve ran up and grabbed her hand, pulling her forward with him. And the orc boss watched their escape from afar, growling loudly. Jean asked what Steve was doing, and he replied that they needed to run, without letting go of the girl's hand. John angrily said that they were surrounded by monsters where they had to run. Steve pulled the Kopek piece toward the mountainside, saying that it was empty. She answered in fear that she couldn't go there because there was only a cliff ahead. But our hero continued to pull her forward, saying that this is why they need to go there. Suddenly, Steve picked the girl up in his arms when they were almost on the cliff. The girl asked in fear what he was doing, and Steve replied that she should hold on tight. Our hero jumped off the cliff with a running start, holding Jean tightly in his arms. Holding the girl close to him, the guy flew down, and several orcs fell behind him. He landed on both feet, and the ground around him cracked and scattered in all directions. And around our heroes lay the bodies of orcs, who fell along with them and were broken on the ground. The girl, hugging Steve tightly, looked around in surprise, not believing that she was alive. Steve exhaled heavily after such a jump and lowered his hands, dropping Jean to the ground. He walked forward, saying that they almost died, leaving the girl lying in confusion. The girl's confusion turned to surprise as she looked up. She looked at the top of the mountain where the orcs stood and did not believe that they jumped from such a height and remained alive. The guys found a cave to rest, and at that time a howl echoed throughout the forest. Jean and Steve were sitting in a cave. The girl hugged her knees with her hands, complaining that the monsters howled disgustingly. She turned to our hero and, calling him Mr. Unusual, asked what his plan was. Steve replied that he needed to kill another 50 orcs. Then he would level up and be able to go on the offensive. Hearing the answer, Jean lowered her head and closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She said that level-ups have no restrictions, but power-ups do, to which the guy replied that he has no restrictions at all. Jean did not understand his answer and asked him what he meant. Steve just smiled and repeated that he has no restrictions even in power-ups. And at this time there was turmoil on the ground, and 2 military vehicles were rushing towards the portal into which our heroes entered. And a crowd of onlookers, journalists, and military men had already gathered near the portal, driving the crowd away from the dungeon. The reporter said that he was at the dungeon of the 5th level of the DGB Guild. 2 days ago there was an accident here. Steve's clan was also near the portal, and Donnie was on his knees sobbing, worried about Steve. The police led Vincent away, who said that Jean and Steve entered the dungeon themselves, but eventually confessed to their crime after interrogation. Reporters asked Vincent to comment on the situation and asked what Steve's last words were. And Vincent was angry at that time because he didn't know that Jean was from the control center. The reporter said that such attention is being paid to Steve because he is a repatriate from the 4th planet, telling what significance this has for the world and the country. Excited, Melissa entered the boss's office. She sternly asked the man what he was doing now, surprising him with this question. Melissa swore at the men who hired Vincent and said that he should detain them. The boss said that these sensational guys had already been detained, only the boss's assistant escaped, but they were already looking for him. The girl replied that this was unfair. This was a 5th level dungeon. How could one use the word sensational? The boss asked if she wanted him to close their entire guild. Would that bring Steve and Jean back alive? But Melissa was furious at this answer and asked if it was the same thing. The boss said that the fact that Steve is from the 4th planet is only an assumption. Maybe he is from the dungeon and not the planet. Melissa was outraged by these words and the boss's distrust. The voice from the TV said that due to the recent cases of criminal organizations, countermeasures should be taken to strengthen control over illegal dungeon management. Angering the boss with these words, he said that they were spreading news that was putting pressure on the guilds and the inspectors might come to them. But Melissa did not listen to him, and with tears in her eyes said that it was she who sent Jean there. The boss turned around in surprise and looked at the girl. He said that it was not easy for him either, but they could only believe and wait. And at this time, the reporter said that the chance of surviving in this dungeon was very small. These words finally finished off Melissa and she fell to her knees sobbing. The girl tried to stop her sobs by covering her mouth with her hand, but in her head there were only thoughts about Jean. And at this time, fog fell in the dungeon. The trees were already without leaves, but yellow-red leaves were still preserved on the bushes. The orcs continued to search for our heroes, and one of them was just checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny fairy appeared in front of him, shrouded in blue light. The orc looked in surprise at the tiny baby who flew up to his muzzle. But the very next moment he tried to catch her, however, the fairy was faster and managed to fly away. The orc lost his temper and shouted a spell in his own language at the top of his lungs. His axe glowed with a yellow light and he again tried to reach the fairy, swinging the axe. But the baby was more agile and deftly dodged all the blows, flying into the bushes. The orc followed the fairy, and looking behind the tree, he was surprised that she had disappeared. And at that very moment, Steve's blade plunged into his head from above, cutting it in half. Steve smiled contentedly and said that there were 3 left to kill, and he would level up. Meanwhile, Jean used the clairvoyance skill to find enemies. Thanks to her skill, she saw an infrared light that there was one orc not far from her. She told Steve, who was nearby, that there was another orc in 100 places. Our hero rushed forward from his spot, leaving a shockwave behind him. The girl did not expect him to rush forward so quickly and tried to stop him. But Steve was already flying towards the next orc, swinging his dagger, aiming for his head. Jean ran after her, screaming at the top of her lungs that it was a trap. But she didn't have time and the orc activated a trap. Several sharpened logs came out from under the ground, right under our hero, throwing the guy away. He flew into the wall, hitting his back, and the dagger fell from his hands. Jean watched in horror as our hero was attacked. Suddenly, the orc took out a horn and blew into it, spreading the signal to the rest of his fellow tribesmen. All the orcs around heard this sound, realizing that the trap had worked and one of them had found Steve. At the same time, after the signal, several orcs who were sitting in ambush began to crawl out of the ground. Jean ran with all her might towards our hero, shouting along the way for him to get up quickly. Thanks to Jean's scream, Steve came to his senses and turned back angrily. Our hero was still coming to his senses, and a crowd of orcs were already rushing towards him, ready to tear the guy to pieces. Suddenly, the guy's whole body trembled and he grabbed his chest, surprised that he had fallen into a trap. He didn't understand what was happening. His senses were dulled and all his strength seemed to have left his body. Meanwhile, the orcs were getting closer, and one of them was already raising his hand to strike. And then it dawned on Steve that he felt bad because he had been fasting for 2 days. Jin arrived just in time and used her defense bomb skill, scattering the approaching orcs. Thanks to the spell, the first line of orcs was hit. Some dissolved completely, and others received mortal wounds. After the spell, Jean collapsed to the ground and Steve rushed towards her. He grabbed an axe lying on the ground and killed 2 orcs with 1 blow. A mischievous smile appeared on his face again, and he thought that there was 1 more left. And jumping up to strike the next orc, Steve thought that he had been leveled. But our hero was never able to strike, because a blow from the huge club of the orc boss flew into his chest. The monster threw our hero with force and he, like a doll, flew back. At that moment, Jean, who had lost consciousness after using the skill, came to her senses. She saw in front of her a huge orc with a club in his hands who was growling menacingly. With contempt, the girl said that this orc was just some fat guy, and Steve flew forward until he met an orc on his way, into whom he crashed. The axe fell out of Steve's hands and pierced the orc's head. And at the same time, our hero received a message that his level had been increased. Lying on his back, Steve saw a message asking him to choose the skill of transforming into a beast. Steve was surprised by the skill he received and wondered whether it was worth spending the points he received on it. And at this time, the orc boss was approaching Jean, who was trying to get up. But the girl didn't even have the strength to just get up. On one knee, she summoned her sword, not going to give up without a fight. At this time, night had already fallen in the city, and in the house of Steve's clan, their name was Packy. Granny carried a red bowl of food for the puppy and forced him to eat. Hearing Grandma, the white puppy rushed towards her, barking joyfully. Granny sadly told the puppy that now it is unknown what happened to his owner, whether he is alive. But the baby did not understand anything of what was said and joyfully walked up to the bowl of food. And the battle continued. Jean, with the last of her strength, repelled the blows of the orc with the summoned sword. Steve at this time activated the summon beast skill. Suddenly Pocky, who was eating food, took off and began to glow blue. Granny watched in fear as the baby was shining and slowly rising above the floor. Black smoke began to rise from our hero's back, and Jean parried another blow, jumping up away from the huge club. Steve's face began to turn into a toothy black maw shrouded in smoke, and the girl barely shrugged off the blows, trying to gain at least a little time. But unlike June, the orc boss had a lot of strength and easily swung his weapon. The black smoke began to dissipate, and the black fur covering Steve's body began to change to snow white. Jean missed one blow from the orc and he hit her with a club, throwing her to the side. The girl's sword fell from her hands and fell to the ground with a ringing sound. The orc boss rushed towards the fallen girl, and she only helplessly covered her head. And at that moment a half-wolf with snow-white fur and black armor approached them. The orc noticed the approach of the beast, but it had already raised its clawed paw to strike. With one paw, the beast knocked the orc boss to the ground, squeezing his head. Jean was surprised to see a werewolf that was the size of the orc boss and easily knocked him down. Steve rained down blows on the orc, turning his head into a bloody pulp. The orc boss no longer moved, and Steve continued to punch him, knocking him into the ground. Jean watched this in shock, having difficulty understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Steve was devouring the monster's body, receiving 45 points for the kill. Having finished with the orc boss, Steve turned his gaze to the girl and caught her surprised look. Taking a closer look at the werewolf, the girl asked in surprise if he was Steve. The beast opened its bloody mouth and barked, first once and then several more. Jean was surprised that the werewolf was barking. She was amazed and said, "It turns out that he is not a wolf but a dog," and he barked again. The reporter said that 3 days ago it became known that 2 people fell into the dungeon, but never got out, and now there is a lone motorcycle near the entrance. He interviewed the head of the Awoken Bureau and asked the audience to explain what this place was. The man said that this place is called the Orc Castle, and it is recommended that a group of 30 people, including at least 10 A-level mercenaries, go down there. Listening to this story, the operator said that this is a circus and the government sent Steve there to get rid of the guilds. He asked how long he had to film this interview, and the host asked how many people Steve would disturb if he returned. The operator asked how he would get out of there, since he was not hero, but only level F, and added that in 2 days everyone would be writing about it. He added that they will write about the fact that their country has lost its place in the ranking. Meanwhile, in the house of Steve's clan, Pecky again became an ordinary dog, barking cheerfully. Granny asked in fear what the hell this was all about. Jean, like Granny, was very amazed at Steve's transformation. Having returned to his normal appearance, Steve said that he could merge with the animals he had tamed. That is, this is not a transformation, but a unification. He turned to the discouraged Jean and asked why she was standing. They needed to collect everything they could and leave. But Jean, with despair in her voice, said that all this was useless. Our hero did not understand why Jean said this and asked why she thought so. Jean, instead of answering, only said that this place would become their grave. Steve turned to the girl and asked what she meant. The sky burst into rain when the girl said that they killed the main one, but the portal did not open, and asked what he thought it meant. Hearing Jean's words, Steve suddenly realized that she was right and the portal had not opened. Steve pointed to the body of the orc boss and asked if she really meant to say that this freak was not in charge. Without a shadow of a doubt, Jean answered that everything was exactly like that and there was someone stronger here. Steve smiled and asked who this guy was that made her immediately start talking about graves. The girl's face was serious, and in the pouring rain she began to tell the story. About 3 years ago, when Jean had just reached level B, she and her group went down into the dungeon. She joined a raid of 20 people, 10 of whom were level A from the Control Bureau, and they began exploring the 5th level dungeon. Jean walked in a group with other guys, and there was complete concentration on their faces. The guy in front of Jean suddenly turned around and looked at her. The girl was surprised by such a close look and asked what it was. The guy carefully asked how her ankle was, confusing the girl. She answered with a smile that there was no need to pay attention. It had already passed. The guy sincerely smiled at her and answered with warmth in his eyes that this was good. Melissa followed and said that they were a sweet couple, and that is why she said that the couple should not go on missions together. The squad stormed the Orc Castle, and one of the walls was blown up by explosives, flying into pieces. A detachment of orcs came out to intercept and ran towards the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries commanded them to storm the tower further, and ordered Melissa to hold off the orcs in the direction of 3 hours. The girl scattered the crowd of orcs with a spell and said that it was done for 3 hours. The guy continued to give orders and said that the defenses were weakened for 4 hours, asking who was there. The guy replied that he had been on his way for 4 hours, but the orc's blow did not allow him to finish. Jean picked up the message and shouted that they needed help. Melissa rushed towards Jean, yelling at her to hold on longer. But Jean was knocked down and fell to the floor screaming in pain. And a huge orc was already approaching her, grinning his mouth. The girl stared in horror at the orc and could not even move. But they came to her aid, and the guy used a spell to scatter all the monsters approaching her. From this spell, the orcs crumbled into dust like stone statues. And Melissa continued to run towards them, scattering the monsters with fireballs, clearing the way. The orcs burned and exploded from these blows, but still did not retreat and moved forward. Melissa yelled to Jean and Tim to look in the 2 o'clock direction. The guys turned around and saw that another squad of orcs was approaching them. Tim smiled at Jean and invited her to move on. But Jean was scared and tried to tell Tim something. The guy grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, offering to talk outside, but the girl tried to stop him. Turning around, she thought that a strange feeling was haunting her. Hand in hand, Jin and Tim ran away from a squad of orcs who had almost caught up with them. Jean thought that it seemed to her as if they were being watched, and in the distance, a huge orc with 3 eyes appeared. One bright flash and the hand along with the sword was torn from the body and flew to the ground. Jean flew head over heels, trying to stop. The girl was still lying on the ground when a sword stuck into the ground in front of her, a few centimeters from her stomach. All members of the mercenary squad turned around and confusion was visible in their eyes. And Tim, his face covered in blood, lay on the ground with glassy eyes. And above him towered the king, an orc in iron armor, who raised his weapon over Tim lying on the ground. Tim met Jean's gaze and whispered the word, sword. But the girl did not understand what he meant. The girl remembered how she and Tim practiced in the dojo and heard his voice. Put part of your soul into your sword. Just as a fan cannot live without the wind, so the sword, faith and heart must become one. Tim smiled warmly at her and said, hold the sword, Jin. The Orc King lowered his spear with force and blood splashed from it in different directions. Having finished the story, John lowered her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Steve put his hand on her shoulder and turned her towards him without saying a word. Our hero put his hand on Jean's head, trying to comfort her. He hugged the girl, pulling her closer, saying, so this is what happened. And the sword that John had forgotten on the motorcycle seemed to start burning, and a white haze began to emanate from it. Donnie was broadcasting live at that time and sobbed loudly, mourning Steve, asking how he could leave them. And commentators discussed what had happened. Some did not believe that Steve died. Some said that even he could not survive in the 5th level dungeon. And others wished Steve to quickly deal with all the orcs. And Melissa sat next to Donnie and cried for Jean. The reporter said that today the great shaman will perform a ritual for the safe return of the missing. He continued to say that a raid of local top-ranking mercenaries was gathering in front of the dungeon, seeking revenge. Morris was one of the volunteers and sadly thought that if Steve had joined the guild, this would not have happened. But it was right to just use him. A man with long hair was watching this report while sitting in the living room. A woman's arms wrapped around the man's neck from behind, and the girl asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was just a transmission from his homeland. It was the famous hero, he said, that shows in this country remain just as boring. And Steve and Jean had a real feast in the cave. The guy was surprised that after increasing the level you can buy more food in the store. The guy recommended trying a steak sandwich, and the girl replied that with such an assortment he could open a fast food outlet. Chewing on a burger, Steve told Jean that she, it turns out, was also a food lover. Taking a bite of the new burger, she asked if 12 pieces was too much. But apparently Steve's words confused her, and she put the half-eaten burger aside, saying that she was full. Our hero did not understand how she could get enough, and added that he was already on the 22nd, inviting the girl to continue eating. Jean smiled softly and kindly at Steve, and said that she was very grateful to him anyway. The fire in the cave was replaced by a cloud of fireflies, and Steve asked with interest whether that time Jean took the sword and killed the Orc King. The girl sadly replied that she then lost consciousness on the spot. And when she woke up, she was already in the hospital, and Melissa brought her Tim's sword. And only 2 elderly A-level mercenaries were able to defeat that orc. Sacrificing themselves, the strength of the attack of the Orc King was comparable to the attack of 5 orc leaders at once. Steve said that means there is such an orc here too, and asked where he is. The girl replied that he was in the orc castle, which was not even within a radius of 1 kilometer. And at this time, a fairy, who had previously distracted the orc, flew up to the cave where the guys were sitting. Jean said that the orc leaders are in 4 small towers, and the lords are in the spire in the middle. And if you cross the wall, then thousands of orcs are moving there. A fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. Hearing the news, he smiled contentedly and said that he had found the orc fortress. Jean was surprised by the speed and asked in surprise if he had found her so quickly. Steve was confident in his abilities and offered to go ahead with a smile. Jean wasn't so sure and asked what their plan was. Steve's smile changed to a serious expression and he answered, "Find and kill." Jean laughed at these words and said that she would have hit him, but she had no strength left. At this time, the orc castle was noisy. and roars could be heard from everywhere. The wooden gates of the fortress began to slowly lower, rolling over the moat near the castle, and dozens of orc warriors riding on wolves rushed out of the gate. Suddenly, Steve ran out of the bushes in the guise of Packy, and Jean sat astride him, holding him by the mane. The guys rushed to the open gate, from which detachments of warriors had just emerged. But it was not possible to slip through unnoticed, and the goblins on the castle walls immediately discovered them. The wolf warriors who rode out of the castle also saw the guys and began to turn around, and Jean noticed this. The girl shouted to Steve that the tail of the orc army was behind them, and asked him to hurry up. They rushed forward as best they could when they saw that the gate began to slowly rise, and the archers on the walls prepared for the attack and pulled their bowstrings. A hail of arrows fell on our heroes, but Jean put up a shield and not a single arrow reached them. Running up to the half-closed gate, the girl shouted at Steve to jump. He jumped onto the gate with a run, grabbing onto its edge, and the warriors remained behind. But even outside the castle gates, a detachment of orcs was waiting for them, ready to attack and defend the castle. Jean used her defensive bomb skill, shouting out its name. The explosion cleared the way for them, sweeping away all the orcs in its path. Steve continued to run forward, avoiding the surviving orcs. The girl ordered him to run to the center, and Steve mentally told her to hold on tight. Steve made a dash, and the orcs behind him were scattered to the sides by the shockwave. Our hero rushed forward, right along the castle wall. Jean was surprised and grabbed the beast's mane tighter. Several orcs jumped from above and flew past our heroes. One knocked Jean off Steve's back. The girl flew down along with the orcs, and Steve began to turn around. But Jean shouted at him not to think about the girl and to run on. She turned over in the air and, noticing the platform, caught her hand on its wall. Jean deftly jumped onto this platform and avoided further falling. But as soon as the girl landed, a crowd of orcs rushed towards her. But Jean was not taken aback and summoned a sword, which appeared, enveloping the girl in blue lightning. Steve at this time continued to run up the wall, and the orcs could only watch him and growl. And at the top of the spire there was a throne, around which there were no walls. The three-eyed orc king, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He sat proudly on his throne alone when he sensed something. The monster stood up from the throne and walked forward to the edge to see what was happening. And at that moment, our hero jumped out at him, baring his mouth with sharp teeth. The beast grabbed the orc king's throat, gnawing his neck. Steve knocked him down and they flew down together from the tower where the throne stood. The huge monster king fell down and his chest was pierced by the spire of one of the towers, and Steve received a message that his level had been increased. Splinters from the tower flew down like a hail, falling on the orcs standing below. Suddenly an explosion was heard in one of the towers, and the orcs turned around in surprise at the sound. From the place where the explosion occurred, orcs and Jin flew to the ground. And during the flight, the girl thought, is this really how she will die? But suddenly, a clawed white paw grabbed her hand and she looked up in surprise. Steve pulled the girl to him right in front of the ground and rushed forward, and the orcs ran after them. They ran a little forward and the girl asked what happened to the king, and Steve replied that he killed him. Throwing the girl onto his back, Steve said that it was time for them, preparing to start running. Jean grabbed the guy's mane and asked if he really was able to kill the king, and Steve suggested that she scan the area. Jean activated the clairvoyance skill and said in disbelief that the portal had opened. She couldn't believe that Steve was able to kill the orc king, and so quickly. And at this time on the ground, one of the devices began to beep and the time appeared on the screen. The guy from the DGB guild could only grunt in shock, surprising his partner. He was still able to say that it was the 127th dungeon, and the second guy asked in shock what that meant. Donnie also saw a time counter appear above the dungeon and asked in surprise what it was. Melissa heard an announcement that the countdown to the portal explosion began at dungeon number 127. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes when she realized that Jean might be alive. The crowd gathered at the portal roared as they saw the countdown to the portal's explosion begin. Steve asked Jean if she had found the portal. The girl was a little confused and replied that she had found it. She immediately pulled herself together and said that he was at 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle, and there were 10 minutes left before the explosion. Steve and the girl rushed forward, but the orcs did not lag behind and caught up with the guys. Suddenly, Steve turned a corner, smelling a familiar smell. Jean asked where he was going and added that they didn't have time for that. Steve didn't say anything. He ran to the pen where there was a pack of wolves. With a smile on his toothy muzzle, he activated the taming skill. John asked in shock what he was doing, why he was taming them. And the wolves, hearing the command, froze and stared at Steve. Our hero turned around and rushed back to the portal, commanding the wolves to run after him. The wolves obediently followed Steve, jumping over the pens. Looking around, Jean asked if Steve really wanted to take them with him. Steve replied that yes, because now they are one family. But because of this maneuver, the orcs were now in front, blocking their passage. Jean said they were surrounded, clearly expecting this outcome. At that moment, a fairy flew up to Steve and whispered something in his ear. and Steve conveyed that there was a passage somewhere nearby. Jean was surprised and asked where he was. She immediately activated the clairvoyance skill and saw the desired turn. The girl commanded that now we need to turn right, and Steve ran into the right turn. And in the guy's footsteps, a crowd of wolves ran, also running into the turn. The orcs ran after our heroes, growling with anger. The girl pointed to the huge gate ahead and said that they needed to go there. Steve got excited and said that they were leaving here, picking up speed. Our heroes and a pack of wolves ran out of the gate and raced across the bridge. Jean said that there was 1 minute left before the portal exploded. Suddenly they saw a shining blue door in front of them and happily said that the portal was here. Jean said that there were 23 seconds left before the portal closed, and someone from the chase threw a spear at the guys. Jean sensed the approaching danger and turned around. Steve ran forward, not noticing how the spear hit the girl in the back. From the blow, the girl fell to the ground and rolled head over heels, and the orcs approached her. The wolves had already run into the portal when Steve turned around, noticing that Jean had fallen from his back. The orcs were getting closer, rapidly approaching the fallen Jean. The spear stuck into the backpack on Jean's back, and the stones they cut from the monsters fell from it, and she tried to get up. Steve had already turned around and was rushing towards the girl, standing on his hind legs. Jean tried to get up, but she had no strength left, and she lowered her head, resigned to the situation. Seeing Steve running after her, she shouted at him to stay back. But our hero did not listen to her and approached faster and faster, picking up speed. Jean once again desperately shouted at Steve not to come near, and the guy picked up the spear that knocked the girl down. And the orc was already near Jean and swung his spear, preparing to strike. But Steve was faster and threw his spear into the orc's chest, knocking him off the wolf. And on the other side of the portal, the reporter said that there were 8 seconds left before the explosion, and the gathered people were starting a countdown. Donnie and Melissa continued to shed tears while waiting for the guys, and the operator said that it seemed like there was a pipe. The guy said that the audience rating was 60%, and if the guys returned, it would be a real sensation. Steve ran up to Jean and took her in his arms, gently holding her head. The girl sadly said that there were only 4 seconds left before the explosion, calling Steve. The beast seemed to glow and mentally conveyed to the girl that she should hold on tighter. Another orc was already close to the guys and swung his axe to strike. But in the next second, only dust remained in the place of the guys, and the blast wave from Steve's jerk threw back the monsters. The countdown ended, and the crowd froze, unable to believe that no one had returned. The orcs stood near the portal and watched as it changed from blue to shining with yellow light. And finally the portal exploded. The orcs standing nearby exploded, and the survivors ran away. The presenter said that the residents had finished the countdown and were waiting, but Steve and Jean were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to appear from the portal, causing excitement among the spectators. The wolves were the first to emerge from the portal, and people began to scream, asking what was happening. The entire flock ran out of the portal, shocking all the spectators who froze silently, their mouths open in surprise. And after the wolves, the guys flew out of the portal at the speed of a bullet. The spectators could not clearly see who appeared from the portal, and were not sure that a person appeared there. Military personnel and reporters rushed to Steve and Jean's supposed landing site. A hole appeared in the ground from the impact, in which Steve lay, holding Jean tightly to him. The crowd roared that they had made it out alive and wondered how it happened. And the wolves joined the noise of the crowd howling at the full moon. The ambulance rushed to the portal, and the presenter said that a miracle had happened. 2 people were able to get out of the 5th level dungeon, having stayed there for almost 5 days. In the office, Melissa showed the crowd a photo taken at the scene of the incident. She said that they had now been taken to the hospital. Someone asked why they looked like that, and he was told that the conditions there were not the best. Melissa also showed an article that talked about a miraculous comeback, that a guy of F's age completed the 5th level dungeon and asked if Hero challenged him. The boss laughed nervously and said that the article was quite provocative. Melissa said disgruntledly that someone had spread the word, adding that it was a great job. The boss replied that it was their job to take action, not to look for the culprits, and suggested continuing. She said that as information about Steve spread, representatives from various organizations began to enter the country in order to get him. The boss was angry at this news and he called them all bastards. Melissa showed photos of the men, calling them by name and telling them who came from which organization. Seeing the photo, the boss got angry and said that this unscrupulous agent was also here. The girl confirmed that he had also arrived and added that it was he who lured Hero away last time. The boss said that first we need to get a hold of Steve and asked if there was a way other than a contract. The doctor who spoke to Steve immediately after his return said that his family was here and he would not leave it. The boss asked in surprise whether he really valued family more than money, and the doctor replied that he had lived with wolves for about 1,000 years and missed his relatives. The chief added that when he returned to Earth, he missed the wolves and decided that he would not be understood. The doctor said that the main thing for him is to be in the family. It seems that this is quite understandable. Doc continued and said that Steve should be given a place where he would live with his family and not be touched. Then he would not go against the government. The boss agreed and asked if they should take action regarding the arriving foreign agents. Melissa showed a photo on the screen and said that it was an abandoned house near the city. The boss didn't understand why she showed it and asked what next. She offered to give Steve this territory for use and assign people to him, and added that this place is far from people and makes it safe, even if a portal opens. The boss said that the house looked decent, but it needed some patching up, and asked about Jean. Melissa said that Jean is the best in the business, and the boss asked if she had woken up. The girl seriously replied that the girl was still undergoing treatment in the hospital. The boss irritably asked if she really writes reports to Steve and is chilling. Melissa showed one phrase on the monitor screen and said that this is exactly what some people say about Steve. A scumbag. The boss's face became serious and he gave the order. Let's get to work. The crowd was raging in the arena, and the host greeted all SPFC fans. The presenter in a bright outfit said into the microphone that this is the best competition on Earth, and the main event is finally starting. The match of champions. The crowd roared with anticipation, boys and girls shouting and waving their arms. And then in the darkness, the silhouette of a man in a raincoat and with long hair gathered in a ponytail appeared. The presenter stood on a dais in the light of the spotlights and said that we would introduce the champions to everyone. A figure of a man appeared on the screen of a huge monitor, and the presenter said that he was number 1 in the world ranking. 21 fights won, winner among all 45 SPFCs. The presenter shouted into the microphone that he was the strongest man in the world and the hope of humanity. The presenter continued the presentation, adding that he was an unusual SS level, the strongest magical swordsman. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a black classic suit. Black smoke began to gather around his hands, and the presenter introduced him by name, Hero. Hearing his name, the crowd exploded with a new wave of enthusiastic applause. And at this time, in Hero's hand, the black smoke turned into a sword, and the presenter said that as if in response to applause, the sword caught fire with a black flame. A girl with long hair sat among the spectators and carefully watched what was happening. As the presenter introduced himself, Hero jumped from the pedestal on which he emerged, surrounded by black flames. Someone from the crowd said that this was the famous Phoenix. The second was surprised whether Hero really wanted to finish the fight with one sword, since Mikhail was against him. And Hero had already landed in the ring, leaving cracks on the floor after the jump, and the host said that he had entered the ring. The guy stood calmly. He did not respond to the crowd and did not seem to react in any way to the screaming fans. The host commented that Hero appears in the ring with his signature Phoenix flames. The presenter began to introduce the second participant, a C-class man-machine, a rising star, 13 victories, number 32 in the ranking. The guy appeared on the pedestal and the presenter introduced the Russian brown bear Mikhail. The guy easily jumped off the pedestal and rushed into the ring. At the place where he landed, the ground became covered with cracks, and the announcer said that he also entered the ring. Mikhail immediately rushed to attack, and the weapon in his hands began to shine. The guy with the evil grin told Hero that everything would end here for him. The weapon in his hands began to charge, and Mikhail jumped up, preparing to strike at the standing Hero. The weapon fell with force onto the place where Hero stood, and pieces of stones flew in different directions. The guy was thrown back by the blast wave and covered his face, shielding himself from the rising dust. Mikhail saw that Hero was able to dodge and called him a small rat. The guy fired the weapon, and the presenter said that Mikhail started using mana shooting. The presenter commented that the fragments even hit the fence, but Hero dodges the shooting with incredible speed. The host saw Mikhail's next charge and called it a mana bazooka. The weapon on the guy's hand fired a charge of incredible power, smashing everything in its path. But Hero was able to dodge this shot and began to approach Mikhail. The host excitedly said that Hero's sword was causing damage to Mikhail, but the guy immediately responded to the attack by firing mana. Hero attacked with his sword again, but Mikhail managed to block. Mikhail's weapon was cracked from the enemy's blows and he was breathing heavily. But Hero didn't give him time to rest and attacked again, and the guy could only defend himself. Suddenly, a sword appeared from Mikhail's weapon and he tried to strike Hero, but he easily dodged the blow. Hero landed behind Mikhail and readied both swords to strike. He moved with incredible speed, striking Mikhail one after another. But when the guy stopped, he noticed that his entire body was entangled in steel chains. Mikhail bared his teeth in a smug grin and said that he had caught himself. Preparing to shoot, he screamed that his bones would shatter. But Hero calmly answered, "Seventh note, Mikhail, you have already lost." The next second, Mikhail choked and blood flowed from his mouth. His entire body was covered in cuts from which blood gushed out, causing the guy to scream in pain. The spectators were in shock as they watched the huge bear Mikhail fall to the ground, and Hero threw off his chains without the slightest effort. The crowd roared, and the host asked what happened and declared that Mikhail lost. The presenter said that Mikhail, who was determined to win, lost and could not get up. The match was stopped and help was on the spot. The men surrounded Mikhail, trying to cure him, but Mikhail showed no signs of life, and one of the experts signaled that regeneration was impossible. An inscription lit up on the screen that Hero had won, and the presenter said that this was the guy's 22nd victory. After leaving the stage, one of Hero's entourage asked him if he had used a new method, but the guy replied that he had hit him with an ordinary sword. Hero looked calm and thanked everyone for their work and promised to have a drink with them later. But as soon as he entered the waiting room, he was hugged tightly by the girl who was watching the fight. With sadness in her eyes, the girl asked if he killed him. Hero also sadly replied that Mikhail is one of the 7 evils of the future. The girl said that he should not take all the worries upon himself. She took the guy's arm, and Hero asked if anything had happened. The girl replied that it was nothing, except for a call from the administration, and the guy asked who called. The girl said that the boss called, told him to take care of himself, and suggested that we pack up and leave. While Hero was getting dressed, the girl said that the guy who was imprisoned in the 5th level dungeon got out. Hero was surprised and looked questioningly at the girl. She showed the phone and said that he could become the 2nd hero, and now this news is on all channels. The girl said that his name was Steve. He was locked in a dungeon on the 5th level, and asked in surprise if the guy really didn't remember, because she even collected articles for him. Hero looked carefully at the guy's photo and said that he didn't remember him. The girl asked in surprise whether he really didn't remember him, just at all. She said that maybe he was an awakened swordsman, but Hero replied that he would awaken in a year. The girl said that he was a druid, and if he really returned from where they say, then a portal to the 4th planet could be opened. Hero didn't show it, but he was very worried about the news about the 4th planet. She said Steve is only an F level. It's surprising he came back. Hero listened to the girl and thought that this was simply impossible. He reflected that he had been living for more than 500 years, and this was the 25th regression. Thanks to this, he knows all the awakenings and the main events. However, Steve is not among the great names, and in all this long time, he has never heard this name. He continued to think that history, of course, may change a little. But the butterfly effect has its limits. Mikhail was supposed to die in 10 years, and the fact that Anna is alive, although she should have died 2 years ago, can also be called the butterfly effect. However, the main events, such as the appearance of the 7th level dungeon or the connection with the 4th planet, never changed. This means that in the next 5 years there will be no appearance of a 4th planet. The girl asked if it would be better to lure Steve to their side. Hero thought for a moment and honestly answered that he didn't know. The girl added that he is now the most popular guy in the country, but Hero said that for now they should watch him. Remembering the scary giant monsters, Hero thought that the end would soon come. Monsters devoured people like snacks, and humanity that survived the cataclysm begins to collapse due to underground break-ins. Huge red wyverns flew in flocks across the ground. They attacked people, spitting fire, and all because monsters covered the sky and earth. The mercenaries fought the monsters. But the only option for the awakened to survive was the country where he moved. This is the reason why Hero remains in this country, despite being called a traitor to his homeland. As long as the dungeons in this country are organized by truly talented people, this place will be the best for survival. Refugees will come to this country on boats, glad they made it. And Hero will meet them, and people will say that since he is here, they are definitely saved. He thought that his surviving fellow countrymen would call him a savior, and not a traitor to his homeland. He imagined how he would be called the hero, and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. The girl looked at him in surprise, and Hero, embarrassed, said that it seemed like it was just a show. Anna didn't understand what he meant, and the guy explained that it was just a hoax. But the girl didn't believe it and said that it wasn't just the Ministry of Defense who wanted him. Hero said that if he survived the end, it would not be too late to pick him up, and again suggested waiting. Shinsum Hospital is one of the few surviving buildings in the city. Melissa entered Jean's room without knocking, tearing her away from her reading. The girl approached the blonde and asked if it hurt, but she replied that it still hurt. Melissa didn't believe it and said that everything seemed wrong, but the girl repeated again that it hurt a lot. The brunette didn't believe it and said that throughout the hospital they were discussing that every night a guy in a mask came to her and asked if it was Steve. But Jean quickly changed the subject and asked if she had bought what she asked for. Melissa put the package on the table and said that fortunately, she had found her both a man and food. The girl pulled food and a jar of coffee onto the table, but Jean's gaze showed discontent. She shook her head and said that she wanted a different flavor, to which Melissa replied that it was the same color. Jean looked upset at the box of food and added that she wanted a different chicken. Melissa began to lose her temper. Her palm glowed white and she said to eat what they were giving. Despite the dissatisfaction, the chicken was eaten and the coffee was drunk. Jean sat back contentedly on the pillow and, holding her stomach, said that she was full. Melissa smiled irritably and said that since she was full, it was time to get to work. But Jean had already closed her eyes and through her drowsiness said that she would start when she had taken a little nap. Melissa's palm shone again, and with an evil smile, she asked the girl not to talk nonsense. The next moment, the room was illuminated with bright light, and Jean's scream was heard from the room. And at this time at the CIA headquarters, the screen showed the news that Hero had finally defeated Mikhail. The man behind the monitor did not believe the news and wondered how Mikhail could be defeated. The guy standing near the table said that Hero was progressing. A little more, and he would reach the SSS level. The next news was that after returning from the dungeon, Steve did not show up anywhere, not even in raids. The guy showed the photo and said that it was taken quite recently. The man looked at the photo of Steve feeding the pigeons and asked where this place was and what he was doing there. The guy said that he goes there often, and the man asked if he was lonely. The man was surprised if he was really talking to pigeons, and the guy said that he seemed to be unrequitedly in love or something like that. The man got angry and said that he could introduce him to many beautiful girls. He added that in any case, it was impossible for Steve to be taken over by someone else, and asked the guy if he understood this. The guy said that in the morning a special group of his people went to the country where Steve lives, however. He was clearly scared and added that the sky was a bit turbulent at the moment. But the man did not understand what they were talking about and asked why. A huge airliner flew across the sky, cutting through the clouds against the backdrop of the azure sky. The girl and her mother sat in their places, and the girl looked carefully out the window. Suddenly she called her mother and said that a beautiful bird was flying outside. The woman looked up from reading and looked interestedly out the window in search of the bird. But the curiosity on her face turned to fear when she saw the bird. A red monster with a fanged mouth was flying outside the window. It was a small wyvern that flew near the plane, as if playing tag. Other passengers also noticed it, and began to approach the window, reasoning that this bird was somehow strange. But the two men knew for sure that it was not a bird and excitedly listened to the passengers' conversations. One said that it was a wyvern, and the second added that although it was small, it was still dangerous. The guy said that it turns out that the wyvern dungeon is open and added that they need to report this when they land. Suddenly the guy said in fear that if the wyvern dungeon is open. But he didn't finish speaking because a huge wyvern larger than an airplane appeared outside the window. She flew up to the plane and opening her mouth breathed out fire, setting the plane on fire. The plane caught fire and began to melt at that very second. Having finished on the plane, the wyvern flew on and joined the flock of other monsters that filled the sky, and the news reported that an explosion had occurred in the wyvern dungeon and many monsters had escaped. Meanwhile, two SUVs were driving along a dirt road and someone asked if they had really driven into the wilderness. Chad was driving and said that they were there, but Donnie didn't believe it, and the guy also began to doubt. Donnie looked ahead in fear and asked Steve if this was not the damned house, but Steve did not see anything. Donnie pointed to the two-story house ahead, and Munch sighed heavily. Having approached closer, the guy exclaimed that this was a really damned house. It was covered with ivy, the glass was cracked, and a raven was sitting on the roof. The guys got out of the car and could not contain their emotions from the house they saw, complaining that it was not even suitable for spending the night. Donnie asked if there was internet here, and Jean fearfully said that she thought she saw a ghost on the second floor. The guys did not believe that they would really have to sleep here. It seemed that the building would collapse if they entered. Jean continued to talk about the ghost. Jean angrily told Melissa that she couldn't live here, and she asked the girl to be quieter. Melissa turned to Steve and asked if it was unusual for them because they expected something different. The girl with a wide smile said that restoration work would begin here tomorrow, but Steve said that he didn't need anything. He liked everything anyway and asked if it was possible to settle down. Jean grabbed the guy by the jacket and pulled him slightly towards her, asking if he had gone crazy. But Melissa intervened in the conversation, saying that people with wild instincts have a special point of view and suggested marking the territory. Steve did not understand the proposal, and the girl said that they could do whatever they wanted on their territory. Steve liked this proposal and his hand began to glow. Fireflies began to gather around our hero and everyone else just watched warily. Melissa asked in surprise what it was, and John calmly replied that it was the tree spirit. The stream of fireflies became larger and smaller fairies began to fly out of them, scattering to the sides. Melissa asked what he was doing, and Jean replied that she said to mark the territory. Little fairies scattered around the perimeter and began to throw seeds into the ground, from which shoots immediately began to sprout. Trees began to grow from these shoots at incredible speed. The guys from Steve's clan watched with delight at the speed, and Chad said that huge trees grew in an instant. The guys did not believe in the reality of what was happening, and someone said that now they have a fence. The spirits began to return, and Steve said at length that the job was done. He said that he was about a kilometer from the house, so be it. Melissa giggled nervously and said it was just wonderful. Coming closer, she said that this place will be designated as Steve's Guild, and everything that is on this territory belongs to them. Our hero said that apart from the ban on traveling abroad, everything sounds good. But the girl said that this point is mandatory. Melissa said they were worried about Steve's family first, and Jean snorted when she heard that. But our hero didn't notice this and said that he liked everything. Melissa said that if that was the case, then he needed to sign the contract and handed the guy some papers and a pen. But then Jean intervened and said that you need to read it carefully. But Melissa pushed the girl away and showed where Steve should sign. Melissa complimented Steve and handed him his copy of the contract. The girl shook the guy's hand and suggested that he work hard until the portal opens. Steve said he would keep his promise, and Melissa asked him to trust the government. When leaving, Melissa asked Jean to behave, and she replied that she would run away if people were not sent here tomorrow to fix the house. The girls exchanged dissatisfied glances, and Jean stuck her tongue out at her departing friend. The SUV drove back through the newly grown forest. Melissa sighed heavily, calling Jean a scoundrel, and the driver asked if it was possible to manage such a large area with such a small number of people. Melissa replied that if they didn't succeed, they would help. The girl gave the order to collect a raid list of level 5 or higher and put it in standby mode. And somewhere in the ocean, motorboats approached a large ship. They swam closer and opened fire on the ship. The guy shouted the call sign, Coral Emerald, into the radio, reporting that they were attacked by pirates and help was needed. Another ship reported that it had received the coordinates of the Coral Emerald and added that help would arrive in 2 hours and asked to turn off the engine when the pirates were on board. The pirates swam close to the ship and began to rise. The soldier reported that they were already on board and there were more of them. The captain said to turn off the engine, turn off all power and gather in the staff area. Suddenly the ship tilted and the soldiers could barely stay on their feet. The ship's crew watched in horror as something overboard scattered the pirates' boats in different directions. And the next thing they saw was a huge tentacle heading straight towards the ship. The monster entangled the entire ship with red tentacles, breaking the deck like a toy. The ship's crew flew in different directions, and glass rained down on them like hail. In a matter of seconds, the monster squeezed the ship with its tentacles, breaking it into pieces, and some survivors fell into the water. But an open mouth with huge teeth awaited them in the water. Compared to the size of the mouth, the man looked like a tiny grain of sand, and it was impossible to escape. And while a huge monster with tentacles was dragging the remains of the ship to the bottom, a monster that looked like a shark with many tails swam forward. The shark returned to the pack, where there were dozens or even hundreds of the same monsters. Soon a support ship arrived at this place, along with a helicopter. It was reported that the ship had arrived at the scene, however. As a result of patrols within a radius of 10 miles, no signs of the ship were found. But this ship also met the fate of the Coral Emerald, and the tentacles began to entwine it. And in Steve's guild house, fireflies flew around the trees, helping them grow even taller. And the ringing tone of the phone echoed throughout the house. The sound came from the room where Jean was fast asleep. The girl sleepily answered the call without opening her eyes. Melissa, who called the girl, said that she seemed to have a taste of life. The girl sleepily scratched her stomach and asked what she needed. She was already at work. Melissa directly asked if she was with Steve or not. But Jean only mumbled sleepily that she didn't know without opening her eyes. Melissa lost her temper and screamed that the sun was already up and she wasn't going to get up. The girl looked angrily at the phone as if this could convey her mood to Jean, who hung up. After making coffee, Jean went out onto the balcony, looking at the giant trees. The girl sipped coffee from a mug, thinking that Steve had planted a lot of things here. Overnight, the tree near the house grew several times taller than their house, surrounded by fireflies. At this time, Steve watched a pack of wolves opening the system settings. He gave names to the wolves, calling them any food. Each had an energy level, as well as information about where they were tamed. Steve read a status from one of the wolves that if the energy level increases, a loss of sanity may occur. The guy thoughtfully read the warning and thought that in this case it would be problematic to increase the level. At that moment, Jean approached him and asked what he was doing. Steve said that he was naming new members, and Jean asked in surprise if he was talking about wolves. Yawning, the girl said that she had to wake her up and asked why he went out alone. Peku ran up to them. Who had become bigger, Jean said that he was growing quickly and asked about the younger ones. Steve replied that they had left for breakfast and were probably at the dungeon now. Jean also praised her diligence, especially in such heat. Our hero pointed to the forest and asked the girl if she wanted to take a walk. Jean tilted her head to the side in surprise, asking the guy again. In an instant, Steve turned into a huge white beast and extended his hand to her. John easily jumped on his back, and the guy said that now he would show her something. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to brag about his achievements to her. But Steve did not answer her question and asked her to hold on tight. Our hero in the form of a beast rushed forward, as usual, with incredible speed. Jean could barely stay on Steve's back and asked him to go slower. The wolves rushed after them, trying to catch up with the guys, and Jean screamed that she had lost her shoes. In the forest where Steve's guild settled, several journalists pitched tents when they heard the howling of wolves. One of them said that there was nothing to fish here, adding that in addition it was very hot here. Another guy said that the company ordered him to get at least something, and complained that he had not seen a salary for more than a month. He turned to the other guys and asked if there were anyone here who had already been in this forest. Another partner pointed to many cameras and said that they belonged to the military police. But before they arrived, they would be eaten by wolves. Another guy said that it is impossible to predict when the portal will open, so it's not like journalists and influential people were not allowed in here. Suddenly, the SUV that Steve bought for Chad appeared on the road. The journalists learned that it was Steve's car and began excitedly looking for him. The car rushed past the journalists without stopping. Chad said that even the heat doesn't stop journalists, and Donnie wondered whose channel it was, his or Steve's. He read the comments under the video. Some were discussing Steve and were surprised that he was only level F, while others were discussing the fight between Hero and Mikhail. Suddenly, Donnie exclaimed in surprise. But when Chad asked what happened, he embarrassedly replied that it was nothing. Donnie watched intently as several of the largest countries sent large donations, totaling 4 billion. The guy thought that most of the donations come from Europe and could not decide whether to tell Steve about this or not. Suddenly, the car caught up with a wolf pack, led by Steve, and Donnie shouted to him in surprise. Jean noticed the guy's car and waved to them while sitting astride Steve. Donnie waved back and called her brother's little wife, surprising Chad with this phrase. Jean, in response to such words, threatened Donnie with her fist, narrowing her eyes angrily. The boy smiled cheerfully and said that they go to the same toilet, eat and sleep in the same house. He looked with resentment at how Jean sat astride Steve and said that he had never ridden them like that. And at the same time, our hero was picking up speed, overtaking an SUV, which surprised the guys. Donnie fervently asked Chad to push himself, and he replied that they would not lose. Chad shifted the gear into sport mode and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car pulled ahead, slightly overtaking the wolf. Donnie shouted that whoever was last would buy dinner, and added that the speed of light was against the rules. Suddenly, Jean felt something and called out to Steve excitedly. Steve was calm and only asked the girl if she felt it. The girl's eyes shone blue, and she said that a crack had been discovered within a radius of 200 meters. Jean remembered the conversation at the hospital when Steve snuck up on her. She was tired and her eyes were drooping, but Jean still asked which planet she was from. Steve looked out the window and, without turning around, said that he was from the planet of the Animal Kingdom. Jean asked if there really was anyone on this planet except animals. Steve said that looking back, he realized that it was a beautiful and romantic place, surrounded by more than 700 times the energy. Jean was shocked when she heard about the energy of 700. The guy continued by saying that this is a realm of eternal survival, where the battle for dominance is eternal, and whoever was their leader had to get a minimum of U grade. And even after he became their leader, he still thought he had to accept their challenge. Jean thought that if this was a portal bridge, then it would be possible to enter and exit it without restrictions. And if the aliens were warlike, then soon this place would become a battlefield. The girl fearfully imagined that a war could begin against animals of Class C and higher. At this time, Melissa and her boss were sitting in a cafe, and he asked if Steve's planet was friendly. The girl said that the risk was high, but the man replied that he was talking about something else. Raising his glass, the man said that on that planet Steve was a king. Jean, horrified, asked Steve how he couldn't do this. She said that he was the king there, so why couldn't he? To which Steve replied that if they saw that he was not so strong, wouldn't they want to kill him? John cursed and asked in frustration how this happened. The girl ordered Steve to run at full speed into the northeastern field, away from the city. Our hero rushed in the direction where Jean pointed, raising columns of dust. Chad asked in surprise where the guys rushed, and Donnie ordered to go after them. A huge blue lightning flashed in the sky. Jean shouted that it had begun. Space was beginning to bend. In the office, Melissa answered Jean's call and asked what happened. They were already near the lightning, and Jean told Melissa that a portal was forming in front of them. The girl was surprised, and not believing it, asked again. Jean shouted to send the portal's location to the backup unit. Several military vehicles were already rushing to the indicated location. The vehicles stopped and installed rocket launchers, and the chief reported that the brigade alone was ready for shelling. Approaching the portal, Steve said that this was not the planet he was on. This was an ordinary portal? Jean asked in surprise why he was so sure of this. Steve came closer to the portal and said that he felt that it was not the place from which he came. Jean speculated that it was because of the space portal that repatriates sometimes pass through, so he could feel it. But then the girl remembered that when Steve returned from the planet, the energy level of this portal exceeded even the level of the bridge portal. But then she thought that the device was broken. Out loud, Jean said that now the energy of the portal is not as oppressive as it was that time. And Steve said that this is a portal to the dungeon. Journalists also saw lightning. One asked if it was a spatial wave, and the second confirmed the observation. Immediately, the cars of the awakened bureau rushed past the journalists. And then helicopters flew in, surprising the journalists even more. One of the journalists said in surprise whether a portal to a new planet was really opening. The lightning began to grow more and more, forming a ball. The guys ran to the portal and Steve took on his human form. Jean looked at the portal, wondering if it really led to the dungeon. Suddenly, Jean thought that Steve could outperform her, the better one in terms of perception, although he was not even a professional. An SUV drove up to the portal, and an admiring wow was heard from it. Donnie ran to the guys, asking if this was a portal to a new planet, but they didn't have time to say a word when 2 cars from the Bureau drove up to the portal. The military got out of the cars with suitcases and said that they were the 11th team and would now install the equipment. The guys asked what it was for, and Jean replied that it calculates the dungeon level and time. Jean and Steve watched with interest as one of the soldiers set up the equipment. The number 4,280 appeared on the screen, which greatly surprised Jean. The soldier said that this was a 4th level dungeon and added that its level was not that high. Jean sighed in disappointment, and Steve smiled contentedly, saying that he was enough. But Melissa was the most disappointed when she heard about the dungeon level. The material from the bracelet began to cover Jean's hand when she said that about Steve's words. He said that this was not where he was and they would have to go and check. But the boss was furious when he heard that the dungeon was the 4th level. Melissa said that this is not yet certain, and they need to first go and check if this dungeon is a return location. The boss said with disappointment that they spent a lot of money on this. The girl repeated that this is not yet accurate, and the skills that Steve shows are definitely not level 4. The boss said that if the first portal that opens after a person returns is a dungeon, then he returned from the dungeon and asked if she knew which people trusted them and invested in them. Melissa asked if they didn't invest in probability, and Steve is unusual, and his price is high. The boss said that if he came out of the dungeon, the company's shares would rise and asked for time. In response, Melissa just sighed heavily. And he added that if they cannot satisfy those who invested, then both of them will have problems. Jean reported that there were 50 days until the portal exploded and asked to suspend mobilization. Suddenly, the military man turned to Steve and he asked in surprise what it was. He said that for a 4th level dungeon, you need to clear 5 or 6 times, and asked if our hero was afraid with his current abilities. But Steve calmly replied that he wasn't scared at all. He added that it was not bad and asked how much it cost, and the military man asked in surprise whether he was really talking about equipment. The military man replied that every guild has one. A new one costs about 30 million. A little expensive, Steve said, and the military man agreed with him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had recently received a contract for eternal equipment as a gift, and asked him to sign it. But Steve asked in surprise why he gave the gift away so easily. The guy smiled embarrassedly, searching for words. He said that even if Steve did not return from the new planet, the government would never leave him without attention, and those abroad were also interested in him. Our hero looked at the guy in surprise, and he said with enthusiasm that his country considers Steve family. The guy summed it up by calling Steve a jewel, which made Jean feel nauseous. Our hero replied that no one wrote to him from abroad, surprising the military man. Then Donnie intervened in the conversation, excitement visible on his face. Stepping aside, the boy said that there is a real war going on abroad now. Steve doesn't know about this, since he doesn't often surf the internet, but Donnie collects money sent from fans. Steve, without listening to the end, asked how much he had collected. Donnie sheepishly replied that he had raised about 500 million. Steve put his hand on Donnie's shoulder, calling him the boy. He suggested not to be slaves to money, adding that the day would come when he would choose a good neighbor than 500 million. Donnie lowered his head and said he understood him. Why did he smile embarrassedly and say that he should have shown Steve the proposal 3 months ago? Steve looked at the boy questioningly. Donnie asked if the hitman would kill him for not showing the offer. Steve offered to say that he had shown the proposal, but he did not answer, delighting Donnie. As he left, our hero told him to get ready with Chad. Donnie added that he would partially eat that money and put the rest into the guild's account. Steve agreed with this proposal and walked forward into the portal. With a happy face, Donnie thought how brutal he was, and that just being around him was already profitable. The boy skipped towards the car, thinking about the money he would keep for himself. Steve's suit almost enveloped his body when he said that if everyone is ready, then we can go. The military man shouted that a team was on its way from the Bureau and invited them to go together. Steve replied that this could not be done, surprising the military man. He explained that the contract states that only 2 people from the mobilized personnel are allowed. This also applies to hunting. Jean said that everything was clear and suggested we go already. The military man turned to Jean and asked if there was enough personnel for the dungeon, and she replied that he could just record a video. Packy ran up to Steve, and Steve asked him to pump there too. Steve received the order to move forward and went into the portal. Coming out of the portal, the guys began to look around. Jean asked how, asking if this was not the same world. Steve replied thoughtfully that he didn't understand yet. Jean looked at him questioningly and activated her clairvoyance skill. Looking at the bare trees around Steve said that he had a familiar feeling. The military man tensely asked Donnie if they could just go. Didn't they need to do a formation? But the boy relaxedly replied that since Steve was ahead, he could just follow him. Suddenly, Jean raised her fist up and shouted, "Stop!" The guys behind tensed up and began to peer into the trees ahead. The girl said that a monster appeared 70 meters away from them, or rather there were 3 of them. Donnie stepped forward and pulled out a dagger, preparing to fight. The military man also took out a sword and asked if this was enough, and Donnie irritably asked what he was up to. The howl of a monster was heard from the forest ahead. Chad also took out a sword and walked forward giggling, surprising the military man. The military man asked in fear what was wrong with him all of a sudden, but Donnie remained silent. Still giggling, Chad caught up with Steve and prepared to walk forward. But seeing his younger brother, our hero hit him on the neck with the edge of his hand. At the same moment, Chad fell face down on the ground. The military man stared in shock at what was happening, and Donnie walked forward. Steve ordered Donnie to revive Chad and give him a sedative. The military man, in shock, asked why this happened, and Jean replied that he had a mental illness. When he takes a sword in his hands, he turns into a psychopath. Donnie tried to give Chad some medicine and brought him back to his senses. Meanwhile, Steve, who was walking ahead, was looking forward intently. He told everyone to stand behind him and took out his dagger. At that moment, a monster appeared from the forest and roared loudly. 3 lizard-like monsters with spears in their hands came out of the forest. Donnie shouted that these were lizard people, and Jean ordered to take a defensive stand. Steve rushed forward, clutching a glowing dagger. The soldier's eyes lit up red, and he said that he was starting video recording. Our hero approached the monsters, and the 3 of them attacked him. Steve easily took off the head of the first monster with one blow of his dagger. He also easily cut the second monster in half, as if cutting paper. Steve stabbed the third monster in the stomach. Our hero stopped after finishing off the monsters and received a message that he had been awarded 84 experience points. The rest of the squad stood in a circle, protecting their backs, and they all looked in surprise at Steve, who had already finished dealing with the lizards. The military man looked at Steve in shock, wondering if such speed was real. Steve gave orders to Donnie and Chad to collect the trophies. The guys rushed forward. Donnie readily accepted the order, and Chad continued to chuckle. He cut up the corpse with such frenzy that blood splattered everything, including Donnie. The soldier said in shock that Chad seemed normal until he picked up the knife, but Jean told him to stomp faster. Steve told the guys that next time they would have to figure it out themselves and asked them to come to their senses. Taking out blood crystals from the monsters, the guys agreed with Steve's words. The military man wondered in shock whether he really wanted to leave the fool and psychopath alone with level C monsters. Steve called Packy and he happily ran to the guy. He ordered the kid to go into the forest and bring more such monsters. The military man couldn't believe his ears, but the puppy understood the order and barked joyfully. Packy rushed into the forest at that very second, barking loudly and attracting monsters. The military man asked whether this could be regarded as cruelty to animals. He asked Jean what would happen if he brought a whole army of monsters. Would everything be okay? And the girl again answered that he should focus on filming. Donnie became serious and shouted that the monsters were coming. Grunting and unintelligible sounds were heard from the depths of the forest. Hearing them, Chad began to giggle even louder, baring his teeth in a crazy smile. The soldier thought in horror that he was having another seizure. Donnie ran to Chada, offering to drink another sedative. But the guy didn't hear him anymore. He rushed forward towards the monsters, laughing loudly. Steve turned back and loudly called out to Donnie, warning him that the monsters were approaching. The guy understood this and eagerly rushed forward. Packy rushed back from the forest, and the grunting of the monsters became louder. Chad rushed forward and threw a dagger forward, surprising Steve, followed by a spear. The spear stuck into the ground next to Packy, and he barked loudly. And Chella's dagger hit the head of one of the running monsters. The lizard with the daggers in its head fell, and the remaining monster shouted something in its language, preparing to strike. And Chad was already rushing to meet him, with 2 shining daggers in his hands. He ran up close to the lizard and swung his daggers, and the monster raised his spear. Then Steve arrived and pushed away the monster's hand, which had a spear in it. Chad easily struck the lizard in the head while Steve held his paw, preventing him from attacking. And next to him, Packy grabbed the monster with his teeth, which increased the level and power of his jaws. Suddenly, the military man shouted in fear that there was danger near the guys. A toothy jaw dropped open next to Chad, who was engrossed in killing another monster. Steve and Chad were just turning back when a glowing bolt of lightning pierced the monster's head. It was Donnie. He was holding a sniper rifle in his hands and covering the guys. He fired a burst from his rifle, and multiple bolts pierced the monster. Chad swung his hand with a scream and made 2 cuts in the monster's body. In the next second, the monster's body fell into 3 pieces, and Chad's level increased to E1. The guy continued to smile madly as blood gushed out of the monster's body. Donnie also raised the level to E9 and was incredibly happy about it. The military man asked in surprise whether this was definitely a 4th level dungeon, and Jean asked if he really thought it was a 3rd level dungeon. Donnie exclaimed contentedly that he wasn't worried at all, and Chad continued to giggle. Jean told the military man that stop talking, we need to record a video. Packy suddenly bristled and growled. The puppy rushed forward somewhere, and Jean shouted to Steve that they were attacking from all sides. Steve turned around in surprise and saw a monster running towards him, its toothy mouth wide open. Another monster was running towards him from the other side, and the third monster jumped from above, raising a long spear above his head. But Steve was already ready to attack and prepared his dagger. The white car was driving forward when the road was blocked by journalists camped near Steve's house. One of the journalists came forward, saluted, and greeted Melissa. The girl angrily asked what was going on. Did the guy really want to die, and asked if he was going to leave? The journalist said that he would leave if the girl said something, and she asked what he needed. The guy said that he had just seen Cedric arrive at the head of the squad. Melissa asked irritably, "So what?" The journalist said that since he was here, it must be a 4th level dungeon. Melissa didn't answer and just looked at the guy sternly. But for him, this look was more eloquent than words. The journalist dispersed the rest of the crowd so that the car could move on. He waved to the departing car and thanked the girl. The other guys asked what she said. He replied that the dungeon was the 4th level and suggested getting ready. The driver asked if it was a secret, and Melissa clarified why he was asking. She looked at the driver and asked what was more important to them, Steve's life or money. The driver answered hesitantly. Steve and the girl answered the same thing. She said that if she just caught Steve returning from the dungeon, then those flies would no longer bother her. The driver excitedly asked if everything would be okay with her because the boss had told others. To which Melissa replied that this is why they must find the breach now. And at this time, squad number 13 gathered at the portal and reported that they were ready to enter. A tall, muscular man with white hair looked the squad over carefully. He asked the soldiers if everyone was equipped, and they answered in unison, yes. The man smiled cheerfully and said that if so, then it was time for them to have a little fun. Suddenly, an employee came running to them and said that the order had been given to wait. Cedric was unhappy with this news and asked why this was. A car drove up to the portal and a girl headed towards the squad. Melissa greeted Cedric with a polite smile, but the guy was hostile and, without answering the pleasantries, asked what it meant. The girl calmly replied that entry into the dungeon is currently prohibited, and she added that until they received a message from Steve, unauthorized entry was prohibited. Cedric got angry at these words and asked what unauthorized meant. He said menacingly that they actually dropped what they were doing and rushed here. Melissa was still calm and replied that it happened that way. The man said that there was definitely a reconnaissance clause in the contract, and asked whether it made sense to allow the team in without a raid. Melissa smiled slyly and said that now it makes sense to add a couple more points. The girl smiled and said that she was here so that no one would get their hands dirty, and she was here on behalf of the boss. Cedric swore angrily and asked why everything was so difficult. Melissa smiled peacefully and suggested continuing the conversation in the car. Looking at the article about Steve returning from the 3rd level dungeon, the boss asked the chairman not to worry. He spoke on the phone and answered the minister that it was a misunderstanding and that more time was needed. Having finished this conversation, the phone immediately rang again. The boss grabbed his head and said that he could die like that. He shouted loudly, asking if Melissa had been contacted. But despite the commotion over the portal, the sun shone brightly in the azure sky in the city. The doctor was sitting in his office and moving his mouse across the table. He opened an article that said that Steve had returned from the dungeon and they regretted his unfulfilled dream of a new planet. The doctor was surprised at the 4th level and asked if this was a sabotage. Reading the article, the doctor said that this guy didn't have a life, but some kind of TV series. He remembered the guy's story. He was hiding on the beach until he found fruit trees, and the sea was full of food. Steve was attacked by monsters from the sea, but it was definitely the sea. The doctor thought that it could not be that there was a sea in the 4th level dungeon. The earth was collapsing, and the doctor thought about the appearance of a dungeon. That it could appear due to the split of the planet itself. He remembered when Steve broke the door handle, burst into the office and asked the doctor to find his brother. He then agreed, but said that in return he would have one condition. And the condition was a story about how Steve became the king of wolves, right up to the war with the gorillas. He promised that he would let him know if his brother was found. An ordinary level effort patriot said that he was the king of the planet for 500 years. Who would believe him? The doctor thought that he seemed to have missed something interesting due to a hasty judgment. Meanwhile, our hero was cutting down monsters left and right, soaring high above the ground. He dealt with monsters in flight, chopping off heads, cutting necks, and ripping open bellies. And when he landed, all the monsters were already lying on the ground. The military man was shocked by this speed, and that all the attackers were on the same team. Steve turned to the guys and asked them to stand up, ordering them to collect their loot. When the prey was finished, the detachment moved on and stopped, looking around the area. Jean said it was suspiciously beautiful, and Donnie said the stones sparkled like diamonds, but the atmosphere was dull. I looked around. Steve said that this was definitely a new place, but for some reason it looked familiar. The guys approached the stone and were surprised to notice that there was an inscription on it in their native language. It was carved on the stone. There is no turning back, the territory of leopards. Steve looked around in surprise, as if trying to remember something. Jean asked if Donnie was joking, and he fearfully replied that he was not, asking why she decided that. The girl narrowed her eyes in disbelief, but did not say anything more. She turned to the military man and asked if he was recording, and the guy replied, "It's over." Jean asked tensely where their writing came from. Turning around, she noticed that Steve had gone somewhere up, along the stones. She ordered the rest of the guys to move forward. The squad moved on, following Steve, climbing up the rocks. Our hero had already stood up and froze near the entrance to the cave. There was a look of confusion on his face as he looked ahead. The guys were shocked that there was a cave in such a place, and the military man was worried that someone would jump out of it.
Steve called upon the spirit of the tree, and thousands of fireflies flew forward from his body.
The guys froze in shock, and Donnie exclaimed, "What is this?" Fireflies settled on the walls of the cave, which were completely covered with writing. The guys were shocked that all the inscriptions were in their language, and decided that their relative lived here. Donnie read the entry, "I want to eat chicken. I want to eat soup," and asked if the underground Robinson Crusoe really lived here. The military man tensely read the inscription, "I want to see the man." Suddenly both guys froze when they saw another entry, "How I want a woman, I really want affection." The military man said that this pervert wrote a whole novel here. The guys looked at the inscriptions and decided that he was full of desire, and the military man said that he could no longer read it. They laughed, and Donnie asked what kind of burning mushrooms he was drawing. The next inscription read, "I want to see the faces of even those I hate. I want to see the hated father and mother and younger brother Chad." Donnie said in surprise that Chad's name was there. And at that time, the younger brother read another inscription. Steve was here. The military man and Donnie immediately realized who wrote it, and their fun immediately disappeared. Jean, who had been watching what was happening, then turned around confidently. She looked at Steve, who had not made a sound all this time, studying the inscriptions. Donnie said that these were like the drawings of ancient people, and the military man added that the creator had good drawing skills. Jean walked up to Steve and asked him if this was where he was, but our hero did not answer. He looked forward in shock at the drawings. The inscription read, 500 years have passed since I became a ruler. For the last 100 years, Kuro could not defeat Steve, and there was also an Akarta in the picture. Steve vividly remembered Kuro, the huge black tiger he had fought. Our hero saw as now the yellow eyes of the enemy with whom he had fought for many years. Jean asked the guy how he was, but Steve only looked in shock at another drawing. There was a record of the Third Moon War. The Gorilla Jack clan rebelled, and when the third moon rose, the battle would begin. He remembered the last battle with a huge gorilla, and the thought that this time only one would survive. Steve simply couldn't believe his eyes looking at the drawings. Donnie continued to explore the cave and said that there were knives here. The guys looked at the shining blades, forged from stone, and therefore they were not artifacts. Suddenly, Steve rushed towards the exit of the cave, surprising the guys. Donnie shouted to Steve excitedly, asking where he ran off to. And Jean was already rushing after him, trying to stop him or at least catch up. Donnie shouted that Steve was offended because the military man was laughing at the drawings, but the guy replied that they laughed together. And Steve rushed up, running straight up the steep cliff. Our hero climbed to the top of the mountain and examined the area around. He simply could not believe his eyes and wondered in surprise what had happened here. Jean climbed the mountain where our hero stood and called him by name. Rising, she asked what was there, whether this was the place where he once lived. Steve replied that it seemed so, but something was wrong, and Jean asked what exactly. The guy pointed in one direction and said that there used to be a snowy mountain there. He pointed in the other direction and said there were fruit trees there. Then he pointed to a place where there was fog and said that there was a sea there. John was truly surprised when she heard about the sea in the dungeon. Steve said that this sea was called the Sea of Roar and it was truly dangerous. The girl could not believe that there could be a sea in the 4th level dungeon. She asked about the writing on the wall. Didn't he leave it? And Steve said it was his writing. These were Steve's attempts not to forget about civilization. He wrote them while hiding from animals. He recalled how he took notes, and even when he changed his habitat, he returned to this cave and wrote. Jean asked if lizard men existed back then, and Steve replied that they didn't exist then. The girl asked what happened to his animal friends. Steve looked thoughtfully into the distance and repeated the girl's words, "My friends." The guy said that this was leopard territory and they wouldn't leave because of some lizard men. In response, Jean pointed into the distance and asked if he could see the fog there. She said that there, just beyond the mountains, was the end of the dungeon, the most ordinary dead end. Steve was sincerely shocked by these words, not believing that where there used to be a sea was now a dead end. Suddenly, they both heard a noise below, and Jean shouted that a lizard man was approaching. Jean activated her clairvoyance skill and said that they were approaching. The girl counted the number of approaching monsters. There were more than 80 of them. The guys climbed to the top where Jean and Steve stood. Donnie said that if they weren't next to them, they would die. Jean screamed that 102 lizards were rising towards them. The girl was indignant that they were all rising at once and took out her sword. and at the very bottom stood the largest red lizard, and she shouted that he was the king of the lizards. The lizard grinned its mouth angrily, and on its head was some kind of animal, like a mask. Taking a closer look at the skull, Steve thought that it looked very similar to the skull of a leopard. Suddenly our hero told Jean to be with the others, and without waiting for an answer, he jumped down from the top of the mountain, surprising Jean. The girl shouted from above, asking what he was up to, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in the city, Grandma was feeding a pigeon and with a smile asked him if it was good to peck food like that. Suddenly, the dove began to shine with a blue light and lightning appeared around it, which greatly surprised the granny.
And Jean stared at Steve in surprise, not believing her eyes.
Instead of arms, Steve grew huge wings and flew down towards the rising monsters. Seeing Steve, the king of the monsters swung his huge spear, aiming at the guy. The spear flew past Steve and he went down to the king of the monsters, stopping next to him. At this point, Paki began to shine and lightning appeared around him, as before with the dove. And now, instead of Steve, a white beast appeared, grinning its mouth angrily. He grabbed the Lizard King by the throat and together they flew down the mountain. Our hero, together with the Lizard King, fell somewhere in the forest, and from the impact at the place of the fall, it was as if a bomb had exploded. Jean watched this fall in shock and called Steve crazy. At that moment, the guys climbed to the top, and Donnie said that no matter how embarrassing it was, there was no need to jump. And Chad asked in surprise if it was really his brother who jumped. Donnie said that he seemed to have fallen hard there, which made Jean get angry and shout that he was okay. And while the guys were talking, 100 lizardmen were rising closer and closer to them. Jean shouted that the lizard was 30 meters away from them and ordered them to prepare for an attack. The military man picked up a large boulder and shouted that he was ready to attack. Donnie took out his rifle and, taking aim, shouted to the monsters to come here. Chad also took the cobblestone, but all his attention was focused on his brother and his jump. Donnie opened fire, shooting the approaching lizards, and they began to fall from the cliff. And Steve fought with the Lizard King below and hit him hard in the jaw with his elbow. The next blow was a fist to the jaw, causing the monster's eyes to widen. Steve then unleashed a hail of punches on the monster, turning it into a bloody pulp. Steve opened his fanged mouth and growled furiously. Our hero took the half-dead monster by the neck and trotted slightly, trying to bring him to his senses. After that, Siv took the mask and, tearing it off the monster's muzzle, threw it further to the side. Grabbing his claws into the monster's body, Steve asked where the leopards had gone. But the monster did not answer, and was only able to clench his fist behind our hero's back. With the last of his strength, the Lizard King lightly hit Steve's head with his fist. But from this act, our hero became furious and bared his teeth furiously. The ground around the two animals suddenly shook and the wind rose, and Steve stood on his hind legs. Without letting go of the monster's clutches, our hero soared into the sky, leaving a blue streak of light behind him. The guys on the mountain continued to throw stones at the lizards that were creeping ever closer, and there was no end to them. Another boulder knocked down the lizard, but two others were already rushing to take its place. Donnie continued to fire away with his rifle, shouting for them all to die quickly. Under fire from stones and rifles, some monsters fell, but the guys were unable to remove them all. The military man suddenly asked whether melee weapons were not more effective than long-range weapons. Donnie said that there is a limit on the amount of fire. Depending on the level, the effectiveness drops greatly, but this is a hopeless situation. Jean held two swords in her hands and shouted to the guys that they were rising, ordering them to concentrate. Chad pulled out two daggers and a crazy smile appeared on his face again and laughter rang out. Donnie screamed that Chad had lost his mind again and said that he couldn't be allowed to jump. Someone screamed to look and the guys saw Steve appear in the air next to them holding the Lizard King. There was a blue glow around Steve's legs. He grabbed the monster by the throat and swung it, preparing to throw it. The guys stared at Steve in shock, and at this time the crowd of lizards was getting closer and closer. At that moment, Steve swung and threw the body of the Lizard King with force. The military man, realizing what our hero wanted to do, shouted in horror that they had to run away. The body flew into the crowd of lizards, destroying the mountain along with them, and Steve received a level increase and turned off his wind control skill. The lizards flew in different directions from such a blow, and the mountain began to break. The ground under the feet of the guys standing on the mountain began to crack, and Donnie shouted that they were going to fall. John also began to fall and only managed to shout to the guys to take care of themselves. The military man also flew down and tears welled up in his eyes from fear. The mountain finally collapsed and all four fell down. The top of the mountain split into two parts with a roar and a hail of stones and boulders flew down. Jean landed successfully on the edge of the surviving mountain, while clouds of dust rose around her. The girl stood up and looked around in search of other survivors. Seeing someone's hand, she rushed forward, asking as she walked if everything was okay. The soldier was buried in the stones, but was able to raise his hand and said that he was Henry, and that everything was fine with him. Donnie said in fear that they almost died. Chad was lying on the ground and Packy ran up to him. Suddenly Steve appeared nearby in human form and told them to go because the portal had already opened. Seeing Steve, the guys joyfully rushed towards him because they thought that he had not survived the fall from the mountain. And Henry was surprised and tilted his head to the side and asked how this was even possible. Near the portal at that moment stood Melissa with her assistants in squad number 11, led by Cedric. Steve and the guys came out of the portal one by one, surrounded by a blue glow. Seeing the guys, Melissa smiled and said that they were going out. Steve's clan left the portal in deathly silence, and the military near the portal looked at them carefully. Steve was silent and looked thoughtfully to the side. There was confusion on the guy's usually serious face. Cedric, seeing our hero, asked if he was Steve and added that he could barely drag his feet. But Melissa ignored the guy's words and called out to Steve, coming closer. Steve looked at Melissa with the same confused look. The girl came closer to him and greeted him. She wanted to say something else but did not have time. In front of everyone, Steve turned into a dove and flew away, under the gaze of everyone. The squad looked after Steve in amazement, and one guy asked if Steve had really turned into a dove. Another guy said that he also thought it was his imagination, and Cedric added that it would probably be delicious to fry him. Melissa asked if he wasn't turning into a dog, and Jean just sighed heavily. She asked Jean what happened, and the girl replied that if Melissa came to negotiate, then it was better to go. The brunette frowned and asked what was wrong with the video. Jean called Henry and told him to take Melissa and return to headquarters. But the girl said that the blonde should go too, and she was surprised by these words. Melissa said Steve's surveillance has now been completed and her deportation order has been issued. Jean instantly became furious and screamed where she was being sent this time. Melissa replied, "She's going on a field offensive near the midline. Things are serious there." Hearing the place where she was being sent, Jean clenched her teeth in surprise, but did not object. Henry told the guys that 4 people would remain with them to operate the portal, and this number of people should be enough. Chad shook the guy's hand and said that he would treat them like guests, while Henry advised him to hire staff as soon as possible. The guy thanked the military man for his advice and smiled kindly at him. Henry smiled a slightly nervous smile in response and wondered what Chad's true face was. And next to him, Cedric shouted in surprise what kind of return we were talking about. He said that Melissa kept insisting that she needed to talk to Steve, to which the girl replied that they had better return to headquarters today and begin negotiations on the squad's salary. Heading to the car, the girl said that the boss was waiting for them, inviting them to go. But Cedric shouted that that wasn't the problem and asked if Steve didn't want to talk to them. The man was indignant that the people from the guild did not have the sense to go into the dungeon alone, and if it exploded, they would call him. Donnie glared at the outraged man, indignant, and Chad said to just leave. Already from the car, which was rushing at full speed to the headquarters, Melissa called the boss. The man immediately started yelling at her, asking if she had told everything to the journalists. Melissa said that everyone except the management team was leaving, adding that everything could be fixed and suggested we talk at the meeting. The boss's ardor waned, and he only asked in surprise what this meant. After some time, the group returned to the Awakened Bureau to submit a report. Henry showed the inscriptions in the cave on the screen, saying that this was Steve's diary. In the next video, he showed how Fiction flew into the air and threw the Lizard King onto the mountain. Henry said that it was impossible to film inside the cave, but they did film how Steve grew wings. The guy added that he could merge with animals. Henry turned off the screen and said that his recording ended there. Cedric angrily said that they were out of their minds. They couldn't easily defeat the Lizard King. The boss said that the Lizard King's level 4 combat power is somewhere around level B. Henry corrected him, saying that it was a Class A, and added that Steve just knocked down a level A like that. The boss folded his hands in front of him and said that it turns out Steve is superior to level C. Jin reported that the current E-level spatial energy, C plus combat power, after transformation depends on the power of the animal, but is assessed as the weakest SSS level. It was also confirmed that his level increase depends on the removal of restrictions. For other awakened ones, everything is not so. Cedric asked about the lifting of restrictions and added that everyone is unusual. John shrugged and said she didn't know anything about that. The boss asked what his performance was before. Cedric thought that if all those who disappeared returned like Steve, then their country would definitely become a superpower. Henry said that if they went there without equipment, they would definitely die, and added that it was unlikely that there would be another such person. The boss asked that, be that as it may, Steve apparently returned from dungeon number 4, but Jean firmly said that they could not confirm this yet. The boss said that it was also unpleasant for him to realize this, but it was a fact that it was not a new planet that had been discovered. He added that it was more important to understand whether the secret of Steve's success was in that dungeon. Melissa, who had previously been silent, agreed with the boss. The man said that Steve even signed the contract, so why is he trying to interfere with the intelligence? Cedric said that Steve was just trying to prevent him from learning the secret of his strength and called the guy selfish. But then Jean intervened and said that this was not the case at all. Melissa interrupted the girl before she could finish and asked if they meant further negotiations. The boss indignantly asked what other negotiations were taking place. They had already held a lot of them. Melissa just smiled and tried to convey her thoughts to the boss, but he seemed to refuse to listen and only asked again what was the matter. Jean stormed out of the hall where they were sitting, calling everyone idiots talking about the secret of strength and power. And at this time, Melissa told her plans and asked if it was not tempting. Cedric said that if they staffed their riot squad with people level C and above, he would take charge of the search and the chief's problems would be solved. The boss smiled contentedly and said that even if he took all the loot, it would be very profitable. Cedric said that the bonus was 780% of the salary, and the man replied that if everything worked out, it would be nothing. The boss asked Melissa what he should give Steve in exchange for unlimited entry into the dungeon. The girl answered vaguely, saying that she needed to give away what was left. But the boss didn't understand what she meant and asked again what they had left. Somewhere outside the city, surrounded by well-tended gardens, stood a small house. Munch walked in front, and several guys followed him, asking if the guy was going to get tomatoes, and the monk called them to also collect potatoes and peppers. The boys began to argue about who planted more potatoes and tomatoes, and Munch listened to the boys' conversation with a smile. The monk opened the door of the warehouse where bags of fertilizer and gardening supplies lay. The guys entered the warehouse, discussing who would pick how many tomatoes today and what they would cook for dinner. Munch told everyone to take a hoe and go to the garden. And none of them saw that someone was standing outside the window and, with his reddened eyes wide open, watching. At this time, the military detachment was preparing to depart and reported that it was 10 minutes before departure. One of the military men ordered the group commander to check the number of passengers and equipment and asked to report on the situation. 2 commanders reported that everything was normal and they were ready. The military man addressed Team 11, but Jean did not hear him, looking intently at the phone. One of the soldiers called her, and she looked questioningly, not understanding what was the matter. Then it dawned on her and the girl reported that the 11th team was normal. The military man was satisfied with this answer and said that then they would begin the operation. Military vehicles and tanks moved forward to the desired point. Already in the car, Jean continued to look at her phone and sighed heavily. One soldier said that the nearby dungeons exploded one after another and it was hell, and then asked why they didn't send a detection team to the front line. To which Jean replied that they needed to write wills and send them to their relatives before the signal was lost. The guys were annoyed by this answer and asked why she did this to them. Steve's guild house no longer resembled a haunted house, and Granny, Bill, and Packy were running around, stealing the laundry. Steve was sleeping on a pile of grass that looked more like a nest and didn't hear Jean calling him. Donnie in the next room thought that Steve had been sleeping too long. It wasn't like him. He looked at the laptop and thought that since everyone knew that Steve was not from the new planet, the sponsorship would stop. But when he opened the account, he shouted in surprise how much money there was. At that moment, Chad entered the room, greatly frightening Donnie. The boy asked him to knock next time, and Chad asked if he really watched adult films. Donnie thought about it and asked how he could say such a thing, and even in daylight. Chad asked if Munch had called him, and the guy replied that he hadn't. He looked at the phone worriedly and said that he couldn't get through, suggesting that something had happened to him. But Donnie was calm and said that Munch was probably having a good time with the kids right now. Then he saw the package in Chad's hands and asked what he had. Chad replied that Grandma said she was weak and he bought her some medicine, and Donnie laughed and asked if it was like Steve's fiancée. The boy asked if it seemed to him that our hero had been sleeping too long, and Chad replied that he just wanted to wake him up. And Steve had already woken up and was sitting on the floor, thinking about what happened in the dungeon. He thought that he would be able to see his friends if the portal opened, but his world turned out to be just a grain of sand. He recalled that he did not meet any friends there, but he saw some infected monsters. Our hero remembered with longing the family of red wolves and how fun they hunted together. He also remembered the huge black tiger Kuro, with whom he fought many times for territory. I also remembered Jack, the giant gorilla. It was in the midst of their battle that Steve returned to Earth. With a smile, Steve wondered where they were. Where had they gone? Had they really moved to other places because they were frightened by the big snake? Our hero settled on the thought that no matter what, if they were destined to happen, they would definitely meet again. At that moment, Chad entered the room, and seeing that Steve had woken up, he called him for lunch. The guy agreed and added that while he was sleeping, he didn't even realize how hungry he was. His phone rang again, and Londi was displayed on the screen. But Steve did not hear the call and left the room. The guys were sitting at a set table when Steve asked where Blondie had gone because she loves lobsters. The guys were surprised to hear this, and suddenly something occurred to Donnie, which made him stare at Steve in surprise. Our hero looked at Donnie confusedly and asked what he said. Squinting, the boy asked if Steve really didn't know the girl's name. Our hero was puzzled by this question, and asked in response if her name was not Blondie. Donnie couldn't believe Steve was serious, and said that her name was actually Jean. The guy obviously heard this name for the first time, and Donnie asked in surprise if they hadn't met. Steve asked what exactly the boy was talking about. They met to have offspring. Donnie looked at Steve in shock, deciding that his head was all about hunting and offspring. Chad changed the topic of conversation and said that she had gone to the region on a mission. He said that Jean could not reach Steve and called him, and also said that they needed to take a person to the guild. Our hero was not happy to hear this proposal and asked if this was necessary. Chad replied that this is necessary. They need someone to operate the measuring equipment because they do not know where and how the portal will explode. Steve turned to Donnie and asked if he had anyone in mind. The boy said that maybe one of his friends with whom he practiced boxing or his YouTube subscriptions would respond. Donnie asked if Steve had anyone as an example, but then remembered that he had recently returned. Sinking his teeth into the lobster shell, our hero asked if he had heard from Munch. Chad was surprised that he didn't answer him either, and added that the monks took the children from the orphanage and should now be in the city. Donnie also dialed Munch's number and said that he still wasn't answering, adding that it wasn't like him. Military equipment rushed through the destroyed city to its destination. The guys in the car heard an announcement that they were entering the red zone of Necroville and were asked to turn off their communication devices. Jean was holding the phone in her hands when the guys around them began to discuss the red zone, which was not on the map. The girl pressed the shutdown button without reaching Steve, and the screen went black. Just at that moment, Steve picked up his phone and saw the missed calls from Blondie. He immediately called her back, and the voice responded that the subscriber was out of range. Cars raced through the forest, and zombie-like monsters roamed among the trees. And only one of the monsters carefully watched the military, staring at them with red eyes. Our hero stood in the room and listened to the beeps on the phone, but he didn't even suspect that at the other end of the line the phone was lying in a pool of blood. Steve said he wasn't answering and put the phone away, starting to worry. Melissa and Cedric drove up to Steve's guild house, and she called Chad and asked if they could see Steve. The white-haired man smiled, looking to the side, and said that this is a man and a dog. Steve sat not far from them under a tree with his head thrown back. They sat down to talk at the table, and our hero asked in surprise about what research. He asked, "This is not the planet they have been looking for so long, so why are they so obsessed with research?" Melissa replied that they wanted to know what the secret of Steve's strength was, and the answer was there. The guy replied that if you train for 1,000 years, everything will work out, and asked why they didn't believe. Cedric asked not to behave like that among his fellow countrymen, and added that this was not just like that, but to stop the national crisis. The man said that the number of dungeons on the 6th level is increasing, and the time and passage is decreasing. The number of infected people has increased sharply, and there is a shortage of food. He added that it was critical to train high-level people like Steve. Steve noticed the words about the infected and asked what kind of infection it was. It turns out that after the cataclysm, an unknown virus began to spread. Infecting people living near the dungeons, these infected do not die, but attack and infect people and animals. These infected are called Necrovilles. They look like zombies with red eyes. The girl showed the map, saying that the red dots are their zones. If they increase, it will be more difficult to block the breakthrough into the dungeon. Melissa added that according to assumptions, this virus came from the portals, but the infection rate is so high that it is difficult to respond in time. Steve listened and said that there were 2 gifts in exchange for permission to explore the dungeon and unlimited hunting. The girl said that first they will raise the level of Steve's guild to level 5. Our hero asked if this meant they could go to level 5 dungeons, and the girl confirmed this. Melissa narrowed her eyes slyly and asked, "Attractive, isn't it?" Steve didn't answer and asked what the second gift was. The girl said that the second gift is territory. Steve was surprised by such a gift. She showed a map, adding that this place was north of their territory, and asked if they could. Steve looked at the map and said if this field was abandoned. He asked if they were talking about defending the city from the west. Melissa showed a map and said that except for a few cities, the rest of the land was abandoned and turned into fields. Those who remained on the fields after the cataclysm moved in search of a safe place, and there is not enough space in the cities to accommodate them. Steve smiled cheerfully and asked if they really wanted to place them in the office. Melissa replied that if people came, they would be able to rebuild the city, clear out the dungeons, and be able to cultivate the fields. And if the guild was recognized as being in charge of the attack, then make a serious profit. She said that for now it would be possible to use modular versions to prepare, and if a portal opened with more time, the guild would hit the jackpot. Steve liked these prospects and replied that the conditions were not bad. Afterwards, he asked a question about what is happening in the neighboring country. Cedric said that most of the victims of the cataclysm were there. There was a coup. The system collapsed. The survivors live in groups. The situation is out of control. Isn't it just a matter of time before they run south? All 3 were solemnly silent with sly smiles on their faces, and Steve wondered if he was lying now or they were. After thinking a little, the guy replied that everything was fine and offered to sign a contract. Melissa was clearly pleased with the answer and said it was the right choice. Steve asked if the condition of staying in the country for 100 days was canceled, and the girl answered, "Right." When Steve signed the contract, he said that in addition he wanted to ask for 2 things. Our hero said that he wanted to meet the scientist who made the spatial energy meter. And the second favor is to find out Munch's location. Melissa was surprised by such a request, and Steve explained that the monk had disappeared and was not answering calls. The girl replied that she understood everything and added that these tasks were easy. Previously silent, Cedric stood up and said with a satisfied smile that he would then begin the quest. In the tall Scylla Guild building, several people were sitting outside the guild recruitment office. One of the people sitting waiting was Jim. He reflected that this guild is one of the largest, recruitment is only twice a year, and some mercenaries did not even make it to the selection. Scylla Guild is a mercenary place. It is difficult to get through, but if you are accepted, you will receive tremendous support. Jim jumped at the opportunity as his guild disbanded. He received a message that he had passed the test and thought that wandering around small clans and all his efforts were not in vain. But Jin was very nervous as he sat waiting and thought that this was not the end. He reflected that out of the 50 candidates who made it through the final screening, only 10 were chosen. He decided that he should not lose confidence. Perhaps this was his only chance. His thoughts were interrupted by an incoming message and he stared in surprise at the phone screen. One of the people on the committee told the candidates that this was a great job and they could quit. The elderly man said that this time the recruitment was extremely bad and only criminals came. Another added that any kid could do better than them. And Morris said that this swordsman was not bad, looking at the profile. It was Jim's profile, and all the men from the commission confirmed that he was really not bad. The elderly man was surprised that in 3 years, Jin had only reached level E. Morris said he could be promoted and added that he would personally train him. The man ordered the next ones to be called, and the guy at the entrance went to invite them. He went out into the corridor and invited candidates from 46th to 50th. But sitting opposite the commission members were not 5, but only 4 candidates. The man asked why there were 4 of them, and Morris asked where Jim was. One of the candidates replied that he suddenly ran out. In fact, Jim received a message that read, "If you want to join my guild, then come to the specified address in the city of Steveland." Jim immediately rushed away from the building, because there's no need to even think about it. Because this is a message from the Savior, and the hottest guy in the country. Military vehicles continued to drive in the red zone, past those infected with Necroville. The driver was looking at the screens and turned around, and told the boss to look at them. The guy mocked, because they said that they had experience with missile defense, but they themselves ran in different directions out of fear. The boy said that nothing was clear yet, and suggested that the sergeant put them down, as he once had put down 2,000. The sergeant replied that they should stick to the standard course, because if they went the other way, they would not be able to get to the right place in time. Suddenly, the boy behind the wheel fell silent and called the sergeant. On the road ahead, someone or something blocked the path of military vehicles. The sergeant immediately tensed up and, cursing, asked what it was. Having approached closer, they examined several infected people who were devouring a huge bear. Seeing the light from the headlights, one of the infected turned around and looked angrily at the car with red eyes. The sergeant said that they would turn them into dust with a Proton rocket, but the driver replied that this would make everyone angry. But the sergeant said that they had little time and a little further there was already a combat zone. The driver did not argue and pressed a button on the dashboard, which set the rocket launcher on the roof of the car into motion. The sergeant gave the order to shoot and 4 rockets flew into the crowd of infected people. The monsters turned their heads towards the cars, and at that moment the missiles flew, tearing them into pieces. And the tanks rushed forward, crushing the monsters and tearing them to pieces. The surviving monsters saw this attack and began to growl, attracting other zombies. The tanks brought their firearms into combat readiness, preparing to fight off the remaining monsters, and the crowd of monsters was already rushing towards the tanks. They were growling and groaning, trying to catch up with the cars. The sergeant in the car shouted that they were advancing and gave the order to open fire. The cannons fired a burst of shots following the order of the sergeant. The cartridges tore the infected into pieces, clearing the way. Meanwhile, a white van was racing along country roads, and behind the van was a crowd of Necroville-infected people rushing. Suddenly, the driver saw on the dashboard that an icon lit up, informing him that fuel was running out. The driver said that gas was running out, and Munch shouted to him to move towards the camp. The van sped forward, passing a sign indicating which way to go. The monsters continued to chase them, and the monk shouted that if they drove a little further, they would reach the mountain camp. The driver apologized because he was the one who insisted on going here, but he didn't think that the monsters had already gotten here. Munch turned to the senior monk, saying that he too wanted to prepare food for the children from fresh vegetables. The senior monk was embarrassed to listen to this, but he was grateful for Munch's support. The guy said that they still have a lot of fieldwork to do, so they need to get rid of the tail in order to eat in peace with the children. The senior monk agreed with the guy, adding that they were probably hungry there, and the infected continued to pursue them, making hoarse, incomprehensible sounds. They drove up to the camp. Munch shouted that the door was open and told him to slow down quickly. He turned back and pulled back the curtain, looking into the depths of the van. He asked the guys if they could run fast, because when they stopped, they would have to run with all their might. The children were scared, and the women sitting nearby just sighed heavily. But Munch was determined, thinking that this time he would save everyone. The monsters were approaching the van. Despite the awkwardness, they ran very quickly. And then the van stopped. The passengers ran out of it and rushed forward, and the monsters were already on their heels. Munch was carrying 2 children when he shouted something from behind, and the guy turned around. One of the monsters almost caught up with them. He stretched his arms forward and wheezed heavily. Munch let the guys go and shouted to them to run forward without looking back. The next second, he began to turn towards the monster, grabbing his bat. He swung his bat at the monster's head, and his jaw flew out with a crunch. With incredible speed, Munch rushed towards the crowd of zombies, scattering them. Having scattered the first wave, the monk stopped, looking at the approaching crowd of infected. He thought that there were too many of them here, and there were still 6 minutes before the dragon's attack. But suddenly, something caught his attention. Fireflies began to appear around Munch and the crowd of zombies surrounding them. The next moment, tornado pillars appeared, lifting the monsters into the air. Everyone watched in shock as the crowd of monsters swirled in the air. Munch froze, watching this scene, surrounded by fireflies, and a figure could be seen behind him. Steve stood on the roof of the building watching the attack and said that this was very useful. Munch and the rest of the fugitives turned towards the voice, looking at the guy from a distance. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and stood on the roof, against the backdrop of the azure sky. Seeing him, Munch exclaimed that he was a benefactor, and Steve asked him to move away so that the monk would not be sucked in. Steve activated the tornado skill, and all the monsters began to spin in a whirlwind even faster, and the fireflies shone brighter. It looked like a canvas embroidered with precious stones, and seeing it, Steve said with burning eyes that he liked it. Meanwhile, the military vehicles were still shooting back at the monsters. The sergeant, clearly nervous, shouted into the radio that he was sending a request to connect to the military network. He shouted into the radio that they were being pursued by Necrovilles, and they were asking for reinforcements at their location. At that moment, a hail of stones fell on them, and dozens of monsters surrounded the tank. The infected tried to get into the cabin, and the sergeant shouted at them to hold on tight. The stones continued to fly, and there were more and more monsters. They climbed onto the tank, fell, but immediately tried to climb back. Suddenly, the tank ran over a cobblestone, and the car began to roll over on its side. Those driving behind saw that the first car had overturned and gave the order to quickly turn around. An unsuspecting Jean was sitting in her car when she noticed that her sword began to glow. They radioed that the first car had overturned. The car stopped, and the soldiers asked in surprise what had happened. One of the soldiers nervously told the captain that they seemed to be in shit. The Necrovilles began to climb onto the next car, swarming around it like flies. Jean pressed a button on the screen that opened the window shutter. The girl opened her eyes in fear when she met the gaze of red eyes in the window. The infected people surrounded the military vehicle, crowding onto it. Jean gave the order for them to quickly unlock the door. And the soldier complained that it was not without reason that he had nightmares yesterday. The driver turned away from the zombie-covered front window and said he was unlocking the back door. The door began to open slowly, and everyone heard the wheezing of the infected, and Jean ordered to step back. The decaying hands of the infected began to grab the opening door. The soldiers looked on in horror and wondered how they would get through it. Jean ordered them to immediately go to car 7 and kill everything that blocked their path. A yellow ball caught fire in the girl's hands, and she shouted to everyone to disperse. A column of yellow fire flew out of the car, sweeping away all the infected in its path. The soldiers were shocked by Jean's skills and said that the path behind was now clear. Jean ordered everyone to quickly go out, because the zombies were approaching again. The girl told the driver that he was also getting out, and they were leaving the car here. One of the infected jumped from the roof of the car, trying to attack Jean. But the girl instantly pulled out her sword and cut the approaching monster with a flourish. Monsters began to surround Jean from all sides, and she cursed in irritation. She slashed her sword in a circle, scattering the infected in different directions, and shouted to them to move away. And the sergeant from the first car tried to shoot back from the attacking monsters. He gave the order to the shooting soldiers to surround the car. One of the soldiers said he would check on the survivors from the second vehicle. The soldier looked into the car and said that the driver and front seat passenger were dead. But there was no end to the infected, and they were getting closer and closer. The soldiers tried to open the door, but it would not open, and one ordered to bring him a burner. He shouted that they were from Group 7. They were opening the door and asked to move away. The rest of the soldiers covered him so that the zombies could not get close to the survivors. But there weren't enough soldiers, and the infected still managed to break through and attack them. The surviving soldiers frightenedly shouted to the captain that they were being crushed and would not stand it for long. But Captain rocked they shouldn't panic, because they need to endure a little more. One of the soldiers with the clairvoyant skill saw the infected person approaching, saying that there were 30 meters left. There were more and more zombies. They surrounded the soldiers who were firing back. The sergeant pulled out a dagger and told the soldiers to prepare to fight them off close. Suddenly, flashes of blue lightning began to appear behind the crowd of monsters. These lightning tore the monsters to pieces, scattering the remains of their bodies in different directions. The lightning became more and more, and soon the entire crowd of infected was engulfed by it. The soldiers asked in shock what it was. Suddenly, one of the soldiers shouted for them to look up at the sky. There were several people in the sky, jumping from quadcopters, and on them was written, 707A. The captain smiled and said that these bastards are just in time. One of the soldiers from the special squad landed on the car, surprising the soldiers below. And Jean fought with the infected, cutting them into pieces, not knowing about reinforcements. She turned to strike again, but her sword was intercepted by a soldier approaching from behind. Jean looked at the guy and thought it was Valentine. The soldier who had previously jumped onto the car said that he would finish the rest himself and prepared the installation behind him. Valentine put his hand on the girl's head and pulled her towards him, saying out loud, "Shield!" And the soldier standing on the car began firing many huge red charges from his weapon. The balls flew forward towards the crowd of approaching infected, but did not incinerate or explode, as if flying forward. Then the soldier shouted. Fire and balls began to explode, tearing the infected to pieces. Monsters, rocks, and trees all flew apart, and in the center of the explosion sat Jean and Valentine. Soon, in the place where the monsters were, everything began to burn and explode, and a drone and several helicopters were flying over the place trying to contact the soldiers remaining below. They requested a personal count after counting the wounded and dead. Suddenly one of the helicopter pilots said that an unknown object was approaching them at great speed. And at this time the infected fell down, previously raised by the whirlwind. Steve smiled at Munch, who looked at him seriously, and the air around them seemed to glow with a firefly. The bodies of the infected fell around Munch like a hail of zombies, and the orphans looked at what was happening with a mixed feeling of delight and fear. Seeing that there were no more monsters left, the children rushed towards Munch, screaming loudly that all the monsters were dead. Steve smiled and told Munch that it was fun. Now it was time for them to go home. The monk turned to Steve, calling him a benefactor and asking how he found them. Then the other monks and children saw Steve and asked who he was. Munch, with a satisfied smile, began to say that he asked to welcome this, but did not finish. One of the surviving infected clung to his leg, gnawing at the flesh. Munch looked down in horror, watching the zombie bite into his leg. And at this time, a new portal opened in a neighboring country. The road collapsed along with the cars. A huge monster came out of the portal, causing panic among the residents. The running woman fell and the stroller with the sleeping child rolled away. The stroller was stopped by Hero, who arrived in time at the site where the portal opened. All the residents shouted the guy's name in delight, glad that he had come to their aid. And the monster began to be surrounded by men in black suits with swords in their hands. The monster raised its head up and released several fireballs. One of the men activated his stealth skill, and his swords were engulfed in black flames. At that moment, a fireball flew up to the guy and exploded right next to him. And the monster continued to release fireballs that exploded and destroyed everything around. But in place of one man in black, several more appeared, and someone shouted that they were clones. And while they distracted the monster's attention, Hero got closer and cut him in half. The guy swung his swords easily as if he knew where to aim next. Hero delivered a series of cutting blows, and the monster, cut into several pieces, began to settle to the ground. As a result, the monster collapsed to the ground, and its body fell apart into several parts. People who saw the victory rejoiced and loudly shouted the name of their hero, Hero. People shouted that it was Hero's team, and they saved them again. Military vehicles were rushing towards the portal, and the news reported that a huge monster had emerged from the portal, wreaking havoc, but large casualties were avoided thanks to Hero's team. Anna praised Hero and said it was a great job, and he asked what she was watching. The girl said that this video was about Steve and asked if Hero, the druid she was talking about, remembered him. With a smile, the guy asked what was wrong with him this time. He was stuck somewhere again. The girl replied that he had just returned from the dungeon. Hero watched the plot condescendingly and thought that he was there too, and didn't see the point in making a show about it. Suddenly, something caught the guy's attention, and he asked to scroll down. The girl stopped at a group photo of the guys called An In-Depth Analysis of Steve's Guild. Hero looked at the photo in disbelief because he recognized the boy in it. The girl asked if Hero recognized anyone in this photo, and Hero sat in shock because this boy was the eighth evil. The guy thought that it was definitely him. The boy must have recently lost his father and was in an orphanage. Hero mused that this was why he wanted to kill him in the last place. The guy was thinking that this boy is a terrifying villain, the eighth evil. Why is he here? There was a new guy in the photo, Jim, who was introduced as a new member of the guild. And Hero remembered him as a hellish swordsman. He also knew Munch and called him the Immortal Destroyer Monk. Hero could not understand how and why all these people gathered in one guild. The girl showed Hero the video, adding that she collected all the videos for him so that he could see what she was talking about. Anna added that in her opinion, either no one controls. In one video, Steve easily killed a crowd of monsters flying at him. The next video showed footage of the fight between our hero and the Lizard King, when he slammed the monster into a mountain. Hiro looked at these videos in shock, and the girl said that isn't he too strong for a guy from an F-level dungeon. The guy confirmed that this was definitely not the level of a person from such a dungeon, and Anna said that it was likely that he was as special as Hiro. The guy wondered what if he was awakened, but he was simply not included in the database. Hiro couldn't believe it, but it all fit. Steve was just as much of a regressor as he was. He thought that maybe Steve had returned to the past to gather all the villains in the guild. But why? Hiro suddenly thought that Steve, like him, wanted to change the future. The guy thought in horror that then his ideal plan, which he had created to move into the past, could be destroyed. Then Anna noticed that Hiro was nervous and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy sighed heavily and thought that he wanted to go there after the apocalypse. He was clearly worried and turned to the girl, who asked in surprise what it was. When asked, Hiro replied that he needed to go to his home country. The guy was very serious and said he needed to talk to Steve. But to this statement, Anna replied that it was impossible now, and Hiro asked why in surprise. The tree near Steve's guild grew larger, and deer and even elephants began to appear in the forest. Refugees set up camp near the guild, and with them were orphans who were sheltered by the monk. They were all surprised that there were even elephants here, and a bunch of different fruits and vegetables were growing. The children saw growing apples and asked if they could really eat them. Munch gave orders that they also needed a pond, and the children shouted joyfully, enjoying the beauty around them. The kids ran and shouted out what they saw along the way. Some saw grapes, while others shouted that they would eat all the bananas. And near the portal, the Bureau of the Reborn set up its camp of modules. One guy reported that 37 squads of 20 people had been in the dungeon for 28 hours, and Steve's guild had cleared everything in 2.5 hours. The second guy said that Steve's guild's 8th run lasted only 11 minutes. Melissa was annoyed, figuring that if they spent 10 hours a day going through the dungeon, they would clear it in 4 days. She was furious because she knew that it was not for nothing that they agreed so quickly, and that it was necessary to introduce a limit on the number of raids. Meanwhile, Jim was showing off his new weapon, the Infernal Blade, and the guy said that it suited him perfectly. Steve said it was a welcome gift and asked if he liked it. Jim delightedly said that he really liked it, because his old sword was dull and Steve just gave him this one. Donnie added that this is a blade whose full power is only available at B rank. Until you reach it, the sword will not reveal its full power. The guy said with a smile that he would try to achieve it as soon as possible, and sincerely thanked the guy. Munch turned to Steve and said that he also wanted to ask something. The monk said his staff didn't do enough damage and he wanted a weapon that could crit more often. Jim quietly asked Donnie if he really was a monk, and he answered if he really thought the guy was a nun. And Chad was taking medicine at that time. Munch said that he would really like to buy himself a winged spear, but with his level, he cannot do it. Steve asked if we were talking about that spear that costs 120 million and is automatically promoted to a rank. A spear appeared in our hero's hand, shining and shimmering. The guys enthusiastically confirmed that this was the winged spear. Steve handed it to Munch, and the guy immediately swung his spear, checking his balance. Munch loudly said that he was grateful for him and would repay him with endless curses and the blood of his enemies. Jean again quietly asked Donnie what curses we were talking about, and the guy replied that Munch specialized in special debuffs. Steve asked Donnie if he needed anything, but Donnie replied that he had already bought him this thing, showing him the rifle in his hands, and added that he didn't need anything else. The guy started asking Steve why there was an elephant walking around his house, but our hero had no idea about it. And Jin thought that he needed to get used to the fact that the F-rank team walked so freely into the 4th level dungeon. Steve turned to his brother and asked him about the medications. Jim again asked why, and Donnie replied that otherwise he would have to force them to take them. 2 blades appeared in Chad's hands, shrouded in a blue glow. The crazy smile on his face became more meaningful, and the guy said, "Let's start." Meanwhile, Hiro was waiting for an answer to his question, why they couldn't get to his home country. Anna replied that all air travel is now closed, but Irov was the first to hear about it and asked what it meant. The girl showed the news on the tablet, saying that it appeared recently. The article included information about a wyvern nest being broken and that a passenger plane had been shot down. Anna added that this applies not only to air travel, waterways are also closed, showing an article about a ship disappearing at sea. Hiro stared at the article in surprise, mentally asking why the wyverns had broken out now. At that moment, the minister called him, saying that the matter was urgent. The minister said that his group urgently needed to leave because the 7th level dungeon had recently opened. Hiro did not believe what he heard, not understanding how the 7th level dungeon could open. Anna was also surprised, saying that according to his predictions, the dungeon should not open for another 5 months. Looking thoughtfully at the phone screen, Hiro decided that events had changed. Looking at the notes about the time when the events began, he thought that the wyverns would only break out in 3 months, and the military would need a month to deal with them. But if they don't manage to close the 7th level dungeon now, then a crisis will begin in the world. Hero thought that everything was mixed up, and if everything went at this rate, he would not have time to prepare. He decided that only Steve could be the reason he must have returned from the future. And if so, then all the people around him could become exceptional individuals. Hero thought that there was only one time stone and asked himself, did Steve also go back 20 years ago, or is he from another time? Then he can know about it in its future. The guy decided that he could no longer ignore Steve and had to meet him as soon as possible. And if Steve's goals are different from Hero's, then he will have to get rid of our hero for the sake of humanity. Hero turned to Anna and said that they would first go to the 7th level dungeon. The girl responded by saying that she would continue to collect data about Steve. And our hero was in the dungeon at that time and asked Munch to collect monsters. The monk began to beat the bowl and quietly mutter a prayer. But Donnie ran up to him and shouted to him to press the cup harder and pray louder. Jim was embarrassed by this battle tactic, but he still reached for his sword early. Donnie, who was looking through the scope of his rifle, shouted to the guys that the enemies were approaching. The whole squad was looking intently into the depths of the forest when the guy shouted that it was 40 meters. Chad pulled out his blades, chuckling quietly, and Jim drew his sword when Donnie said that the enemies were 30 meters away. Finally, a crowd of lizardmen appeared, running towards our guys, waving spears. Donnie shouted that there were 125 lizardmen ahead. Steve summoned the spirits and they flew forward towards the monsters from his hands. Steve released the spirits with one hand and activated the tornado skill with the other, causing the lizardmen to be lifted into the water and spun in the air. Donnie shouted that he was the only one who managed to get out, but immediately shot him with one precise shot. The boy shot back cheerfully, saying that he had already earned 13 points. But there were more and more monsters, and Donnie shouted that there were already too many of them. Here Munch activated his dragon breakthrough skill, and a huge blue dragon lifted a crowd of monsters into the sky. But the monsters began to fall and Chad entered the battle, rushing towards the fallen monsters. Donnie turned to Jim and asked why he was standing like a pillar forward hunting. And Jim really froze and only Donnie's words pulled him out of his stupor. There were more and more lizardmen, and they looked at the guys angrily, preparing to attack. Donnie shot back at them, screaming for them to die. And Chad cut monsters with daggers, cutting off their hands. Suddenly, one of the monsters came almost close to Donnie, aiming a spear at his head. But Jim came to his aid. He cut the spear and cut off the monster's head. Donnie thanked the guy for saving him with a smile, but turned around and saw that Gene was finishing off the monster in shock. But when the second monster ran up to them, Jim concentrated and easily cut off its head. Donnie thought in surprise that the infernal blade was killing monsters. The boy thought he was on a completely different level looking at Jim. Jin remembered the past when he decided to join a big guild and went for an interview at the Scylla Guild. He thought that no other guild would send an E-rank swordsman to the 4th level dungeon. And with a satisfied smile, he realized that everything was different in Steve's guild. Suddenly, a huge lizardman appeared next to Jim and growled right in his face. Looking at the mask on the monster's head, Jim immediately realized that he was the king of the lizardmen. At that moment, Chad arrived in time, striking the monster from behind, cutting off his arm. And Jim seemed to have gathered all his strength into the tip of the blade and swung it with a scream. He dealt a series of blows to the monster, and its body immediately shattered into pieces, surprising the guy. Everyone was surprised by this attack and silently watched as blood flowed out of the headless body of the Lizard King. But Jim was most surprised. He could not believe that he had beheaded the Lizard King with one blow. But Donnie suddenly plaintively asked why it was necessary to kill him like that right away. The boy sadly said that now he will have to throw all the bloody crystals here again. Gene didn't immediately understand why Donnie was complaining, but then it finally dawned on him. He smiled guiltily and asked for forgiveness, adding that something had gotten carried away. A portal opened next to the guys and a voice announced that there were 5 minutes until the portal closed. Steve ordered to leave here and the guys obediently went to the portal. Donnie continued to look back at the bodies, adding that there were 400 million stones here. Chad told him to score because they could come here again later. Donnie said he wanted to eat those fish pies and suggested that Chad go and eat them. Because of these conversations, no one noticed that the monk suddenly slowed down and began to sweat because his bitten leg hurt. And at this time, another group was clearing the dungeon. The soldier sitting at the headquarters asked Group 2 to report on the situation and was told that they had explored Sector 3 to 30%, and added that if Steve had found something important here, he would have marked it. The soldier also reported that they had checked all the cave drawings and were moving to the next sector. Suddenly, a soldier from headquarters reported that he saw the movement of 6 targets 70 meters away from them at 4 o'clock. Cedric heard this information and said it was accepted. He sent 2 soldiers, telling them to destroy the targets quietly and immediately take the blood crystals. Cedric contacted the base and asked them for the location of the Lizard King. The soldier said that the reconnaissance team reported that he was moving in Sector 12. The soldier replied that he understood everything and sighed heavily, putting down his mug of coffee. He wondered when they would find anything valuable if they were going through the dungeon so slowly. Suddenly, the soldier heard strange sounds and turned around to see what was happening. Another soldier reported that 8 lizardmen were moving towards the base, 70 meters away. The guy was clearly prepared for the fact that the monsters might try to attack them, and asked if they could see him. He looked to the side where a red dot was burning in the bushes. The guy held the remote control in his hands, and said that if the monsters came closer, he would turn them into minced meat. Suddenly something sticky dripped onto the guy's face and he looked up in surprise. And on the roof sat the Lizard King and grinned his mouth, looking down at the soldiers. Meanwhile, Cedric's squad smashed the lizard men and took out bloody crystals from them. Suddenly, Cedric heard something and turned sharply towards the headquarters, asking what happened. The detachment heard a radio broadcast that the headquarters was attacked and it was necessary to immediately begin defense. And at that second, an explosion occurred there. Cedric cursed and ran towards the explosion, and the rest of the soldiers ran after him. More lizardmen ran towards him and the man swung his axe, preparing to strike. Cedric cut through the monsters with ease, rushing to the aid of the headquarters. He loudly ordered everyone to quickly run to the base. They must be in time. Group 707A helicopters and drones circled the landing site. A new group of infected people was approaching the soldiers. One soldier said that the Necrovilles were retreating. The second shouted that the victims needed to be taken away from here by helicopter. The soldiers tried to prevent the infected from escaping and shot everyone in sight. Valentine told Jean that they received an SOS signal while flying on a mission and apparently arrived just in time. Jean said that they were planning to unite with the SDS group. The guy said that the entire SDS is on the move, since they have to work simultaneously in 5 dungeons of the 2nd level. Suddenly, everyone looked up when they saw a fireball flying towards the helicopter. The helicopter exploded and shattered into small pieces, shocking all the soldiers. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared from behind the trees, throwing fireballs in all directions. The soldier in front of the darkened screen told Melissa that the report ended there. He said that this was the last recording made by one of the soldiers with the data transfer skill. Melissa clarified that it turns out they didn't learn anything new. He replied that a report on the situation would be received once they had cleared everything out. Melissa asked the soldier to answer why these groups changed routes and ended up there. The soldier began to say that if the instructors decided that it was a mistake, but the girl interrupted him and shouted why they went to the red zone of Necrovilles, who gave the order. She angrily shouted that if this freak returned from there alive, she would kill him herself. Melissa tried to call but heard the voice of the answering machine, which said that the subscriber's device was turned off. She sighed heavily and asked out loud what was wrong with Jean, why this always happened to her. And the phone she was trying to call lay broken in a pool of blood. The base in the dungeon was smashed, all the equipment was overturned and splattered with blood. The soldier, missing one arm, flew out of the field headquarters building, barely holding back a scream. And the Lizard King was rushing like a soldier trying to grab him. The monster easily overtook the wounded soldier and pressed his head to the ground with one paw. But the soldier seemed to be waiting for this and, grinning evilly, pressed the red button on the remote control. The Lizard King felt something and turned around, and the boy told him to die quickly. Suddenly, the monster's entire body became covered in fire and began to disintegrate. Cedric and his squad rushed to the headquarters and were surprised to see the head of the Lizard King. One of the soldiers said that a portal appeared 120 meters away, 10 minutes before closing. Cedric was angry about the situation and said it was a shame. At this time at the headquarters of the capital's defense, Melissa was driving when she received a call and answered through her headset. The soldier reported that the first group had returned, but 2 of them were dead, and 2 more were seriously injured. The girl was surprised by the number of victims and asked what could have happened to them in the 4th level dungeon. The sergeant replied that this was due to the fact that they had to split into 2 groups for clearing and reconnaissance, and added that in 2 hours, they were going to go down there again. Melissa asked to tell them to wait so she could find reinforcements and asked what the other groups were doing. But they were all in a raid. The girl asked if they had found any other valuables. The soldier replied that they were busy defending the base. There were no more important reports. He added that they confirmed the time differences. Group 1 spent 48 hours there, but only 24 had passed on the ground. Melissa thought that when she went into the dungeon, time was passing twice as fast. Steve disappeared for 10 years, which means he spent 20 years in the dungeon. Melissa remembered Steve's words about how you need to train for 1,000 years to become strong. The girl thought that they had already confirmed the veracity of Steve's words. Then his training should have taken 500 years in reality. Melissa wondered how Steve could have spent 1,000 years there. She said out loud that Steve's guild was ahead of them too much. Even if they increased the number of mercenaries, they would need to quickly catch up with the guy. The guy said that Steve's group had finished clearing the dungeon 50 times in 7 hours. They reported that they were leaving the dungeon on this island. They head to the Awoken Bureau to update the files of their warriors, and Melissa was shocked that they were leaving. And at this time, Chad was driving. His level increased to E0. The guys were sleeping in the back seat. Their levels also increased. Donnie E had 1, Munch D had 0, and Jim D had 2. Steve turned to Jim and asked if he was tired. The guy, embarrassed, replied that it all just looked like a dream. Steve was surprised by this answer and asked what exactly. Gene sheepishly said that for 14 years he just sat his pants down. He had never entered the 4th and 3rd level dungeons before, but today he entered the 4th level dungeon 50 times. And even the lizard men he killed in batches were as strong as the bosses of dungeons of the 1st and 2nd levels. For 3 years of fiddling around, Jim barely reached rank E, and in Steve's guild he rose to rank D in a day. And if he had gone to the Scylla guild, he would not have had time to complete the training. "Isn't this a dream?" Jim asked, blushing. Steve, in all seriousness, offered to pinch the guy, but Jim tactfully refused. The car arrived at the Awakened Bureau and Chad shouted to the guys to wake up. Steve told the sleepy guys to finish here quickly and they would go eat lobster. In the energy measurement room, as before, lightning shone and someone's eyes were visible in them. Steve continued to hear voices in the device and thought that the stronger it became, the more clearly he heard them. The guy remembered Melissa's words that this device would be built by an English scientist and she would inform Steve when it would be possible to arrange a meeting. Our hero was full of desire to fly to England to meet him. Donnie saw the result of Steve's research and said that his number was much higher than the C rank. So why was he only assigned to him, but congratulated the guy anyway? Our hero thought in surprise that they only now found out his level. It turns out that only he can see other people's levels. Steve approached the employee and asked who created their backend. Donnie said in surprise that he seemed to appear immediately after waking up. And the employee said that this was more of an internal myth. They call it the Stone of God. After the great disaster this item was found, he developed spatial engineering. Donnie said that he seemed to have heard of it, and Steve asked in surprise what the Stone of God meant. The employee said that after a great disaster, a red stone with writing was formed somewhere in Europe. After its appearance, all European awakened people already appeared with an interface. People who survived the great disaster considered this stone to be something like a divine message on which covenants were inscribed. After deciphering these covenants, pieces of the stone were placed in all parts of the world. Thanks to them, the awakened ones can function with the interface. A particle of this godstone is located in the Bureau's computer processor, and thanks to the power of this stone, they are able to control the interface of the awakened ones. The guys were surprised by what they heard, and said that they didn't even know about this. Steve asked the scientist what was deciphered. He replied that the basics of the dungeon world, leveling, using spatial energy, and the like were revealed there. Our hero thoughtfully asked that all this turned out to be God's plan. Coming out of the Bureau, the guys actively discussed what they had heard. Steve asked how one could meet God, and Donnie replied that probably after death. Our hero wondered whether it was possible to create an awakened one if he was written with atomic energy during a raid. But Donnie said that this was fiction and special conditions were needed for awakening. Steve changed the topic and congratulated everyone on leveling up. Jim was still saying that it didn't seem like a dream, and our hero asked how many times he would repeat this. Chad said his level was now 0, and the guys were surprised that his level went up. Steve asked his brother if he remembered about that orc dungeon, and Chad asked if he really wanted to go there again. Our hero said that after increasing his level, he has enough strength to tame even more wolves. It's time to expand his family again. Donnie asked what they should do, and Steve told them to go on raids with Jim, so he could gain experience points faster and work on teamwork. Jim thanked the guy, calling him captain, and the guy said that it was good to go on raids with Steve. Then Donnie happily said that since they had increased the level, their government payments had become larger. And Chad asked why he needed them if they had developed much more in the dungeon. The boy thought about it and said that it's true that they are rich now. Munch said that by his calculations they earned about 5 billion. Donnie added that they also took a bunch of blood crystals. Chad turned to Jim and said that he forgot to tell him the guild takes half of the income and the remaining amount is divided among the raid participants. Jin was shocked that 500 million were transferred to him and added that he didn't do anything. Donnie said that Steve was just a very kind person, but Jim could not accept these conditions. Suddenly our hero said loudly that he was hungry and called everyone to eat lobster. And at that very moment, Donnie grabbed his head and shouted that he had forgotten something. The guys turned to him in surprise and asked what happened. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he said that it looked like he would be killed soon. The guys were again surprised by Donnie's behavior and asked why they would kill him. After a while, the guys arrived in Steveland. There were more and more people there, and in the distance there was a portal shining. The guys gathered near Donnie's laptop and Jim was shocked at how much money was there. And Chad read in shock who the transfers came from. Donnie sobbingly said that the money was most likely sent to him by the Yakuza. Chad said that what did the Yakuza care about the returning hunter, and he replied that, judging by the messages, they were interested in Steve's skill in growing plants. Now a huge cultivable area of land has been destroyed. Most of the food comes from the planet Aruka, and Steve's skill can solve the crisis of any country. Donnie said with a smile that if they were close to Steve, then no crisis would be scary for them. Our hero asked why he thought they would kill him. Donnie said that they were giving him money because they wanted to talk to him, and if he didn't come to them in 2 days, they would kill the guy. Steve said seriously that he had already said that he would not go to them. The boys said that they were keeping up, and one day Donnie wrote something to them. He texted while drunk, saying that Steve didn't have enough money to meet him. Jim tisked in shock, and Steve calmly asked what was needed from him. Donnie asked to record a video message for the sponsors, otherwise they would do something bad to the boy. Our hero immediately agreed to this request. The boy jumped up and bowed to Steve, thanking him, and promising that he would send all the money for the benefit of the guild. With tears in his eyes, he added that he should also change the name of the channel to Steve's Guild. Our hero asked to finish this quickly and go eat lobster. The guys also supported Steve's request, saying that they were very hungry. Donnie set up the camera and started recording. He said hello and introduced himself. He pulled Steve towards him and introduced him as the man they had been waiting for so long, and said that he personally wanted to say something to the sponsors. Donnie suggested listening to it and walked out of the frame, leaving Steve alone. Steve looked straight into the camera and said without further ado, "I'm not going anywhere." Afterwards, our hero turned away and said that that's all. Now it's time to eat lobster. Donnie stood there in shock, asking Steve if that was all. The guys also didn't understand what was wrong. Jim added that he said everything to the point, and Munch added that he was hungry and hurried the guys. At that moment, Donnie received a message and he read that if Steve doesn't want to go, then they can come themselves and ask if Steve is okay. The guys turned around in surprise when they heard such a proposal. Donnie said that they were ready to meet them here, and that they wanted to have a serious talk with Steve. Our hero asked to tell them that he doesn't mind. As he left, Steve said that who would stop them if they decided to come here. Arriving at the cafe, Chad asked what country they wrote from, and Donnie replied that it seemed from the country where Hero had gone. And the guys didn't even notice that the man at the next table was carefully watching them. Night was slowly falling on the city, and cars were rushing along the busy road. In one of the cars, a guy talked to the boss and said that he was on his way. After ending the call, the guy grimaced angrily and said that this old man had gotten to him. He turned to the driver and said that he was very tired today, so they were going to the club. The man was called again and he answered the call with displeasure. A man called from a cafe. He told the director that he had found Steve, and the man asked in surprise where he was. He replied that after dinner with the guild, our hero was going to the dungeon. The director asked which one, and he replied that it looked like the dungeon where there had recently been an incident. The man suddenly smiled and told his subordinate to hold him there. After this conversation, a bell rang in the building of the Children's City Hospital Guild. The man in the chair answered the director's call and asked how he could help. The director said that it seems that there is a member in the Vita group, Grace. In the last interview, she said that she likes Steve. The man in the chair said that everything is correct. He is right. The director said that they would soon release a new song, and said that this time he was thinking of making an advertisement based on the scandal. The man frowned and asked if this was really about black PR. The director turned to the driver and said that he needed to turn around to pick up a client. The driver turned the car sharply and rushed in the right direction. The man in the car received another call and greeted the calling chairman. The chairman yelled at him, calling him a little freak and asking why he wasn't here yet. The man replied that he was now giving all his strength to the children's hospital group and asked why he was swearing. The chairman shouted again and asked if he was plotting something against him again. He shouted for the man to quickly go to him and added that if he went anywhere else, he would not live. The man told him not to worry because he was his son and the deputy of the DSS Corporation. He promised that this time he would definitely be able to do something for the benefit of the corporation. But the man did not understand anything and shouted what he was talking about. With a satisfied grin, the man replied that he wanted to recruit Steve. The chairman shouted again, asking if he really thought everything was that simple, and added that he had already sent a manager there. The man could not stand his father's screams, and saying that he in fact also had his own business, hung up the call. Looking at the phone screen, the man was surprised how he could not trust his own son so much. Gas called the next man, calling him brother. The man smiled at this call and asked the girl how she was doing. She asked if it was true that he wanted to introduce her to Steve. The man replied that he was just on his way to pick her up and asked the girl to get out. After finishing the call, he remembered the conversation with his father and was angry at the manager. How dare this old fox interfere and disturb him? He thought that young people should talk to young people. Even Steve would not be able to resist the idol of the Vita group. The man thought that if he succeeded, he would no longer have to grovel before his father. His power would be limitless. And at this time in one of the dungeons, it was dark. The tall buildings were overgrown with grass, and noise was heard throughout the area. This noise was made by a helicopter circling around, and monsters were watching it in the windows. Glowing balls flew out of the helicopter all around and flew forward. Each ball was a device that emitted an infrared glow. A picture appeared on the helicopter's screen, and the pilot said that there were goblins everywhere. They were looking for a needle in a haystack. The pilot wonders why they, highly trained soldiers with the best equipment, were sent to look for some guy. Suddenly, on the screen, in the ultraviolet spectrum, an image of a person appeared. The pilot shouted to the left and the luminous ball turned, illuminating everything around with red light. The red light illuminated a man sitting in the corner. He had a large scar on his face. The man was angry that he was found and cursing, said that first they took advantage of him. And now this. The soldiers shouted from the helicopter to stay put and they would take him away. The pilot cursed and said that it looked like their guy was surrounded by goblins from all sides. At the same moment, the face of a goblin appeared in front of the face of the guy with the scar. One pilot shouted to the other that they needed to speed up to save him, and the guy with the scar fired back with a pistol, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. After killing the goblins closest to him, he rushed to the side, trying to escape. But the goblins did not want to let go of their prey and ran after the guy, catching up with him. And outside the window, the helicopter flew closer to the place where the fugitive was. The guy ran forward with all his might, but the goblin caught up with him swinging an axe. The guy turned around and fired a few more shots, stopping the chase. He ran up the stairs and continued to shoot, preventing the goblins from getting up. But bad luck overtook the guy. He tripped and fell to the floor. And along with his fall, the pistol fell out of his hand and flew to the side. The guy didn't even have time to get up when the goblin caught up with him and opened his toothy mouth to kill him. And at that very moment, the goblin's head exploded from the shot. To the sound of breaking glass, a squad of soldiers broke into the windows of the building where the pursuit took place. The captain said that this was a group from the State Security Service and ordered to surround him. The guy with the scar realized that he had nowhere to run and cursed angrily. And the black car driving along the city streets rang and the screen showed a group of X. The man answered the call and heard that it was a group of X. They reported that the target had been captured. The man said it was a great job and asked to be sent to a storage location. Meanwhile, the director scolded the manager, asking what he had done. The man angrily said that he asked the manager to detain him until he arrived. The manager remembered how Steve walked to the portal to surprised voices that he was going there alone. The man called his name and the guy turned around. He handed over his business card and said that he was from the DGB company. But Steve didn't listen to him anymore, because he entered the portal and his silhouette became blurry. The manager said guiltily that Steve disappeared in the blink of an eye and went into the portal without even listening to him. The director turned away and said he didn't want to listen to anything, and the manager apologized again. He asked how long it took him to clean up last time, and the manager replied that the two of them finished it in 4 days. The man grimaced and said that it turns out he would need about 8 days alone. The director wondered if he really went there alone, calling Steve crazy, because this was a 5th-level dungeon. At this time, the car window opened, and the girl asked when she could see Steve. The director closed his eyes, standing with his back to the girl, and asked what kind of splinter she was. And Steve was already clearing the dungeon and standing on a mountain of goblin corpses. Our hero studied the characteristics. He received all the Druid points, but he needed more experience points when he felt a stirring in the mountain of corpses. He smiled longly, asking if someone was still there, and activated the search skill. In the mountain of goblins, one monster was highlighted, which by some miracle turned out to be alive. Steve immediately rushed there, swinging his axe, and the goblins stared at him in surprise. The axe landed on the monster's head, tearing not only him, but also the neighboring bodies. Our hero took out a bloody stone and saw a message that he had received 23 experience points. Just what he needed. The stone disappeared from his hand and immediately appeared on the guild's large account. Now there were enough points, and Interfest offered to open a hunting spot for 5,000 points. Steve heard a message that he had opened a hunting ground. The interface opened the map and asked to select a hunting location. Our hero zoomed in on the map and discovered an area called Steve's Land. He selected his land and the system said that the hunting location was successfully selected. Next, he opened information about the tamed ones. The capacity was 100, and he had tamed 24 individuals so far, one of them a hybrid. Steve was surprised to read about the hybrid and decided that we were talking about Pecky. A new squad of orcs was approaching, and the interface offered to assign a summoning command. The orcs rushed forward, waving their weapons, wanting to kill Steve. And our hero thoughtfully chose what summoning command he would come up with, as if not noticing the huge orcs. Suddenly, he extended his hand towards a detachment of orcs. It shone with a blue glow, and the guy said, "Summoning beasts." Rays and lightning began to appear from the guy's hand, illuminating everything around. But the orcs fearlessly rushed forward towards Steve, grinning and growling. From the blue glow, a distinct wolf's mouth emerged, revealing a row of teeth. The wolves began to appear on the battlefield one after another, which made Steve smile contentedly. Now the entire wolf pack was rushing towards the orcs, and the dove was flying over the field as if watching the progress of the battle. Following the wolves, Steve himself rushed into battle, preparing a dagger for battle. He smiled contentedly and said that today he could fill all 100 places. Music was playing loudly in the club and young people were dancing merrily. But the director said that today people were kind of sad and asked to invite beautiful girls here. The manager called him again, and he answered displeasedly. But when he said that Steve had already returned from the dungeon, he did not believe what he heard. The director asked if the manager was drunk, otherwise how could he return from the dungeon in 2 hours? But when he heard that Steve went into the dungeon again, he was even more surprised. The manager said that, judging by the words of the saleswoman, this is the second time he has done this, and it turns out that it takes him about 2 hours to clear the dungeon. The director found it difficult to believe this and decided that the manager was completely bad. Grace was looking at something on her tablet when the director called her, and she asked in surprise right now. Meanwhile, Steve was having fun in the dungeon, cutting orcs into pieces. Turning around, he saw a hail of arrows flying towards the fighting wolves. Steve gave the command to return, and the wolves began to jump into the open blue portals. And a hail of arrows fell on the orcs, who tried to hide and screamed in pain. Our hero pushed away and soared up, and 2 white wings appeared behind him. The orcs shouted something in their own language as Steve flew up to the squad of archers. He flew around the orcs and, going down, activated the tornado skill. Sparkling funnels of wind lifted the monsters up and began to spin. Suddenly, the guy noticed something and looked to the side, and there a huge monster was flying to the ground from above. Steve rushed to the place where the monster was supposed to land, while the tornado continued to spin the monsters. Our hero came running just as the Orc King landed. Steve said it was time for the Grey Wolves and called one of the wolves. In an instant, our hero turned into a huge white wolf and prepared to attack the Orc King. The orc said something in his own language, but Steve shouted that he didn't know their language and slammed his fist into the monster's face. The Orc King flew back, and Steve activated his tornado skill and a stream of wind caught the monster. Our hero in the form of a wolf prepared to jump and soared into the air, catching up with the orc flying upward. He hit the monster with a flourish and it flew down with incredible speed, raising a column of dust after its fall. Steve jumped onto the Orc King and finished him off with that final blow. The guy heard information that his level had been increased, and he received 238 experience points. The portal opened 500 meters away and will close in 15 minutes. Steve rushed to the side, and the orcs began to recover from their fall from the tornado. He rushed past a pack of wolves and activated the taming skill. The orcs finally came to their senses and rushed after Steve. But he, along with the new wolves, was already rushing towards the portal. The wolves began to jump into small portals opened by Steve's skill, and Steve ran into the portal. And when he came out, he was already in human form, and thought that the side effects were much different than when he was in the form of P.E.K.K.A. He looked at the menu and saw that he had tamed 88 wolves, and decided that if he went there one more time, he could take all the places and increase the hunting level. Suddenly, a girl in a cap appeared in front of our hero, and Steve asked in surprise what she wanted. It was Grace. She asked our hero if he was Steve. Onlookers immediately recognized the girl and began to discuss what these two were doing together, whether they were really dating. The crowd was buzzing about their possible romance, and the manager called the director and said that they had finally met. The director happily asked if they could really catch Steve. The manager replied that Grace was making progress, and he was responding to her words. The director happily said that this is obvious, because Steve is also a guy. The girl took our hero by the arm, and the manager exclaimed that they were going to a cafe. The director replied that nothing else was expected from her, and asked her not to take her eyes off them. The man shouted to the driver to step on the gas, and he obediently increased speed. Meanwhile, Steveland was busier than usual. The director finally arrived to them and asked in surprise where he had gone. Grace sat at the table and cried, sometimes sobbing. She said that she came here with him. Steve said that he just wanted to wet his throat and immediately left. The director screamed, "How could this be?" and the girl sobbed again. Suddenly, Grace shouted that Steve refused her because she was weak and he didn't like people like that. But the director misunderstood her and asked if she had used illegal substances. The girl jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table, shouting that no. She turned around and walked towards the exit, telling everything to hell and promising that she would also become a huntress. The director asked the manager what happened here. The manager relayed Steve's words that his girlfriend should be strong. The director began to get nervous and said that everything was bad. The manager said that there were suitable awakened women in their clan, and the director asked who they were talking about. He replied that, for example, she is red-haired, she is wound and very strong. The director got angry and said where he got such interests, and why he asked where Steve was now. The manager replied that he went into the portal again, and the director grabbed his head because everything did not go according to plan. Suddenly the manager pointed behind the director and said that Steve had already left. And our hero stood next to the portal and studied something in the interface, which was visible only to him. Steve smiled, looking ahead, and the director said that he couldn't believe it. Only a couple of minutes had passed. The director rushed towards our hero with the words that this time they could not miss him. The man ran as fast as he could towards Steve, calling his name. Our hero asked what they needed, and the director replied that they needed to talk. The director reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, trying to introduce himself. But Steve didn't listen to him and entered the portal without saying a word. The director, in bewilderment, asked if he had simply ignored him, and the manager replied that apparently yes. The man lost his temper and, swearing at Steve, was about to go to the portal, but the manager stopped him. The director asked if he saw Steve ignore him, and the manager tried to calm him down. Suddenly, someone came up to them and said, "Enough," and the director angrily asked who said it. A man stood in front of him, surrounded by guys in black suits, and the director greeted Secretary Chandler. The man said that there are too many eyes here now and suggested we leave it at that, and a crowd of onlookers began to discuss the situation. Someone asked if this was the chairman's son. Another added that he was so angry because of Steve's refusal. Someone angrily asked, "I wonder what he will do this time," and giggled disgustingly. The director thought that if everything continued like this, he would be in trouble. The man said that he was unlucky today, and the secretary suggested that he rest today, and he would finish everything. The director was angry, but still calmly said that he was in charge of this case. Chandler said he did a great job and added that he will have another opportunity to bond with Steve. The director hesitantly asked if this was true, and the secretary said that of course it was. The man said that then today he would no longer disturb him and took his leave. When leaving, the director angrily said that he was already tired of this freak. And at that time, Chandler called the chairman and said that he was waiting near the entrance to the dungeon. The chairman asked if his son Howard had done something. The secretary replied that more important than Steve's ability to clear dungeons, which exceeded all expectations. The chairman was pleased and said that that was why they were investing so much money in him. At that moment, Steve emerged from the dungeon again, surprising the secretary who was talking on the phone. Steve came out and immediately began studying the interface. He had finally tamed 100 animals, and at the second level of hunting you can take 200. Having studied everything, he figured out a plan of action and decided that it was time to rest a little and eat. Steve didn't even notice behind the interface that several people were standing in front of him. The secretary said hello, and Steve said that he was in great demand today. The man introduced himself and added that he was the secretary of the Children's State Security Service. Steve said that it seems like this guild runs the dungeon, and the man said that's exactly how it is. The secretary said that he came to apologize for an incident that happened recently. Our hero did not understand what case we were talking about and asked again. But then it finally dawned on him, and the man said that this was precisely the case when he found himself in a dungeon on the 5th level. Steve asked why they were only apologizing now, and the man said that they had taken time to prepare more than just a verbal apology. The secretary said they would also like to thank Steve. The man added that thanks to him, their dungeons had risen in price sharply, and the crowd asked with interest who this guy was and why Steve was talking to him. Chandler said that they had prepared something for Steve, but first he suggested continuing the conversation in the restaurant. Our hero liked this idea and said that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. The secretary said that the cars were already ready, and Steve added that they were good cars, and the secretary asked if he liked them. And the night at Steve's guild looked magical. The tree became even taller and fireflies were flying everywhere. The guys arrived home rejoicing at what a great day it had been. Good drinks and delicious lobster. Jean said that Munch could still be understood, but it was a pity for Chad. He never got to drink. Donnie said it would be cool to hire a driver, and the guys agreed in unison. Suddenly Donnie's face changed, cursing, and Chad asked what happened. The boy said that he was supposed to arrange a meeting with those who want to join the guild, but forgot due to drinking and food. Munch said that he had to go to the construction office today and said anxiously that maybe they would repeat this tomorrow. Donnie replied that they would repeat this every day. They would drink and eat lobsters, and he opened the chat and said that it was full of curses. The boy turned to Chad and asked if he himself should recruit new recruits. The guy said that's all true, because he still doesn't have a license and is listed in the guild as a doorman. Jim was shocked, and Munch said he needed to apply for a license first. Chad said that tomorrow you can apply for a license. Jim said that difficult times will begin, because you still need to go on raids. Chell apologized to the guys, but Donnie said that Steve would come up with something, and Munch added that the head would deal with such issues. Bill ran out to meet the guys and rushed to Dad, and Granny looked at the guys from above. Chad happily hugged his son, and Donnie was delighted with his Granny, holding a box of lobsters in his hands. Granny asked where the guys had been for so long, and they replied that they were working first, and then they stopped for a drink and brought lobsters as a gift. Steve put his hands on his stomach and said that it was great, and the secretary was glad that he liked everything. Our hero asked if this was too much for gratitude, the most expensive dishes, and also modified SUVs. Chandler replied that Steve risked his life. In such a case, there is no such thing as too much, and added that they had some other gifts. Somewhere outside the city, a muffled scream was heard in red containers with the inscription DSS. Someone frantically screamed to just kill him, spitting blood from his broken mouth. Steve asked in surprise if the apology was just an excuse to have fun, and the secretary said that he had a great sense of humor. Then Steve became serious and asked what they wanted from him. Chandler also became serious and said that they wanted an official partnership with Steve's guild. He said that the city is divided into 12 sectors, but the DGB does not have its own sector, and all because they do not have a 6th-level combat team. Even with all the resources, they simply cannot do it. Steve said that this was an unpleasant blow to pride, and the secretary replied that this especially applies to the CEO. Our hero apologized and said that he did not want to become a representative of one of the sectors, but the secretary said that he did not offer this. The man with a conspiratorial smile said that they, together with Steve's guild, want to open the 13th sector. The secretary said that all the sectors are formed around the 6th-level guilds, but now it is very difficult for them to cope with all the 6th-level dungeons. Therefore, the residents are a little afraid. But what will happen if the 13th sector appears, where nothing will threaten them? Then people will flock there, and housing prices will rise greatly. And the secretary added that they are confident that Steve's guild will be able to give people hope. Chandler asked if the guild may have problems they are having trouble dealing with. The man said that Steve's guild had no capital, workers, or experience, and all they would have to do was go to the dungeons, and their guild would take over the management, government, and everything else. Steve asked that they have capital and experience, but they lack their strength. The secretary said that they saw potential in their guild and asked if his comrades could handle it. Steve remembered the guys from the guild and wondered how they would do it. Chandler asked him why the best guilds receive support not from the government but from large companies, and added that they could not find a better partner. Steve thought that meant they would monopolize and use the entire dungeon space. That sounded good. The secretary thought that Steve's guild can't handle it on its own yet. Isn't this the best proposal? Our hero replied that he would think about it because the 13th district would not be built quickly anyway. Chandler was surprised, but thanked the guy, and he thought that they said about Steve that he was a simple-minded glutton who adored gifts. Maybe the gifts weren't good enough. Our hero stood up and said that he had to go, and the secretary asked if he had forgotten about another gift. The man said that it was quite difficult to find him, and Steve asked in surprise who he was talking about. Chandler said that as soon as he was put on the wanted list, he ran and hid. But their company's intelligence officers were able to find the former director of the debt company. Steve was surprised at the mention of the guy, and the secretary said that they declared him dead during detention, and now he is at his mercy. Our hero said that he had done a lot of harm to other people, and asked the secretary to deal with him as he saw fit. Chandler was surprised by this reaction, and Steve said that he was going to die soon anyway. Why bother bothering him? The secretary asked if Steve wanted to meet him after all the suffering he had caused. Our hero said that this was too much even for him, and suggested throwing him back into the dungeon. Suddenly Steve got an idea and asked to wait. Chad was being attacked by his son, showing him all the moves he had learned at school when the guy's phone rang. The guy reached for the phone and answered his brother's call. After listening to Steve, Chad asked in surprise, "Really right now?" Our hero replied that right now, and the guy asked what it was. And he was surprised to hear the answer that someone there wanted to meet him. Steve said he would text him the address and asked him to take a pill before leaving. Steve mentioned the company DGB, but Chad didn't know about it and asked what it was. The guy got into the car, buckled up, and the secretary wished him to be careful on the way. Already through the window, our hero said that his friend would sort everything out. The secretary said that he understood and added that Steve could contact them at any time. Despite the late hour, lights were on from all the windows in the building of the Children's City Hospital Company. The chairman called Melissa's boss and asked if he was in the office. The man replied that he was not leaving and asked what was needed. The chairman said that they managed to meet with Steve and everything worked out well for them, and thanked the man. He asked why thank you. Because he just needs to get his investment back. Because soon everyone will start migrating to Steve's land. The man said that they would have to urgently recreate the infrastructure and residential complexes. The boss replied that it was in times like these that they should help each other. Meanwhile, Chad had already arrived at the right address and was met by two guys. Just in case, they clarified whether he was definitely Chad and received a positive answer. One of the guys went to the container and asked the guy to follow him. The man in the container screamed and swore, asked to be fed, and promised to kill everyone when he got out. Suddenly the door opened a little and the man started shouting that that wasn't what he meant. Now he began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was just very hungry. Chad entered the container and the man froze in surprise and asked who it was. The man recognized Chad and smiled evilly, and the guy quietly said hello. He asked what the guy was doing here, and he replied that he was told that someone here wanted to meet him. The man said that he was the same as always and asked if his friend had come with him. Chad replied that no, and the man smiled contentedly when he heard the answer. The guy asked what he needed, and the man seriously said that he wanted to apologize to him. He said that when he beat him that day, his friend beat the guys and he just lost his temper. Chad said that he understood everything and that it was already in the past. The man thanked him and added that it was still the same incident with the guy. It was not he who sent him to the 5th level dungeon. Seeing the distrust, he asked to think about whether a stupid thug collecting debts could arrange such a thing. Chad thought about it, and the man said that this was all the work of the Bureau and the State Security Service, who want to use Steve for their own benefit, and he just turned out to be a scapegoat. The guy listened to him silently and said that it must be unpleasant for him. He said that it was very unpleasant. The business was destroyed. He was running around abandoned areas with goblins and thought that he would die here. Chad said that it was all sad and said that if that was all, he would go. The man fearfully asked if he could help him get out, because he gave him money, and also helped Bill's mother find a job, and stopped short at these words. He lowered his head and said that he forgot, because she asked not to tell him about it. Chad's calm expression changed to one of surprise, and he asked what kind of work we were talking about. The man said that he had managed an employment center for a long time, and she came to him and begged him to help find a job. He remembered the past when they crashed into Chad's apartment, where only Bill's mother was clutching the baby to her chest, and the man asked where Chad had disappeared to again. He said that the percentages are dripping and a lot has already accumulated, adding that this is sad, because the family is suffering because of one thing. The woman cried and trembled all over, begging just not to kill. The man took the girl by the face and said that he could kill such a beauty. He asked if this man was worthy of her suffering, and if they even had food. The man said that he could help him find a job. A diligent woman like her would pay off her debts in 3 months. The woman turned away and again asked not to kill, continuing to cry. Taking out the money, he asked if she wasn't tired of living like this, and added that, in our time, a woman's life changes in the blink of an eye. He put money in paper with a number and asked her to call him when she made up her mind. As he left, the man said that if next time her husband was not here again, she would have to pay. The girl looked fearfully after the leaving men, quietly sobbing. After listening to the story, Chad exclaimed if she came to his office after this conversation. The man said she came when he went missing and begged with all her might for help finding a job, holding Bill in her arms. Chad couldn't find the words, but the pain in his eyes was much more eloquent. He remembered when he came home, where his son was crying, and found a note. It said that she was tired of such a life with him and asked him not to look for her anymore. Chad asked through gritted teeth if the man knew where she was now. The man said that if Chad let him go, he would show him where she lived. The guy's heart was pounding wildly in the guy's chest, but he had already made a decision, looking at the beaten man. Steve was driving when he received a message from Melissa that Dr. Toddler was available to meet in England. Our hero was happy about this news and said that he had finally answered. He remembered Melissa's story about how the force measuring device and the blood crystal generator had ushered in an era of discovery. Steve hoped that maybe he knew what kind of rift it was and what planet the guy ended up on, and maybe then he could meet his brothers. Our hero wanted to share the news and dialed the phone number, but the answering machine replied that the subscriber's device was turned off. Steve turned to the driver and said they needed to change the route. When the driver asked where they should go, the guy replied that they needed to go back to the DGB container. Meanwhile, the blue SUV was driving away, and a man with a scar on his face shouted at everyone to go to hell. The man continued to swear and then turned and thanked Chad, who replied, "You are always welcome." The blue SUV drove further along the indicated route through the night streets of the city. Having stopped at the place indicated by the man, Chad said that they had arrived. The man stretched and said that he had a great nap, adding that he had a cool car. With a sly squint, the man said that Chad was doing well. But the guy completely ignored the man's question and asked where Bill's mother was. The man said that soon his guys would take the guy to her. "And here they are," the man said, pointing to a crowd of men approaching the car. The man shouted to the crowd of bandits surrounding the car, calling him lads. He leaned out of the window and, cheerfully waving his hand, asked if they had settled in yet. The bandits recognized the man and shouted that this was the boss, and someone was surprised that he was still alive. One bandit said that they had already decided that he had thrown away his skates, and the man said that it almost happened. Another bandit looked through Chad's window and asked who this guy was. Someone from the crowd recognized the guy and asked if he was Chad. The bandits knew this name and began to loudly discuss him, calling him an idiot and marveling at his nice car. The man with the scar said that he wanted to find his wife and asked for help. The bandit looked into the car and asked if he was really looking for his wife. I think her name was Utah. Chad was told to leave because she was in the building. The guy walked forward, followed by a crowd of bandits with axes and bats in their hands. One of the bandits pushed the guy in the back, asking what he was so afraid of. Chad, almost falling, entered the building, and someone behind him was laughing because he so wanted to see his wife as soon as possible. Someone said to turn on the light, and the room was filled with bright light, temporarily blinding Chad. When his eyes adjusted, the guy realized that he was standing in front of a crusher, stained with something red. The guy frowned, and the man with the scar said that there used to be a grinding factory here. One bandit said that Utah was probably in the second, and another replied that there were more than 200 corpses here he no longer remembers. Chad turned around to ask where Bill's mother was, but one of the bandits hit him in the head with a bat. The guy fell to the floor from such a blow and blood flowed from his head. The man with the scar said that Chad was stupid for not understanding. They killed her and chopped her into pieces. He said that they helped Yuta, but she did not return anything and called her an ungrateful creature. The bandit said that if she had not been so stupid, she could have survived, and so they did Chad a favor. Chad tried to get up from the floor, and the man said his wife didn't matter anymore. The man with the scar started beating the guy, shouting that it was all his fault. He and his brother destroyed his business. The bandit shouted for the man to calm down, otherwise he would kill him, and then there would be no fun. And the man continued to shout that it was all because of them and asked how he could kill them. With a crazy smile, the man with the scar asked if Chad knew how long he had been dreaming about this. The boy did not answer but coughed, and they called him a tenacious bastard. Someone said to throw water on him when he passed out, and Chad thought he would kill them all, remembering his childhood when he said the same thing while playing games. He used to think that his problems would go away after school, but as an adult he played games again and wanted the manager to die. Chad played a game where a maniac kills a victim and imagined himself killing his enemies, thinking that he could escape from his terrible life only in the virtual world. And only Yuta treated the guy with kindness. She was the first to invite him on a date. But even after the birth of the child, the habit remained, and Chad continued to take out his anger in video games when his son and wife slept nearby. The guy thought that he tormented Yuta with endless hysterics, and was a good-for-nothing non-entity. One of the bandits turned on the grinder and shouted to the boss that everything was ready. The man with the scar told Chad to get up because he was tired of beating him, and added that he would soon meet his wife. And the guy thought that if he could meet her, he would beg to give him another chance. The man said that they would do the same as with the girl. They would break her knees and slowly lower her into the grinder. He turned to the bandit with the sledgehammer and said that we could begin. He swung a sledgehammer and said to grit your teeth because it would hurt. Chad quietly said thank you, because now he remembered the past. The guy said he was a bastard who deserved to suffer, but their blows didn't hurt at all. The bandit shouted that Chad had gone completely crazy and lowered the sledgehammer, but the guy instantly got to his feet and quietly cut off the bandit's hands. Blood gushed out, and the bandit screamed, and daggers began to appear more clearly in Chad's hands. The bandits looked at this scene in horror, and Chad said that when Bill's mom left, he promised not to do that again. The bandits began to realize it, and the guy with an ominous smile said that now he would not let them out alive. The bandits began shouting that he was awakened and that they should run away looking at the bloody blades. But there was no escape from Chad. He easily overtook the bandits, cutting them down. The man with a scar on his face looked in disbelief at Chad, who was killing the bandits with a smile. The guy killed another bandit in a few blows, and the smile on his face became wider. The bandits began to run out of the building screaming, and a severed head flew out after them. Chad ran out immediately after her, holding the blades tightly in his hands, and the bandits shouted, "Let's run!" But the guy caught up with them instantly and found himself behind one of the bandits. One of the bandits shouted, "Where were their snipers?" But where the snipers should have been sitting, Steve was already standing and looking down with a smile. A man in black standing next to our hero asked if his brother was okay. Steve replied that everything was fine, and asked to see to it that Chad would not have problems with the law later. One of the men responded that most of these guys are people with negative social value, so the government won't care. Chad did not see that his brother was nearby and continued to create a bloody mess of bandits. Civ smiled and said that now he had truly awakened and could handle everything on his own. And on Chad's face there was a smile, but not that crazy one, but meaningful and evil. The news reported that despite numerous dungeon breaches, the entire area was becoming safer thanks to the intervention of special forces from the military. However, many people believe that guilds are not coping with the increasing occurrence of dungeons. But for now, residents can hear the soldiers' joy and victory. A special group of 707 appeared on the screen. Among them was Jin. The news said that thanks to their intervention, the Purge group was able to return. In the live footage, Jean, safe and sound, walked with a red-haired girl. Melissa watched the episode and called Jean an idiot because she could have called. Speaking of scandals, one revolved around Grace, who recently released a new song. There was a photo on the screen where Grace and Steve were talking, and the host asked if they saw this guy. Jean walked by when this report was shown and stopped to watch. At the same moment, the girl became furious and called our hero a dog. And at this time, Cedric came out of the portal and quietly cursed. One of the soldiers said that they sent 12 teams there, which began to bring more things, but they did not find the treasure they were talking about. Melissa listened to the report in silence and thought, remembering the past. She remembered Steve's words that they just needed to train for 1,000 years. And then I remembered Cedric's words at the meeting that Steve simply didn't want to tell anyone his secret. Jean then got angry and shouted that our hero is not like that. Having collected all this information, Melissa decided that she should concentrate not on the dungeon, but on Steve, and asked what he was doing with all this. The girl's phone rang and she answered, asking Steve if they could find his brother. Steve said that everything was fine and asked something else. What happens to the awakened when they are bitten by a necroville? Melissa immediately asked worriedly if someone had been bitten. At this time, Munch was lying in his room, holding his bitten leg and screaming through his teeth. The bite on the leg was bleeding and a bloody web began to grow from it along the leg. Steve replied that no one had been bitten, he was just curious. The monk writhed in pain, hugging his bitten leg, but this did not help. Melissa replied that according to the data, there were only 38 awakened cases. Steve clarified what happened to them in the end. The girl replied that on the 48th day, 2 died from leukemia. She continued the story by saying that 26 of them simply went bald. And in 7, other than pain at the bite site, no side effects were noticed. And only 3 F ranks turned into necrovilles. Symptoms usually include fever, phantom pain, and reddening of the veins. The girl said her assumptions that the lower the rank, the higher the likelihood of applying. Steve asked what happens after the bite. You need to go on a carotene. Melissa replied that in special institutions, they constantly monitor those who have been bitten and conduct research to create a vaccine. Steve hung up and thought that they were simply being experimented on. Our hero was walking down the street, and a man was sitting by the side of the road selling something right on the ground. The man was writing some hieroglyphs on pieces of paper, but his face was not visible under the hood. Then he noticed Steve sitting down opposite him. Our hero said hello, and the guy replied that he had not been seen for a long time and asked if he still wanted medicine for his brother. But Steve replied that no, he needed something else, and said that his friend had recently been bitten by a necroville. Our hero hopefully asked if he had a cure for him, because the past had helped his brother very well. The man began to rummage through the jars, looking for an ointment that would help with any bites. He finally found the right jar and took one. The man handed it to Steve and said that 1 jar should be enough. Our hero took the jar and read the name, Antiframe. The man said that the ointment should be applied twice a day, morning and evening, and in about a week, it will begin to work. Steve asked the seller how much he would pay for this ointment. The man said that since this is the second purchase, he will give a discount. Usually it costs 4 million, but he will sell it for 2. Steve said that it was better to take a spare and asked if he would sell him 10 of these jars, and the man happily agreed. Our hero thanked the man with a smile, saying that he owed him a favor. And he said that if the bitten person suffers from convulsions, then he needs to be hit harder and the infection will stop. Steve took the ointment and walked forward, leaving the seller behind. Suddenly 2 policemen appeared, shouting that nothing could be sold here. But the man collected the goods in a second and jumped down while the police shouted to stop. The police approached the edge where the man jumped, and one said that he did not see anyone. Suddenly, a large black bird flew out from below, leaving the police in bewilderment. And Munch was lying on the bed. He was writhing in pain and holding onto his bitten leg. Donnie, Jim, and Bill stood outside the door, worried that Steve was late. Bill looked in fear at the writhing Munch and asked if he was really turning into a zombie, and Donnie replied that yes. Donnie took the phone and asked if he would have to be killed, doubting whether to press the button or not. Jim asked what it was. The boy replied that it was the ultimate superweapon, and the boy clarified that if he pressed the button, the monk would die. Without waiting for an answer, Ball pressed the button and a super bright flashlight on the phone turned on. Donnie put the phone away and the guys froze, looking at Munch, but he didn't change at all. Bill asked in disappointment why nothing happened. Jim was scared out of his wits, and Donnie said he was just joking. The boy calmly said that he thought that 100 spears would fly at the monk, and was upset that nothing happened. Suddenly the boy put his hands forward and shouted the words like a spell, "Come back and don't become a zombie, ta-da." At that moment, Granny shouted from the first floor, calling everyone for dinner. Otherwise, the soup would soon get cold. Suddenly, Munch, who had been lying down before, sat down on the bed and grabbed his head. Bill pointed his finger at this and shouted that Mr. Monk stood up, surprising the guys. Jim asked if he was really turning into a monster. Donnie replied that he most likely just wants to eat. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked what they were doing there, and the guys turned back in unison. Steve stood at the door with a green jar and the guys began to hurry, afraid of Munch. Red veins reached the guy's eyes when Steve hit him in the head with a flourish. The reporter was reporting live from the city where the 7th level dungeon had been cleared. This place is being watched by the whole world. 10 days and 11 hours have passed since Hero and his team of 10 entered. Many residents take to the streets to rally together for the heroic group to return soon. Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the portal and the crowd buzzed excitedly. People shouted joyfully that they were already leaving and called for Hero. The reporter said that Hero's fire team came out of the dungeon. It was important for all humanity to know that the main group of our warriors was able to successfully cope with the task. As the crowd cheered, The reporter shouted that Hero's battle group had saved their city. Suddenly, the guys behind Hero began to fall one after another, and the medics urgently ran to their aid. Suddenly, Hero fell to his knees, surprising everyone present, and the reporter asked if the battle was really so exhausting. The guy fell to the ground unconscious, and the reporter said in horror that 7 people from the battle group did not return. After the dungeon, Hero was taken to the best hospital in the country, and Anna was sitting next to him. The guy opened his eyes, seeing the girl, called her, and she looked at him in surprise. Then the girl realized that Hero had woken up, and the guy grabbed his head and asked for water. After drinking the water, he sighed heavily, and the girl asked Anna to blame herself. He had nothing to do with it, and he sadly thought that everything was right. It was not his fault. The girl said that they learned about the meeting between Steve and Doug, and added that something was fishy here. The guy was surprised because Doug is a deputy in the Supernatural Bureau. They are in charge of the entire national defense, and Doug's attention is more valuable than the entire Awoken Federation, which means they are interested in Steve. The guy angrily thought that Steve was a bastard because it was he, Hero, who should lead the world to a bright future, and decided that he could no longer be ignored. He was thinking that because of the 7th level dungeon he had lost 7 people, but he was not upset. During this time he had already lost many comrades. He lost the whole world, dying over and over again. He remembered Anna's death, thinking that even she had died dozens of times. The guy realized that he was furious, and it was all because of him, Steve. He can't jeopardize the plan because of one freak. Because judging by his actions, he's planning something terrible. Hero decided that for the sake of the future of humanity, he must kill Steve. The guy called Anna and asked her to find any ship that could sail, even build it with her own hands, but she needed it. It was a crisp morning at Steve's guild, the sun shining through the leaves of a giant tree. Chad woke up in his room with a headache, and Granny told him that this was why he shouldn't get drunk, and sent him downstairs to have breakfast. The guy took the identification card from the table and thought with a smile that he was now a real mercenary. And Donnie was already sitting in his room at his laptop doing business. He thought that when everyone found out that Steve was simply awakened, the number of views dropped. But even so, the channel already had 1 million subscribers, and he collected more than 10 million. He said he never thought he would see such a figure. It's true what they say is that success depends on connections. He thought that gaining the trust of a strong man in time was also a skill. Suddenly, Chad opened the door, scaring Donnie to death. The guy was clearly amused and asked Donnie if he was the only one having fun here. The boy, furious, asked if he really hadn't been taught to knock, and Chad apologized. Chad said with a smile that his grandmother was calling him to breakfast and asked where Jim was. Donnie replied that he was training as hard as he could and added that he would come down when he was done. Jim stood on the training field around some tree stumps. He stood with his eyes closed as if listening to the sound of the wind, and then suddenly opened his eyes. Jim began cutting down trees, deftly using one skill after another. With the final blow, he smashed the last tree and said displeasedly that it was too slow. The trees appeared on the field again, and Jim said that he could no longer hesitate in battle. He used the skills again and again, thinking that he would not let this happen again. Meanwhile, Steve and the boys decided to hunt a deer with a pack of wolves. One boy shouted that the one who catches the deer will win, and the second added that the loser picks apples. Steve stood near the temple, and opposite him stood the senior monk and 2 guys in gray robes. Our hero said that the temple was already ready and asked if it would not fall apart. The monk laughed and said that everything was built to perfection, and Steve replied that if something was wrong, he could tell about it. The monk replied that they were very grateful that Steve had helped them find shelter, and they did not know how to thank him for his kindness. A deer and a pack of wolves rushed past the men, Bill rushing ahead of everyone and asking them to run even faster. The boys from the temple rushed after them, urging the wolves to run faster. Steve said that it was the first time he had seen him so happy, because he had been lonely before. Once upon a time, mothers forbade children to play with Bill, and he heard it all. The woman from the temple said it was already lunchtime and asked Steve to join, but he said not today. Steve asked if Munch was feeling better. The monk said that he had been delirious for a long time, but now he could even train. The man added that Munch even had an appetite, and Munch looked at himself in the mirror, looking at the scar around his red eye, and remembered the past when he was teased by a hairless macaque. He was an orphan since childhood, but other children laughed and bullied little Munch. When he realized that he was different from others, he closed himself off from the others with a wall. But the master picked him up, inviting him to go to his temple. And so many years later, the master was killed by goblins who attacked the temple. Munch told Steve that when the master was killed and the temple was burned, he felt real hatred. The monk admitted that it was then that he began to kill. He frantically cut down the goblins one after another without mercy. Munch cleared the entire area of goblins, finding them even in the most hidden places. He said that he voluntarily committed this sin, and he did not care where he would end up after death. He just wanted to relieve the heat inside. Then in a fit of rage, Munch imagined a lot. It seemed that someone was talking to him. But it was he who told his adult self that if he had cared, he would have died in the dungeon long ago. Munch turned to Steve and said that he had saved him again and helped him calm down the hatred by restoring the temple. Suddenly Munch seriously said that now he has a different goal. Steve and the guys listened to him attentively, not understanding what he was talking about. At that moment, the monk summoned a winged spear right in the room, destroying everything around him. The guys jumped back in surprise, not understanding what had come over him. With an ominous smile, Munch said that for the sake of all the disadvantaged, he would go through hell in their place. Jim didn't understand what they were talking about, and Donnie said that now they have two nuts. And from below, a granny was rushing with a knife, shouting who among them dared to draw a weapon in the house. And Munch had already jumped out of the window, breaking it to pieces. And even before the guys arrived, Munch studied the reflection in the mirror and listened to his name being called to eat. Suddenly he hit his head on the mirror and a crazy smile appeared on his face. The full moon shone in the sky, leaving a lunar trail on the surface of the sea, and the waves crashed against the rocks of the shore. A small ship was rushing along the waves, and Hiro and Anna were standing at the stern. The Cobra swam to the shore, and Anna said that they had arrived. They were already waiting for them on the shore, and the girl said that they would go further by car. Hiro stood silently, looking firmly ahead, and thought that he was following the Druid. The guys in Steve's guild were discussing whether the monk had come yet. Someone said that he got a good deal from the old lady, and someone else added that this was not surprising, because he broke the window. Chad said that the secretary called. They finished the city plan according to his work, and tomorrow they will receive a map and begin to develop a detailed city. Steve asked Chad to keep an eye on them so that they don't start their shady business here. Chewing his breakfast, Jim asked interestedly where Steve was going. Our hero replied that he was going to England to meet with Dr. Toddler. Donnie said that there's no way to get there yet. Steve asked why, and the boy replied that all air traffic and sea routes were closed. Our hero asked in surprise what had happened, and Jim said that a chain of dungeon breakthroughs had occurred. The sky was captured by wyverns, and the seas were captured by some other monster. Steve tensed and asked for more details, and Donnie showed him a video report about wyverns. Another report was about a giant octopus, and Donnie said they couldn't even find it. Chad thoughtfully asked if Steve couldn't fly by himself. Our hero replied that he could become a pigeon, but he could fly like that for no more than 10 minutes, and Chad added that it would not be enough to get to England. Steve sighed heavily and said that he never would have thought that powerful wings would be needed. Steve asked how long to wait, and Jim replied that the country's army was already engaged in extermination, but they would have to wait at least a month. Our hero was shocked by this, and Donnie suddenly said that there was another way to get to England. The boy said that he needed to get a golden eagle, or rather an awakened golden eagle. Steve was surprised at this proposal and asked where he could look for such an eagle. The guy replied that this was possible in one closed area, and Steve asked why there. Donnie replied that there is one channel where a man survives in the wild, and the north of this territory is a paradise for wild animals. In one video, they showed huge awakened animals, and among them was a golden eagle. After a while, the blue SUV was already rushing forward, and someone in the car exclaimed, "Seriously, damn it!" Steve said that he still had nothing to do, and Donnie tearfully replied that his eyes were already hurting from managing the channel. Our hero said that then he should be happy, and Donnie replied that if they filmed good material here, there would be even more work. Anna was driving the car and suggested that Hiro get some sleep because they still had about 10 hours to go, but the guy refused. The girl said that if anyone finds out about their actions, a scandal will break out. Hiro understood that an interethnic conflict would begin, and the girl asked why not catch him through official means. The guy replied that there was no time for that, it would be easier to kill him himself. The navigator reported that after 1,200 meters the Necroville zone begins, and the girl said that she would have to drive through it. The car drove onto the highway, which had already begun to grow overgrown with grass. Steve and Donnie's SUV stood still, and the guys were no longer in it. Some beast of unprecedented size was blowing steam from its nose and grinning its toothy mouth. A boar of unprecedented size stood in front of Donnie and looked angrily at the boy. Steve's voice in his head asked how he felt, and a scared Donnie replied that he looked very strong. Steve kept asking what else, and the guy said that he didn't seem to like people. Our hero liked this answer and decided that he wanted and had to tame it. Suddenly, the boar rushed after Donnie and he ran forward in fear, running away. The boy immediately ran up a tree, and the boar crashed headfirst into him. From such a blow, the tree began to fall, and Donnie shouted to Steve to save him. At that moment, the boar hit the tree harder with its tusks, and it began to collapse. The tree fell along with Donnie, and the boar rushed towards the boy. He fell on his back and was screaming for help with his eyes closed when he felt something drop onto his cheek. Donnie opened his eyes and saw a giant rabbit with red eyes behind him. The boy began to crawl forward, and the boar and Steve were already standing there. Realizing that the animals were not attacking, Donnie asked if they were going to eat him, and Steve replied that they didn't seem to be. The boy lowered his head in relief and exhaled heavily. He pointed to the hair and asked if Steve could take it out because it was scary and its stats were huge. Level C, rank 2. At that same second, a blue portal appeared and the hair jumped into it. Looking at the boar, Donnie asked why he didn't leave too. Steve climbed on it and said that he would give them a ride, and decided to name the boar Yucca. Our hero was riding Yucca, and Donnie was riding a wolf and asked if the transformations were worth it, to which Steve replied that it only slightly changed their character. Donnie said incredulously that it doesn't look like it, and Steve added that he doesn't transform animals stronger than himself. Steve asked if the hair was so scary, and the boy replied that he wasn't, and our hero added that he had a higher rank than the boy, and he began to whine that even the hair was stronger than him. Donnie said that they had already found 2 strong animals, but still no eagle, and asked how much longer they would hang around here. The guys arrived on a hillside with a view of the entire forest, and Steve said that finding the eagle was the hardest thing. Our hero called Melissa, and she asked how she could help. Steve asked where the blonde was now. He couldn't reach her. The girl replied that she was now in another area, and Steve asked to connect them. Lead clouds were gathering over the dilapidated city. The soldiers shouted to the captain that there were 10 minutes left before the dungeon was broken through. Jean said that they must retreat immediately. They had long ago requested an airstrike, and asked why they still had not received an answer. The soldier received a transmission that an airstrike was impossible and the artillery was not working. In response, the soldier swore and asked why they were only reporting this now. They were informed that the 3rd battle group would be there in 10 minutes. Another group would be there in 15 minutes. Jean angrily asked if they were kidding, because they themselves would have to restrain the spiders. The soldiers said that it was not important now, and they needed to retreat. Jean irritably replied that they should take the equipment and leave. The soldiers shouted that they had to get out until the witch changed her mind, and the girl mimicked the words that this is why no one loves her. The girl received a call and she answered, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Reconnaissance Group. Steve greeted the blondie joyfully and said that they had not heard from them for a long time. The girl was surprised to hear Steve and was simply silent for a while. Steve said that he needed to find the Golden Eagle and asked if her group could help with this, and the girl listened with clenched teeth. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Fuck you, you sex maniac," and hung up. Steve looked at the phone in surprise, not understanding who they called him. He turned to Donnie and asked how he thought the request to capture the eagle had anything to do with sex. The boy looked ahead intently and asked Steve what it was up ahead, and a column of some strange black smoke rose outside the city. Donnie took the phone and said in surprise that these were starfish, and Steve asked what they were talking about. The guy showed a news report that said that the starfish dungeon had been breached. They shoot fire and explode when they die. Our hero was surprised that they would interfere even after death, and Donnie looked to the side in fear. He shouted for Steve to look at the birds. Suddenly, a flock of birds flew over the guys' heads, flying away from the dungeon. It seemed that Steve was only happy with such commotion and watched what was happening with a smile. Donnie saw the fire ahead, said that it was spreading very quickly, and added that it was time for them to leave. But Steve was calm and looked at the fire ahead, not intending to run. And the fire rose up and came closer and closer to the place where the guys stood. The animals ran with all their might from the fire into the depths of the forest. And the fire was catching up with the crowd of animals and was almost touching those running behind. Suddenly, the wolf Donnie was sitting on howled. Looking ahead carefully, Steve said that the arsonists had arrived. The flames had already caught up with the crowd of animals and were making their way to the fastest ones. The guys looked up into the sky and Donnie exclaimed that a golden eagle was soaring there. And in the sky, among a flock of birds, an eagle was flying, clearly larger than the rest. Steve said he looked cool and read the information that he was C rank 6. Looking at the eagle, our hero named him Ringo and said that now he would fly with him. The news talked about a sudden fire, but it suddenly ended due to a natural disaster. Experts report that all the starfish were destroyed by the hurricane along with the fire. Watching the report, Donnie said that it was nonsense and added that this is why no one watches the news. Happy that the video was uploaded, Donnie said that now let people know the truth. The drone recorded video of Steve about the image of the boar rushing to the edge of the fire. He ran around the fire in a circle at great speed, as if he had outlined it with his power of the spirit of the earth. And then he used the tornado skill, and the starfish were burned in their own fire. The video is called Steve's Tornado Skill, and people immediately began commenting on what they saw. Some didn't believe it, and some asked if Steve was God. Donnie was shocked that in a few seconds the video had over 400,000 views. Another video was recorded when the fire had already been extinguished and drones were flying around the area. In the video, Donnie rushed towards Steve, who collapsed unconscious. The boy thought that he shouldn't fill in the part where Steve fell, so as not to throw away his weaknesses. But then he came up with the idea that he could post it as a separate video. Suddenly someone called the guy and he turned around in surprise. With a glass of coffee, he went out onto the balcony and looked down. Chad and Jim stood below. Donnie asked if they were going into the dungeon, and the guys said that a second-level dungeon had opened nearby. Chad said they still have 3 spots available. Donnie laughed and asked if they wouldn't close the second-level dungeon themselves. Chad said he had the most skills, and Jim said Munch was already waiting in the car. Donnie thought that the guys had acquired many different skills. This is due to the small squad in order to cover as many needs as possible. The boy asked to give him time to post one more video and he will join. Fingers quickly ran over the keys and the inscription appeared on the screen. Steve, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler. The footage reported that monsters were terrorizing the Earth and that the sky had been lost. Even the ocean is now inaccessible. That nothing can stop him. It was said in the video that Steve had his back turned. Our hero turned around and said that he would be back soon, asking him to keep an eye on the house. And in the next frame, Steve grew huge wings behind his back and flew skyward. The caption in the video said that his adventure continues. In the final shots, Steve flies forward. Don was delighted with the video and decided that they could make a film this way. The video went viral, and people in the big motel also watched it. Anna carefully watched the video that Donnie had just uploaded. She was surprised by the information about London. Hero came out of the shower and, drying his hair, asked what happened. The girl said tensely that it looked like Steve was no longer in the country. The girl showed the video and Hero irritably asked why he went to London. He thought that if Steve was from a more distant future, then he knew in advance about all his plans. Hero decided that our hero was deliberately avoiding him and being careful. If so, it means he is not ready to meet Hero, and he must catch him before he finishes his preparations. Anna said they couldn't wait for Steve to come back. Hero smiled ominously and said that he would pull this freak out into the light. The girl asked in surprise how he would do it. The guy decisively replied that he would do it through provocation. Steve was unaware of these plans and flew towards London in the form of an eagle. He thought that he couldn't fly faster, and at this rate, he wouldn't get to London. And when he opened the interface, he was surprised to see Ringo's usage limit. And a bunch of new fire skills opened up, and Steve asked why they were so expensive. Suddenly the system showed that there were 60 seconds left before transformation. In the forest, between the huge trees, the sounds of fighting could be heard. The bull ran forward, and 2 men on motorcycles were catching up with him. The man shouted not to waste bullets and take better aim. The guy said he'd already hit the bull 3 times, but he was still alive. They might run out of gas. He asked Uncle John to come closer, and he shouted for him to shoot him. The guy took aim and said that this is the end now. As the motorcycle came closer, he shot at the running bull. The bullet hit the bull in the leg, and he screamed in pain. But the bull did not fall and ran on, and the guy asked if he really needed to insert a machine gun into this bull. Suddenly, the guy called his uncle and, pointing to something falling, asked what it was. Right in front of the bull, something fell to the ground, shrouded in a flash of lightning. The bull flew back in shock from the force of the blow, and stones flew with him. Men on motorcycles rode forward tensely, looking around. They stopped near a hole that was formed by something falling from above. The guy asked his uncle what it was that fell from above, and the man replied that it didn't matter. They just needed to pick up the bull. Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from the pit and tensed up. The guy asked his uncle what that sound was, and suddenly a bright light appeared in the hole. The uncle asked in horror what it was, looking at the flashes of lightning. The bright light began to grow more and more, and the scream became louder. The guy asked if it was not a person screaming like that, and the man replied that maybe some alien was imitating a human voice. Suddenly, a human hand appeared from the pit, with lightning running through it. Uncle John pulled out a knife, preparing to defend himself, and they both watched in suspense to see what would happen next. Steve climbed out of the hole, held his head and said that he thought he would die like that. Our hero groaned, and his uncle asked if he was really a man, despite the guy's words that he was clearly a man. Steve introduced himself by name and asked who they were. The guy introduced himself as Alvin and asked how our hero survived falling from such a height. Steve said that the fall was damn painful and clarified where they were now. The guy named the area, adding that there was a river nearby, and all this was in Steve's country. Alvin said he sounded like a southerner and asked why he fell from the sky. Steve laughed and said that at first he was flying and then he fell. The guy said that judging by his words, and the fact that he remained unharmed, he is a very strong awakened one. Steve hesitated, not knowing what to answer, and said that he was really strong. The man still held the knife at the ready and asked whether he was alone or with his comrades. Steve replied that he had comrades, but he was traveling alone. The uncle said that then he would not detain him. They were chasing the bull, and he was here somewhere. The man asked Alvin to look for the bull, and the guy looked back, saying that he was around here somewhere. Steve thought about the place where he fell and asked himself if he was flying there. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and, not finding the phone, absent-mindedly asked where it could have fallen out. Without thinking, he activated the clairvoyance skill to search. The phone turned out to be nearby in the bushes, but when the guy picked it up, he said with annoyance that the device was broken. And at this time, the men found a bull that had flown quite far and doubted whether it was alive. Uncle was surprised that the bull did not die from so many bullets, but from one blow from Steve, so immediately. The guy asked if it would be necessary to cut it in order to carry it away, and the uncle replied that he would have to skin it all day and also fight off wild animals. The uncle took out a knife and said that if they did not bring it, the villagers would die of hunger. Suddenly, Steve appeared on the rock behind him and called the men. He asked if they had a blood crystal phone because his was broken. Alvin said that there was one in the village, but the man interrupted him mid-sentence. The uncle said that there are women and children in the village. How can they bring such an awakened one there? The guy realized that he had blurted out too much and apologized. While they were talking, Steve walked up to the bull and lifted it over his head with ease. The man was shocked by his strength, and Steve offered to carry the bull in exchange for the phone. They went away to whisper. The guy said that he was quite strong, and the man added that the bullets wouldn't take him. Alvin said that he should really take the bull to the village first, otherwise the residents have nothing to eat. But my uncle reminded me what the awakened ones did to the village last year. They introduced themselves as nomads and were accepted in the village, and then they brought friends and killed all the inhabitants. Steve asked what they were talking about, and if they needed to go. The men said they were on their way, and asked Steve to follow them. They got on the motorcycle and the man started the engine and our hero walked behind. The uncle asked the guy to hold on tight and added that Steve would not be able to keep up with them, carrying the bull in his arms, and Alvin was sorry to leave the bull. His uncle stepped on the gas and the motorcycle rushed forward at high speed, surprising Steve. The man said to forget about him. If they go to the river, they will find more prey. But their plan was ruined as Steve easily caught up with them with the bull in his hands. The men stared at the guy and Steve told them to be careful. There was a cliff ahead and the men flew over it screaming. There was a bustle in the village, the gates were broken, and people gathered around. They recognized Uncle John and asked in surprise whether a bull was really running after him. Someone looked at it and said that it was someone running next to the bulls in their arms. People rushed joyfully towards Uncle John when he stopped the motorcycle. The man asked in surprise what happened and why the gate was broken. The villagers, wrapped in bandages, ran forward to tell their uncle everything. The men asked in shock what happened here. It was as if a herd of bulls were running through. One of the townspeople approached his uncle and said that they had all gone to save Chloe. The uncle asked what happened to her and asked her to tell everything right away. The man said that suddenly a winged beast attacked the village. He said that the beast killed people, wreaked havoc, and it even knew how to spit fire. But despite this, one townsman was able to take everyone to the shelter. He turned around and saw Chloe fall to the ground. Then this monster attacked the girl, noticing that she was lying on the ground alone. The monster grabbed her hands and flew away, holding her tightly. The townsman ended the story by saying that the monster took Chloe away from here. Uncle John angrily asked where the creature had taken the girl. The townsman asked him to wait and said that the elder had already taken several people and went in search. But the uncle was adamant and screamed, trying to find out where the monster had taken Chloe. The townsman gave up and pointing to the mountain said that the monster had flown behind it. The uncle immediately jumped on the motorcycle and rushed in the indicated direction, not paying attention to the screams. Alvin turned to Steve and with tears in his eyes began to beg him to help. The guy asked our hero to save their Chloe and added that he would never forget him. It didn't take long to persuade Steve, and to the guy's surprise, he immediately agreed. Our hero said that then they will give him the phone when he returns. Blue lightning enveloped the guy's back, and at the same moment his wings grew, lifting him into the air. The residents asked in shock what kind of man he was, and Edwin replied that he was a southerner and a young nomad. Watching Steve soar into the sky, the guy added that he was also a master of beasts. And in the forest at that time, a huge bear was raging, growling and spitting saliva. The men were trying to lure the bear into a trap and escape when suddenly one of them tripped. The man lost his balance and flew off the ground, and the bear was already very close to him. And his partner could only scream his name, looking at the blood splashes. If you like the video, I will make a second part for you, but in return I ask you to subscribe, leave a comment and like. Thanks for watching. The stumbling man flew forward, and the bear was already very close. He swung his huge paw and hit the man, knocking him aside. Snatching knives, the man rushed towards the bear, screaming, wanting to avenge his comrade. But the beast was stronger and more agile than the men, and with a blow of one paw scattered them. Looking at this, someone shouted, "We retreat!" The man said they couldn't handle the bear, but the other one disagreed and asked if they would have to run away. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Be careful!" And the next moment the bear struck again. Coughing up blood, one of the men said that at this rate, they would all be killed. He thought that it was pointless to save Chloe. Too much time had passed. That flying creature must have devoured her. Of all the awakened villagers, there are only 4 of them left. They cannot lose even more people. They really will have to run, the man thought, when the bear once again swung its paw. A clawed paw almost landed on the head of one of the men, and he looked at it in fear. Suddenly, something crashed into the bear at incredible speed, throwing him to the side. It was Steve, in eagle form, who kicked the bear in the face. sending it flying. The men stared at our hero in surprise, not understanding what was happening. They looked at Steve, with wings and a cloud of flickering crickets, and asked in unison who he was. Someone said that he was a man, but at first it seemed that he was an eagle. Steve replied that Alvin asked him for a favor and asked where Chloe was now. The man said that the flying creature took her somewhere to its nest, like somewhere on a mountain. He added that the bear took them by surprise, and the other men were rubbing their bruises. A bottle appeared in Steve's hand, and he said that since they had seriously wounded people, it was better for them to use the potion. One of the men picked up the bottle and said that this potion was very valuable. Steve was asking where exactly the girl had been taken when a bear appeared behind him. Without taking his hands out of his pockets, Steve kicked the bear so that it flew back. After a kick to the stomach, Steve turned around and kicked the bear from below in the jaw, doing a somersault in the air. Steve landed easily on his feet, and the bear fell defeated on his back after such blows, and the men only watched in surprise. The bear was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, but judging by the stats, his integrity was almost complete, and Steve asked if he was pretending to be dead and ordered him to open his eyes. The bear obediently opened his eyes and looked at Steve, who ordered him to rise and obey. The huge carcass immediately sat down in front of our hero, showing with all its appearance its readiness to obey. The men couldn't believe that Steve had just tamed a huge bear. The system asked to give a name, and Steve called him Cole. It turned out that he was the king of the forest, until a flying creature flew in, and having defeated him, took all the lands. Our hero said with a smile that then the bear knew where the creature had flown and offered to go take revenge on it. The bear roared, showing its readiness with all its appearance. At that moment, John rode up to the company on a motorcycle and ran up to them. One of the men asked why he came, and he replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was where Chloe was now. The man didn't know what to answer, because they didn't even know where she was. Steve told John that he would return the girl to them, and in return he must fulfill his promise. John just now noticed Steve and was surprised what he was doing there. Our hero rushed forward and told Sooty to lead him to the right place. The men stayed behind, watching in surprise as Steve and the bear rushed forward. Suddenly, Steve's entire body glowed blue and lightning began to envelop him. The next second, wings appeared behind his back and he soared into the sky. The men looked at Steve in surprise, amazed that he could not only tame animals, but also turn into them. John fell to his knees watching the guy fly away. He clasped his hands in prayer, hoping that Steve would be able to save Chloe. And from a cave nearby came slurping sounds. The winged monster sat on a mountain of bones and held a half-eaten deer in its paws. In the corner, next to a mountain of bones, a girl was sitting. She was crying and frightenedly calling out to her dad. But the sound of Chloe's voice attracted the monster's attention, and he turned sharply in her direction. The monster growled, spraying drool and blood, and the girl cowered in fear, covering her face. Suddenly a bear appeared behind the monster and he turned back in surprise. The monster turned around and rushed towards the bear, and he was already ready to take the fight. The bear rushed forward, and a huge eagle soared behind him. The monster was about to sink its fangs into the metal when it suddenly lit up with a blue light and became smaller. Steve partially merged with the bear and one of his eyes turned red. He saw that the monster was a wyvern, a young, wounded individual. The wyvern grabbed Steve's clawed paw with its teeth, but he immediately hit the monster with his other paw. He grabbed the monster's neck and threw it forward with all his might, and sent a fireball after it. The wyvern broke through the wall of the cave and flew down like a stone. Steve turned to the girl and said that he would save her, but for now she needed to sit here quietly. At that moment, a wyvern crawled into the cave, and Steve wondered if he could tame it, because his spatial energy was greater. Then our hero saw information that to tame a wyvern, its integrity should be less than 10%, and he realized that he could. Suddenly, the thought appeared in his head that he wanted to destroy this lizard, and his hand itself hit the monster with all its strength. The wyvern broke through the cave wall again and flew out, and its integrity became 16%. Steve realized that Sooty's hostility was getting out of control, and it became very difficult to control his emotions. The thought of kill flashed through my head again, and my body itself prepared for the blow. Steve's leg, covered in fur, hit the wyvern with force, and he mentally screamed that he should not kill it. Realizing that the bear would not stop, Steve canceled the transformation and Sooty returned, jumping into the blue portal. The wyvern fell down and the integrity of its body became lower and lower with each blow to the rock. Steve knew it was time when he saw that the integrity was less than 10% and activated the taming skill. The wyvern seemed to freeze and an exclamation mark appeared above her head, informing her that the skill had worked. Immediately after taming, he activated instant recovery and the wyvern's integrity began to grow. When 99% of the wounds had already been healed, Steve gave the order to fly. The winged monster was still falling down with a roar, but was able to slow down and stop. Our hero saddled the monster and they flew up together. The wyvern, shrouded in a blue glow from the use of healing, flew up to the top of the mountain. The men below froze in surprise. tightly clutching their machine guns in their hands. John could not stand the weight. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he began to ask for forgiveness from his daughter. Seeing how upset the uncle was, the other men also began to sigh, remembering the missing Chloe. Suddenly all the men froze in surprise and looked up questioningly. Someone pointed ahead and asked if this was not the same flying creature. Someone shouted that a state of emergency had been declared, and the shooters needed to urgently prepare. The men readied their machine guns, ready to shoot and kill the monster. Suddenly the head of the village shouted to stand and not shoot, seeing something ahead. All the men froze in surprise, asking what happened. The head replied that there was someone on the back of this creature, and the other man said that there was someone sitting on the back, and then they saw Chloe. John couldn't believe his eyes when a wyvern landed in front of him, with Chloe sitting on its back. The girl saw her dad and joyfully threw herself into his arms, but the man could not hold back his tears. Soon the whole village gathered around the fire. They gave meat, ate to their fill, and discussed Steve and his new title of Dragon Knight. A new portion was roasting on the fire, and someone said that the baby needed more meat. And another said that he was afraid to approach this creature. Steve watched the children play with the wyvern and thought that after taming it, it became more friendly. It turned out that after taming, he can find out the past of any animal. The wyvern horde was almost completely destroyed by the Air Alliance. Being very young, she flew behind everyone, so she was able to get out of the carnage alive. After crossing the borders, she suffered from injuries and hunger, and after an attack on the village, she found Sooty's den and settled there. The head said that thanks to Steve today, they can celebrate. With the help of magic, he gave them food, healed the wounded, and even repaired houses. He said that even before the government was destroyed after the disaster, they lived in poverty, but they still lived happily. And when it turned out that even together they could not cope, they had to run away, because they could not do anything to these creatures. It became impossible to survive in the city, and they went deep into the continent. Previously, there were many of the same nomads, but now there are fewer of them. It is impossible to hunt. Nothing grows on the land, and the animals attack along with the marauders. The chief said that when they came out, there were 400 of them, and after 2 years, there were only 60 left. He added that just today they wanted to start migrating again because it was impossible to stay here. Steve asked with interest whether the continent was safe. He was told that nowhere is safe now, because there is a huge territory there. Monsters and robbers accumulate on it. But the village head heard that there were protective barriers there who protect civilians. He added that it will be difficult to get along without connections, where they even speak a foreign language. They are simple refugees, and it will be a miracle if they get there alive. Steve remembered Melissa's words that soon Asia would become one big field, and then refugees would come to Steve's lands. The nomads heard from the guards that if they could not defend themselves, then they should join those who could, but they would have to pay for it. The head stood up, saying that everyone was already drunk and offered to spend the night here. He added that they had prepared a room for Steve on the second floor, and Alvin said that it was a little messy, but he could relax. But our hero replied that it was not worth it, and he needed to go somewhere. The head said worriedly that it was too late, but Steve replied that it was no big deal. The man agreed and added that they had already detained their savior, and Steve embarrassedly said that everything was wrong. The head asked Alvin to bring the phone of blood crystals from his room, and the guy rushed to fulfill the request. All the villagers gathered to see Steve off, and behind him the wyvern was already ready to fly. Our hero took the phone and said that the navigation and satellite communications were working perfectly, adding that it would go to a good cause. The leader said that it was not Steve's place to thank them, because it was he who saved their village. Suddenly, Steve's hand began to glow, and a ball of lightning began to appear in it. The villagers looked on in fascination, surprised that he was using magic again. At this moment, dozens of blood crystals fell from Steve's hand. The men looked at the pile of crystals in surprise, wondering at their value. As he left, Steve said that he hoped that these crystals would help them too, and said goodbye. Residents said goodbye to our hero with gratitude, wishing him a successful journey. Steve waved his hand at them in response, saying that they would meet again. The wyvern took off into the sky, and Steve shouted that they were now going to England. John held Chloe's hand, and they both followed our hero with their gaze for a long time. The presenter greeted the audience, saying that they had a news bulletin. They received word that a horde of wyverns had been destroyed by the Air Force Alliance, and this morning the Air Force had encountered another wyvern. However, the last wyvern was reportedly controlled by an awakened one, and now spectators are celebrating the appearance of an unknown Dragon Knight. The picture changed, and the quick report program came into contact. They showed a view over one of the destroyed bridges. There had literally just been a breakthrough. 2 huge fire ants came out of the portal and created a real hell. Suddenly, something rushed onto the bridge, and the presenter asked the camera to switch. The video clearly showed a man with long hair and holding 2 swords. The presenters immediately learned that it was Hero, and were surprised what he was doing in the neighboring country. They began to doubt whether it was really Hero, whether it was really him in the video. The news reported that the awakened #1 hero suddenly appeared on a bridge in a neighboring country. together with the Scylla Guild that arrived there. They destroyed the monsters in 10 minutes. Commentators were divided between supporting Hero and calling him a traitor, and the news reported that the Dragon Knight supported the troops during the Purge of the Scorpions, and awakened summoners of the highest ranks began to gather there. And everyone was interested in only one question: who is this Dragon Knight? In other news, it was reported that the Dragon Knight again supported the troops and helped them deal with the ogres. Judging by the news received, it was finally possible to find out that the Dragon Knight was Steve. The commentators unanimously praised Steve, called him a god, shared information about his abilities, and suggested that Hero give him the title of number 1. Breaking news reported that the number 1 Hero personally accused Steve. The host said that Hero's unexpected statement, as well as his appearance in the country he had once abandoned, caused a stir, and he suggested watching the interview together. Reporters asked why he blamed Steve and why he came to the country in the first place. Hero said that he came here personally to report that Steve, who is called the God of Wind and the Tamer, is a deceiver. Reporters began asking for details about why Hero was calling him a cheater. Hero replied that Steve fled the country when he learned that he was coming there, because he was afraid that he might expose him. The reporter asked if he was saying that Steve's real abilities were exaggerated and that all his videos were lies. Hero stated that Steve is an ordinary tamer, and his abilities have never been assessed professionally. The government is simply making money from him. The reporter said there seemed to be a conflict brewing between them, and asked if he had anything to tell Steve. Hero asked the camera if our hero could see him, and said that if he wants to prove that he is wrong, then Hero is waiting for him at the SPFC station. Sipping coffee from a glass, Donnie said in surprise, "Wow." The news was already full of Hero's statement that he would deal with Steve with one hand, and that he challenged him to a fight. Another article said that world-famous Steve showed his friendly relationship with the Russian president. Watching the news, Chad asked in surprise how Steve ended up in Russia, flying to England. The guy got a call, and he answered, saying that this was Steve's guild, and Chad was on the line. When asked by the caller, he replied that he also could not reach Steve. Donnie asked if the bureau director had called again, and Chad sullenly agreed. The boy was surprised that he called every day, but Chad said that he could call at least every hour. Donnie said that a couple of months ago he couldn't even look at the director, but now he calls him every day. They found nothing in the dungeons, and were also surprised by Steve's antics, a gloomy Cedric complained, and a colleague advised them to give up trying to find the cache and just collect the loot. Donnie said that everyone really needed Steve now, and Chad asked what it was this time. The article said that the appearance of level 7 dungeons had become more frequent. The residents were worried, and they were hopeful that Steve's guild will take on the 13th district. Chad said a lot of people have been wanting to move to this new area of town lately. Donnie said that the world needs stick, and added that it should be taken advantage of. Chad grumbled that the director told him the same thing, which surprised the boy. The director said that they would need to stand up for the protection of these lands when the district was recognized, and the Bureau would take upon itself the payment of taxes and the closure of simple dungeons. Donnie was surprised by this conversation and asked what he answered. Chad replied that they were still thinking about it, and Donnie said that they should have agreed. The Bureau wants them to team up with some special unit when dungeons appear. Chad said that while his brother is away, he cannot decide everything alone. He is not sure that they will manage to create a district and clear out the 7th level dungeons. Donnie thought that if they became a special squad, then the attitude towards them would be completely different, however. They would have to risk their lives more often. But now this is not necessary. Donnie looked at the photo of Steve standing next to the president, and behind them sat a painted wyvern. He thought that now the country was in complete confusion because of Hero's statement and the creation of the 13th district, and Steve was now unclear where he was. Donnie asked Chad that they couldn't contact him either, and the guy agreed. And at this time, somewhere in the destroyed city, a lonely car was driving. The man who was driving the red car called our hero by name a little nervously. He asked if Steve could see him and added that he was already on his way to the meeting place. In response, our hero asked if he was driving the red car. The gray-haired man behind the wheel said it was him and added, "Welcome to London." The man asked if Steve could see 3 stone golems chasing the car. Our hero replied that he would sort it out now, and the man thanked him warmly. Steve, riding a wyvern, went down, watching as 3 golems chased the car. One of the golems, which was closest to the machine, swung its huge hand. She landed next to the car, breaking the ground into small pieces. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew at one of the golems, knocking him down. The huge monster flew sideways, smashing the building with its body. The remaining 2 golems roared, turning towards the incoming ball. At that moment, Steve flew past them, riding a wyvern, catching their attention. Steve waved his hand and small lights fell from it. This was the fire fairy's skill. And then he used the fire tornado skill, fanning the fire from the fairies with the wind. Both golems fell to the ground, unable to withstand such an onslaught. Steve approached one of the monsters and a column of flame burst out of his hand. He walked up to the second monster and kicked it in the head, causing it to split open. From the impact, the monster's jaw flew far forward, breaking the wall of the building ahead. Steve said that they were weaker than they seemed and decided that it was because of the low level. At that moment, the wyvern landed next to Steve, raising currents of air around it. There was clapping and exclamation of admiration behind him, and Steve turned towards the sound. The gray-haired man took a photo of Steve and said that he was exactly as the rumors said. Our hero asked if he was Professor Toddler, and he answered that it was him in person. Suddenly, the wyvern flapped its wings, raising the wind, and the professor looked at it in surprise. He asked if this was the famous wyvern. Steve said that the Russians suggested painting it so as not to be confused with other wyverns. The professor said that, although not for long, he felt the presence of the Dragon Knight and thanked him for saving him. Steve responded by saying that the translation of his phrases works fine. He probably uses a good translator. The man showed the device and said that when he learned about the meeting, he immediately bought the most expensive translation device. Looking around, Steve asked if this was really London. Everything looked destroyed. The professor replied that now everything is not going very well in England, but in London it is absolutely terrible. He added that when the sun disappears, everything becomes even worse. Steve said that everything was clear, and the professor suggested we go. Our hero opened a portal and ordered Byron, as he called the wyvern, to return. The wyvern slowly entered the portal, and the professor watched in fascination. He said that this was a portal for summoning animals, looking forward in surprise. And Byron at this time began to slowly appear on the other side of the portal among a pack of wolves. The workers stared ahead in fear as a huge wyvern emerged from the portal. And Byron had already completely passed through the portal and it closed, and the animals gathered around him. Suddenly the wyvern growled and a pack of wolves picked up his roar with their howls. Looking at the howling animals, someone said that this was probably the same wyvern from the news. And another added that there was a farm of tamed animals, and they were all sweethearts there. The red car was already rushing forward, and the doctor said that he would never have thought that he would see this in person. He said that since such a large wyvern was able to return through the portal, then the level there was at least 3, and Steve said that he was well informed. The professor said that of course he is aware, because he is now the main topic of the news. The man smiled and said that he was looking forward to their meeting and was very happy about it. But Steve didn't share the excitement, and thought it sounded like he wanted to experiment on the guy. The car drove past destroyed houses towards the coast where huge monsters swam in the river. Steve asked if his laboratory was in London, and the man replied that this city had been gone for a long time. New Dover is the new capital of England, and his laboratory is also located there. Steve asked why they didn't make an appointment there then, and the professor replied that he needed to get there to get some materials. He said that recently there had been a massive bombing and there were now many samples of blood crystals here. The professor said that he is now researching the creation of instant teleportation stations. They will work like a portal for animals. He added that monster portals during a breakthrough work in the same way. The man asked, "Isn't it wonderful if they can use it, then no monsters will stop the movement of humanity?" Steve wasn't too happy about the idea and said it sounded good. The professor said that even now the waterways and airways are blocked. At this rate, they will be isolated, and it will be difficult for humanity to survive. The red car had already left the city and was racing across the bridge over the river. Suddenly, the professor said that he was probably talking a lot, but Steve didn't take his eyes off the road. The man asked why our hero wanted to meet him so much, but Steve suddenly said quietly, "Be careful," looking ahead at the road. At that moment, the bridge in front of them split, as if something had hit it from below. It turned out that a huge whale had pierced the bridge with its muzzle, causing the car to fly backwards. The professor grabbed the steering wheel and shouted in fear that it was a whale. And Steve saw not only the whale, but also its C2 level, and the fact that its integrity was 18%. Suddenly, a giant shark appeared from the water and tentacles were visible nearby. The professor did not let go of the steering wheel, although the car was flying through the air due to the impact, and exclaimed in surprise that it was a megalodon monster. An epic battle between a huge whale and a megalodon was taking place right under the destroyed bridge. The car jumped up, quickly flew down, and the professor shouted that they were about to crash. The next moment the car fell into the water, and after it the whale fell into the water. And the military was already rushing to the battlefield. Some in helicopters, others on waterboards. The helicopter said that a small vehicle had been hit and asked to try to evacuate the civilians. The military man on the board asked who is behind them, and he was told that there is the Muscle Queen David and Silva. The two in the back took the order, and the muscular man with ponytails, who was called the Muscle Queen, said he understood. He turned around and asked if this red car was not Professor Toddler's, and the man replied that it looked like his. David said he would go get the professor and ask the man to take care of the tentacle shark. He sank into the water and began to look around in search of a car. The man's eyes burned like 2 spotlights, illuminating everything around him, and he was able to find the car. However, There was no one in the car, and he reported that the car was empty. The man looked around and saw a giant shark chasing a whale, which was several times smaller than it. The shark almost caught up with the whale and its jaws closed, but the whale was able to turn around and escape the attack. And immediately after the attack, the whale rushed up into the air, and the shark quickly rushed after it. The whale emerged from the water, raising a fountain of spray in its wake. The military saw that a megalodon appeared behind the whale, and shouted that it was time to open fire. Suddenly, one of the military noticed that there were people on the whale's fin and ordered not to shoot. It was Steve and Professor Toddler who breathed a sigh of relief that they were almost devoured. Our hero looked at the shark and read its stats, level D3, young specimen. He extended his hand forward and activated his tornado skill. At the same moment, a blue glow appeared around the shark, drawing it in. The military, watching from the side, saw what was happening when the shark was completely covered in a blue glow. One of the military men said that it seemed like a tornado. He saw something similar on YouTube. The Muscle Queen who surfaced said in surprise that this was a dragon knight. Steve summoned fire fairies and the tornado turned into a huge fire whirlwind. When the military saw that the whale had escaped from the shark, they started firing to finish off the monster. The helicopters flew closer in the burning shark and opened fire. Steve and the professor were still holding onto the whale's fin, and he thought that Steve was able to catch the megalodon in a fire tornado, and was glad that he was able to see it with his own eyes. And at this time Steve asked the whale if he was glad that he was still able to avenge his mother. The whale did not answer, but only looked gratefully at our hero and plunged back into the water. And at this time, the military man shouted that the megalodon was falling, watching as a huge monster, engulfed in fire, flew down. The moment the shark crashed onto the ground, Steve saw that his level had been raised, and his water attribute skill had been cancelled. The small house was located not far from the cliff, and the sun was shining brightly above it. There were mugs of coffee and cookies on the table. The man asked if he slept well, and the guy replied that he slept well. Looking at the sea under the cliff, Steve said that this was a great place, and the professor agreed. And not far from the men, raising waves and splashes, a whale jumped out of the water. The professor said that due to the attacks of monsters, blue whales are now having a hard time. But this guy was lucky to meet them. Steve said with a smile that, to be honest, the town really is at the end of the world. The man said that the English troops had been crowded by monsters for a long time. There were no places left where to escape. Therefore, the country is in the process of creating impenetrable walls. The professor said that he was still haunted by what happened that night. He said that he was surprised that he could subdue and control various animals, but he was even more amazed by the fire tornado, and that he was able to see it. Steve calmly drank coffee, and the professor said that there had never been an awakened one who could tame animals and use all 4 attributes: water, fire, earth, and air. The man asked with a smile what his life was like before awakening. Steve replied that his life was very ordinary, and it became unusual when he found himself in the kingdom of animals. Our hero asked if it was he who created the device for measuring spatial energy. The man replied yes, it's his job, and asked if Steve liked him. Our hero asked what laws are behind this device, and the professor asked in surprise why he needed it. Steve said that every time his strength is measured, he feels like someone is watching him. Professor Toddler was clearly nervous and did not answer. Steve said that it also has to do with the planet from which he returned to Earth. He said that he understood that that planet was broken into pieces and appeared in the form of dungeons, and that 4th level dungeon was only a small part. He added that instead of friendly animals, there were now lizardmen living there that he had never seen before. He asked what happened to his comrades, why he had not aged at all in 1,000 years, and what kind of people were watching him when they measured his energy. The doctor listened to our hero and said that it was all true. He said that all of Steve's questions and sudden interest in his language and writing were not accidental and were connected. They entered a hatch in the floor and went down the steps. The professor said that his laboratory was located there. Steve said that it was quite deep, and the professor replied that it was created to withstand even a nuclear explosion. He added that although this is his personal laboratory, it is the property of the government, and Steve is the first stranger to enter here. The men went down the stairs and the doctor said that they had arrived. The professor entered the password and the door slowly opened. They stood in the doorway, and the doctor said it was her, shining a flashlight. Steve said nothing and silently looked at the space outside the door. Behind the door there was a large room, things were lying everywhere, and the doctor said with a smile that everything here was cluttered. The professor said that despite its appearance, the equipment is fully equipped. He showed Steve the equipment and said that this was equipment for analysis, test samples. The man showed the robot and said that it can reproduce a blueprint of any object after entering a code, and it also recognizes voices. On another table there were stones and flasks, and the doctor said that this was ore from the dungeons. They use it for research. On the screen were Steve's notes from the cave, and the professor said that all this had been found in the dungeons over the past 2 months. The man happily said that it was amazing to find a human tongue in a dungeon. He said that these inscriptions were found in all the dungeons they had been going to for the last 3 weeks. Steve stared at the professor in shock, surprised by these words. He asked if there were multiple versions of the same dungeon. The professor said that such dungeons of different levels have appeared in different cities of the world. He added that in total there were 8 locations open in the world with this dungeon, from the 2nd to the 5th level. Steve asked if they were all at different levels, and the man answered yes, adding that they appeared at different times. Our hero remembered Melissa's words that they open near the awakened one. Probably the fact is that these are dungeons, not a planet. Steve asked if the planet really broke apart and was copied, and the doctor replied that this is the most logical theory. Our hero asked what happened to the living animals, and the doctor replied that he himself was interested in this question. The professor replied that that was why he wanted to talk to Steve. Our hero stared at the professor in surprise, and he took the guy by the hands. He said he was hoping to get answers about how dungeons appear and disappear by meeting with Steve. But he was recently contacted by the author of the inscriptions. The professor happily said that after receiving the letter from Steve, he could not sit still for so long waiting for the meeting. He smiled and offered to find the answer to the question with Steve, calling him a Dragon Knight. Steve was disappointed, irritably thinking that the man knew nothing at all. The professor remembered that Steve was interested in a device for measuring spatial energy and offered to show it. The man started poking around in one of the boxes, saying that it was here somewhere. Suddenly, he joyfully shouted that he had found it, taking out a piece of some kind of stone. The man happily showed the stone to Steve, and he asked what it was. The professor handed it to Steve, saying that it was called a memory stone. He said that you need to take this stone in your hands and close your eyes. Steve didn't ask any questions and put his hand on the stone, which immediately began to shine. Our hero closed his eyes and again saw the inscriptions that someone was watching him. And when he saw the inscription that his data had been recorded, the guy suddenly opened his eyes. The professor asked with interest how it all went, how it felt. Steve said tensely that he felt someone's gaze on him while holding the stone in his hands. The professor said that everyone reacts differently, but those who are especially sensitive can feel uncomfortable, and Steve asked if it was possible to make a measuring device from this stone. The doctor replied that everything was exactly like that, but he did not make this stone. Steve asked in surprise how it was not the doctor who made the stone for him, and the man confirmed his words with a smile. The professor said that this stone fell near the portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. It turns out it was a long time before they found out about its benefits, and Steve asked, did he fall from the sky? The man said that although Europe suffered from a great disaster, it received a blessing, a divine stone. It fell on the day of the Great Catastrophe, and that is how they were able to begin exploring the spaces. The professor said that thanks to the information contained in the stone, they were able to create many devices. The man turned to our hero and showed a box with different flasks. He said that this is one of the inventions. A case for stones, Moo managed to attach a memory stone to it. Steve was not particularly interested, and the man added that he managed to transfer all the information sealed in the stone. The professor quite said that the stone absorbs information from any contact. It has a limit. But now it copes perfectly. He handed the box to Steve and invited him to try touching it. Our hero didn't ask any questions and put his hand on the box. Seeing the measurement results, the doctor enthusiastically said that Steve managed to overcome B-rank energy in just 3 months. The professor said that maybe it's because Steve is special, but even so, the speed is amazing. Our hero asked if this was really a portable measuring device. The professor replied that it was, and added that he wanted to work on its size more. The inspired man said that he had recently developed another device and invited Steve to look at it. He took out another box and handed it to Steve, and the guy asked if it was made with the same stone. The professor replied that that was all true, and added that the case had other functions. He said that this stone can carry an impressive amount of information and can reveal data about physical indicators. Steve asked what indicators they were talking about, seeing information about agility on the sign. The professor said that with the help of this device, you can determine the level of strength and dexterity. This will help you make teams not only by energy, but also by strength. Steve listened thoughtfully to the professor's story about how to create more effective teams. With a happy smile, the professor asked Steve what he thought about it. And our hero thought that it turns out that before there were no other awakened ones who could see the indicators of others. The professor said that he had finished making the sample, and tomorrow there would be a demonstration and invited Steve to participate. Our hero returned the box to the man and agreed to participate. Suddenly, the box with information about Steve's strength and dexterity began to sparkle. An arrow window appeared on the screen, and the doctor said in surprise that this did not happen yesterday. He turned away embarrassedly and asked our hero to wait a little. The professor called the director and said that he would have to cancel tomorrow's demonstration. He said that there was some problem with the device, and that an error had just occurred. While he was on the phone, Steve was reading an article about him and Grace. There was also a piquant inscription from a cave, and our hero was sad that they didn't choose a different quote. The professor said that he would like to continue the conversation, but something urgent arose. Steve asked the professor if he knew where these stones came from. The doctor immediately replied that such memory stones are mined on the planet Aruka. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over Steve's guild, turning the trees and fireflies orange. Bill and the boys from the monastery were playing in the sand when the shadow of a man appeared above them. Hero stood above them, holding 2 swords dripping with fresh blood. Bill froze, looking at Hero, and one of the monks said that it was blood. The guy turned to the child and the young monks, and they stood up, looking at Hero. Bill was the first to snap out of his stupor and asked who he was. Hero's clothes and face were stained with blood, and he asked the boy if he really was Bill. Steve had no idea what was happening in the guild and asked the professor about the planet Aruka. He replied that the memory stones here were nothing special and reflected the same wavelength unless they were split into pieces. If blood crystals act as batteries, then memory stones are data transfer devices, and the High Elves use them to maintain communication. Steve asked who he meant by High Elves, and the professor replied that he was talking about high-ranking elves. He added that the device for changing spatial energy is just a nice bonus. Initially, they wanted to develop a network for connecting elves, and then they want to make a network for the Earth. Moreover, they want to develop a network of portals for connecting the entire planet. With a smile, the professor added that they learned this secret information from the elves who arrived on the planet. They said that on Aruk, elves use stones to determine energy, class, and other characteristics. The professor added that it turns out that it will not be possible to hide personal information from the elves. Steve wondered in surprise whether the High Elves really saw the same information window. He opened it and saw all the information about the professor, his rank, class, profession, and basic characteristics. Suddenly, the window with information was covered with ripples and an inscription appeared, "No signal." Looking at this, Steve thought with annoyance that the system was being capricious again. But the professor didn't understand why Steve didn't seem to listen to him, and decided that he had gone too far with talking again. He said that he needed to fix the box, even if he had to stay late, and added that he would not leave the laboratory until everything was fixed. Steve said with a polite smile that then she would not distract the professor. The man asked our hero to wait a little. The guide will come soon and show the city. As he left, he said that there were many shops on the shopping street, advised not to go far, and added that they would continue the conversation tomorrow. Steve was left alone in the laboratory and began to look around, waiting for a guide. On the screen, there was information that time goes twice as fast in the dungeon, and the rock inscriptions are more than 200 years old. Steve read the report and realized that this was all they knew at the moment. Another screen said that emotions changed over time and signs of emotional instability were seen. Looking at the inscriptions, Steve said irritably that all this was ridiculous. In front of him stood a table covered with memory stones of various shapes. Our hero took one stone and again saw the inscription that he was being watched and the data was recorded. Steve thought that perhaps the High Elves knew who was watching him, and maybe they knew about the great disaster. These thoughts gave him the idea that he needed to visit the planet Aruka. Suddenly, a man behind him coming down the steps called out to him. Steve looked away from his thoughts and asked the man if he was the conductor. He introduced himself as William from the Lawrence Corporation, and that he was a pioneer in the field of measurements. Steve immediately told the man that he had somewhere to go. He pointed to the screen and asked if he could get there. The man said that this is the southern portal in London. This is the 11th area of operation of the infantry brigade. William asked if Steve wanted to take part in clearing this dungeon, and our hero agreed. The man was discouraged by such a request, but agreed to accompany him. And Professor Toddler sat in his office and tried to figure out the error that had arisen. He measured his performance, and there were no errors, and he wondered why Steve was making an error. The man couldn't understand why did the error suddenly start appearing. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and a man asked if the professor was here. The man greeted David as he entered and asked what he was doing there. He replied that there was a Dragon Knight here. How could he miss such an event, and asked where he was. The professor replied that he had some problems and asked the conductor to take care of him. David was disappointed and just in case asked if he was really not there. The professor confirmed that everything was correct and asked the man to put his hand on the scanner. Since he came anyway, David realized that this was some kind of new invention and put his hand on the screen. Information about strength and agility appeared on the screen, and the professor joyfully exclaimed that everything was working. David realized that these numbers were his physical indicators and looked at the screen with interest. The professor said that he did not expect anything less from an awakened C rank who had reached the limit in terms of strength. David was flattered, but embarrassedly said that he would be glad to have 4-digit results. Otherwise, he still needs to train. At these words, the doctor's eyes widened as a new thought occurred to him. David said that he would go look for the Dragon Knight and said goodbye to the professor. And the man was still thinking about the words he had said about the 4-digit figure. He began to quickly type something on the keyboard, saying that 999 was the maximum number. The professor thought, what if he opened Steve's data and raised the limit to 9,999? He stared at the screen in surprise, looking at the result and cursed. And already outside the laboratory they tied the huge monster with strong chains. Chains were tied to 4 war machines surrounding the monster. A black car drove by and the man said that the monster was immobilized for research because he would die anyway. So the company was buying them. William was driving, and Steve was sitting nearby, watching when the man said they had arrived. They arrived at a portal shining with blue light, around which there was a military camp. William told Steve that this was a level 5 dungeon full of huge grasshoppers, and there were 18 hours left before the dungeon exploded. A video was shown on the screen where a man shouted to a guy in a grasshopper costume that he would kill him. Next, the slogan was written. "Forward warriors, the crazy grasshopper is waiting for you." William said that this man is a famous comedian, and the troops are trying to make money with his help. Ahead, Steve saw a squad of aircraft fighting a huge wyvern. Steve asked if an attack had really begun, and the man said that now more than half of all territories are in combat. But raids in the dungeon do not stop. Suddenly the men's attention was attracted by a loud cry. "Be careful." A downed helicopter was flying towards them and crashed into the ground with a roar. The helicopter's blades came off and flew towards William. But Steve grabbed the blades with one hand and stopped them, surprising the man. Someone shouted what happened. They answered that the helicopter fell, and the rest flew into the dungeon. The military looked at Steve. One asked who it was, and the second recognized him and said that it was a Dragon Knight. William thanked Steve, and he asked why. The man answered in surprise that, for saving his life. William said that now we can say that the issue with the entrance to the dungeon has been resolved. Suddenly the man turned around and said that there they were. He pointed to the men in uniform and said that this was the Lawrence Corporation combat team. These A-rank guys were specially selected for Steve. William introduced the man, saying that he was the head of the Phoenix Squad, Robert. The man greeted Steve and said that he was the captain of the 2nd Phoenix Squad, but Steve went further, saying that it was not worth it and he would go to the dungeon himself. William called out to our hero in shock, asking how he could go into the dungeon himself, but Steve was adamant and told them not to follow him. William tried to stop him, saying that this was a 5th-level dungeon. Our hero did not listen to the man and boldly stepped into the portal, which enveloped him in a blue glow. Steve opened the information window and said with annoyance that it still didn't work. Closing the information window, our hero said that B-rank monsters have energy no more than 1,400. William tried to stop Steve again by calling his name, but our hero no longer listened to him and already in the portal took on the guise of a golden eagle. Looking at the guy's back, William couldn't believe his eyes and sighed heavily. He turned to the man from the detachment and asked him what to do to follow him. Robert replied that he saw no reason to do this since Steve himself did not want to. The soldiers also discussed what had happened. Some asked why they were being devalued, and others said that despite the fact that he was a Dragon Knight, they should follow and help. William apologized to Robert because he was so busy, and the man replied that it was okay. They were still waiting for the quest to start. The soldiers continued to discuss Steve's action, and William grabbed his head and asked what he should do. Suddenly, a red SUV pulled up and stopped next to them. Everyone turned to look at him, looking with interest to see who had arrived. David Dane got out of the car in a tracksuit and waved to William. Coming closer, he said that everyone was assembled and asked Robert why he was here and not catching grasshoppers. Robert responded by asking what the hero, who must save the whole world, was doing in the village. David asked why he was condemning him, and Robert replied that for now, he could condemn the 9th in rank and the 1st in England. Robert said with a grin that they needed to prepare for the quest and added that they would meet at the party. David responded by asking if he could really see this drunk ass at the going-away party. The soldiers quietly discussed that sometimes such conversations make them sick. After waiting for the end of the conversation, William called David with tears in his eyes. The Muscle Queen sat down a little and asked why his dear William was crying and where the Dragon Knight was. The guy answered with annoyance that he had just gone to the 5th-level dungeon alone. David was surprised by the news, and William added that he left so quickly that he didn't have time to stop him. The boy sadly asked what he should do, because if something happened to Steve, he could be fired. Suddenly, David laughed loudly, surprising the guy with this reaction. He explained that this act was quite expected from a Dragon Knight. David said that he didn't seem to know much about the Dragon Knight, but William reiterated that this was a level 5 dungeon. The man said that he would be waiting for him at the cafe with pink ice cream and asked to let him know when he would come out. Suddenly, David turned back, feeling something. He pointed his finger at the portal and said that Steve had come out, and William could not believe his eyes. And Steve actually came out of the portal and was shaking the dust off his suit. William screamed in shock that this simply couldn't happen. Nearby, soldiers were checking their equipment as they prepared to enter the portal. They discussed that something had happened to the combat teams that entered, and did not believe that they could prevent the rift. One of the soldiers asked if the place would now be filled with grasshoppers. Another soldier replied that the National Bureau had already requested assistance. The soldier asked what would happen if the rift happened while they were inside, and the other soldier replied that he was trying not to think about it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers raised his head and froze, looking up. He asked if he was imagining things, and the second soldier asked what they were talking about. The soldiers reported to Robert that Steve had already returned, and the man did not believe what he heard. William happily rushed towards Steve, and David shouted loudly, calling him a Dragon Knight. Suddenly, Steve recognized David and said that this was the same strongman. But the guys didn't have time to talk because someone shouted that the fire boar had escaped. David turned and saw a huge boar surrounded by fire running towards them. William said in fear that it was a fire boar, and David was furious because this pig destroyed his favorite ice cream parlor. The man swung his hand and, shouting that he would not forgive this, used the Megan strike skill. David's fist, shining with blue light, hit the boar right in the head, and the next second the boar flew back from the force of the blow. His huge body flew into the crowd of standing soldiers, and they scattered to the sides. The soldiers discussed in delight that everything, as expected from David's thunderstorm, was dealt with one blow. Steve also liked the blow and said with a smile that it was strong. David approached Steve and asked they already knew each other, but he introduced himself anyway and extended his hand. Steve shook hands and introduced himself, and David said that he had been looking forward to their meeting since that very day. But our hero did not understand why David was waiting for this meeting. The man said that he saw Steve turning a megalodon into fish food. That day, David realized that he and Steve were very similar. The man asked if our hero knew how he got such muscles, and Steve asked if he needed to know. The man said that he saw a cave painting of Steve where he trained with the help of huge bananas. He said that everyone around him laughed, and he saw a kindred spirit and also started training with bananas. Steve asked in surprise if this was true, and the man replied that everything was true. David showed the photo and said this is what he looked like at his worst. Steve looked at the photo, pretending to understand what the man was talking about. David said that he managed to get a job on a banana farm. Bananas always gave him strength. Steve thought it brought back memories because bananas saved his life too. He thought it was surprising that someone saw themselves in his drawings because they had become everyone's laughingstock and decided that he liked David. The man suggested not to pay attention to the indicators and asked if he could not destroy the monsters with the help of the muscles that he had built up. Steve liked this question and said with a smile that he could do it easily. David said that he wanted to see how Steve would deal with monsters in close combat without using skills. Steve immediately accepted the challenge and said there was no problem with it. William intervened in their conversation and asked them to wait a little, but the guys no longer listened to him and entered the portal. William and all the soldiers watched with interest as David and Steve entered the portal. All the news was full of headlines that David and Steve saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in 40 minutes right before the rift. All associations, including the Lawrence Corporation, thanked Steve. The Queen of England presented Steve with a gift, knighting him. Melissa and her boss read the news, wondering what was happening. The girl said that he saved the country, but the boss just grabbed his head. He asked Melissa there was still no news from him. The girl replied that there was nothing, and she also could not contact him. The boss asked if his dungeon had been cleared and if they had found anything interesting there. The girl replied that there was nothing, and the man sighed heavily, expecting such an answer. Melissa asked if it would be okay if they returned the money. The boss said that the 7th level dungeon was about to appear, and he didn't care about money at all right now. He sighed heavily and said that if only they had the opportunity to clone Steve 100 times. Melissa asked with a smile why he was worried, since he was going to leave when the 7th level dungeon appeared. The boss said that wasn't what he meant at all. The girl asked where he got such patriotism, suggesting that he didn't know something. The boss changed the topic and asked the girl to think about how to quickly return Steve back to the country. Melissa said that there is no need to worry, he will come running back when he checks the internet. The boss asked what she was talking about, and the girl said that an hour ago a new video had been released on their channel. With a conspiratorial smile, the girl said that Hero had indeed caused a stir. The boss started watching the video and asked in surprise what it was all about. The military fired at the huge monster from several helicopters, and nearby a celebration was in full swing, at which everyone was thanked for participating in the party to celebrate the clearing of the dungeon. The two clinked glasses of champagne against the backdrop of continuous fireworks. David told Steve that this was the best day ever, even better than the day he caught the tentacled shark. Let us thank our hero for such words, and said that his fists also showed themselves perfectly. David asked if he met Sylvia when he was in Russia, and Steve asked who she was. The man tisked and said that she was quite a famous tamer. She dropped everything and flew to Russia when she heard about Steve. Then many trainers wanted to see him. Steve asked in surprise why him and David replied that it was because he was a dragon knight. The man added that there was not a single tamer in the world who could tame a wyvern, but Steve didn't understand why there was such a fuss about it and said it was easy. Suddenly, David said seriously that in any case, Steve should not give in to provocations. Steve asked what it was about, and the man suggested that he hadn't watched the news yet. There was an article on the news about Hero saying he wouldn't need a single hit to beat Steve. Our hero was surprised and asked who this guy was, and David was surprised that Steve didn't know him. David said that he and Steve were from the same country, but Hero fled to another. Steve looked at the article and said he had never heard of him. The man said that in any case, this guy is crazy and a killer and asked Steve to avoid him. Our hero tensed up and asked what he meant by psycho and killer. David said that Hero was #1 in the world and had done a lot of good things, so he really wanted to be friends with him. The news was full of news about the fight between Hero and David, and he said that one day he had the opportunity to talk. But David lost and honestly admitted this to Hero. He said that although he lost, it was the best fight of his life. Hero angrily said that evaluation is the privilege of the strong, and not for those ignoramuses who do not know how the world works. The guy stared with burning eyes at the defeated man and said that he would show him the price of arrogance. David asked the guy in fear what he meant, and the next moment Hero unleashed a series of strong blows on the man. David said he saw the devil in his eyes that day. He showed his scarred hand and said that as a result he had to undergo 8 complex operations on his hand. Steve found it hard to believe such cruelty as he listened to David. And then many of those who challenged him died in fights. Judging by the video, he kills his opponents, even when he wins by a large margin. He kills even those who surrendered. That's why he is a killer. Steve asked why he was doing this. David replied that he did not know and once again warned not to contact him. Steve asked what offense he had for provoking him like that. The news said that Hero had gone too far and attacked Steve's lands, and the guy himself commented that he was just defending himself. Steve wondered out loud in shock if this bastard was attacking his territory. David was also not aware of this news and looked at Steve questioningly. A voice was heard in Steve's guild building, asking why it took them so long to contact our hero. But the guy asked to tell me what happened in the guild. Chad said that Hypro burst in and said that if Steve didn't come, he would kill them all. 2 wolves on patrol died. Steve listened to the news in shock and asked who exactly died. He said that this was impossible, because if they were attacked, he would receive an alarm. The guy opened the information window, but there was an inscription on it. No signal, and he cursed. Steve realized that there was no alarm due to an error in the status window. He was thinking that while members of the pack are dying, what are others doing? Has it really been made so that they cannot leave a certain area? Steve shouted what the guys were doing when all this was happening, and Chi responded by shouting that what is he waiting for? Because this is Hero. He is #1 in the world. Our hero began to lose his temper, and Chad asked him to return home quickly. Looking angrily at the screen, Steve decided that when he returned home, he would give the guys such a workout that they would beg for death. David, who heard the conversation, asked Steve if he was going to return. Our hero said that he should go immediately, but David asked not to do this because Hero's plan was obvious. The man said that he doesn't know why Hero is fixated on him, but he definitely has a purpose. He said that it was a rare sight for a champion to mock a weakling who had not yet been given a rank, adding that it was likely that an accident would occur during the fight. But Steve replied that everything was fine and asked Toddler and William to say goodbye for him. David didn't say anything else and just looked sadly after Steve. Our hero extended his hand forward and activated the Wyvern summon skill. After a couple of seconds, he chuckled in surprise. Not understanding what was happening, Steve started shaking his hand as he asked why is the call not working. And at this time, Toddler was watching him, looking at the guy's attempts to activate the skill. The man said that he wanted to detain the guy longer and asked himself why David was talking about the news. He asked Steve on the monitor if he was surprised and added that he would understand everything later. And our hero looked impatiently at the skills window, watching the countdown on it. Finally, the window started working and information immediately appeared about the invasion and 2 dead wolves. Steve sadly read the names of the dead wolves. Suddenly, the skill to summon a wyvern was activated and a portal appeared near Steve. A wyvern appeared in a hall where there were many people and everyone began to discuss it. David, without hiding his delight, watched the appearance of the wyvern. The professor also watched this appearance through the monitor screen. He saw an information message that the skill would roll back in 23 hours. The professor took the stone in his hand and it began to shine with blue light. It turns out that it was an artificial ore created by combining memory stone and atacamite, arukamite. He thought back on all of Steve's skills and reflected that his abilities were the same as those of the High Elves. Steve's status window apparently didn't work after touching the arukamite. After coming into contact with arukamite, an error appeared, and all abilities using spatial energy were disabled for about a day. The professor thought that if the development of humanity goes in the same direction like the elves, and mysteriously fell silent. At the same time, a telephone rang in one of the high-altitude areas. David called the director and he asked if he was with Steve now. The man said that he had recently left and added that he had saved all the possible information on the stone. The director said that he left earlier than expected, and asked David to return to headquarters. The professor continued to look at the monitor screen when his phone began to ring. Toddler picked up the phone and answered the director. The man with the mustache asked what he thought, whether the test was successful. The professor said everything went as expected. The man asked if he understood correctly that if it worked on Steve, it would also work on the inhabitants of the planet Aruka. The professor replied that everything said was true. The director smiled evilly and said that apparently it was time to teach these arrogant elves a lesson. The professor said that they are close allies with the elves. Should they be careful? The director replied that no alliance lasts forever, and added that the elves could also attack them at any time. The professor said that there are many other problems that need to be solved before this venture will begin to make a profit. The director said that crime among the awakened is growing, and mutual relations with the elves could end at any time. Toddler tried to argue, but the director said that the time when the levels would become equivalent to power would soon come and they needed a way to control it. The professor put the phone away and thought that the problem was that Steve's strength was 8,000. Would that be enough to put an end to monsters like him? And Steve didn't even suspect what was happening and flew on a wyvern to take revenge. He wondered how Hero dared to invade his territory and decided that he would destroy him. Meanwhile, at Steve's guild, Donnie asked what he said, and Chad just sighed heavily. Chad showed the screen of his phone and said they could be in big trouble. The guys were surprised by this answer and Munch asked what he said. Chad showed the phone closer, and the guys stared at the screen in horror. There was one message from Steve on the screen. A special training for those who had committed the crime. The guys grabbed their heads in shock and screamed, why and what they did wrong. Donnie tearfully asked what they could do with the first in rank, who can easily handle even C rank. Suddenly a photo appeared on the TV screen, where the three of them stood opposite Hero. Commentators under the video wrote that this was a disgrace for the guild, called the monk an imposter, and offered to leave the country. Donnie said it was a still from his video, and Chad sadly said they called them weaklings. He added that these were comments left on the Heroes Guild forum, and Jim said that people really are terrible. Chad said with tears in his eyes that no one is on their side, although they are the victims. Jim asked why Donnie uploaded the video, and the guy replied that he wanted to condemn Hero. Munch said there was no way they could refute comments that what happened was a disgrace. Donnie sarcastically said that you shouldn't drink like someone all night, then get into a fight with civilians and be captured by the Bureau, to which Munch turned away, blushing. The monk said he was helping small businesses when I met monsters in the guise of people. Chad said they weren't going to be safe one way or another because Steve was really angry. Munch responded by saying that everyone left the guild to wait out this barrage of condemnation. Jim asked what the Awoken Bureau said. Donnie replied that there was one article that said they were sorry. The guys looked at Donnie in shock, not believing that was all the Bureau said. Jim shouted that a foreigner had entered the country illegally, trespassed on the guild's territory, attacked and caused damage, but they did nothing and should have held him accountable. Suddenly Donnie shouted that there was an article saying that Hero had returned back to his country. The guys were shocked to hear the news, not believing that they just let him go. Munch folded his hands and began to pray to the Buddhist god of mercy. Jim said he couldn't stand it and was going to talk to the Bureau about it. Chad suggested calming down. The Bureau would most likely say that if they interfered, it would be a problem and tell them to sort it out on their own. Jim asked if Hero was part of a security agency, and hoped it wouldn't lead to personal revenge. Munch said that those who are truly humiliated are the officials who dump burdens and responsibilities on the citizens. Jim said the most shocking thing is that everyone is against them, even though they are the victims here. Donnie read an article from the US that said Steve's guild should move to a superpower so they could protect them. Chad said that they were right. It was not because they were weak, but because their country was weak. They should emigrate. Donnie said that Steve should handle all this and asked if everyone saw that bastard's eyes. Hero, bleeding, told them to bring Steve to him in 10 days, otherwise they would all die. The guys stood trembling in front of Hero, and Chad, stuttering, said that they would like to, but could not contact Steve. Jim tearfully said that he was so scared that his body turned to stone and he could not take a single step. Donnie said that if they had fought, they would have died. Chad said that if they had fought and died, it would have been even worse for Steve, and they agreed that they had done everything right. Donnie asked like Bill, because the monks were clearly shocked, and Chad replied that the boy was fine. He said that Bill doesn't talk much, but spends his days watching TV in the room, although he used to wander around the territory, and even the wolves were afraid of him. Bill was delighted with Hero and was glad that someone so cool appeared in front of him. Donnie suggested waiting when Steve returns, because he will undoubtedly crush Hero into dust. Chad turned to Donnie and said that they had something they needed to do before Steve returned, but the boy didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked what the matter was. Soon he and Chad were walking through the area, and Donnie asked why him and Chad replied that he had nothing better to do, unlike the others. The guys walked with metal detectors. Chad said that they definitely buried it here before leaving, and Donnie complained that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Chad got a call and he answered saying hello. Melissa thanked them for their continued cooperation and said that they were able to explore the dungeon only because of them. Chad replied that they signed a contract and there was no need for gratitude. The girl asked not to blame the government for what happened earlier. Chad answered tactfully and said goodbye to the girl. He approached Donnie and offered to move to the animal farm, but he immediately refused. Chad said that these people installed listening devices in important places. Donnie asked not to be too hard on Melissa, since she was looking out for them all the time. Chad said that was true, but added that there is a saying that the enemy is usually the closest. Donnie said he was right, adding that there was nothing wrong with being careful. There were many different animals on the animal farm. A pack of wolves, an elephant, a bear, a rabbit, and birds. Looking at all this, Chad said that there are a lot of them here, and Donnie agreed with him. Below, a huge bear and an equally huge black rabbit were fighting. Looking at this, Donnie asked if they were playing, but Chad didn't answer him. The guy said that the family was getting bigger, but the owner was not there, and asked where he was. Donnie the Rock that the article says he was seen riding a humpback whale somewhere near China. Chad said that if he's in the Sea of Japan, then it is already very close to home. He asked if there was a pond on the farm, and Donnie replied that he tamed animals even when there was no farm. Apparently, Steve improved his taming skills during the trip. He froze the sea to kill monsters. Suddenly, Chad froze and said that he had not seen them before, looking somewhere in front of him. Donnie's eyes widened when he saw what Chad was talking about. Two little monkeys were sitting on a tree and also looking at the guys with interest. Donnie asked if they were Japanese monkeys. Suddenly, the guys realized what was happening and said in horror that it was impossible. The news report said that Steve attacked the city where Hero lives. The guys read this news in shock, reading the headline in one voice. A wyvern flew over the city and people looked at it in surprise. Steve sank to the ground on the wyvern and people recognized him, shouting that he was a dragon knight. Suddenly, the wyvern flapped its wings and people ran in different directions, shouting that it was a monster. The live broadcast said that Steve had attacked the city, and under the video, the commentators were all aggressively opposed to our hero. Steve yelled loudly for Hero to come out quickly, getting his attention. Chad and Donnie watched the live broadcast in shock, and the boy said that this was in his spirit. People discussed what was happening, surprised that Steve had come to take revenge. And Steve screamed again for Hero to come out and call him a bastard. The news said that the Dragon Knight was in the city center and was looking for Hero. They received a report that he entered the country illegally. Although Steve's appearance blocked traffic, it did not cause much damage. The awakened Federation Criminal Task Force has arrived on the scene. The reporter was surprised, saw the car and said that it seemed to be Team 1 of Lieutenant Cyrus. The man walked in front, followed by several other men in uniform, and people around began to discuss that it was Cyrus. The reporter said that Team Number 1 was on the way to the scene, and the comments began to write that now Steve was finished. The reporter said that they had just received news that a Type 10 tank battalion was heading to the scene. An unmanned aerial battalion is also heading towards them. Looking at all this equipment, Donnie said in shock that it seemed like Steve had real problems. Meanwhile, everyone was urgently gathered in the building of the local Ministry of Defense. It was quiet in the operational headquarters, but everyone worked very quickly. One of the workers said that the tank battalion team was ready. Another said a battalion of combat drones was ready. A wyvern appeared on the screen with a huge red circle hovering over its back. Another worker reported that a combat satellite had recorded a target. Two men in the operational headquarters watched what was happening on the screens. The deputy commander of the Federation of the Awakened told the Minister of Defense that his people were trying to bring Steve to their side. The minister replied that Cyrus had already arrived and suggested that they should observe for now and see if he was up to their level. And at this time, Cyrus arrived at the place where Steve had landed and walked towards him to the sounds of enthusiastic screams. Steve continued to yell for Hero to come out when Cyrus called out to him. Our hero turned towards the voice and looked with interest at the approaching man. Cyrus said he was arrested for trespassing, inciting fear and other public order offenses, but Steve seemed to ignore his whole speech and asked if he was Hero. The man said his name was Cyrus from the police department. He asked Steve to get off the wyvern and surrender. Our hero looked at the man and said that if he was not an IRO, then he had better get out of here. The crowd was shocked by this answer because he refused to cooperate with Cyrus. Suddenly, the wyvern and Steve found themselves entangled in some black threads that came from the red circles on Cyrus's hands.
The crowd rejoiced and shouted that this was it, the famous Cyrus tie-up.
Steve looked at his body, bound with black threads, and chuckled in surprise. Cyrus shouted at him not to move, otherwise the vine would tighten even further. And our hero was still looking at the black threads in surprise, spreading his arms to the sides.
Cyrus jumped up, preparing to strike Steve, and shouted that now he would be taken by force.
Commentators wrote that Cyrus needed 1 minute to deal with Steve and said goodbye to him. However, the one who got punched in the face was not Steve, but Cyrus. Steve hit him with such force that the man flew into the sky, and the vine that had enveloped Steve fell into pieces. The crowd gasped in shock as they watched their hero Cyrus fly upward. He landed not far from Steve, falling on his back. But it was a cunning move. He immediately got to his feet and activated the trap skill. But he still couldn't understand what had just happened, and his nose began to bleed. Steve smiled and said that that's right. Since your territory is under attack, you must defend it with your life. After these words, the wyvern flapped its wings and broke its bonds, emitting a loud roar. Hearing the growl and seeing how easily they dealt with his bonds, Cyrus said he was scared. He said that everything was as expected from a dragon knight. He is also strong as the rumor said. If he hadn't created a debuff the moment he was hit, his face would have been crushed. Steve said that this is how it is, and since he knows it, then it's better for him to leave. But Cyrus went on the attack again and said he would face another charge of assaulting a police officer. Our hero looked contemptuously at the policeman and said that he was an annoying guy. The policeman jumped up and screaming "Die" was about to stab Steve. And at the same moment, our hero activated the air whirlwind skill, raising his hand up. Streams of air appeared from his hand and caught the surprised Cyrus. The crowd gasped again, but this time not in surprise, but rather in fear. The Minister of Defense and the Deputy Commander of the Federation of Awakened watched in shock. And at this time, the air currents lifted Cyrus, spinning him in a whirlwind more and more. He flew out of the whirlwind and flew forcefully into the corner of the building, breaking it into small fragments. And then he was thrown in the other direction and crashed into the windows of the building opposite. The men watching from the headquarters looked at what was happening in horror. Chad was shocked that Steve sent him flying, and Donnie said that this was expected of their brother. Steve shouted for Hero to go out himself and not send his minions, and at that time the wyvern released a column of fire from its mouth. The military men who had cordoned off the building began to shout at Steve not to do this, because they were simply protecting civilians. Commentators were shocked that Cyrus was being treated like a doll and were surprised at Steve's performance. The Secretary of Defense said he was even more amazing than he thought, and added that Steve seemed like a better asset than Hero. The Deputy Commander of the Federation of the Awakened said that Steve sent them an invitation, and they would accept it when air travel was opened. And Steve shouted that if they didn't bring Hero, he would burn everything within a kilometer radius. The crowd, hearing this threat, became frightened and people began to run away screaming. One of the soldiers sitting in the headquarters said that the townspeople are in danger, and they need to get rid of the Dragon Knight with the help of a satellite. The minister said with a smile that this was getting interesting and asked why everyone was so nervous. He asked the deputy commander of the Federation what was next, and he replied that Lieutenant Messi was getting ready. Suddenly, someone behind Steve shouted at him to stop, and he turned back. A large man in uniform stood in front of our hero and looked at him boldly. Steve saw his information window, in which it was written that this was an ordinary person. Steve asked the man in surprise who he was, and the wyvern threateningly released a stream of fire. The man did not look scared and said he was Lilt Massey from the police department, adding that it would be nice if he stopped. Steve responded by telling them to bring Hero here and that he would give them 30 minutes. Messi replied that Hero would not be able to come here now, and our hero asked why. The lieutenant said menacingly that he was now in the 7th level dungeon. Steve said out loud that he had gone hunting and asked the man where exactly he had gone. Messi said that he could not see him now because Hero would take 10 days to return. Steve was shocked that he was provoked by someone who needed 10 days to clear the dungeon. The lieutenant was confused by these words and said that this was still a level 7 dungeon. Steve said he would be back in 10 days when Hero returned. Messi asked him to do so and added that Steve must pay for everything he did today. Our hero replied that it was their mistake and added that stealing young animals or eggs while the leader is hunting is the lot of petty thieves. The lieutenant smiled ominously and promised that he would convey these words. The wyvern flapped its wings and they flew up while the frightened townspeople followed them with their gazes. They said at headquarters that they couldn't let Steve escape like that. It would lead to worldwide humiliation. But the minister replied that it would be even worse to use the forces of the army against one awakened one. The man recalled that Steve promised to return and asked the air fleet to accompany him. Our hero flew home, not paying attention to several helicopters nearby. Suddenly, Steve turned around in surprise, seeing a huge black portal on the ground. Flying past, he thought that this was probably the gate to the planet Kuchan. And while Steve was returning home, the news was already full of headlines that he had declared war on Hero. Seeing this news, the guys from Steve's guild shouted joyfully, raising the bottle. They said that this was expected of Steve. He made them pay everything back in full. It was also reported that Cyrus was taken to the emergency room with a concussion after being hit once. The government regarded this incident as an attack and demanded that Steve either be extradited or they declare war. The ministers gathered at the emergency meeting have still not made any statements. The commentators were again divided. Some asked to extradite Steve. Some asked what bad Steve had done, because Hero even killed the wolves, and others were afraid of war. Donnie said that it looks like there really will be a war because of Steve, and Chad excitedly asked what they should do. The boy offered to move to the USA. They can't start a war with them. Jim suggested we talk seriously about this when Steve returned to the guild. Suddenly they saw a dove fly through the window, emitting a loud squeak. Then everything outside the window began to shine with a blue light, filling the room with it. They heard Bill's voice shouting that his uncle was back. The guys tensed up from this news. Steve angrily asked where the answer and the uncle bastards had gone, to which the kid replied that they were drinking in the office. A couple of seconds later, Steve opened the door and his look did not bode well. The guys got nervous. Chad was the first to speak, saying that his brother had finally returned. Steve's eyes began to glow blue as he angrily asked what they were doing. Someone shouted, "Run!" and all the guys rushed to the window, trying to hide from Steve's anger. "Come on, stop!" Steve shouted in rage, watching as the guys rushed in all directions. But there was no stopping the guys, and they jumped out of the window, breaking the glass. And at this time, many people gathered in a large residence somewhere in the mountains. The men in yellow t-shirts were arguing. Some said that they should send him away. Others asked why they should follow the lead. And someone else shouted that then let them send Hero to them. The foreign secretary believed that this had happened because Steve got away with everything, so he imagined himself to be someone unknown. The Minister of National Security believed that Hero started everything and asked why he only blamed Steve for everything. The foreign minister became angry when he heard these words and asked him what he said. The man began to swear, and one of those sitting asked why they didn't go outside to swear there. Suddenly a guy in a black suit said that the president was here. Another man in a yellow t-shirt sat at the head and all the men stopped swearing and fell silent. The president asked if Steve and Hero knew each other. The assistant secretary replied that there was not a single point of contact between them. The president asked then why he tried to do something like that, but they never found a reason. He said that he heard that Hero started everything and asked why someone who betrayed his country would get into a fight with Steve. The head of the bureau said that they have two assumptions about this. First, he was jealous of Steve's recent rapid rise in popularity outside the country. To this assumption, the man said that then he did not know what Hero was doing in first place in the ranking, acting so childishly. The president asked the Secretary of Defense if it came to war, would they be able to win? He replied that if they went back 10 years, they would have a chance if they got a big budget and were able to prepare for 10 years. After these words, the president, without hesitation, told them to give Steve to them. The Minister of Defense became nervous and asked if they could do this. Everyone started saying that this is the best solution. If the war starts now, then everyone will die and that they should think about the well-being of the citizens. The man turned to the head of the bureau and told him to prepare Steve for deportation from the country. But the head of the bureau turned to the president and said that their second assumption was more realistic. The president asked in surprise what second assumption we were talking about. The head of the bureau said that perhaps this was their government's plan to get them to give up Steve. The president said that if this is so, then the threat of war is just a trap. The head of the bureau said that in the current situation, both countries have exhausted their resources and war cannot be avoided. But they definitely need Steve. The president asked if Steve is really that strong, since he has not even returned like Hero. The head of the bureau said that Steve is a little different from the rest. The reason many countries are trying to get Steve is because of the skills he has. The president asked what skills Steve had if everyone was so reckless. The leader said that he was on his way to mastering the power of all the elements that the High Elves possess. The number of those who arrived in Aruki after studying Steve's powers grew, and among them there was no one who possessed regional magic. All the ministers were shocked when they heard about the possibility of using regional magic. The Minister of Agriculture asked, speaking of the magic of the High Elves, he hints at an instant harvest. The head of the bureau said that everything is so, and Steve is a lottery ticket that can bring them a huge amount of money. After these words, the president and ministers agreed that they must protect Steve, even if war breaks out. The president ordered the Minister of Justice to put Steve on the VIP list and prohibit him from leaving the country. And the head thought that where there is money, there will be war. Soon a news article appeared saying that ministers had refused to extradite Steve. Another article stated that the DGB was planning to build a large granary on the grounds of Steve's guild. The black car raced along the highway, and the person sitting in it came to the conclusion that it was all about money. The head asked why Melissa said that, and said that he was the one who saved Steve from being deported. The girl asked if he was talking to Steve, and the head said that there was no point in him refusing help, because he was saving him from prison and giving him the opportunity to earn money. He asked to tell Steve that they will soon raise the guild to the 6th level, so they need to focus on increasing farmland. Then their country will become a breadbasket instead of a Ruka. Melissa said that they had already agreed with Max and would meet with Steve tomorrow. The head of the bureau was surprised that they agreed on a meeting so quickly. He said that the guy smells money, and added that he relies on Melissa. And the girl responded by saying that she always clears everything alone, to which the head was indignant, and said that he would take care of everything later. And at this time, near area number 2, level 3 Locust Dungeon, half-dead Donnie and Chad fell out of the portal, who immediately fell to the ground. Donnie couldn't stand it either and collapsed, and then Jim came out and fell on top of the guys. Soon the monk also fell out of the portal, and Steve looked down at them. He yelled at the guys to get up because they still had 10 rounds to go. But Chad didn't even show any signs of life, and it seems was even snoring quietly. Steve was starting to get even angrier when he got the call. It was Grandma, and our hero immediately asked what happened. Granny asked if he really forced them to practice during lunch, to which Steve replied that these brats had already eaten enough while he was gone. Granny said she was passing the phone to Melissa and asked to talk to her. Melissa said that she heard that they were undergoing high-intensity training in the dungeon for the 3rd day in a row. Steve said it was true and asked what she wanted. The girl asked if he knew that the country's reaction was very serious and added that they have a good solution. Steve listened to her silently, watching the guys lie on the floor, not moving. He thought that people have their own laws, and he forgot that ignoring them could cause pain. After thinking, he said that he suggested we meet at his home and discuss everything. Above Steve's guild house, the tree grew higher and higher, plunging the house into pleasant shade. There were 3 people standing under the tree: Melissa, Steve, and another man. The girl introduced him as the head of the SPFC branch, Max. The man greeted Steve and said that he was very glad to meet them. Having sat down at the table, our hero immediately asked what SPFC needed from him. Max said that not long ago the champion challenged him to a duel and quoted Hero's words that he wouldn't even have to fight to win. Steve was surprised by what he heard and asked if Hero really said the truth. Melissa was surprised by Steve's reaction and asked if he didn't know about it. Our hero said that he seemed to have heard something like that and asked why he did that. Max immediately replied that this was all to make money. He added that if the fight took place, he would receive unrealistic money, and suggested not to waste energy on thinking, and just agree. Max said that if he agreed, he could both make money and prevent a war. 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Steve remembered David's words that Hero was a psycho and a killer, and that it was better to avoid him. Our hero asked if he could legally kill Hero if he agreed. Melissa and Max were confused by such a question and could not even answer it right away. The man said that according to the rules, they would not blame Steve if something happened, but they did not encourage murder either. Melissa told Max that she would contact him after she talked to Steve herself. The man agreed and added that he would hope that they would make the right decision. The car drove away and Melissa waved her hand after it, seeing Max off. She told Steve that if he didn't like it, he didn't have to agree, because the war wouldn't start anyway. To which our hero replied that he really wanted to agree. The girl said that the goals of Hero's country are crystal clear, either to lure him away or to destroy him. But Steve replied that he didn't care about their motives. Hero was just asking for a spanking. And he added with a smile that as long as it doesn't contradict the law, everything is fine. Melissa asked what he thought about donating all the proceeds to Hero's country to gain their favor. Steve took Melissa's hint and agreed immediately. The girl smiled and said that she would tell Max everything herself. She said that there is one more thing. An official order received from the government. Melissa handed over the document and said that once a year, all guilds of the 6th level and above gather together. Steve was looking at the documents, and the girl said that she planned to invite him there. Our hero was surprised and said that his guild was not yet the 6th level. In response, Melissa handed him a figurine with the number 6 on it and told him that their guild had officially been promoted. The girl also added that this certificate was issued by the Bureau, and the entire job district will be handed over to them, along with autonomous rights to the territory. Steve was surprised by this news and asked how this could be. The girl said that after the infrastructure is created and people begin to settle, this area will be transferred to Steve's guild as the 13th district. Steve jokingly asked if Melissa meant it was time for him to act. Returning to the office, our hero told the guys about this news, but all 4 of them were against this idea, believing that the government did not protect them and abandoned the Earth, and now they are forcing them to protect it. Steve said that everything has already been decided and the government is interested in building the city. Chad asked in surprise if Steve had taken the bait, adding that they could use them. Steve replied that they could be in the status of a demilitarized zone and calmly expand their farm. Donnie replied that this was disappointing and suggested that they just take the money and emigrate to the United States. Steve said that he would leave this area as their headquarters and in the future plans to divide the new area into sectors. Donnie asked in surprise if Steve was planning on having them lead them. Jim said that it turns out that the one who will manage the sector will be the mayor, and if Steve appoints sector leaders and not mayors, then he will be something like a lord. Donnie really liked the phrase about the castle manager, and enthusiastically repeated the title of the position, and Munch read the news that thanks to Steve's lands, their country would become the world grain center. The guys wondered if they could match the agricultural industry of Aruka, which has trade gates all over the world, but the products are very expensive. Donnie said that if this happens, Steve will become a lord with a territory earning astronomical sums. The boy asked if our hero had signed the contract he must keep 2 copies so that they could not say anything against it. Steve responded by saying that they couldn't even defend their own house, which of them were the managers of the castle. and if they had finished eating, then it was time for training. Suddenly, Donnie doubled over and started screaming that his stomach hurt and he needed to buy medicine urgently. From this scene, Steve began to slowly lose his temper. Suddenly, this conversation was interrupted by Jim, who read the news that Hero had left the dungeon. The guys immediately started making jokes, saying, "Welcome to hell, Hero," and that it's all over with him. The news said that Hero's team had reduced the time to clear the 7th level dungeon to 8 days. Another article published Hero's response to Steve's ridicule. "I'll teach you manners." The news also showed news about the upcoming fight between Steve and Hero. In one of the interviews, the former world champion said that going one-on-one is not emptying dungeons. The SPFC commentator said that Steve has absolutely no experience fighting against an awakened one-on-one. Another article said that 240 million was the top bid for Steve. The guys read the news in shock, surprised by the amount, and Munch said that they would not have received that amount even if they completed the dungeon 100 times. Suddenly, Chad asked Donnie to move the article down a little, noticing something. Another article stated that Steve donated the entire amount to Hero's country. Donnie screamed in shock what was wrong with him. Why give his hard-earned money to another country? Chad suggested that this was to prevent war, to which the boy said that the angry comments did not disappear because of this, and Munch added that there is also a payment to the winner. Donnie remembered that the amount paid to the winner is double, and Jim asked if this was even real. Suddenly, Steve appeared from behind and coldly asked what they were doing here. The guys attacked Steve with questions about why he would give all the money if his life is at stake. Steve said that if they finished eating, then let them follow him. He is going to see Job's lands. The head of the bureau told the president that, of course, the amount had been adjusted. If they distributed 5 billion each, then that would be enough. Just in case, they entered into an agreement under which Steve would donate the winnings to national funds. This would stop rumors of war. The head of the bureau, with a sly grin, told the president that this is just the beginning, and as soon as Steve achieved success in agriculture, and mysteriously fell silent. Steve was already flying to his new lands on his wyvern to see how things were going. He remembered Melissa's words that there used to be a headquarters building here. If they renovated it, it would fit about 100 people. Our hero saw some buildings on the ground and realized that the girl was talking about him. Melissa and the workers were already waiting for Steve, and noticed that the wyvern was descending. He almost sank to the ground and a strong wind rose from the flapping of his wings. One of the workers asked if the wyvern had gotten bigger, and another said that he was simply shocked when he saw them in person. Steve got down from the wyvern and it immediately went into the open portal. Melissa greeted Steve and asked him how the view was from the top, to which the guy replied that it looked good. Our hero said that it would be nice if he planted everything with trees within a radius of 4 kilometers, to which the girl replied that as soon as the territory was marked, she would send the papers for approval. Steve spread his arms, activating the skill, and fireflies began to gather around him. The next moment, a glow began to emanate from the guy, and the fireflies became hundreds of times more numerous. One of the workers asked if it was famous, and Melissa continued that it was a territory mark. The guy with the mohawk greeted all the martial arts fans, saying that Sidekick was on the air with them. He said that the fight of the century was only 15 days away. Champion Hero versus Rookie Steve, adding that their channel had prepared interviews with both of them. This morning, with all their efforts, they managed to meet Hero's team in front of the 7th level dungeon. The boy asked how Hero prepared for the fight, and he replied that he did not have time to train. Hero added that soon the number of level 7 dungeons will increase sharply and humanity has no time to rest. But the news headline put things differently and now said that Hero didn't see the need to prepare for a fight with someone like Steve. Our hero's team was eating, and Chad began to complain that he didn't remember the last time he ate warm food. Munch replied that it was last Monday, and Jim asked him to stop complaining. At that moment, Sidekick approached them and asked if they were from Team Steve, who were called a laughingstock. The guy asked if they knew about his channel and if he could interview Steve. Donnie suggested that he go to Job. He was most likely there planting trees. Soon, an article appeared saying that Steve had disappeared and was planting trees, and evil commentators began writing that he was planting them so that he would be buried under them after the fight with Hero. Meanwhile, Anna was sitting in the office at her laptop, looking intently at the monitor and at the access denied sign. The girl tried another combination and waited tensely for the result. Suddenly, in the window with the personal information of the awakened bureau about Steve, the inscription "Accepted" appeared. The girl happily thought that she had succeeded, looking at the folders marked "Confidential." Anna opened one of the folders and began to carefully study the information received. Suddenly, undisguised surprise appeared on her face, and she thought in disbelief. 1,000 years. In an article about world betting, 85% of experts expect Hero to win. Another article states that Hero, aka the hope of humanity, has reduced the time to complete the dungeon to 8. In another article, they wrote that the DGB transported materials for construction to Job. And at the entrance to Steve's land, there is a sign warning about wolves. Another article stated that there were 6 days left until the match and the stadium was already sold out. The new article stated that the match was 2 days away and Steve was still on his turf. Hiro and Anna were sitting on the sofa in the best hotel in the city and drinking wine. The girl asked what Hiro was thinking about after taking a sip of wine. The guy replied that he was thinking about how he would kill Steve if he didn't come to the match. Placing the glass on the table, the girl said that she didn't think it would be easy. Hiro asked what she was talking about, and the girl explained that she was talking about killing Steve. She said that she checked the secret information of the Bureau of the Awakened, and it said that Steve had returned after spending 1,000 years on another planet. Hiro was surprised by this information and asked if he had regressed several times during this time. Anna replied that she didn't think he was using the regression stone like Hiro, but that he replied that it would be impossible to live 1,000 years then. She said that according to the records, Steve spent 10 years on the planet where time moves twice as fast, and since Hiro spent 500 years on Earth regressing, it doesn't sound so crazy. She added that this also explained why he hadn't met Steve in 500 years, and Hiro asked if he had found the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Anna said that there is one rare item called the Red Divine Peach. Hiro repeated the name of the Red Peach sadly, waiting for him to continue. She said that this rare object is found only once in 1,000 years on one planet, and after 10 days it disappears. God's fruit bestows immortality and eternal youth. Hiro said that the guy is becoming more and more interesting to him, because he lived 1,000 years without the regression stone. The girl said she was worried that Steve had lived longer than he had. Hiro stood up and said that no matter who his opponent was, he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way. News headlines were full of information that Steve did not arrive in the country on the day of the match. Meanwhile, Steve was working on trees on his new territory. Apples began to appear on the trees. Steve looked at the result, and Donnie stood nearby. Our hero said that this should be enough for the apple trees. Donnie said that there really is no time. But Steve didn't listen and said that pears were next in line. And the guy shouted that there were only 3 hours left, and he really had to go. Our hero said that since his level is low, he cannot plant many seedlings. And while he is away, the guys need to buy everything that Steve said. Donnie said he shouldn't worry about it and asked him to hurry up. The next moment, a portal opened behind Steve, and his uniform appeared on the guy. A huge wyvern came out of the portal, scaring Donnie so much that he fell. Steve said that he would be back soon, and the guys needed to go to several dungeons, and added that there would be no mercy if they got lazy. Donnie rubbed his head and asked what Steve meant by lazy, but our hero did not answer anything, and the vivera lifted him up. The wyvern carried the guy further and further, standing out brightly against the background of the sunset sky. Looking at him, Donnie was surprised that Steve was not at all worried before the battle with the champion, not believing that he was planting trees. When Steve was out of sight, Donnie pressed the button on the remote, and several drones flew towards him. He smiled contentedly and said that it didn't matter because he knew what he would use for the screensaver. And the stadium was already noisy and the voices of the commentators carried far away. The man said that there were 3 hours left before the fight. The audience was already filled with excitement. He said that he heard that Steve still had not arrived and asked why he decided to abandon the match. The second man said that this fight would not be easy for a newcomer who would fight the champion, and that the government of his country was responsible for Steve's actions. Hiro and Anna also arrived at the stadium and sat in the waiting room with a huge wall-to-wall window. The guy asked if there was news, and the girl replied that not long ago, he expanded his holdings in Job. Suddenly, Hiro smiled when he heard the name of our hero's new lands. He thought that, as expected, Steve knew what would happen in the future. After all, the first place to open the 7th level dungeon in Steve's country is Job. When the dungeon opened, the fighting squad rushed all their forces there and was destroyed. The country lost more than half of the awakened C ranks and was unable to stop the monsters, and due to the explosions, Job was burned to the ground. After this, the continent was overrun by escaped monsters, and then, unable to stop the monsters, Steve's country fell. Hiro thought that the government wanted to stop the tragedy with Steve's help and wished them luck, calling the guy arrogant. The commentator said that there were 7 minutes left, and according to the rules, the participant would be disqualified if he did not show up an hour before the fight. Suddenly, the spectators felt the wind rise and looked up. They began to whisper, asking what that sound was. Was it a monster? Suddenly, a wing appeared above the stadium, and everyone started shouting that it was a wyvern. Anna rose from her seat, looking at the crowd, which began to shout that he was here. The commentator said that contrary to expectations, Steve arrived at the stadium on his wyvern. David jumped up, shouting what he was saying that Steve would definitely come. And the 2 men said that he had created a real drama. The head of the bureau shouted contentedly that the world would belong to Steve if he won. Melissa was also watching the broadcast, listening to the commentator say that he could not imagine Steve showing up 5 minutes before the fight. The soldiers at the field headquarters were also cheering for Steve and shouting for him to defeat them all. The commentator said that the Dragon Knight landed after that as he circled over the stadium. Jean stood behind the soldiers, and when she heard his name, she quietly said, "Bastard." Steve jumped off the wyvern, which had grown significantly larger. Our hero didn't even say anything when the wyvern growled and went into the portal, disappearing from the stadium. The audience watched this enthusiastically and admired the magic of the call. Steve looked around and asked why there were so many people here and where was Hero. Our hero shouted to the entire stadium for Hero to come out. The commentator said that apparently Steve is looking for Hero in the arena, watching as he calls out to his opponent. The crowd also took up Steve's cry, and everyone started calling out for Hero in unison. Hearing the screams, Hero stood up and told Anna that he was leaving. The girl instantly rose from the sofa and stopped him, taking his hand. Hero smiled and told her not to worry, he would win and come back. Suddenly, white flakes began to fall on Steve from above, and a bird flew over his head. Steve raised his head up as the commentator started shouting that Hero had arrived. The long-haired guy fell from above, and the floor of the stadium could not stand the jump. The crowd immediately roared with joy, celebrating the appearance of the champion. But Steve wasn't surprised or scared, and calmly asked if he was Hero. But he did not answer, but said that he wanted to ask our hero a few questions before he killed him. Hero asked the guy if he was an apocalypse survivor. But Steve didn't know what he was talking about and asked what kind of apocalypse he was talking about. But Hero didn't believe him and said that his acting was bad. Our hero gradually began to get irritated and asked what kind of bullshit he was talking about. Hero asked if there was still a regression stone and how many years it could regress. But Steve again didn't understand what they were talking about and asked what kind of stone it was. The commentator said that apparently they were talking, and asked the second one if he was interested in what they were talking about. The second commenter said that perhaps Hero is giving him advice as a more experienced fighter. The first commentator said that then they should listen and sent a broadcast drone to the guys. 3 drones began to rapidly descend down into the arena in which the guys stood. Hero began to activate the skill and asked if Steve felt like the world was at his feet after he returned from the past. Our hero asked in surprise how he could have arrived in the past. 2 blades appeared in Hero's hands, and he said that Steve was asking for it. The guy swung his blades in a jump and said that he had a way to get our hero to talk. The commentator shouted excitedly as Hero began to attack. Suddenly everyone watching froze in surprise, not believing what they were seeing in front of them. They saw Steve's fist connect with Hero's cheek, who was surprised by what happened. From the force of our hero's blow, the guy flew back into the deathly silence of the huge stadium. Hero landed on the ground and his fall left a hole in the floor, and Steve began to approach him. The commentator started shouting that Hero had fallen. He seemed to have received serious injuries and was not moving. Steve slowly approached him, and the commentator shouted that Hero was in danger. Our hero flexed his fist and said that apparently he was just a crazy bastard. He shouted for the guy to get up and asked if he was really dead. And at these words, Hero moved his hand. Steve asked how the champion could be so weak. He ordered Hero to get up because he had not yet received what he deserved. At these words, the guy opened his eyes and began to slowly get up. The commentator started shouting that Hero stood up watching the guy barely get up. The audience cheered for Hero and encouraged him, asking him to get up and fight. The guy looked at the blood from his nose and could not understand whether he was struck by magic. Steve said that everything should take its course and that first of all he needed to learn humility. These words made Hero angry and rushing into battle told Steve to shut up. But this attack was stopped by another punch to the face. Hero looked at Steve in shock and thought he couldn't see his fist. Steve struck the next blow to the guy's stomach and he flew back again. Our hero decided not to delay and activated the tornado skill. At that same second, Hero began to pick up a stream of wind along with fireflies. And when the skill was fully activated, Hero was thrown into the air in a huge air-water flow. Steve jumped up above the fallen hero, and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. Our hero activated another skill, Fire Fairy, Stream. Steve lowered his hand with a fireball onto Hero, and the flames enveloped the area around him. The spectators in the arena clutched their heads in shock and covered their mouths, not believing what was happening. Everything around was on fire, and the explosion that Steve brought down on Hero was understood by a column of smoke. The comment screamed that Hero was getting a one-sided beating, but quickly corrected himself and said that he was getting hit. He turned to the second commenter and asked what he thought about the situation. But the man said nothing, looking in horror at the arena ahead. The spectators screamed at what was happening in the arena, and some even shed tears. Everyone was shocked as Steve lifted Hero's unconscious body above him by the throat. The commentator shouted in shock that it seemed like Hero had died. But Steve told him not to pretend because he knows that the guy is not dead. Our hero said this for a reason. He saw Hero's health bar. Steve said he wanted to ask something and asked why he was looking for our hero. Hero replied that it was because he wanted to kill Steve and his health was slowly increasing. Our hero did not understand this answer and he asked why. Hero's eyes turned red and his health increased as he said that Steve deserved to die. Our hero asked in shock why he deserved to die. Hero's face began to change, and he said that because of him, a plan 500 years in the making was ruined. Steve asked in surprise what this plan was that he had been working on for so long. Hero turned into a monster, and his health was almost restored, and he said to himself, "Monster breakthrough." Steve thought in surprise that this was a transformation, and Hero shouted that he had to save the Earth. Everything around began to become covered with a red glow, and Steve once again said that the guy was crazy. Hero's transformation was completed, and he activated the skill God's Fury. The space around the guy seemed to explode, and Steve flew back. From the force of energy emanating from Hero, the glass in the stadium crumbled into small fragments and began to fall on the spectators. Red lightning began to strike in different directions, breaking the walls and ceiling. The minister and deputy chief watched what was happening at headquarters. The minister said that this potion that restored him was taken out, and the deputy began to worry about an explosion. And at this time it was no longer Hero who was walking through the stadium, but a huge horned monster. Looking at him, the minister said that judging by the transformation, Hero learned some interesting things on the planet Kuchon. After the explosion, smoke billowed over the stadium and the groans of survivors were heard. Someone screamed, someone cried. A little boy called for his mother, who was lying nearby, covered with stones. Many people sitting in the stadium died after the explosion. Even Anna, sitting in the waiting room, was damaged, and the wall-sized window there was smashed to pieces. Hero stood in the arena, transformed into a huge monster with a long tail. He growled that this was the finishing blow. God's wrath. The skill was so powerful that the human body could not handle it, so he had to summon a monster, and he was surprised that this skill had to be used on an ordinary person, because Hero was saving it for the boss of the 8th level. Suddenly the monster heard some noise ahead, and his eyes widened in surprise. Steve appeared from under the collapse. He held his head and complained that it hurt. Hero looked in shock at our hero, who calmly walked towards him, shrouded in green light. Looking at the monster, Steve said that this bastard is amazing, and Hero couldn't believe that he was able to survive the final blow. God's wrath. Coming closer, Steve called the monster a bastard because he can also transform. Hero responded by asking what item he used to be so strong. What did he use to regress? Steve replied that he did not know what he meant by the word regress, and it was not an item, but the blessing of the forest skill. Hero shouted in disbelief that how could there be a skill that is stronger than the elixir? Steve answered with a smile that this is an elixir-level skill. It completely restores the consumed vitality and mana in 5 seconds. Hero finally lost his temper and shouted, "Is our hero really smiling?" But Steve didn't understand the question and chuckled questioningly. Preparing to kick, Hero asked if the guy thought this was all fun. At this time, Steve was looking at the information window, where it was said that in front of him was the monster Hero, a level U hybrid. At that moment, the monster struck, which made our hero surprised. "When it turns out that the world died because of you," Hero said, hitting Steve with his tail. "Can you laugh?" the monster asked, raising his fist. He repeated his question again, throwing a punch at Steve, who was able to block it. Hero screamed for our hero to die, landing one blow after another. But the blows seemed to miss, and Steve said that the U rank was not that strong. And at that very second, he struck the monster with a powerful kick to the jaw. Steve asked if his 500-year plan was destroyed because of him, and now the planet will be destroyed. Therefore, Steve continued, the destruction of the planet is also his fault, and therefore he must die at the hands of Hero. "Right," Steve asked, extending his hand forward, releasing a green glow forward. Shielding himself from the flow of wind with his hands, Hero said that since he understood everything, then let him just die. Suddenly, a mysterious purple stone appeared in the monster's hand, which he clutched tightly in his hand. A purple glow appeared around the monster, and he screamed that Steve had ruined everything. He asked if he knew how Hero reached this level. How dare someone like him talk like that? The monster suddenly remembered how he had watched a movie about superheroes a long time ago. A full hall of kids rejoiced when the main character dealt the decisive blow and won. Hero, then just a baby, was glad that his hero did it and saved the whole world. Suddenly, the kids gasped as the hero fell to his knees, blood flowing from under his maxi. The hero said that everything was burned to the ground, and it was time to fix it. The kids started screaming, and the hero said that he will be forgotten. But everything is fine as long as his friends and loved ones can continue to live. The children cried, and the voiceover explained that the hero's soul stone turns back time. And only Hero did not cry, he smiled, looking at the final scene, unlike the other crying children. He thought he was okay, even if he was forgotten forever, because this world only needs to remember one hero. Suddenly, Steve's foot hit Hero in the face so hard that his eyes widened in surprise. From such a blow, the monster flew to the side, and Steve once again repeated that he was just a crazy bastard. Hero fell on his stomach and grabbed the ground with his claws, trying not to fly further. He started coughing up blood and slowly sat up, looking at Steve. Hero thought that he was really strong. He did not believe that there was a person whom he could not defeat in this form, and wondered who he was. He realized that there was no sign of Steve's regression and decided that it didn't matter anymore. He could start over.
At this point, Steve struck again, asking what he was muttering.
Our hero said that he was not the reason for the destruction of his plan, and from now on he will teach him wisdom. Hero didn't resist much and mentally asked Steve to continue chatting and tell him everything. That purple stone held in Hero's hand was called a copy stone, and had already copied 79%. The monster thought that in the next regression Steve's power would be completely under his control. This stone not only copied strength but also absorbed the soul. Hero pointed out that only he should be the hero who will save this world. Steve activated the reality skill. His hand glowed blue, and black veins appeared on his face. The next moment, it was not a man's hand that stabbed into Hero's face, but a beast's paw. The huge bear that Steve had turned into struck with such force that Hero flew backwards. Hero's nose was immediately broken, and several teeth fell out of his mouth from this blow. But the force of the blow was so great that the monster flew into the wall and broke through it with its body. Already in human form, Hero fell to the ground into a crowd of people, and they frowned contemptuously, calling him a cruel bastard. The guy's hair turned white, he lay on the ground and cursed when he realized that the copy stone was broken. Blood was flowing from one eye, and he squinted slightly, watching the eagle circle above him. It was Steve in the form of an eagle. He slowly descended towards Hero, and he thought that he was not a person. Our hero dropped to one knee next to the guy lying on the ground. He asked Hero with a smile if he now sees the real state of affairs. But the guy didn't understand what Steve was talking about and asked what kind of nonsense. Our hero said that the reason he couldn't save the world was because he was too weak. Hero's eyes turned red with anger, and he hissed for Steve to shut his mouth. Our hero seriously said that he should not appear on his territory again. Otherwise, he would die next time. Hero smiled and said that 95% of the population will die soon due to the apocalypse, and he is also a corpse. Steve called the guy a raving idiot and asked why his past should become his future. Iroh's eyes widened when he heard Steve's words. There is no future for a guy who lives in the past like you. The commentator said that even though Hero lost consciousness, Steve turned into an eagle and flew into him. Jean watched the entire fight, clenching her hands into fists, and one thought was spinning in her head. Why? That day, when she was in the hospital after the dungeon, she asked Steve why they couldn't. Our hero turned around and looked sadly at the girl, saying that she was still too weak. Our forces are not balanced. One of us will suffer losses, the guy said. And Jean was even more angry that after these words, he was walking with another. Leaving the room, Jean angrily said that this bastard was talking nonsense. And the news was full of headlines about Steve's absolute victory. The article stated that more than 48 people died in the stadium where the match was taking place. The unofficial #1 in the world, Steve, donated the entire amount of his winnings to Hero's country. Another article stated that the victims' families were preparing a class-action lawsuit against Hero. And Hero had a dream where he saw Steve in the guise of a clawed beast, which forbade him to appear on his territory. For a guy who lives in the past like you, there is no future. He heard the words and immediately woke up. The guy woke up in the ward and looking around wondered how long he had spent here. Hero noticed the phone next to the bed and opened the news, the headlines of which were about Steve's victory and the lawsuit against the former champion. After the news, Hero started reading people's comments and an evil grin appeared on his face. Reading the accusations and death wishes, the girl said that they were all hypocritical bastards. At that moment, Anna entered the room. She was safe and sound. Seeing that the guy was wearing clothes and holding the phone in his hands, the girl was confused. But she quickly came to her senses, grabbed the phone from the guy's hands and asked him not to read. She said that people are simply shocked by his defeat, and they act this way because their pride is hurt. Hero understood that Anna was protecting him and did not answer, sighing heavily. The girl asked if he was okay, and the guy replied that he wanted to be alone. She said she would go out, but would take the phone with her because Hero needed rest more than anything right now. The guy was left in the large room all alone and still looked at the front door for some time, after which he stood up and, going to the window, pulled back the curtain and frowned. And outside the window, many people with signs shouted for him to apologize and leave. He thought that these people always followed him, no matter how much he devotes himself to them. They do not change. Hero opened the information window and looked sadly at the copy stone. It was written that the copying was interrupted and the guy thought it was a shame. If he had held on longer, he would have been able to copy Steve. Hero extended his hand and a red stone appeared in it, which was the very stone of regression. And behind the stone, several nearby, mini versions of the planet began to appear, filling the entire room. With this stone, Hero can return to the Earth of 20 years ago, and he sees no other choice but to return and get rid of Steve. He thought that he could activate the stone in 2 years, but if he could upgrade it to the 3rd level. His thoughts were interrupted by 3 men who entered the room without knocking. Hero was familiar with them and greeted the one in the middle. The hooded man was glad that Hiro woke up and asked if he was okay. The guy replied that, in a sense, yes, and asked what it was. The man said that it was an order from the Bureau, to which Hiro replied that he had not received any notification. He replied that he didn't know and that he was simply told to bring the guy. Hiro turned to the other two guys and asked why they were there too. But the men's answers were different. One said that they were also called. The second said that they met along the way. Hiro silently looked at the guys, understanding why they had come. And they looked away to the side. They were clearly scared to look at the guy. All the awakened C ranks were gathered together, and this was clearly not to present them with an award, Hiro thought. The guy told them to wait outside. He needed to get ready. The hooded man said, "Of course," and they began to leave the room. The tall man said they would just be quiet because two more are waiting outside the door. The hooded man pulled him back, but it was too late. The third man said that Hiro had already guessed everything, and it was too late to be quiet. With an evil smile, the guy asked if the five of them really hoped to defeat him. The hooded man tried to calm Hiro down and said that it was just an investigation and he needed to go there. The guy's smile became even angrier, and he asked who they were going to investigate. All three tensed up at that moment and no one could utter a word. Hiro thought that on the day of the fight, the agency must have recorded their entire conversation with Steve. Perhaps they were interested in the items in his inventory. He asked, do the guys really need the regression stone too and they want to lock it up somewhere and torture it? The hooded man said that everything was wrong. It was because of items missing from the report. The tall man suddenly called Hiro a name and said that since there is something like this, shouldn't he use it for the benefit of the townspeople? From these words, Hiro's eyes turned red, and a ball of energy appeared in his hand. He said that with these words, he had crossed the line, and their country would soon understand what it had lost because of this mistake. The man responded by also starting to activate his skills to catch Hiro. The guy's eyes became increasingly red and barely noticeable horns began to grow on his head. The two guys behind the door suddenly saw a light start shining from the window in the door and blood flowing down. When they were about to enter the room, something exploded inside and they flew back, along with the door. The men looked in surprise at the hole instead of the door, and when the smoke cleared and they saw what was going on inside, Hiro, in the form of a monster, pierced the tall guy with his tail and held the second one by the head, lifting him above the ground. He asked if he looked weak for losing once and added that the guy's neck would be broken if anyone moved. The hooded guy stuck his hand out and called Hiro Captain, trying to stop him. The monster said that he shouldn't call him that and asked who gave the order. The hooded man answered immediately that it was the commissioner's order. Tucker is a commissioner of the Bureau of the Supernatural, a patriot who looks only at bloodline. He waited for Hiro to fail and bared his teeth as soon as the opportunity arose. The hooded man said the commissioner was unsure of his loyalty to the country. Tucker said that when Hiro's team completed the 7th level dungeon, 9 people died. Did Hiro transform at that moment to heal them? And the items and skills were not marked anywhere. That means all the reports the group provided were lies, Tucker said, adding that he wanted to know if he had any other items hidden. The hooded man relayed the commissioner's words that before they open the investigative committee, they must ask Hiro a few questions. The guy said that everything is wrong. The commissioner just wants to take all the items for himself. The monster assumed that the commissioner had offered him the position of captain of the first battle team if things went well. The hooded man didn't know how to respond to Hiro's suggestion. He remembered the commissioner's words that his loyalty was unquestionable, and that they needed people like him. The monster, realizing that he was right, said with a smile that they were stupid people. He has already seen the destruction of this country 25 times. He wants to restore civilization in this particular country, but the plan has failed because there is no way to overcome greed. Hiro said that he wanted to ask one question. Does Anna know about everything? The guy in the hood closed his eyes. He clearly didn't want to answer this question. But the monster shouted at him to speak immediately. The man gave up and stuttering said that she was aware of what was happening. Hiro lost his temper with frustration and screamed, squeezing the hand that held the man's head. Blood sprayed everywhere as Hiro thanked the hooded man for all his hard work. He realized where this was going and tried to stop Hiro, shouting out his title. But it was already too late, and a huge explosion occurred in the room. The breaking news said that Hiro had escaped, killing 3 C-rank awakens and injuring 2. And at this time, the guy's action was discussed in the Supernatural Bureau. Looking out the window, the commissioner angrily said that Hiro was an ungrateful bastard. He said that this is why you shouldn't help strangers. They will stab you in the back because they accepted the guy, helped him, and he still dares to show his teeth. Tucker came to the conclusion that Hiro was originally a spy for his country, planted by him on purpose. The commissioner decided that this was more than enough to persuade the prime minister. He thought that with this incident, they could get rid of many problems and create flawless heroes to replace Hiro. The man turned to the door and loudly called for his assistant. A guy immediately came through the door and asked what he needed to do. Tucker ordered all broadcast stations to be contacted, and they would have a press conference about Hero in 2 hours. The news kept a close eye on Hero, with one of the headlines saying that the strongest man was now in Job. In another article, Jim was training the guys, and the headline said that there were a lot of new recruits in the guild. Another newspaper said that the countdown to Job becoming the 13th district had already begun. And on one of the YouTube channels, a video was released with the title, Analysis of Steve's Guild, Jobs version. In other news, a real estate expert said this was an expected expansion. In another video, they analyzed Steve's fight, calling it, The Dragon Knight Strives for Divine Powers. Donnie studied all this news and never ceased to be amazed at the abundance of information. All the top 10 videos on YouTube were about Steve, and the guy said with a smile that this was world-class. Suddenly, he came across an article about how Hero had escaped from the hospital. The news anchor said Tucker called a press conference and offered to listen to what was going on. The commissioner said that there is reason to suspect that Hero is a spy, and they demand an explanation for Steve's terrorist attack. In response to these accusations, the press secretary replied that the accusation was unfounded, and the country was outraged by such a provocation. Donnie listened intently to the minister's speech, sighing heavily. And when he saw the news that Hero had disappeared, he immediately became nervous. He thought it was impossible for a guy beaten half to death to come here. Donnie wondered what if he came here again when Steve wasn't at the guild. Immediately from this thought, a shiver passed through the guy's body and cold sweat appeared. Donnie stormed out of his office and rushed to find Steve. He rushed into the forest, complaining that Steve always disappeared during serious incidents, and asked why he couldn't stay at home. Suddenly, blue lightning began to appear in the sky, and the guy stopped in surprise. He looked fearfully at the sky and thought that it looked somehow familiar. Suddenly, a giant lightning struck the ground, and people's screams were heard from there. A crowd of workers ran out of the forest towards Donnie, shouting. Running closer to the guy, the workers began shouting at him to run too. The boy thought it was impossible that this crazy bastard was already here. Frightenedly repeating the words about a madman, Donnie rushed along with the workers and quickly overtook them. Suddenly, Jim ran to meet him, and they stared at each other in surprise. The guy stopped, and Jim asked Donnie where he was running. The boy immediately expressed his assumption that Crazy Hero was already here. But Jim asked what he was talking about because he had received a report that a portal had opened nearby and he was running there. Donnie stupidly repeated the word portal, as did the workers running past, and Jim confirmed this. They both turned back, watching as the lightning continued to strike the ground. Suddenly, a red ball began to appear from the lightning. The guys looked at what was happening in shock, and Donnie said that this portal looked scary. A military man came to them with equipment, and they found out that this was a portal of the 7th level, which would explode in 42 days. Gene shouted that there was too little time, and Chad remembered that the same portal had 23 gates and 120 days. The guys clutched their heads, thinking it was too much. Chad thought that they were so focused on building the 13th district that they took people without looking at their abilities, and if there was a breakthrough, they would not be able to guarantee survival. Only Munch was calm and said that they should take it and clear it before a breakthrough occurs. The guys lowered their heads, not knowing how to respond to such a proposal. Munch asked if Steve would allow this. Jim said that first they need to return alive, and Donnie asked if they were really going there. The kid said he was still a pathetic E-rank, and Jim said he was too. Jim asked where Steve was at the right time. Donnie said he would look for him. Chad said he would look around the animal farm and walked forward. Munch said that he would check in the east, and Jim decided to go to the entrance. The guys went in opposite directions, and no one noticed that in the middle there was a ferret that looked like Steve. And as if sensing the ferret's gaze, the guys slowly turned back. And the ferret of Steve's voices asked why they decided to accept this territory. Chad said it was because they were blinded by their appointment to the 13th district. Donnie also added that he was blinded by the appointment to the position of manager, and the guys supported these words. But Steve said no, it was because it was a big hunting ground. The boys gasped in unison when they heard these words and realized them. Ferret said it was obvious why they chose this location, and he really liked the way they thought. Steve invited the guys to feel the wildness of this nature. The guys listened to the sounds of nature. Munch even closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Steve said that right now such a big jackpot was right in their path. The ferret asked if they shouldn't hunt here with grateful hearts. Donnie said they were grateful, but their levels are right now. Steve said that the prey stretches out its neck and asks to be caught, but they want to run away. He added that if they want to live like this, they will run until they return to their previous life. Words about his former life cut Munch's soul painfully, and his eyes widened. And Steve asked again if they wanted to go back to their past life. The guys unanimously began to say that they did not want to return and worked hard to be here. Donnie rolled up his sleeves, ready to go into the dungeon right now, and Munch was ready to be the scout. Suddenly, the ferret lit up with a blue light and the guys froze looking at it. Soon in place of the ferret, the outlines of a human body began to appear. Steve smiled and said that since this was their first level 7 dungeon, they might need some time. The guys immediately switched gears and started saying that they needed time to prepare and stock up on hot food. Our hero said that someone should train the newcomers and supervise the construction, so Jim and Munch will go on the first raid. The guys enthusiastically said that they understood everything and went to get ready. Donnie said that he was upset because his name would not be included in the very first raid in the 7th level dungeon of their country. Hearing the complaints, Steve said that he was coming too, which the boy was clearly not happy about. Our hero stepped towards the dungeon and said that they were entering now, and Donnie tried to stop him. He asked Steve to wait, but the guy was deaf to his pleas and entered the portal. Steve boldly walked inside the portal and called the other guys to follow him. The guys cheered on the guys as they went into the portal, with Donnie running last. Chad excitedly asked if it was okay to just enter a level 7 dungeon like that, with Munch standing behind him. Steve and Jim had already entered the portal and their bodies were shrouded in a pinkish glow, with Donnie running behind and asking him to wait. On the other side of the portal, the outlines of the guys began to appear. Steve came out first, assessing the situation, followed by Jim and Donnie narrowing their eyes. Immediately, a skeleton monster jumped out at the guys and extended a bone hand towards them. Donnie was so frightened by this attack that he forgot all the words and shouted something incomprehensible. An inscription appeared in the information window that the guys had ended up in the lands of the Undead. The guys on the other side of the portal received the same data and everyone froze in fear. The news presenter said that the first level 7 dungeon had appeared in Steve's country, and there were already 8 of them in the world. The world's major media outlets say this is to be expected, and the international airport is overwhelmed as people flee the country. The presenter offered to see what it looked like on the spot, and the live broadcast turned on, and there the presenter was attacked by a man shouting that there were no tickets, and a woman in a panic asked to open the sea route. The confused presenter said that unrest was beginning in the country. The Bureau was consulting what to do next, and Steve's guild team had already entered the dungeon. The awakened Bureau was discussing that the broadcast stations had done a brilliant job, as if they had wiretapped the Bureau's offices. The head of the Bureau asked if Steve's team was right to enter the dungeon immediately after his appearance. The guy replied that Steve, Donnie, and Jim were currently in the dungeon. One man sadly listed the ranks of the guys, and the second asked why Steve took the guys with him. The man sitting next to him reminded him that Donnie had a video memory skill. The head said that they would at least leave videos for other teams. However, there are already tons of videos on the internet of clearing level 7 dungeons. The man folded his arms across his chest and asked how the battle group's preparations were going. The man replied that 13 teams were already waiting for orders, but there were only a few awakened A ranks there, mostly B rank. Another man said it was like sending them to certain death. They would be lucky if they didn't run away straight away. Besides, too little time, because they must clear the dungeon 88 times in 44 days. The man with glasses said that Heroes team's record is 8 days, and since time goes twice as fast there, the cleanup takes about 20 days. The head of the Bureau considered that therefore they would need to clear the dungeon twice a day. One of the men said that it doesn't matter how outstanding Steve's skills are, and the second added that maybe they need to escape the country. One of those gathered asked whether it might be worth turning to other guilds for help, but he was told that everyone was now busy clearing out the 6th level dungeons, which had become very numerous. The head of the Bureau closed his eyes and said that, as they say, out of the frying pan and into the fire. The man with glasses asked what the chief thought about evacuating the people from Job and placing them near the defensive wall for the duration of the threat of a breakthrough. The head replied that everyone would die if a second dungeon appeared in the city. He asked that Steve's barrier trees weren't good protection. Even if they were able to catch all the monsters in the barrier trees, if another dungeon appeared, the guilds would be powerless. The leader thought that if they dealt with the dungeon on Steve's lands, it would become the safest place in the world. He asked if Melissa was now in Steve's lands, and asked to call her and find out how things were going on there. A drone flew over Steve's lands, approaching the construction site of a large building. The Bureau saw the picture and someone said it was quieter than expected. They were surprised that construction was still going on. Someone asked if this was not the Department of State Security. The drone flew on, and those gathered were surprised that a child was riding a wolf, and the workers were having lunch peacefully. An elephant, ridden by monkeys, ran behind a pack of wolves led by Bill, and the men were amazed that they had started a war. The man, shocked, asked if the others had seen the monkey throwing stones from the back of the elephant. Looking at the calm and peaceful landscape, they asked if this was definitely their country. The men agreed that it looked like another world, and even decided to check the location of the drone. The head chuckled and asked where the department head, Melissa, was. The drone flew further, and ended up above a long residential building. The screen showed a girl sunbathing on a sun lounger, and someone said that this was a soldier's dormitory building. Suddenly someone asked if it was not Melissa who was sunbathing, and when the drone flew closer, they were finally convinced of this. It really was her. The girl was lying in an open black swimsuit, and her eyes were protected by dark glasses. The eyes of the men in the office widened when they realized that it was really Melissa on the screen. The bespectacled man said that her appearance illustrated this situation on the ground well. At this time, Melissa seemed to feel someone's gaze and lowered her glasses, looking ahead. Immediately, an energy ball appeared in her hand, and the girl shouted angrily, "What kind of bastard wanted to die?" Suddenly, she noticed that on the drone was the abbreviation of their Awoken Bureau. The whole essence of the situation dawned on the girl, and she immediately covered herself with her hand, quietly groaning in embarrassment. The head of the bureau covered his face with his hand and quietly asked if she had really picked up the impudence from her friend Jean. Quickly putting on a shirt, the girl made an excuse that it was lunchtime, but realizing that words were unnecessary, she simply apologized. The head asked how things were going on site and asked the girl to give a short briefing. Covering herself with her shirt, the girl said that she was sorry, but she was still on the screen. Immediately, someone shouted to the one who was controlling the drone that it needed to be turned, not down, but to the side. Melissa said that when the 7th level dungeon appeared, there was a little commotion due to the evacuation guidelines. But after Steve went to clear it, everything became calm. 3 hours after their appearance, construction continued as planned, with Deputy Chief Chad keeping an eye on everything and Munch training the newcomers. After getting dressed, the girl appeared on the screen again and asked if there were any more questions. Someone said that Job was not like their country, and the girl replied that everyone trusted Steve. The man reported that the Ministry of Defense sent the 707th Detachment, led by Valentine, to Job. The head said that they still had to do everything possible to prevent a breakthrough from happening, and asked if they had no hope for Steve. Suddenly, the man asked the manager to bring his combat equipment, surprising everyone present. The head responded mysteriously by saying that he would now be the commander of the expedition to the 7th level dungeon. Silence reigned in the hall, and all those present only silently looked at the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. And somewhere in another country, Anna was sitting handcuffed to a chair. The door to the room where she was slowly opened, and light entered with it. The girl slowly opened her eyes, trying to understand where she was and what happened. Commissioner Tucker stood in front of her. He asked if she was really awake. The girl looked at him angrily and said that he was making a mistake. He said that the girl was still quite energetic and asked if she needed to be shocked again. From these words, the girl's ardor actually diminished a little. After making sure that she was no longer sarcastic, Tucker placed the iron bracelet in front of her. When she saw it, the girl excitedly asked where he got it from. The commissioner asked why she was so surprised, because this was not an item that she often carried, and she hid it quite well. Anna's eyes widened in shock when she heard those words. The man said that she didn't need to think too much because they had already looked at what was inside. The girl asked what he wanted, and the man said that it contained some pretty interesting notes. She said that it was just a diary, to which the man asked that probably even Hiro was not aware of its existence. Anna looked angrily at the commissioner, but did not find what to answer him. The man called her insidious, adding that she specialized in gathering information, and Hiro probably trusted her because he did not know that she was capable of intercession. The girl did not want to listen to this and asked the man to get to the point. Tucker said that this diary contained information about the future, information about who would become a hero, when and where incidents happened, and even the date of the end of the world. Anna continued to remain silent and glared angrily at the man. He continued that, knowing the future, Hiro gathered people with great potential and made it seem like he had trained them. He took into the team those who could become great without his help. Then he became a champion, an idol of the country, and citizens who knew nothing recognized him as their hero. All this is possible because of the Stone of Regression. The girl smiled and asked if he really wanted to know this. In response, Tucker asked Anna to tell her where Hiro was now, and in return she would get whatever she wanted. The commissioner repeated his question, telling Anna that he would grant her everything if she told him where Hiro was hiding. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied that she did not know where he was hiding. Tucker began to lose his temper, asking how she didn't know where he was. This conversation was observed by a man standing behind a transparent wall. He looked at the monitors, listening to the girl's answer, and said that she was telling the truth. Hearing these words, the commissioner looked straight into the girl's eyes, and she did not look away. His anger softened, and he said that it would be great if she knew. In response, Anna said that it would be great if he didn't make Hiro his enemy. In response, Tucker sighed heavily and called the girl vindictive. He said that the girl would be imprisoned in a special prison for the awakened, and there she would meet a sad end. Anna responded by saying that Tucker doesn't have time to worry about others since Hiro probably wants to meet him. The man glared angrily at the girl, calling her an impudent piece of trash. A video was played on the monitor screen in which the tip of a red tail was visible in the ground from a hole. The guy behind the monitor said that this is all that is in the recording, because then he seemed to have fallen through the ground. The man standing next to the commissioner said that they are now trying to track down Hiro using drones. Tucker said that Hiro was a villain who was trying to drug the people of both countries and overthrow the government. He ordered that everything possible be done to find the guy and make him pay for what he did. The man saluted and said they would do everything they could to find him. The commissioner thought that Hiro would probably have the regression stone with him, and he wanted to get his hands on it. A guy with blonde hair was sitting on the coast, watching kids play football. Hiro cut his hair to disguise himself and watched the news on his phone. The reporter told the main news and moved on to other events that attracted the guy's attention. The news said that they had received a list of Steve's guild members who had joined him in the raid. Hiro was very surprised to learn that the raid consisted of only 3 people. Looking at the performance of Donnie and Jim, the guy wondered in surprise who they were. Maybe squires. Reading the news that he was currently completing the 7th level dungeon, he called Steve an arrogant bastard. He told Steve out loud to give it a try, and added that he was interested in seeing how he would change the world with his power. Hiro extended his hand, and a barely noticeable purple light flashed between his fingers. Immediately, instead of light, a black notepad appeared in the guy's hand. As he wrote something down, he thought that in order to prepare for the next regression, he should get as much information about Steve as possible. The next news item said that they had received new information. The best battle group in the country, 707A, was on its way to Job. Hiro said with a smile that the destruction of the country began after that how the best battle group was destroyed. Suddenly a soccer ball landed next to the guy. The boys below shouted to Hiro, calling him uncle, and asked him to throw them their ball. The guy took the ball with one hand and threw it straight into the hands of one of the boys. The boy thanked Hiro, and they rushed off to play football again. Looking at them, the guy said that the 7th level dungeon had opened, and the city was still standing. He looked around, watching girls playing ball on the beach and a young family with a child walking along the road. He thought that everything was right. They should live as long as they could. Because when the end of the world comes, these happy faces will be stained with blood and tears. Hiro thought that if they managed to survive, he would teach them to smile again on another Earth. Meanwhile, military vehicles and drones began to arrive on Steve's lands. Several dozen cars rushed past the surprised Chad and Melissa. The guy asked what the hell, and the girl assumed that this was Special Forces 777A. Suddenly, one of the cars stopped near them, and they looked at it expectantly. Soon, a bureau guy in overalls came out of the car and greeted the guys. Both were shocked that the head was in front of them, and Melissa asked what he was doing here. The man asked with a smile what she thought, and added that, how can one sit in an office if the country is one step away from disaster? He approached Chad and asked if he was Chandler, and said that in order to reduce the level of anxiety, the Bureau and the Department of Defense decided to support Steve's guild. Melissa calmly said that his name was Chad. From these words, all the fervor of the chapter subsided, and he quietly apologized. The kid said that Steve doesn't like so many strangers entering his territory. The leader said that he knows this, but the appearance of the 7th level dungeon is not only a problem for their guild. The man added that this is a national crisis, and it is their common responsibility to clear the dungeon. Chad hesitated from such pressure and began to stutter to say that he understood, but here was his brother. Melissa said that she would try to explain the circumstances to Steve. When he came out, they would pay the appropriate amount for the use of the dungeon. Chad still remained nervous and asked if he needed to dig his own grave now. And the military was already busy with the arrangement. Some were building barracks, and those who had already finished could go eat. Looking at the construction of the temporary camp, the head said, Melissa, it's more like a subdivision now. The girl turned to the head and asked why he was here, but the man asked a counter question. What did she mean? He started to say that if the bureau chief didn't do anything during the crisis, but Melissa interrupted him and asked if that was the whole point, that it is safest here. The head was offended by such words and asked what she thought of him. The man said to stop talking nonsense and give him a place in the command post, reminding her that the lounge chair she was lying on looked very comfortable. The head added that they want to invite all the pros to join them, and they also want to invite Jin here. Melissa asked in surprise if Jin would really join, and the head replied that she should already be here in the barracks. The head was already leaving, but he turned around and said that there were most protective trees at the entrance. They say that even a rocket could not penetrate them, and asked if this was true. Melissa replied that she was not sure and suggested that the director check, because she was also interested. The recruits from Steve's guild watched the special squad in admiration, and especially looked at Valentine, and someone said that he believed that he saw these monsters with his own eyes. Another guy asked what he meant by calling them monsters. They were his heroes, and they decided to get closer. The recruits turned to Munch and asked if he would mind finishing his training and going to dinner. And at that time, the monk was lying on a stone with the inscription, "My Temple," and chewing something. He said that a person will stain his karma if he cannot let go of his attachment, and through tricks he will get what he so desires. The guy replied that they still cannot die of hunger because they must live in order to eventually achieve nirvana. Munch suddenly rose from the stone and once again out loud repeated the guy's words, "A chance to achieve nirvana." Holding back his laughter, the guy said that it seemed his stomach had not reached nirvana, and his body was aching with thirst, and promised that he would bring the monk a couple of cans of beer. Munch said that he was very smart, and asked if he had ever thought about becoming a monk. The guy replied that their family was Catholic, and promised to also bring dried meat to accompany the beer. As Munch watched the guys go, he said that it was a pity, because they had no desire for faith. The recruits were discussing that they would like to get autographs. One guy said that Valentine is #1 in their country, but he has a low world ranking, to which another guy replied that it's all because he doesn't want to participate in fights. And Munch opened an information window in which data appeared about his new skill, the King of Nirvana, and below it was stated that he could summon up to 20 wanderers. The monk calculated the energy data, and it turned out that he now needs to kill about 15 bosses of the first level. He thought that he was looking forward to seeing the 20 wanderers on the first level of the Nirvana King. And at this time, Chad was talking with Valentine. He asked why, because there were a lot of empty places at the headquarters. The military man replied that they should not cause them any inconvenience. So if they allow it, the military will place their garrison here. Looking at Valentine, Chad thought that he was called the Man of Steel and the Fist of Steel. Because of his patriotism, he refused to join the Scylla Guild. Chad thought that he simply did not want to take sides. But the guy said out loud that he could do as he saw fit. Valentine was about to leave, but suddenly turned around, gasping loudly. He asked Chad to make sure that the military and civilians would not cross paths, saying that the soldiers might be sensitive due to the impending raid. Chad nodded understandingly and said he would try his best. At this time, in the dining room, the soldiers who had managed to assemble a temporary barracks were enjoying lunch. The tall guy said that he expected to see only rabble here, except for Steve, but the food here is excellent. And the second guy pointed to his granny, saying that she is an amazing cook. And the granny in the kitchen really wielded 2 huge knives with incredible dexterity. The tall guy asked in surprise if she was awakened, and his companion replied that she was probably in a hurry because there was not enough food. Suddenly, the sound of a falling metal tray echoed throughout the dining room. One of the recruits bumped into a tall guy and immediately apologized, saying that he was inattentive. Suddenly, he lost his temper and called the recruit a useless bastard, and asked if he really dared to laugh. The frightened boy turned pale and asked in a trembling voice what he meant. The guy repeated whether he had just laughed, and the frightened boy replied that he had not. Suddenly, the thug grabbed the recruit by the neck with such force that he could not breathe. The tall guy asked if he really wanted to die, and the boy quietly croaked as to why he was doing this. Suddenly, the granny in the kitchen hissed angrily, "This rotten bastard." Someone shouted loudly, "Move!" and the thug turned back in surprise. At the same moment, the boy with 2 loaves of bread in his hands pushed away from the thug, as if from a wall, and rushed on. A mark from the sole of the boy's boots remained on the guy's face, and he turned around in surprise. At that same second, dozens of knives began to stick into the floor, and the thug barely had time to jump away, taking the boy with him. And Granny screamed that she told him not to touch the bread because it was in short supply and continued to throw knives. Bill jumped out of the window, smashing it to smithereens, letting go of both loaves of bread. Each of the buns was caught by the monkey's paws, and the boy himself grabbed the vine. Bill flew on a vine with a satisfied smile, and 2 monkeys with loaves of bread in their hind legs rushed after him. The thug asked who it was, and they answered him that this was Steve's nephew, after which he said that his movements were almost the same as those of an awakened monkey. Granny returned to the kitchen, cursing at Bill and complaining about her aching back. Suddenly the thug shouted that the granny was really crazy. How could she throw the knives? And his companion tried to stop him. The thug asked why he should stop because the knives were flying straight at him and almost hit him. The guy shouted that it was he who caused the scene and asked if he really wanted to pay for touching Steve's family. The thug, in shock, asked if that grandmother was from Steve's family. The guy said that everything was correct and added that those guys were guild trainees, and the thug asked why there were so many crazy people here. Looking around, the guy asked where the brats had gone, and his companion pointed out that they were running away, and the guys were already rushing to the exit, having managed to grab beer for Munch. The thug rushed after them, and the guy who was with him tried to stop him, but he shouted that they should apologize. One of the recruits turned around in fear when he saw that the thug was still chasing them. Splashing saliva, he shouted for the guys to stop immediately. One of the recruits said that he was stalking them, and the second guy said that he was just crazy. Night fell on the ground, but there was still light in the windows of the Bureau's temporary headquarters building. The head of the Bureau asked Valentine, who was sitting opposite him, what brought him here. The guy said that they were planning to start the raid today, and the head asked in surprise why at such a late hour. He added that the military arrived not long ago. Wouldn't it be better to give the soldiers at least a day to rest? But the guy said that they had enough rest. The leader said that they had sent official requests to all guilds and were still putting things in order, and asked if they could wait one day. Valentine asked if he didn't trust them and added that they didn't need more people even now. The head said that it was not a matter of mistrust, because even Hero's detachment suffered losses during the cleanup, and for their country, the loss of even one soldier is unacceptable. He asked how they would carry out the next raids if they went in and lost people. The head added that even Steve had not returned yet, although it usually takes him 20 minutes to clear the 6th level dungeon. Hearing these words, Valentine thought that apparently the head was waiting for Steve to return. The man said that right now there were 4 C-rank and 12 A-rank mercenaries on their way here, and added that the guy should include them in the combat unit. He asked not to forget that Division 707A is their best asset. Valentine said he understood. They would remain on standby for another day. The lights in the temporary barracks were also still on despite the late hour. In one of them, Jean lay curled up on her side on a sleeping bag. Suddenly, a ball of bright light flashed a centimeter from the girl's face. Jean jumped up and angrily asked what bastard dared to do this. Standing over her was Melissa, who said that the girl should have come and greeted them and asked why she was sleeping. Jean lay back down and said irritably that it was really good not to see them. Melissa was a little upset by what was said and asked does she really think so. But she immediately changed her tone and asked if maybe her upset was due to the fact that she had finally returned, and Steve was not here. Jean asked what this guy had to do with her and asked the girl to leave to rest. Melissa asked with a winning smile that maybe that was why she called Steve so often when she was on missions. At these words, Jean jumped up and asked what right she had to check other people's answering machines. And Melissa asked if she thought the Bureau had turned everything upside down when Jean suddenly disappeared. She didn't have time to answer because another girl entered the room. She asked if they had guests, and Melissa immediately rushed to hug her. With a bright, hopeful look, Jean asked if she had received the chicken. The girl smiled slyly and said that everything worked out, showing the backpack. Sandy, that was the girl's name, began laying out the food, showing what she was able to get. The girl got chips, dumplings, chicken, pies, beer, and Jean enthusiastically said that this was expected from a food search master. Melissa also joined the feast, saying that she could not resist, and Jean said to eat quickly, because if the captain saw him, he would kill them. Sandy said to feast, because they do not know when they will be able to leave the dungeon after the raid begins. Jean asked Melissa why she was binging on food. Was she really going to the dungeon too? And the girl replied that she simply didn't want to get out of the group. Suddenly, Sandy with shining eyes turned to Melissa, talking about Steve. Both girls suddenly stopped eating and looked at the red-haired girl in surprise. Laughing, she asked if the girls had seen the video where Grace was rejected by him in 5 minutes. Melissa asked in surprise if they weren't dating. How could he turn her down? She replied that everything was revealed in the program with a question without answers. Apparently, she was rejected the moment they met, and now the girl is undergoing training to pass the exam for an awakened one. Sandy mysteriously asked if they knew why the girl was rejected. Jean silently chewed the chicken, and Melissa asked interestedly why. The red-haired girl with a strange smile said that she was rejected because she was weak. Hearing this, Jean coughed and Melissa looked at her in surprise. The girl stammered and said that it turns out that Steve is attracted to strong girls. Sandy said that's why she wanted to ask the department head Melissa, because she supervises Steve. Melissa said it was true, not understanding what the girl was getting at. She pointed to herself and said that she was the strongest woman in the country. Melissa did not argue with her and said that everything was correct. Blushing, the girl said that she would like to ask Melissa to introduce her to Steve. Suddenly, the bone from the chicken leg that Jean had been chewing all this time cracked in half. The girl looked at the bone in confusion, wailing, "Oh, my leg," and Melissa looked at her knowingly. The latest news was full of headlines. Steve went into the dungeon 24 hours ago. 36 mercenaries joined the squad. Valentine's statement. They cannot retreat. The reporter complained about the rain, saying, "Isn't it bad luck?" And Bill, running past, waved to Jean. The girl, walking with the squad to the portal, waved her hand back to the boy. Chad turned to the squad of recruits and asked them where Munch was. The guy replied that he went into the first-level dungeon with them, defeated the boss on his own several times, and then retired with an angry face. Munch was driving the car and told the guys to go without him, but he needed to go somewhere. Chad mentally asked himself what trouble the monk would cause this time and whether he had taken his pills. Suddenly, Valentine loudly shouted, "Attention!" attracting everyone gathered. He said that all that was known about the dungeon was that it was the land of the undead, which meant that they would be in the vanguard. First, they will find the best place to set up camp. Then they will draw up a map and plan of action, adding that they are the best group in the country and must do their best. Walking towards the portal, he said that the raid was starting. Group 1 was moving forward. Following the commander, soldiers from Group 1 rushed to the red portal. The controller said that 27 had successfully entered and advised Group 6 to hurry up. There were only 3 seconds left. 2 guys rushed to the portal and one of them shouted loudly that they had to run. But the guys did not have time to enter. The portal closed and they were engulfed in fire and lightning. The head of the bureau, seeing this tragedy, screamed but could not do anything. The examiner reported that 28 successfully entered. 2 did not make it. Steve had been at the 7th gate for 23 hours, and the raid had just entered the 12th. Suddenly, information appeared on the screen that there were 3 minutes left before the explosion of portal number 7. The dispatcher thought that the equipment had broken down, saying that this was simply impossible. The leader and Melissa, who carried out the raid, looked at the shining portal in disbelief. And in the red glow of the portal, 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared. Soon, 3 people emerged from the portal, shrouded in red lightning. Steve, Donnie, and Jim. Everyone watching shouted in shock that it was Steve. It was incredible that he had already returned. After taking a couple of steps forward, Donnie and Jim fell to the ground unconscious. Articles immediately appeared on the news that Steve had cleared the dungeon in just 24 hours. Another article said that the townspeople were happy to return and were no longer panicking. The third article stated that it was only a matter of time before the 7th level dungeon was cleared. The bureau chief shook Steve's hand, expressing his sincere gratitude. Turning to the guys, he asked if they survived, and Steve replied that the guys hadn't slept for 3 days and were just resting. The bureau chief bowed and thanked our hero for his hard work. The man said he understood how tired Steve was, but still asked him to tell him the cleanup strategy. Our hero asked in surprise why he needed to tell us the cleanup strategy. Melissa said that even if it's just a map or information about monsters, it will be useful for groups preparing for a raid. Steve asked in surprise what bands the girl was talking about. He asked if they were going to station the hastily assembled group in his lands again. The leader said that they were currently in a state of emergency, and to prevent a breakthrough it would be better if another group helped. But Steve replied that there was no need to combine forces. He alone would be enough. Melissa thought in surprise that for Steve the 7th level dungeon is not a disaster. For him, it's more like an island full of treasures fell into his hands. The girl realized that it was difficult for Steve to imagine that they wanted to help him prevent a disaster. On the contrary. In his eyes, it looked like an attempt to take away treasures. Looking around at the reporters, Steve asked why there were so many people here. The head turned to the girl and said that it seemed they were in complete trouble, and she asked him to be silent. Melissa said with a smile that she understood everything and would not send anyone there, but one of the units was already conducting a raid. Steve was furious that a raid was being carried out on his land and asked who gave them permission. Melissa and the head obediently lowered their heads, and the girl pointed her finger to the side. Frightened, Chad said that everything was right. He allowed it. At that very second, Steve grabbed his ear and said that everything was clear, because if not him, then who else? He pulled his brother by the ear, counting down, because as soon as trespassers appear, he immediately lets them into his hunting grounds. Releasing his younger brother's ear, he asked where Munch was now. At this time, the monk was about to attack the girl, who, standing among the onlookers, looked at Steve's return. The guys saw him in the crowd, and Chad said that it seems Munch is no longer a vegetarian. The monk opened his toothy mouth and was already preparing to bite the girl on the shoulder. Steve shouted loudly for Munch to be brought here immediately. The head and Melissa watched in surprise, not understanding what those guys were doing now. Several recruits carried Munch in their arms into the portal, and Steve pulled Chad there by the ear. The crowd buzzed in shock. Were they really going there again without any rest at all? And asked if Steve's guild would become the first level 7 guild if they cleared the dungeon. In response, someone said that it was too early to talk about this, because you need to clear the dungeon twice a day to prevent a breakthrough. The crowd gasped in surprise when they saw the recruits throw Munch into the portal along with his equipment. One of the reporters said that this monk didn't look good, and the second one told him to just keep filming. The head asked if the curly one was the one with the video memory, and Melissa said yes, it was Donnie. The man said that he would go and get some rest and asked the girl to get information from them when they woke up. Melissa wished the boss a good rest. Meanwhile, Donnie and Jim were lying on the couches in the apparatus that measured energy. Suddenly, one of the doctors asked in surprise whether the system was working correctly. He said that the guys were already rank B, weren't they just carrying things? The second doctor asked in shock how this could be because they were ranks E and D when they entered. They were surprised that they could increase their ranks so much just by completing a level 7 dungeon just once. Suddenly, both boys stood up as if on cue, and Donnie let out a strangled cry. Under the shocked looks of the workers, the guys jumped up, pulled out their weapons, and pressed their backs to each other, ready to fight. Donnie, with a serious expression on his face, turned to Jim and said that it seemed they had left. The boy turned to the workers and asked if they had seen Steve. One of the doctors said that Steve returned to the dungeon about 20 minutes ago. Jim said that they had about 30 minutes and asked what they should do in that time. Donnie replied that of course they needed to stock up on equipment if they didn't want to die. Suddenly the guys exclaimed in one voice, asking what was wrong with their level. There was already a lot of talk on the news about Steve returning to the dungeon without resting. Another article stated that the townspeople were showing their support for Steve's raid. Another news item stated that townspeople had returned home following news of the raid. The woman with the child told the reporter that she felt a little relieved and that she had already received a residence permit and hoped to move to Steve's area soon. Hiro read the news, which said that everything would depend on whether Steve could reduce the time it took to clear the dungeon. The guy angrily asked what kind of jokes were these? How could he clear it in a day? The workers near the portal noticed that lightning began to emanate from it and turned around. At that moment, Steve, Munch, and Chad appeared in a red glow. News immediately spread across the country, reporting that Steve had reduced the cleanup time by 3 hours. Chad immediately fell to the floor from powerlessness. Monks sat in a pose and began to pray. Men in white uniforms with crosses on their weights immediately approached them. They approached the fallen guys, diagnosing that there was no damage, but their stamina was at 30%, and they said that treatment would take more than an hour. Steve turned around, looking at the workers, and asked what they were doing. Melissa said this is a healing service from the Bureau, adding that they do this because they want to help. Steve said that he meant something else. Why waste time if they will recover when they fall asleep after returning? Melissa said that since it was safe and 3 times faster, it was better to do it that way. Suddenly, Donnie and Jim appeared behind the girl. They thanked Steve for his excellent work. Our hero said that it was great since they were here. He pointed to the guys and said to take them and go into the portal. Jim said in surprise that if they all went in, the guild would be left alone. Melissa jumped into the conversation and said that she would look after the construction site. Steve looked at the girl incredulously and asked why she needed this. She replied that it was her job to help them. It was important to involve the whole team in the raid and added that they should go and not worry. Steve said that then he would leave everything to Melissa, and if she had any questions, she could contact Granny. He shouted, "Let's go," and all 5 of them entered the portal, and Donnie and Jim carried Munch and Chad. An article immediately appeared on the news that Steve's group had launched a 3rd raid into the dungeon. The crowd reading the news on a huge billboard cheered with joy, and the guys entered the dungeon and found themselves in a place entwined with bushes. The resting guys lay in the middle, and Steve, Jim, and Donnie covered them, looking around. Steve put his hand on the ground and closed his eyes, activating the intelligence skill. The guys already knew what Steve was doing and carefully watched not only the situation, but also him. Suddenly, Steve opened his eyes, glowing with blue light, and said that it was time to wake up the sleeping people. The guys began to do their best to wake up their sleeping comrades. Munch woke up first and sighed heavily. Suddenly, Chad and Munch jumped up in unison, surprising Donnie, who was trying to wake them up. Chad exhaled heavily and asked if they hadn't cleared the dungeon yet. Donnie, preparing for battle, said that they cleared it out and then entered again. Chad asked in surprise if defeating the boss wasn't a dream. Looking at Steve, he began to complain, saying that they needed a rest because they were not like our hero. But these words did not soften the guy, and he replied that they slept here for 30 minutes. Chad asked in frustration if this wasn't enough time to rest. Steve said that the guys are B rank, and Chad is C rank. Taking this into account, half an hour is enough to recover. The guys began to open information windows, and looked in surprise at the suddenly increased ranks. Steve said their bodies are getting stronger, but their minds can't keep up, so they feel tired even though enough time has passed. The guys were surprised by these changes. Although they saw that their ranks had increased, they found it hard to believe. Steve said that with such an attitude, they would not be able to protect their home, even if they were C rank, and added that they would have special training until their dead fish eyes found some life. The guys were shocked by Steve's speech, and especially by the words about the eyes of a dead fish. The guy said that they don't understand. They must become as strong as possible so that he can leave the house on them, and suddenly shouted that the enemies are behind. Everyone turned back sharply, surprised by such a change in speech. And behind them, a crowd of skeleton knights ran towards them with a menacing roar. Jim was the first to take the blow and crossed his sword with one of the attacking skeletons. Deftly swinging his sword, the guy cut off the head of the skeleton, leaving no chance of victory. And Chad furiously attacked the other monsters, cutting them with knives. Munch at this time easily cut the monster in half with his spear. The guys easily pushed back the monsters, working harmoniously together. Suddenly, all 4 froze and turned towards a sound that came nearby. Undead orcs were approaching them. They rushed towards the guys in a huge crowd. Looking at them, Steve said that this crowd was approaching them too quickly, suggesting that it was all because of Munch. The monk took a spear and began to read the mantra. For those who cannot find peace in death, the door to the 6 paths of reincarnation will not open. Hitting the ground with his spear, he said, "The only world you can enter is Dopian, a place free from temptations." A huge dragon appeared on the battlefield, and Monk shouted out the name of the skill, Dragon Ascension. Donnie also did not lag behind and activated a new skill, the perfect trap for ghosts. He shouted to the guys to be careful and fired a volley of 108 abyss rays. The monsters could not withstand such an onslaught, and groaning could be heard from everywhere. Jim angrily shouted at Donnie to be careful and called him a crazy bastard. and Chad looked at the new data and thought that he had finally acquired a skill that he could shout out with pride. The guy jumped high and, swinging his knives, shouted, "Destruction of Pangea." He stuck a knife in the center of the crowd, and purple lightning spread from it. Chad looked to the side, and at that same second the orc hit him, throwing him back. Jim said his strength had suddenly left him, and his blade was becoming dull. Donnie yelled out that his accuracy had dropped as well. The monster pressed Munch to the ground, and he asked if it was a curse. Jim turned back and asked what the debuff could be. Having looked closely, the guys saw a monster flying over a crowd of orcs. The monster had female outlines, and the guys immediately realized that it was a Banshee. Donnie turned around and called out to Steve, pointing at the monster. The guy stood surrounded by a green glow and said that everything was developing even faster than last time. Meanwhile, the recruits sat in the dining room, enjoying delicious food and hoping that they would remain in Steve's lands forever. Melissa smiled and told the guys to eat their fill and get back to work. The girl walked through the door and asked the granny sitting at the table if she had called her. Granny smiled at the girl and said that she wanted to talk about that bathhouse. Melissa replied that they wanted to place a finished sauna next to the steam room. Granny said that she might not know, but the bathhouse should have a heated room with a floor made of red clay stones. Melissa guiltily admitted that she did not know what to do, because she had already placed an order. At that moment the girl received a call, and the granny was stretching and complaining of a sore back. Melissa got a call from the video analysis team saying she needed to come and look at something. On the screen was Jim, shrouded in a green glow, fighting off attacking monsters. With one precise blow, he cut the Banshee in half. The guy said that this is the end of the report. The video ended there. The head tried to remember the name of the monster, and Melissa suggested that it was a Banshee. This is a type of undead comparable to the average sea-level boss. Its skill is debuffs that reduce physical stats and the accuracy of attacks, and can also deal long-range attacks. The head said that since the Banshee is not the boss, then where is the rest of the video? The guy said they tried to forcibly extract the tapes while Donnie was sleeping, but at that point, he woke up. He added that he would formally address Donnie when they left the dungeon. The head asked, except for Steve's group. No one else managed to clear the 7th level dungeon. Melissa said that now Steve had succeeded, and except for these two, no one else had succeeded. The guy said that since Hero's country refused to share information, they received several requests for information from the dungeon. The leaders said that their priority was the safety of Group 707A, and asked, "How are things going there?" The guy showed a fragment where Jim received healing from the fairies of the earth when he almost died after entering the dungeon, and he received not only healing, but also buff. Without Steve's abilities, they believe, no team on Earth will be able to defeat the Banshee without casualties. The head asked how much time had passed since the Special Forces unit entered. The guy replied that 9 earthly days had passed, and added that if compared with the other group, they still had time. He suggested that the SWAT team was stronger than Hero's group, therefore. He can be instantly destroyed when meeting with a Banshee. And the head said that they urgently need to be rescued. The leader shouted that they must save them no matter what. Suddenly, the radio announced that Steve's group had returned from the dungeon. The chief and Melissa stared at the radio in disbelief, surprised by the news. There was fatigue on the guys' faces, and on the radio they added that it was incredible because the time had been reduced to 13 hours. The chief and Melissa agreed that it was incredible to clear the dungeon in 13 hours. For some time the head reflected on what he had heard, plunging into a daze. Suddenly he shouted that there was a way to save the unit and asked to hold Steve. In response, he was told by radio that Steve had just come back in. The head did not expect such an answer, and asked in shock whether he had actually entered the dungeon. He was told that after everyone left, Steve went back in alone. The head couldn't believe that Steve went into the dungeon alone. Melissa said that if you analyze the dungeon clearing times up to level 6, it turns out that Steve cleared the dungeon in half his normal time when he went there with the group. If we stick to these statistics, the 4th raid of a level 7 dungeon should take 6 hours. The head grabbed his head and said that if he had known how good Steve was, he would have done everything to stop the Special Forces. Melissa asked what the head means when he talks about how to save the Special Forces. The man replied that the more often you repeat something, the faster you will get it, and suggested that Steve needs to assemble a squad with veterans. Melissa gasped in surprise when she heard the chief's words. There was news on the news that Steve had reduced the time to clear the dungeon to 5 hours, and 2 days had already passed since the Special Forces were sent. Another article said 2 had returned alive after clearing a dungeon in New Zealand, with experts pessimistic about the return of Special Forces. Another article accused the head of inept command, and breaking news reported that Steve had reduced the cleanup time to 4 hours. At the exit from the dungeon, our hero was met by a crowd of journalists. The man fell at Steve's feet. The crowd began to ask who it was, and someone said that he looked like the head of the bureau. The head asked Steve to save him, and the guy asked if someone said they would kill him. Melissa appeared behind the head and said that she had something to talk about. The girl pointed to the side and asked him to go away with her if Steve had some time. All three walked away from the cells and sat down on the stones on the shore of a small pond. Upon hearing the request, Steve asked how he should help the Special Forces unit. The head said that it was necessary to clear the dungeon as soon as possible. Steve replied that that was what he was doing, but the man said that that was not what he was talking about. Our hero asked why he should go and help these thieves at all. Melissa said that 3 days had passed since the group entered the dungeon, so 9 days had already passed there. The head said that after 15 days, the chance of return is reduced by 50%, and added that they cannot lose their special forces so stupidly. Steve immediately became angry and asked who gave such a reckless order. The man sadly replied that he had miscalculated, and that only he was to blame for everything. Steve asked how he could save those who had already entered the dungeon. They must save themselves. Melissa replied that there was one way to do this. Steve asked in surprise if there was really something like that. The girl said that 5 years ago there was an incident in the first-level dungeon. The dungeon appeared in the field, so the entry cost was low, and artifacts dropped frequently, so it was called the Lottery Dungeon, and the number of available 500 gates quickly decreased. The problem occurred with the last gate. 5 C ranks entered the dungeon with a capacity of up to 15 people. The guys calmly discussed that they wanted to finish quickly and get drunk. One of the guys said that when they climb the hill, they will see a large stone. This is the optimal place for camp. The other guy said that when they finish this raid, he can pay off all his debts. The other guys were surprised why he was acting this way, and the one who walked ahead suddenly froze and asked what the hell was going on. The guys sped up, asking what he saw and what was wrong. Killed monsters lay in front of them, and they wondered who could kill them. One of the guys said that the corpses did not have stones, which means someone had already taken them. Suddenly, they saw lightning flashing behind the forest ahead. The guys couldn't believe their eyes and said in unison that it was simply impossible. One of them reacted earlier and shouted that the gate had opened and they needed to quickly run forward. Steve was surprised by this story and asked what happened there then. The girl said that the countdown to the explosion of the gate suddenly began and only one mercenary was able to get out. The guy fell out of the closed portal, surprising the guys from another raid. He was an athlete, and that was the only reason he managed to run to the portal. The head said that a commission was formed and the following was made. 2 groups entered one after another due to a computational error. Steve asked in surprise whether this was possible. The leader replied that thanks to this incident, they learned that such a thing was possible in the last dungeon. But even if someone could enter, their number could not exceed the capacity. Melissa summed it up. As long as there are living soldiers in the last dungeon, and if the capacity is not broken, then people can enter the same dungeon. Steve asked if they were asking him to close all the dungeons and then save the special forces in the last one. The head fell to his knees and asked for help, saying that Steve is the only person on Earth who can do this. Steve asked if they weren't at capacity when they walked in, to which Melissa replied that there were 2 empty seats. The head raised his head and said that maybe Steve needed another warrior. The guy replied that he was not needed, and asked that there were now 82 raids left. If he cleared 4 dungeons at a time, he would be able to meet them before the dungeon exploded. The leader shouted that the more time passes, the lower the survival rate, and if a month passes in the dungeon, the survival rate will drop to 2%, and said that Steve must clear everything as soon as possible. Steve in response loudly asked why he started this mess, and the man bowed again, apologizing. The head said he would ensure that the government compensated him for all lost experience and profits. Steve said it wasn't necessary and asked him to tell the others to focus on training and make sure they weren't slacking off. Melissa was impressed by Steve's action, and the head even shed tears of joy. The head was touched that Steve refused the award, suffering losses for the sake of the country, and Melissa promised to follow up on everything. The next second, Steve rushed from his place, raising columns of dust, and small stones flew towards Melissa and the head as they stood. The head asked if Steve had already left for the next raid, and the girl said that she thought so too. The man opened the budget for saving the special forces, and asked if 5 million would be enough, to which the girl only sighed heavily. News immediately appeared on the news that Steve was going to save Unit 707A. The reporter said that he was now in Steve's lands. He had reduced the cleanup time to 4 hours and would soon begin a rescue operation, and now he entered the portal 10 minutes ago. Suddenly, the reporter fell silent, and the crowd of onlookers began to make noise, looking at the portal. Steve emerged from the portal looking a little tired but still determined. Reporters immediately started taking pictures and videos, shouting that Steve was out. The reporter said that in a shocking event, Steve emerged from the 7th level dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time, 13 minutes later. Our hero turned around and immediately went back to the dungeon, surprising everyone. The news wrote that Steve made 15 raids with an average time of 20 minutes, and the photo was captioned that even a Superman is not devoid of humanity. Steve's incredible abilities are in the spotlight of the whole world. 4 days have passed since the Special Forces entered, and Steve has already closed 68 raids. Despite their incredible clearing abilities, news that the unit's survival rate had dropped to 50% led to many people gathering and lighting candles. A popular group was giving a concert and singing that they hoped for everyone's safe return. Will the Special Forces unit be able to return safely as everyone hopes? Meanwhile, a Special Forces detachment was walking through the forest, in the pouring rain. One of the squad asked how long they were walking. He was told that they needed to walk another 30 minutes to reach the camp, and he replied that maybe it would be easier to die here. Suddenly, Jean caught the squad's attention by raising her hand clenched into a fist. One of the soldiers fearfully asked, "What now?" and the second hissed, urging him to shut up, and Jean said that there was a ghost ahead. A monster in tattered rags actually flew ahead. Looking at him, the whole squad wondered in surprise whether they had really met a ghost. The soldiers immediately lowered their voices and began whispering that they urgently needed to hide. Sandy asked herself with annoyance why everything happened when the captain was not there. Because if they were discovered, everyone would die. The thug from the cafeteria asked if the gravity here was tripled because it was getting harder to breathe. Suddenly, one of the soldiers stepped on a branch and the ghost immediately turned around towards the sound. The monster's eyes glowed like a lantern and it illuminated a squad of soldiers who were hiding in the bushes. Having discovered the squad, the monster growled, attracting its comrades. The next moment, someone shot the ghost in the head and it fell silent. And then his whole body was enveloped in fire and the monster began to burn, despite the pouring rain. One of the soldiers sitting on the dais reported that everything was clear. Sandy shouted that they should move, but Jean said it was too late. One of the soldiers tried to contact the base and report that large groups of monsters were approaching them. The guy at the headquarters reported that a group of 40 orcs was approaching at 6 o'clock, 20 ogres at 7 o'clock, 200 goblins at 3 o'clock, and a squad was expected to engage in battle at 200 meters. Sandy shouted to the soldiers behind her to get ready to fight. One of the soldiers said that he only had half his mana left, and the second added that he had 3 arrows left, but he was ready to gnaw the monsters with his teeth. There was a noise and someone shouted that they were approaching. One of the guys asked to kill him if he became a zombie, and the second promised to cremate him and dispel his fear. And Jean shouted that they were 100 meters away. A crowd of monsters rushed towards the soldiers. Someone shouted that there were too many of them and they needed to be attacked. The soldiers rushed into battle, firing back and fighting off the monsters with all their might. A soldier at headquarters saw the approaching monster and reported that something was flying towards them with amazing speed. Jean turned to the side and angrily asked what the hell this was. The radio reported that an unknown creature was approaching at 12 o'clock. The headquarters analyzed a rookie's handbook and ordered the soldiers to prepare. Sandy asked why analyze, because she just needs to destroy the monster. Jean rushed towards her and shouted for the girl to wait for her. Suddenly, a huge ogre appeared near the girl, which she did not immediately notice. He hit the girl with a baton and she flew back from the force of the blow. One soldier shouted not to break ranks, and the second said that monsters do not die. They conveyed information to headquarters that their mana and characteristics were falling very quickly. They would not be able to kill undead creatures like this. Suddenly, the guy at the headquarters cursed and realized that this monster was a Banshee. A monster with blonde hair approached the creatures and a red aura emanated from it. The soldiers shouted that their performance was falling. They would not be able to hold out for long and ordered to retreat. The soldiers at the base decided that they should report this to intelligence, when suddenly a monster crashed through the wall of their temporary headquarters. The Banshee flew past the soldiers and read a debuff spell in an unknown language. Suddenly, Sandy approached the monster from below, waving her weapon. The Banshee noticed the girl and she asked how she was doing, smiling cheerfully. The huge screen showed Steve leaving the dungeon once again. The host shouted that Steve, who had set a world record, had cleared the dungeon 87 times in 6 days. Donnie sat next to the sleeping guys and looked at the phone and said that Steve had left. He asked if they should go and greet the guy. Jim, without opening his eyes, asked if he wanted to return to that hellish place again. Donnie scaredly said that of course he didn't want to. Jim, still not opening his eyes, told the guy to go back to bed then. The guy agreed and lay back, clutching the phone to himself. He wondered what would have happened if the great catastrophe had not happened. And Steve, as if nothing had happened, came out of the portal shrouded in lightning. He approached the head and Melissa and asked if he could come in now. With tears in his eyes, the head said that this was the last dungeon and asked to return back with the guys. Steve went back to the portal and said that he would return them if they were still alive. The presenter called our hero the patron saint and said that he was entering the long-awaited last dungeon. News headlines were full of information about clearing dungeons. Steve was called the god of dungeons, and they were even going to make a documentary about him. And in the dungeon, the battle with the howling Banshee continued. Despite the applied debuffs, Sandy stubbornly rushed towards the monster. She managed to swing with enough force that the blow cut the monster in half. The soldiers were devoured by monsters. They shouted that they could no longer cause damage because their stamina has reached 0. The rain continued to pour throughout the dungeon, and another squad approached the ruins of the house. Valentine and a group of soldiers reached the boss location. The guy said they found him earlier than expected, and the soldier asked what they should do. Valentine gave the order to gather the entire unit here and erect an iron curtain. After isolating them, they will kill the boss. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that it seemed that the base was attacked. The main detachment also began to fight, but things were not going well. Their location was 20 minutes away, and the soldiers decided they had to save them. Suddenly, blue lightning ran across the ground, separating the squad from Valentine, and someone shouted to retreat. The squad looked at Valentine through the transparent bluish wall. The soldiers realized that it was a trap, and they were completely blocked. Skeletons of death began to emerge from the ground one after another. The soldier said that this is the C-rank boss of the 6th level dungeon, and there are 12 of them. The soldiers asked Valentine to return, but the guy could not believe that it was a trap.
The Banshee burst into flames after the impact, and Sandy fell to the ground, her weapons falling from her hands.
The girl looked at her characteristics, realizing that she could no longer move, and asked if this was the end. Not far away, Jin's sword stuck in the ground was shrouded in blue haze, and someone's heavy breathing could be heard. The girl lay on her back on the wet ground and could not move. And the monsters were already approaching and were very close to the girl. Jin opened her eyes and seeing the monsters cursed. Suddenly, memories of the dungeon where she and Steve were stuck appeared before her eyes. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she thought why she remembered this idiot right now. Suddenly, a blue fairy appeared before her eyes, and the girl looked at her in surprise. The soldiers began to shout that they saw fairies and wondered if they were already going to heaven. Sandy, surrounded by monsters, suddenly saw that her indicators began to rise and wondered what these blue insects were. And Jean understood everything, and her eyes widened in surprise. Like a wave, Steve rushed through the monsters, throwing them in different directions. And Jean looked at the guy joyfully, not believing that he had really come. The soldiers also felt that their performance was growing and they were filled with strength. Sandy's eyes glowed white exactly a second before the monster's apps reached her. The girl's body began to shine with golden light, and the monsters recoiled from it. But they did not have time to escape, and the light burned the monsters. Sandy said it was refreshing, and her strength was completely restored. The soldiers tore the undead apart with their bare hands, shouting that they were overwhelmed with power. They attacked monsters in hand-to-hand combat, showing off the power of their blows to others. Suddenly, the soldiers noticed how a crowd of monsters rose into the sky, and they asked, "What the hell is this?" The next moment, the monsters burst into flames, and the soldiers watched in shock how the undead burn. The monsters tried to escape from Steve, who was standing at the epicenter of the burning monsters. But the next second, they were covered in a fiery tornado. Steve turned to the soldiers and asked if that was all there was. But instead of answering, Steve hugged Jean tightly and hung on his neck. Our hero asked in surprise if it was Blondie and what she was doing here. Tears flowed down the girl's cheek, and she asked what he was doing here. The soldiers looked at Steve and muttered in surprise that this guy had slept with them, and the field was strewn with the remains of burnt monsters. Sandy walked past the corpses of the monsters, wondering what happened and wondering where everyone was. Soon she saw a crowd of soldiers ahead who were watching something with curiosity. One of the soldiers said that it seemed like it was really Steve and Sandy, exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the guy and girl hugging, someone asked if he wasn't dating Grace, and another said that it was just a rumor. Sandy made her way closer, and seeing Steve and Jean hugging, her mouth opened in surprise. Jean clung closer and closer to Steve, and the crowd whispered that since Steve was here, it means he was able to clear all the dungeons. Suddenly someone asked if they hadn't been clinging to each other for too long. Then Sandy remembered how Jean broke a chicken leg when they were talking about Steve and gasped. Someone said that their position becomes strange and looks more like a guy pushing a girl away. Steve tried to unhook Jean, saying that she was too weak, to which the girl replied that she understood everything, but asked him to stand there a little longer. The guy pushed the girl so hard that she slammed into a rock, and he said that she was too weak to become his partner. The soldiers began to leave in shock and decided to pretend that they had not seen anything. The girl's nose began to bleed from the blow, and she quietly hissed that this was very embarrassing. Steve ran up to her, asking if she was okay and adding that she would be hurt if she stayed with him. Suddenly a fairy flew up to our hero and said something. The soldiers were counting their losses. Initially, the main detachment consisted of 21 people. They lost 6. Now all 15 are assembled, but there is no connection with the camp and the reconnaissance group. Suddenly the ground shook and monsters began to crawl out of it. The soldiers shouted that the undead were rising again and they would continue to rise until the boss was killed. Sandy said that first they need to return to the camp, and there they will find the location of the intelligence. Steve said that they won't find anything in the camp. There are still 5 people left alive in the boss's location, but their affairs don't look good. The girl said that since there were 5 of them, it meant intelligence, and asked where they were now. Our hero said to follow him because there is no time to explain, because if they are late, everyone will die. He rushed away, leaving dust and small stones behind him. The soldiers asked in shock how they could keep up with Steve. And Jean had already rushed forward, shouting that if they did not want to be left behind, then they needed to run. Sandy shouted to the soldiers to follow them and also rushed forward. But one of the soldiers asked to wait because there was a field of ghouls in that direction. And Steve rushed towards the crowd of monsters, not paying attention to the warnings. Sandy shouted to prepare for battle and the weapon in her hands began to glow blue. The monsters walked forward in a continuous stream, ready to attack the squad. Running almost close, Steve activated the summon skill. A huge wolf appeared from the first portal and grabbed the monster's head. One by one, the animals came out of the portals and tore the ghouls to pieces. The soldiers discussed how this was the call and that they didn't need to fight, and Sandy thought Steve was super hot. Jean turned back and said that a flying object is approaching at 11 o'clock. Sandy asked if it was another creature that looked like a flying witch. Jean said no, because it feels different. Another flying creature was actually approaching them. Seeing him, Steve said with a smile, "Hello, Lich." The soldiers screamed in shock. Could this really be a Lich? The monster looked impressive. He had a golden crown and something like a royal robe. The soldiers shouted that a wave of undead was approaching and asked how they would deal with it. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance squad was fighting off the Death Knights, trying to cheer them up. They said that these were just C-rank enemies. Valentine looked at the battle with anxiety and regret that he could not help. Suddenly it dawned on him that the black fog, the curtain of dirt, the magic of reviving corpses, they all meant only one thing. He looked back at the building behind him and realized it was a lich. Black fog was coming from a building with columns, and the guy guessed what was there. It is in this building that the lich's life vessel is located. Valentine knew that if the vessel was destroyed, the lich would die along with all the revived ones. The soldier tried to stop him, saying he couldn't do it alone. The guy replied that now he could only do it himself and asked him to hold out until then. The soldiers tried to stop their captain, but he was adamant. The soldiers said that even if it was a lich, it would not be able to break through the iron fist, and added that they had to worry about themselves. Just at that moment, the huge monster swung his sword and someone shouted to dodge. And another squad led by Sandy watched the battle in surprise. Steve soared across the sky on wings, and underneath him everything burned with fire, burning monsters. He asked with a smile if the lich was giving up, as if he could understand Steve. He flew up to the monster, asking if he wanted to stop playing. Steve said that he no longer had time to play with him and that it was time for him to return home. Our hero activated the portal skill and a blue circle appeared behind the lich. With a cheerful smile, the guy activated another skill, Mirror Image. In the next second, one portal turned into 4 at once, surrounding the monster. With his next skill, Steve summoned a wyvern and a purple light appeared in his hands. The head of a giant wyvern appeared from the portal behind the lich. Suddenly, wyvern heads also appeared from the other portals and they attacked the monster. And the next moment, the wyverns tore the lich into pieces. The soldiers watched in surprise as the 4 wyverns left no trace of the lich. And someone was worried that if he dealt with the boss, would they have time to get out? Steve, enveloped in blue lightning, flew even higher. He glanced at the squad below and told them to follow him. Jean asked if this was not the end, and Sandy replied that the lich could not be killed so easily. Steve rushed forward without looking back at the remains of the torn lich. Jean shouted to the squad that they needed to run, and everyone followed her. Meanwhile, Valentine entered the building and met a crowd of monsters. The guy said that it was even better and prepared to attack. Screaming that he hated help anyway, Valentine crashed into the crowd of monsters. He killed monsters with one blow, breaking forward. Each blow from Valentine hit the target and killed the undead. There were too many monsters and they began to get closer. And one of them crawled up from below and grabbed the guy by the leg. The undead surrounded Valentine and he activated his steel fist skill. His fist began to glow green, ready to strike. The undead were already face to face with the guy, but he didn't even think of giving up. Monsters like a black river surrounded Valentine and pulled him down. But he continued to fight back and, out of breath, said that it was hard, and the remaining squad continued to fight off the Death Knights. The soldiers reflected the blows of the swords and fired back from them. One of the soldiers swore angrily and said that he could not stand it any longer. Another said that the crossbow had run out of mana and that he couldn't do it anymore either. The monster seemed to sense that the soldiers were weakening and increased the pressure. Growling angrily, he swung and struck with his sword, cutting the weapon of one of the soldiers and throwing it away. The other guys called him and the guy said that he had hurt his shoulder badly. And when he turned around, he saw another cluster of undead behind. The soldiers also turned around and someone exclaimed that there was still a crowd of undead behind the barrier. And on the other hand, a Death Knight was approaching them and the soldiers asked their fallen comrade to get up and encouraged him with the words that as soon as the captain kills the lich, everything will end. But the guy said that his body didn't listen to him and he was unlikely to be able to get up. Suddenly, another Death Knight jumped out of the ground. The soldiers turned around at the noise and cursed when they saw another monster. Suddenly, something flashed over the crowd of undead like a meteorite. and above the field where the reconnaissance detachment was fighting, a huge boar appeared from somewhere above. The soldiers asked in shock what kind of boar this was, continuing to fight back. Meanwhile, a giant bear attacked the other monsters. One of the soldiers saw him and asked if a bear really appeared there, and Steve flew over the battlefield surrounded by blue lightning. Then the soldiers noticed our hero, and one of them said in surprise that it was Steve. Steve landed between the knights and raised his hands, from which flames burst out, burning the monsters. And green lights began to light up above the soldiers, and they exclaimed in surprise that they had begun to recover. Then one of the soldiers shouted that the undead behind the barrier were also burning. Looking around, Steve said that one soldier was missing. One of the soldiers said that the captain came into this temple and asked how he ended up here. Our hero said that he would take him out and ask them to remain here when the main detachment arrived. The soldier gasped in surprise but did not answer the guy. The next second, Steve turned into an eagle and rushed towards the temple. He sent up a purple tornado behind him, breaking the barrier. The soldiers looked at this in disbelief and opened their mouths in surprise. And Steve, in the form of an eagle, broke through the barrier and flew up. He flew forward again, like a meteor, leaving a bright trail behind him. A flame was burning in the hands of our hero, and he himself was surrounded by red lights. He boldly walked forward, burning crowds of enemies on his way. With one kick, Steve took off the monster's head and called one of the wolves by name. And the next second he turned into a white wolf and ran forward. With one blow, the wolf smashed the wall, and behind him everything burned with fire. He entered the hall where Valentine was hanging, wrapped in a cobweb. Beneath it was a golden sarcophagus, and inside was the Lich's heart, his vessel of life. Steve looked at Valentine's numbers and chuckled in surprise. He wondered if the guy was still alive, or if he was deliberately left alive. Our hero guessed that the guy's life force was being pumped into the vessel. Steve thought that if the Lich had more time, he would have time to recover, but his life would end here. Our hero mercilessly burned the sarcophagus in the web, not paying attention to the cry of the Lich. The next second, the sarcophagus exploded, filling the room with bright light. And this explosion was followed by another, smashing the entire temple into small pieces. The soldiers turned around in surprise, looking at the exploding temple. Someone shouted that all the barriers were falling and the undead were starting to disappear. One of the soldiers looked excitedly at the temple and asked what happened to the captain. Suddenly, blue lightning struck the ground in front of the squad of soldiers. Jean looked forward in surprise, not believing what she saw. And on the other side, the crowd was cheering as the countdown to the explosion of the gate began. And the next moment, a gate appeared, shrouded in red lightning. One of the soldiers pointed forward and said Steve was back. Our hero walked forward, and in his arms was an unconscious Valentine. The soldiers rushed forward, vying with each other to ask if the captain was okay. Steve said nothing and lifted the guy, who was shrouded in green fairies. Jean thought that something had happened to him and frightenedly called the captain. But Steve reassured her, saying that he was still alive and offered to get out of here. Everyone was happy to hear that the captain was alive, and someone said that this could not have happened, that a man of iron will should die. The news immediately reported that Steve had completed an unprecedented rescue mission from the dungeon, and the countdown began in just an hour and 40 minutes. The whole world watched silently and hoped for the safe return of the Special Forces team. Several minutes passed without news, but suddenly, silhouettes of guys appeared from the portal. The host announced that their proud fire team had cleared the 7th level dungeon that was causing fear to everyone. Someone started calling for a doctor, and the presenter excitedly asked who was injured. Suddenly the portal shrank to the size of lightning, and the presenter shouted that the dungeon had disappeared. The presenter said that the dungeon had completely disappeared, and Valentine was being transported by doctors, but his life was not in danger. Steve was surrounded by journalists and began to be bombarded with questions about his well-being, strategies, and future plans. The next moment, the guy's body began to shine blue and feathers flew in all directions. Steve flapped his wings and flew away, and journalists began to take pictures of him to the delight of size. Looking at him, Sandy said that he was very cool, and was surprised that she had seen him in person with her own eyes. The girl was overcome with emotion and said that it was fate surprising Jean. She asked if Steve liked Jean, if she had feelings for him. The blondie asked embarrassedly how a woman could like such a vile bastard. Sandy asked in surprise why she didn't leave him then, to which Jean sheepishly replied that she was just glad to see him. The redhead with a sly smile asked if she could then ask him out on a date. She blushed and said that it seemed that she had met the person destined for her. Looking at the beaming Sandy, Jean could only say, "Wow." Melissa also heard this conversation and just snorted disdainfully, calling Steve an idiot. At this time, Hero read the news that Steve had completed the dungeon in 6 days. He stared at the news in disbelief, asking what the hell this guy had done. He thought that maybe there were skills that were unknown to him, and what abilities Steve used during the cleanup in 2 minutes. Hero put down his phone in frustration because he was out of coins and thought that all his accounts were probably frozen, and if he sold the crystals, he would be found out. In a cafe, he saw a sign that they were looking for workers of any gender. Hiro read it, frowned, and said that the attack would not work. The guy left the cafe and ran into several guys walking past. One of them asked if he had problems with his eyes, and Hiro quickly apologized. Suddenly, the guy called him a bastard and asked what kind of rudeness he was talking about. Hiro didn't answer, but the desire to kill was visible on his face. Another guy began to calm his friend down, telling him to be quieter because he was already on probation. They moved on and discussed the news about Steve, calling him handsome, not like that bastard Hiro. Another guy said that he was just a disgrace to the country, and these words hurt Hiro. The guys decided that he was not worth talking about at all because he seemed kind, and when the truth emerged, his eyes fell. Looking after the bullies, Hiro thought that he should use these guys as victims to improve the regression stone. The boy was running after a soccer ball, not paying attention to what was happening around him. He ran out onto the road right in front of the speeding car. Suddenly, a man grabbed the boy with the ball, saving him from under the wheels. Everything was stained with blood, and a voice was heard that the man died after saving the boy. Valentine jumped up in bed, and the doctor asked if he was okay. The guy grabbed his head and motioned to speak more quietly. Having collected his thoughts a little, he asked what happened. The doctor said that Steve saved him and the other soldiers and asked if he remembered it. Valentine asked in shock if Steve really saved him. And in Steve's guild, Donnie and Chad looked somewhere in front of them in shock. Sandy stood in front of them in a bunny costume and asked if brother Steve had woken up and if they could meet today. The guys looked at the girl in disbelief, and Donnie asked with difficulty, "Brother?" The boy said that his brother had not woken up yet. He must be tired. The girl asked me to give him the packages, which contained rolls dipped in raspberry wine. The guys took the food in shock, not believing that someone had thought of soaking the roll in raspberry wine. As she was leaving, the girl asked to call her when her brother woke up, because she needed to see him before she left for a new assignment. The guys smiled and told her not to worry. They would definitely let her know. The girl walked forward, leaving the guys confused. Donnie asked when Sandy started calling Steve brother, and Chad said he was popular with women. The boy said that this is probably why Steve lacks vitality. The guys looked into the room and were surprised to see that there was a boar lying on the rug. The guys were surprised that Steve transformed in his sleep, and Chad said that if he turned into a wyvern, everything would be destroyed, and asked if Steve needed to be woken up. Donnie said that he was becoming very sensitive. He tried this when he was a wolf and almost got a fatal bite. Chad said that he can't even believe that he can transform even in his sleep. Suddenly, Sandy burst into the room screaming, "Brother, you're awake!" Donnie and Chad turned around in fear, knowing that Steve might attack. A girl in a bunny costume rushed towards the sleeping guy, and Donnie tried to stop her. Suddenly, the whole room was illuminated by a bright blue light, forcing the guys to cover their eyes. And when the light went out, a small kitten was already lying on the rug along with the wild boar. When Sandy saw it, she blushed and said it was very cute. And at that moment, Jean and Valentine met in the corridor, and the girl called him. The guy didn't expect to meet her here and greeted her in surprise. Jean asked how he was feeling, and the guy replied that everything was fine. Valentine said that he would like to see Steve and asked the girl to go with him. She replied that she was also going to our hero and offered to follow her. Meanwhile, in Steve's room, Donnie and Chad were watching intently what was happening. Sandy grabbed Steve in the form of a cat and pressed him to her, saying that he was a lapis. Our hero asked in surprise why she came here and meowed. Sandy replied that after the Special Forces unit was sent home, she should return to the guild. And since she would not be able to see Steve for a while, she came to be with him. Our hero tried to move away from the girl and said that we'll see you then. The girl asked if she joined their guild would she be accepted, and Steve replied that they had no reason to refuse. The guys were shocked that Sandy was joining their guild, and Donnie said that Steve remained in her arms simply because she was a woman. Suddenly the boy hiccuped because he remembered something important. He burst into the room and said that the transformation time was almost over. The girl and the cat stared at him blankly. At that moment, Jean and Valentine approached the room and greeted the guys. Then Donnie got scared again, realizing how the guys had arrived at the wrong time. Suddenly, the blue light of transformation illuminated the room again. When it went out, Donnie and Chad looked at what was happening in surprise. Jean asked interestedly what was going on and also looked into the team. And in the room, Steve turned back into a human and lay on the ground with his face buried in Sandy's chest. Our hero looked at the front door and saw an angry blonde. Shouting that he was a crazy pervert, John swung the box of elixirs she had brought. The box hit the guy right in the head and jars fell out of it. Jean, hissing angrily and calling Steve names, menacingly left the room without turning around. Melissa watched this picture in surprise. Sandy asked if Steve was okay, and Donnie said that how could anything happen to him from such a blow. The girl did not understand what exactly happened and silently watched the guys from the side. Meanwhile, Valentine leaned over Steve and greeted him. Sandy asked in surprise when the captain arrived, and Chad said that he had been here the whole time. Steve asked why he was here, and the guy replied that he wanted to thank him. Our hero said that this was not necessary and asked him to leave because he had a headache. But Valentine said it made him realize that helping doesn't always come as a burden to others and vowed to save more lives. Listening to this pathetic speech, Steve fell asleep and his snoring echoed throughout the room. Chad said that his brother had fallen asleep again, and adding that it was dangerous to be here, he invited everyone to leave. And at this time something was happening in some building. The girl was walking up the steps, and behind her, slightly behind her, was a guy in a cap. The girl turned around excitedly and cast a quick glance at the guy. She instantly dialed the code to the lock and flew into the apartment, slamming the door. The girl leaned her back against the door and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, a man came out of the shadows of the room and called the girl by name. She said angrily that it was annoying and asked who they were. The man replied that they were from the Bureau's criminal task force and asked what a living woman who had died from a gunshot to the head at a murder scene was doing. The girl's eyes suddenly glowed red, and she said that he was a very talkative guy. The man pulled out a gun and said he would shoot if she moved. The guy behind the door watched in surprise as his gun lit up with a golden light and came apart piece by piece. He rushed out the door calling for his boss when he suddenly froze in surprise. His boss's head was surrounded by tentacles that came from the mouth of the girl who was once Linda. The boy in shock asked what the hell was going on. At the same time, the head of the Bureau was talking on the phone, saying, "Hello, dear." He asked if she had checked the winnings of almost 1.5 million and added that he told her that they could return. The head said that this time, she would most likely receive the Order of Merit, and asked if she had received permission to live in Steve's lands, because it was safest there. The man said goodbye to the woman he called sweetheart, saying that they would see each other later. Having finished, he, pleased with himself, said that he should have a cup of coffee. And only now he saw Melissa standing behind him, and was terribly scared, asking what she wanted. The girl said that an order had come from the Command of Special Operations. Everyone needs to be dismissed, and the Special Forces should be sent to the 6th level dungeon. The head agreed and added that the city is extremely important now. Melissa added that not only the city, but the whole world is in chaos right now. The man said that it was extremely tiring, and that saving the country was only enjoyable the first couple of times. The girl said that the managers were waiting in the conference room and turned on the video. Everyone greeted the head in unison, and he said that he had not seen the manager for a long time. The head asked why he looked like that. Had they all really returned from the hike? The manager replied that the situation was very serious right now and that he had to come to the Bureau urgently. News headlines were filled with reports of a 7th-level dungeon breach in Australia. In Brazil, 14 6th-level dungeons were breached at once. The country is on fire. The chief was sadly wondering why the refugees had gone into the ocean, since it was now unknown what lived there. Here he was informed that another country was preparing to use nuclear weapons, and the leader, in shock, asked if they had really run out of conventional weapons. He was informed that the wave of monsters had been deemed to be above the level that normal weapons could handle. The speaker also added that because of nuclear weapons, the monsters' path may change and they are heading towards their country. The army is already preparing for the possible sending of reinforcements, because these monsters may join those already advancing. The chief asked fearfully if they would move in their direction, and clarified what was currently happening with the dungeons. The news said that crime had increased, and that the townspeople were not feeling safe due to the weakness of the guilds. One of the men said that 14 dungeons had opened today alone, 6 of them being level 6. It was also reported that other guilds were also facing a lack of combat groups. The chief rubbed his forehead in irritation and said that it was a complete disaster. One of the guys reminded the chief about a serial killer case that had been handed over from the police. He said that 2 members of the special department that was conducting the investigation were killed. The leader, in shock, asked what kind of killer it was who was able to kill 2 agents, and asked if they were awakened. The guys said they thought she was a vampire because she had already died and been resurrected 3 times. The man did not believe what he heard and asked again how she could be a vampire. One of the guys said that since they don't have a protocol for dealing with vampires, they urgently need a new plan. The chief said that the dungeons already give him migraines, and now a vampire does too. He said that he would return to the department tomorrow, after the special forces were sent out, and asked to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, several armored vehicles and drones were racing through the forest. Sandy said goodbye to the guys on board the helicopter and asked them to say hi to Steve. The guys from the guild and Jean and Melissa said goodbye to the girl and asked her to take care of herself. Melissa asked the blonde if she should return to reconnaissance, and she asked to be sent into the thick of it. The brunette asked with a soft smile what had happened to her, but Jean didn't answer and looked ahead, thinking only about how she needed to become stronger. Melissa looked at her friend silently, and her gaze showed excitement. She remembered a recent evening when they had been drinking with the girls in the barracks. Sandy had already passed out and was mumbling something about monsters, and Melissa turned to Jean. She recalled that Jean had once told her that she wasn't interested in men, so why was she so obsessed with Steve? The blonde didn't fall for the provocation and calmly asked what she meant by insanity. Suddenly she said she thought Steve wouldn't die, and Melissa knew what she meant. Remembering these words, the girl smiled and wished her friend good luck. After some time, The breaking news spread that the neighboring country had dropped a nuclear bomb after all. The men discussed this news and wondered if perhaps they should strengthen the defenses around the city. Also, new dungeons are constantly appearing, and guilds are running out of combat groups. They understood that the only one who could do something was Steve, so it was time to do something. The chief asked what was wrong with Steve. The man replied that there were rumors that if he wanted, he could handle all the dungeons. The man gritted his teeth and said that these scumbags could actually do something. While this meeting was going on, Steve's guild was quiet and calm. Moans were heard from one of the buildings and someone languidly said that it was very pleasant. It was Melissa. She and her granny were lying on the floor of the sauna, and the girl said that her fatigue really did go away. Granny said that when your whole body aches, lying down on hot flat stones is a dream. The girl's phone rang and she answered because it was the head of the bureau calling. And our hero, together with Donnie, was sitting on the edge of the cliff at that time, looking at the endless slope. Steve asked if that was enough, and the boy wondered what he meant. Steve said that their house should be safe while he was traveling. He asked if all the guys were A rank, and Donnie said that they were, and that it was hard to believe because of the speed. Steve asked what the others were doing, and the greenhouse manager said that Jim was training the newbies and Chad was overseeing construction. Donnie added that the monk often went away, and Steve asked where exactly. The boy said that he was not speaking, but said something about saving the wanderers. Steve realized that he couldn't find out more and asked what Donnie did. The boy grimaced and asked if he was really asking that, but Steve didn't understand the question. Donnie angrily said that he was editing the video when Steve called him to go with him to the neutral zone to tame more beasts. Steve remembered that everything was like this and fell silent, and Donnie just snorted. Our hero said that animals are unhappy because people have reduced the level of pollution in gasoline and have started using it more often. He added that maybe it's because they don't have partners, but they fight all the time when they meet. Suddenly, Steve changed the subject and said that perhaps we should dig a ditch outside the wall. Donnie said that then the wall would be strengthened and they would be able to use the river flow. And Steve suggested releasing some alligators there. Donnie said it sounded great, and Steve, with a beaming smile, asked if there were any alligators there. But the boy just laughed nervously and said that of course they weren't here. Steve said it was sad and suggested going into the neutral zone and catching some more animals. The boy said that it seemed like now was not the time for that. Looking at the phone screen, he said people are holding candlelight vigils because Steve isn't doing anything. Steve asked in surprise why he had to go hunting in foreign lands. Suddenly a car stopped below and the boys turned around looking at it in surprise. Steve asked who it was, and Donnie replied that it was the bureau manager, adding that they couldn't go anywhere today. Melissa approached the guys and said that the bureau had received a request for cooperation, but Steve didn't even listen to her and immediately replied that he was a pass. The girl asked to listen to her first and said that there were several dungeons that they could not hold right now. But she didn't have time to finish, because somewhere behind her there was a powerful explosion. Everyone turned around in surprise, and Melissa asked if there wasn't a blood crystal power plant over there. Donnie's first thought was that it might be Hero. Cries for help were heard at the station, and the survivors were shouting that the wounded needed to be carried out. Chad arrived at the scene of the explosion but knew that because of the fire they couldn't go in and help. Jim and his recruits also came running to help and asked what had happened. Chad replied that the generator must have exploded, but Jean said that they needed to put out the fire to prevent a second explosion. Suddenly blue lights began to appear around and everyone turned around in surprise. Behind the boys stood Steve, who was summoning tiny fairies, and everyone was happy to see him. Finally, our hero finished his preparations and activated the water vortex skill. Suddenly, a huge water vortex appeared in the sky and began to envelop the entire building. Streams of water fell on the flames, extinguishing them without leaving even a burning spark. Suddenly, everyone noticed that people began to fall along with the streams of water. Seeing this, Steve, without thinking twice, shouted out to Wyvern, calling for his loyal ally. At that very moment, a huge wyvern appeared and roared, opening its toothy mouth. The people who witnessed the incident looked in horror not at the falling people, but at the monster. Emerging from the portal, the wyvern quickly assessed the situation and understood what was required of it. Blue lights began to appear around the people, and the water gradually subsided. Soon the people were floating rather than falling, and everyone landed softly on the ground. The observers rushed towards the survivors, surprised that the wyvern had saved them. After a while, ambulances appeared and people happily indicated where to go. Melissa and Donnie also arrived at the scene and asked Chad what happened. Chad said it looks like it's the generator, but he doesn't know for sure because the investigation hasn't started yet. Melissa said that the DGB generators sometimes caused explosions, but not of this strength, and added that the group leaders needed to be gathered. Suddenly, someone called the bureau manager and everyone turned around at the sound of the voice. It was our hero. He said he wanted to dig a big ditch around Steve's land. Chad had never heard of the idea before and was surprised by the suggestion to dig a ditch. Donnie said that Steve just wants to beef up the house's security when he's away. Chad asked again if he wanted to put a moat around all the walls and added that they were in debt right now. Steve was surprised to hear about the debt, and Chad said that such a plan would cost astronomical amounts of money. Donnie added that they donated money from the duel and the 7th level dungeon. Our hero said that he would go to earn money, but the guys said that it wouldn't help unless he found a dungeon with treasures. Here Melissa intervened in the conversation and told that there was a dungeon with treasures. The guys looked at the girl with distrust, waiting for details from her. She said that there is a 4th level dungeon where a lot of treasures and several blood crystals drop. Donnie was surprised that such a dungeon actually existed, and Steve added that it sounded great. The guys started discussing that they would hardly let them into such a dungeon just like that, and they might have to pay. Melissa said that the dungeon was run by the Core Guild, and a request for cooperation had been received from them. Donnie decided that they didn't have enough combat teams, and Steve asked about construction. Melissa said that Core has a construction company, and if they cooperate, they can agree on half the price. Jim enthusiastically offered to go because he wanted to try new things. Suddenly, Monkey appeared and said that it would be good to form a squad with the newcomers of the guild. Chad also liked this idea and suggested doing it that way. Melissa said that while they were gone, she would be in charge of construction. Steve was pleased with the decision made and said that it was time to move on. Soon, news broke that 5 of Steve's guild had gone on a raid. Soon our heroes found themselves in a dungeon, and the battle began, and Chad activated a new skill, Pangea Destruction. He swung his sword and a red lightning bolt burst out of it, straight into the enemy camp. From the force of the blow, the monsters flew in different directions, torn apart by lightning. Jim also kept up the good work, burning the monsters one after another and keeping count of everyone he killed. Donnie kept up the firing, holding his rifles in both hands, keeping the monsters from getting any closer. When one of the monsters got a little closer, the boy activated the formation skill. The shot was so powerful that it pierced the monster right through. Monk also did not lag behind, cutting down the monsters one after another with his spear. Suddenly he turned around and froze, seeing the silhouettes of approaching monsters ahead. The monk activated the Dragon Ascension skill, and the monsters were enveloped in blue waves. However, the monsters remained alive, and Monk realized that the skill was not yet at a sufficient level. The monk folded his hands in front of him and activated another skill, Summon Wanderers, King of Nirvana, First Path. His left eye glowed red and the guy looked forward with concentration. Suddenly zombie bodies began to appear around, and Munch ordered them to eat the monsters. Meanwhile, Steve was cutting crystals out of the monster, and was surprised that he got 5 crystals out of 5 monsters. Looking at the glitter of the loot, he thought with a smile that this really was a dungeon with treasures. Meanwhile, on Steve's land, construction work was in full swing to clear the moat. Melissa, as promised, supervised the construction and gave orders to the workers. Somewhere beyond the peaceful lands of Steve, soldiers sat in trenches and ate lunch. Suddenly, through the pouring rain, they heard a growl and turned towards the sound. The soldiers immediately asked for rations and took up arms, complaining that they were not given anything to eat. Listening closely, the soldiers realized that hundreds of monsters were approaching them. Several flares flew into the darkness ahead to improve visibility. The rockets illuminated a huge crowd of monsters. There were tens of thousands of them. The soldiers immediately transmitted that they still needed support and opened fire. The headquarters of the 3rd Command reported that the 2nd Division had entered the battle. The soldier reported to the commander that the unit under Corps 1 had been destroyed. Everyone was surprised how they could be destroyed, because the battle had just begun. They discussed that they should retreat and fight from the walls of the capital. The captain sighed heavily and asked to be connected with the head of the Bureau of the Awakened. Several people were approaching the operational headquarters of the Scorpion Dungeon. Men in black entered the headquarters and greeted the soldiers, surprising them. The soldier asked who they were, and they told him they were from the Bureau of the Awakened, and asked when Steve would be out. The soldier said that there were still 4 days until the breakthrough and he would hold out until the last minute, obtaining resources. Immediately a cry was heard from the Bureau of the Awakened, asking why Steve was playing in the 4th level dungeon for so long. The chief ordered to tell Steve when he came out that his lands were turned to ashes. The man screamed into the phone for Steve to be told that his entire family was going to die. Suddenly, something crashed into the ground on the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of fire. The men in the room looked at the video taken from the spy drone in surprise. 3 meteorites fell near the battle area, destroying everything within 6 kilometers. One man said that the reason for the loss of the squad was a meteorite, and the second added that they were summoned by monsters. Another man wondered how such an ability could even exist, since there was a release of spatial energy at the moment of the fall. Scientists found a mention of such an ability in the books of the planet Aruka, but the man still found it hard to believe that there was a monster capable of summoning a meteorite. Monsters were shown on the screen, and the speaker said that a human figure could be seen among them. When the image was zoomed in a little, a man could be seen sitting on the back of a 2-headed monster. At first they thought it was an awakened one, but soon analysis showed that this creature was a monster. After showing a scene where the creature kills a soldier with its tentacles, the speaker said that this was the clincher. The image showed the creature as close as possible, and someone said it was a vampire. Recently, a breakthrough occurred in the dungeon on the 7th level, causing many vampires to escape, and are now in hiding. The men began to discuss how to kill a vampire, whether like in the movies they could drive a stake into the heart. It was reported that vampires can be killed by awakened super high-ranking beings, and in England, they developed a special weapon. The weapon was made from arucanite, a synthetic material developed by Dr. Toddler. The speaker also said that those bitten either become vampire minions or die. The president said with alarm that their country's forces could not kill these creatures, and one of the men suggested sealing the gates to the capital. The president responded by asking whether blocking the gates would be enough. The news reported on the destruction of the first detachment and the retreat to the capital wall. The presenter also reported that a state of emergency has been declared in the country. The sound of a siren echoed throughout the city, and residents immediately realized that martial law had been declared. The people were outraged that the military did not evacuate the residents immediately, and now they were left to sit at home and wait for death. And in Steve's lands, as usual, the sun was shining brightly, and it was quiet and peaceful. Melissa received a call, and when asked where she was, the girl said that she was at a construction site. In response, she heard that she could not stay there, as it was mortally dangerous. The chief said that a state of emergency had been declared. Everyone was retreating to the capital, and Steve's lands were already being surrounded from all sides. The man shouted for her to immediately join forces with the third squad and retreat. Otherwise, the monsters would completely surround them. He also said that when the monsters come, there might be an explosion, and added that even Steve wouldn't be able to stop it. Immediately, a siren sounded from all the speakers in the area. After this, an announcement came over the loudspeakers that all personnel should immediately gather on the parade ground. The only one who didn't pay attention to the message was the granny, who was humming a song while wiping the barrels. One of the soldiers passing by called out to Melissa, pointing somewhere around the corner. Seeing the granny, the girl rushed towards her, alarmed by the events taking place. Melissa ran up and asked what she was doing there, and Grandma asked, confused, if maybe she was hungry. The girl said that they needed to run immediately, but the granny still didn't understand what was happening. In the area of the 34th gate, due to a state of emergency, they began checking everyone leaving the dungeons. One of the people leaving said that this meant that the rumors about vampires killing people in the city were true. People from the bureau also arrived at the gate, and one of the soldiers asked if the crazy girl was here. And when they looked up, they saw Jean standing next to her red motorcycle. The guys immediately put on friendly smiles and waved hello to the girl. In response, Jean put her finger to her lips, and the guys were surprised by such a reaction. The soldier checked one after another as they came out and, not finding anything strange, called the next one. Suddenly, the soldier saw the girl's bare feet and ordered her to come forward. The girl stood in a short dress, covered in abrasions and bruises, with her eyes cast down. Jean stood nearby and carefully watched what was happening. The soldier ran the scanner and suddenly it beeped next to the girl. The soldier was surprised, but immediately pulled himself together and reached for the pistol in his holster. But he didn't have time to shoot, because the monster pounced on him and grabbed him by the neck. The awakened ones emerging from the dungeon stared in horror at what was happening, and someone shouted that it was a vampire. One of the soldiers opened fire and hit the vampire in the head, causing the monster to release its victim. But suddenly the vampire seemed to dissolve into thin air, turning into a black haze. The soldier who fired the shot watched in surprise as the monster disappeared, not understanding what had happened. They immediately rushed to the bitten soldier and called medics to the scene. Suddenly Jean appeared nearby and cut through the black fog with her sword. And the next second, a monster appeared in the air, and its head was separated from its body. Jean solemnly said that she had hit the target, and the monster's body had already begun to turn to ashes. The military immediately surrounded the monster and burned the remains of the body so that it would definitely not be able to come back to life. Everyone around began to discuss the girl, surprised that she was able to kill a vampire, and asked who she was. Someone said it was Jin in the Bureau of Awakened, and she was lost in her memories. Tim explained that the sword is called the Ballad of the Soul, and sings when it senses spirits from another world. Swinging his sword, the boy said that the sword would destroy them with one blow. Jean asked if this sword destroyed ghosts, and Tim added that it could destroy the soul. It looks like a normal katana, but it was forged from a meteorite by a former blacksmith from the 9th planet. Her subordinates brought her back from her memories and called the girl. Putting away her sword, Jean said that the equipment at the gate was set up and ready for use. The girl approached the soldiers and asked if anyone had arrived from Steve's lands. The soldier asked for names and Jean named Melissa and Granny. The guy checked the information and said that they were not on the list, and the girl took out her phone. Having gotten through, she immediately shouted that the evacuation had been announced a long time ago, so why weren't they there yet? Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, someone excitedly said that it was high time for them to leave. Grandma stubbornly said that Dad and Bill weren't here yet, so how could she leave? But Melissa insisted on evacuating. The conversation was interrupted by soldiers entering the room and calling out to the girl in alarm. One of them said that all the workers had been evacuated, but Bill was nowhere to be found. Granny suggested that if it is not among people, then it might be among animals. Melissa sighed in concern and clenched her teeth, worried about the boy. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed out the window and said that the sky looked strange. Those in the room approached the window and looked up in fear. A black cloud, not resembling either a cloud or a flock of crows, was spreading across the sky. As the cloud approached, someone was able to see that it was a flock of bats. Melissa quickly got her bearings and ordered all windows to be closed immediately. The soldiers quickly began to carry out the order and, having closed all the windows, examined the situation on the street. The girl ordered the soldiers to immediately move away from the windows. As soon as the guys moved away from the windows, bats began crashing into the glass. Everyone looked at what was happening in shock, not understanding where the bats came from during the day. Suddenly, a car crashed into the window, smashing the glass into small pieces. The girl, hiding from the shrapnel, loudly warned those around her about the need to be careful. When the dust had settled a little, Melissa looked around, breathing heavily. One of the soldiers held the granny in his arms, and she quietly whispered that her back hurt a lot. Suddenly, all the soldiers turned in surprise towards the broken window. Human silhouettes emerged from the flock of bats, walking straight towards them. Seeing them, Melissa shouted for everyone to step back, and a fireball appeared in her hand. The vampires immediately rushed towards her, and vile tentacles stuck out of the mouth of one. Melissa activated the fireball skill, and several firebolts flew at the enemies. The girl's shells hit their target, knocking the vampires off their feet. Soon 2 vampires fell to the ground, and the third was half burned by the fireball. Melissa turned to the soldiers and told them to leave for the farm immediately. One of the soldiers put the granny on his back and they ran, following the girl's order. Suddenly, one of the vampires began to stand up and said that the most appetizing one turned out to be the most athletic. Melissa looked at them angrily and asked what kind of creatures they were. But the next moment, one of the vampires hit the girl with such speed that she did not have time to dodge. The soldiers and the granny saw this blow and screamed excitedly. Melissa fell to the ground unconscious from the force of the enemy's blow. One vampire hissed that he had laid her down, and the second said that she was his prey. Crawling towards the girl, the vampires argued over whose prey she would be. One of the vampires said that he would be first because he hit her. Suddenly, he received a strong blow to the head with a frying pan from a lively grandmother. She said that these vile creatures attacked the wrong people, and the soldiers grabbed their heads in horror. The vampire waved his hand in response, and the granny flew back like a rag doll. The monster looked back at her and hissed that grandmothers tasted disgusting. And the other 2 monsters had already approached Melissa, and were lamenting that they hadn't drunk fresh blood for a long time. The red-haired vampire pushed them away and said that he was the one who caught her. Watching the vampires fight, the soldiers began to discuss what to do and decided to run away, taking the granny with them. And the vampires argued over who would get Melissa. One vampire was older, and the other complained that the spoils had to be shared. The elder vampire told them to shut up and gnaw on that stinking garbage, and the soldiers turned around in surprise, realizing that this was what they had been called. The blonde vampire leaned towards Melissa's neck and said that the strongest one should go first. The vampire did not stop, and the other 2 rushed towards him, ready to kill. Suddenly, all 3 stopped arguing and turned around sharply. A motorcycle drove into the window where a car had just crashed, raising clouds of dust. The soldiers immediately recognized Jean, and with one blow she cut down 2 vampires at once, who were not expecting the attack. With the next blow, the girl cut the remaining vampire, and in his place there was only dust. Jean circled her motorcycle, and in place of all the vampires there was only black fog. Turning to the soldiers, the girl gave the order to take these 2 and run to the farm. The soldiers grabbed Melissa and Granny and rushed forward, running away from the bats. But suddenly their escape route was blocked by a flock of bats, and they stopped. Suddenly, a blonde vampire's head appeared out of thin air, and one of the soldiers shouted that the mice were turning into monsters. Jean got off her motorcycle and, surprised by the appearance of the monsters, prepared to attack. There were even more vampires, and they all screamed that this was their prey. The girl shouted at them to shut up and swung her sword, releasing a beam of light that dispersed the vampires. The vampire continued to scream that Melissa was his prey and ran after the soldiers. But suddenly a huge white dog pounced on him from behind and sank its teeth into his head. From the bite, the vampire began to dissolve into the air, and the soldiers joyfully shouted that it was Pecky. Following the dog, a pack of wolves appeared, and from their bites the vampires dissolved into blue flame. Jean also did not lag behind and dealt with the vampires that appeared in her path. The wolves continued to bite into the vampires, and they, screaming in pain, burned. Another vampire emerged from the bats and asked how such a worthless thing could kill them. The soldiers saw the vampire appear and shouted at Jean to turn around. Seeing a crowd of vampires behind her, the girl asked how many of them there were. She activated the defense ball skill, and a yellow glow erupted from her hand. The glow caused the crowd of vampires to explode, enveloping everything around in smoke. But the next moment, Jean was surrounded by several vampires, and she cursed angrily. One of the vampires screamed about the blood of a young girl, but suddenly his face was cut into pieces. The girl turned around in surprise and saw Steve, who was dealing with the vampires. The soldiers were delighted to see Steve come to the rescue. Our hero waved his hand and red lights appeared around. causing the vampires to dissolve. Soon all the vampires around Steve burned and turned into piles of ash. Our hero asked what it was, but his question was not directed at anyone in particular. Suddenly, Jin saw that a black mist began to gather around her sword. The soldiers asked what it was, and Steve looked at the girl in surprise. Sensing something was wrong, our hero waved his hand, and everything in front of him caught fire. But through the smoke he saw some creature surrounded by fog holding Jean in its arms. Steve read that the monster was a vampire queen, and asked what she was doing on foreign territory. The queen responded by saying that she was now hers, not letting go of Jean. Looking at the girl, the monster said that her children died from the sword of low creatures and would pay for it. Steve said she was just an idiot and released hundreds of fire fairies towards the monster. The fairies exploded in the vampire queen's face, but she seemed not to feel the explosion. Steve rushed towards the monster, drawing his sword, and asked where she got so much strength from. Suddenly, everything in front of the vampire was covered in black fog, blocking her from Steve. But our hero easily dispelled this fog, causing the vampires to hiss with anger. Suddenly, the guy felt something and stopped, surrounded by lights. Watching the monster fly away from the window, Steve summoned the fire fairies. Hundreds of red lights rushed towards the call of the master, falling upon the vampire queen. The monster flew down, surrounded by fire, tightly clutching Jean's unconscious body. Suddenly, the vampire surrounded herself with a flock of bats, and they burst into a bright flame. Thanks to this, the fire burned only the mice, and the monster with Jean in her hands fell to the ground. Stan listened to the little fairy and rushed at breakneck speed to the crash site. Our hero stopped next to the vampire, who sat down on a stone and held Jean in her arms. He checked Jean's status, and seeing that she was okay, he said that everything was not bad. Red smoke began to emanate from the vampire queen, and the injured arm and face began to heal. She looked at Jean and said that she was very young, so the wounds healed quickly. Steve was surprised that the vampire was able to survive and asked where she got such strength. Holding her finger to Jean's face, she said that she could wipe the smirk off his face very quickly. Our hero said that if she took Jean to ensure her safety, then she definitely lacks courage. The vampire said that her name was Cheetos, and that she was the last ruler of the vampire race. But Steve just said mockingly that he didn't ask her name. The vampire said that in the last 10,000 years no one had managed to hurt her. Steve was surprised because she lived longer than him, and asked if she knew about the animal kingdom. The vampire queen replied that she had not heard of such a place and asked him not to interrupt. She continued and told that several hundred years ago, spies infiltrated the earth and reported that undeveloped beings ruled here. With a smile, the vampire said that such a primitive creature could not hurt her, and even Jean was not harmed by his blow. Steve replied that he had deliberately allowed her to survive his fairy's blow. The vampire was very surprised to hear that these red lights were fairies. The guy said that if it weren't for the territory, they could become friends, and offered to fight without involving Jean. But the vampirist didn't seem to hear him and asked who he was anyway. Steve introduced himself with a smile and said that they call him the King of the Beasts. The vampire queen bared her teeth and said that she didn't care who he was. Our hero asked why she asked to introduce herself then, and added that she had problems with her head. The vampire replied that whoever he was, death awaited him now, because this was now her territory. Steve tensed up when he heard this statement and asked why she decided so. But the vampire turned her attention to Jean and asked her to open her eyes, calling her child. The girl obediently opened her eyes, in which there was emptiness. Steve was surprised why she called her child. Why would the golden-haired girl be her relative? The vampire told him not to ask any more questions and called him a loser. Steve opened the information window and looked at Jean's stats, at the time that she was being controlled. The vampire queen ordered Jean to kill Steve with her sword. The girl obediently stood in a stance, preparing to strike, and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, Jean's eyes cleared and she looked at Steve in surprise. Our hero smiled and, looking at the stats, said that Blondie was back. The vampire queen screamed at the girl to kill everyone and bring her their blood. Jean turned around abruptly and asked what this crazy woman was talking about. The girl swung her sword with all her might, leaving a blue glow from its impact. The vampire's eyes widened in surprise, and her head separated from her body. The head flew further and further away from the body, which was still sitting on the stone. Steve asked if the girl was okay, and she replied that it couldn't be otherwise. The vampire's head was slowly burning, and she said that this sword contained divine light. Jean turned to the vampire's head and said that it was time for her to stop babbling nonsense. But the queen did not want to give up so easily, and said that if the girl did not go to her, then no one would. Jean got angry and kicked his head to the side, asking what he was muttering, and Steve noticed that the monster's body raised its index finger. The guy looked where the finger was pointing and saw a huge meteorite flying towards them. Jean couldn't believe her eyes and asked if a meteorite was really flying towards them. The head was almost burned, but the vampire said that this was only the beginning, and her warriors would destroy everyone on the planet. Steve and Jean looked up, watching the hot piece of rock fly closer and closer to the ground. Suddenly, Steve's body was enveloped in a blue glow and he shouted the name of the tamed bear. The meteorite was getting closer and closer, and Steve dropped to one knee as his body transformed. As the meteorite was about to fall, the giant bear struck it with his fist, breaking it into small pieces. Jean and the Vampire Queen looked at what was happening in disbelief. The bear's appearance dissolved and Steve appeared in its place, and the stones flew in all directions. Steve immediately activated the tornado skill, and blue fairies began to fill the area around him. The air currents captured the stones scattered by the meteorite and swirled them into a vortex. The whirlwind rose into space and meteorite fragments flew there. But someone's satellite stood in the path of the whirlwind and was broken into several pieces. Right there, the Ministry of Defense of the country where Hero used to live reported that a military satellite had been shot down. Steve looked up at the sky with concern, hoping that the pieces had flown far away. Jean looked at Steve in disbelief, not fully comprehending what had just happened. The vampire's head was almost burned off, and she, looking at Steve, thought that this was definitely divine power. The next moment, the sword pierced the Vampire Queen's head, and she was unable to say anything else. Jean said she was working too hard, looking at the burning trail of the bridge. Steve was surprised by this behavior and asked if the girl was definitely okay. Jean responded by asking if there was any doubt that she looked sick. Steve responded with a smile and said that she was so aggressive that no pills would help. The girl grinned angrily and asked what he said, but the guy pretended not to hear. Turning to Jean, our hero thanked her for saving his family. The girl was embarrassed by the praise and said that there was nothing special about it. Then the guys from Steve's guild appeared on the hill and called out to him, waving their arms. The guys rushed towards our hero, not believing that he really was able to repel the meteorite. Chad told Jean that they heard about her kidnapping and was glad that everything was okay. But Jean replied that no one would dare to grab her, as if she did not remember the kidnapping. The guys were surprised by this answer, and Chad said that he was glad that she wasn't hurt. Steve asked the guys if all the other guild members were safe. Chad said that Grandma and Melissa were taken to the infirmary, and Bill is now in the dorm. Donnie excitedly said that thousands of monsters were heading their way, and an evacuation order had been issued. Chad added that there would be a bombing here and that we had to leave immediately. But Steve was calm and only wondered why they were bombing. Jean heard something and turned around sharply in the direction of the noise. She used her clairvoyance skill and Steve placed his hand on the ground, listening. They both felt that many monsters were heading towards them. Jean said that 6 kilometers from the wall of Steve's lands, millions of monsters are moving towards them. The guys were shocked to hear such a figure, and Chad said that even the military was probably evacuating, and they needed to hurry. Steve told his brother to call them immediately, and tell them to keep their hands off his loot. Jean, not surprised by these words, asked if it was too late to say such things. Suddenly, the sounds of explosions were heard throughout the forest, and everyone realized what had started. Chad said that an artillery attack had begun, which meant that there would soon be a bombing raid. Steve didn't listen to further explanations and, turning into an eagle, rushed forward. Jean rushed after our hero, and the guys followed her example. The guys were shocked that they were seriously going to fight 1,000,000 creatures. Donnie thought that since everything turned out this way, he definitely needed to organize a stream. He immediately went on air and began telling viewers about the fighters flying in the sky and their plans. Meanwhile, everything was burning at the site of the shelling, and the monsters that came under attack were scattering. The headquarters reported that an attack by an Apache squadron had begun. The military listened to the report that the team was being defeated one after another, and were surprised that the monsters were not affected by bullets. The next squadron began bombing, dropping missiles on the monsters. But the fighters were shot down by huge monsters that threw pieces of hot earth at them. The presidential administration discussed how they could sustain losses, since all their firepower had been deployed. One of the ministers said that there was no way out. The capital had to be evacuated immediately. But the president was against it and asked if they knew how much money had been invested in the city. Suddenly, a guy ran into the room and said that America approved the nuclear bombing. This news brought joy to all the ministers and the president. They reported that all the preparations would take 1 hour and 40 minutes. The explosion would be 500 meters from the station, and the wave would spread over 5 kilometers. Ministers immediately became concerned that the wave would reach the capital. They were told that the capital would be outside the shockwave, but they could not guarantee that the radiation would not reach it. The minister also said that Steve's lands would be destroyed, but another man said that it was about the safety of the entire country, not just one guild. The president said that the guild was created for this purpose. He ordered to install shields on the walls of the capital and destroy everything. Meanwhile, the battle was going on. Helicopters were falling into the crowd of monsters, and everything around was burning. One of the pilots heard an order for them to retreat because it was dangerous to be here. Suddenly, a blue beam pierced the sky, and all the pilots looked at it in surprise. One of the pilots asked in surprise what just happened. Suddenly, one of the pilots noticed that the cause of this flash was the figure of an eagle. And the next moment, everyone saw that it was Steve, with wings behind his back. Our hero landed, and the force of the fall cracked the ground beneath his feet. He found himself right in front of the monsters, who were running forward, destroying everything in their path. Steve put his hand on the ground, and the monsters, seeing that he was not running away, began to growl. The pilot, watching what was happening, asked in surprise what he was doing, but Steve didn't move. Energy was gathering around him like flashes of fire. When the forces were gathered, our hero activated the name Power of the Earth. The next second, the ground under his hand began to crack, and it seemed as if lava was boiling underneath it. The cracks crawled forward, straight towards the running monsters, and they began to fall through. The monsters stumbled, fell into cracks, burning in the fire. A few moments later, all the monsters visible ahead were buried underground, and spikes appeared from it. The guys from the guild and Jin didn't believe that all the monsters failed at once. Suddenly, huge monsters burst out from under the ground, and the boys gasped in surprise. They were giants, and one after another they broke free from the earthen shackles. But Steve didn't lose his head and activated another skill of the Thorn Branch, accelerated growth. At the same moment, the huge monsters were entangled in green branches. Seeing the monsters dissolving, someone shouted that these branches not only hold, but also kill monsters. But the monsters did not want to die so easily and finally released several meteorites from their mouths. The guys were shocked and cursed the creatures that bother them even before death. Steve sat motionless, holding his hand on the ground, and the guys from the guild warned about the danger. Our hero's eyes were glowing with a blue light. He was focused on the fight and seemed not to hear anyone else. He gathered his strength and activated another skill, Fire Fairies. Small red lights surrounded the monsters, and the monsters burned when touched by them. Steve activated the fire skill, and everything around caught fire in hellish flames. Soon all that was left of the monsters was ashes, which flew around. Steve sat in the center of this fire, not moving from his place, and still kept his hand on the ground. Everyone in the cabinet was shocked to see what was happening. The president did not believe that Steve was able to start a fire immediately after the earthquake. The ministers discussed how this was spatial energy and were glad that Steve was on their side. The head of the bureau was also shocked and said that he had no idea about its capabilities. One of the ministers reported that the entire horde of monsters had been destroyed. The president, in shock, ordered the immediate cancellation of the nuclear bomb launch. Suddenly, monsters that had survived the blows began to emerge from the ground, but Steve did not move. Jim said that our hero probably overheated and might pass out, and the monsters surrounded the guy, getting closer and closer to him. The boys were momentarily confused, realizing that Steve was in danger. Chad, with tears in his eyes, immediately rushed to his brother's aid, drawing his daggers. Jean pulled out her sword and shouted for everyone to leave, and Donnie summoned his rifle. The guys arrived just in time for the monsters to be near Steve and decisively entered the battle. Monk activated the Skill Dragon Ascension and the monsters flew in all directions. Meanwhile, in the neighboring country, the sun was shining brightly over a peaceful city. The boys entered the store and were greeted by the blonde salesman. The guys were discussing that in a neighboring town someone had killed 3 young men, possibly a vampire. Hiro, who was the blonde salesman, smirked when he heard about vampires. He said that such a life is beneficial to the regression stone, looking at how many points are still needed to reach the next level. He took out his phone, thinking that there should have been news by now. He looked forward with joy to hearing news of the fall of the neighboring capital. But the joy turned to shock when they began to read the latest news. Hiro couldn't believe that Steve had destroyed over 1 million monsters. He read that our hero called not only an earthquake, but also a fire. Hiro was shocked to think that Steve had access to fire, water, plants, and earth. Not believing it, the boy thought that all of these could be sacred powers. He suddenly remembered the distant past, in a snowy village, somewhere in Finland. An unfamiliar gray-haired old woman sat by the fireplace in the room and prayed. She asked Hiro if he had heard that a god had appeared in the north who could pull them out of this hell. The boy looked at his feet indifferently, and wondered in surprise what god she was talking about. The old woman said that he calls the wind, shakes the earth, and drives out ghosts. The great savior with a big scar on his face who will free everyone. Hiro replied that this world of the dead does not need a savior, and added that people go crazy on the threshold of death. A man entered the house, letting gusts of wind and snow into the room. He saw Hiro sitting on the floor with a wine smile and was happy. The man said it was time to act because the vampires were approaching. Suddenly, the man's chest was pierced by the clawed hand of the monster standing behind him. Hiro thought that the old woman might be right, but Steve doesn't have a scar on his face, which means there could be several possessors of the power. The guy thought that if this was true, then there was some way to awaken these powers. Suddenly he remembered Anna's words about the magic peach that grants eternal youth and immortality. Hiro decided that this divine peach would grant divine power to those who tasted it. He suddenly clearly remembered Steve's words about how it was all because of his weakness. Hiro was angry because Steve was just lucky to get the fruit first. Here the guy was faced with a new question: how did Civ manage to find him at all? He thought that if he followed our hero until the disaster, he would be able to find out. And then that very divine peach will be in his hands. Hiro grinned smugly and decided that it was all just a matter of regression now. At the same time, on one of the islands in the country of Hiro, the man who was the Secretary of Defense told the bureau director that the US fleet had been destroyed by a sea monster. He added that if you look closely, it becomes clear that the monsters have evolved. He added that it would even be better for them if the US was locked on its own mainland. The director said that it was becoming increasingly difficult to contact Steve, and they couldn't lose someone who could deal with meteorites with his bare hands. The minister asked if they should swallow the entire country if Steve didn't come to them himself. He added that the country is currently in turmoil, and if contracts are offered, half of the country will happily agree. And one of the country's regions is already dealing with this issue and preparing for separation. The minister said that if they succeeded in entering this area, the capture of the country would be almost complete. The man also said that sooner or later the gates to Kuchan would open in that country. The director asked if he really wanted to form an alliance with the people of Kuchan. Wouldn't it be difficult? The minister said that they were interested in making swords, and that their country had the best craftsmen. They remembered that the founder of the family of the best craftsmen was from the same country as Steve. The minister said that if they helped take over the country, Steve would have no choice but to sign the treaty. Suddenly, a large, shining blue ball appeared next to the men, and they shouted in fear that it was a portal. And Dr. Toddler came out of the portal with some boy and greeted him cheerfully. The minister greeted Toddle and Chief Gilbert cheerfully, and added that he had been awaiting their arrival by drone. The doctor apologized for frightening them, and said with a smile that they obviously enjoyed their arrival. The director congratulated them on their success in creating the portals, to which Toddler said that it was not easy. He also added that the portal can only accommodate 2 people, otherwise errors in the coordinates appear. The minister said it was impressive, and Toddler asked if they really wanted to cooperate with England and not the US. The man smiled ominously and said that it was time to create a new world order. Toddler smiled and said he had a lot of stories to tell, like Steve's return. Hundreds of bodies of slain monsters lay across Steve's lands, awaiting their turn. Jim took the stone out of the monster and sadly said that there was only one, unlike the Scorpion Cave. Munch complained that his lower back was already hurting from how long they had been doing this. Chad said they needed to find an additional source of funding, and even the government was having problems right now. Donnie said the grain warehouses were full and asked if they weren't supposed to be profitable. Jim replied that the world was now on the verge of exhaustion. No one could buy grain, and it should be distributed for free. Chad asked Donnie to work on the editing so that he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his son, and when asked why Butcher was crying, the guy said that he had been through a lot of pain. The boy asked Munch what he was doing and added that now it was clear where all the Necrovillies had gone. Suddenly the boys heard a howl ahead and decided that they could finish work for today. In my memories, one moment kept replaying. How the red-haired vampire asks where this old woman is. These memories made Grandma burst into tears and call him a vampire. Melissa asked why she was crying and she complained that her back and eyes hurt. The girl handed the granny the pills and asked her not to forget to take them, adding that they had hired an assistant. Grandma asked to bring wine in a red bottle from the kitchen. It was time to try it. Melissa walked out of her grandmother's room and walked towards Jean and Billy, who were sitting at the table. Seeing the girl coming out, Jean asked worriedly how Grandma was feeling. Melissa said Steve helped with the treatment, but the body is not the same, and neither is the psyche. The girl asked if Steve was back, to which Jean replied that he was probably with the guys from the guild. Suddenly a familiar voice was heard nearby, asking if they were looking for him. Jean muttered that he was dead, and Melissa said that an official letter had arrived from the government. Steve was not happy with this news and asked what they wanted this time. Suddenly Bill jumped up and the monkeys with him and said that everything was very tasty. He and the monkeys ran out of the room, saying that a brawl was about to start. Steve said in surprise that the monkeys had become very attached to the baby. Melissa handed Steve a folder of documents titled Zero's Guild. The girl said that after signing the guild, Steve would be assigned the 0 level, and his lands would be considered a separate city. Steve listened in surprise as the girl told him about Steve's city. Jean asked what this would mean, and Melissa explained that the city would have the power of a major center. The girl also said that they would sign a state security agreement, and Jin explained that they would be prohibited from traveling abroad. Steve was surprised by this news, because he would be banned from leaving the country. Jean called the guy a fool because you can't be outraged in such a situation. Melissa said the government is concerned when Steve is out of the country. The blonde looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what he thought, to which Steve replied that he just needed to protect his home. Melissa also added that they will be provided with government funding. Upon hearing about the funding, Steve immediately rushed to sign, and Jean prompted him where to sign. The blonde tried to take the document away to read it, but Steve said that everything had already been explained to them. When the boys stopped arguing, Melissa said she had one more suggestion. Steve asked what, and the girl asked to be taken in. Our hero and the blonde opened their mouths in surprise, not believing what they heard. Jean thought it was some kind of joke and asked her if she was serious, to which Melissa replied with a wide smile that she was quite ambitious. She also promised to attract even more highly qualified specialists. Steve listened seriously to Melissa's proposal and agreed without hesitation. The girl warmly thanked our hero and said that she would send a request for the position in a week. Steve agreed with a smile, but Jean still couldn't believe it was true. Melissa approached Blondie, telling her that she had been ordered to join the anti-vampire group. Jean asked in surprise, "Weren't they finished? Why did they need to be caught?" Melissa replied that there were still murders happening in the city that were attributed to vampires, so they were gathering groups. Jean complained that she was being sent away again, but Melissa reminded her that she wanted the trouble. The girl agreed and said that she would spend the night here and join the group tomorrow. Steve worriedly suggested that they rest for another day, since it was not an urgent task, but Jean refused. Our hero watched the girl go and said sadly that it seemed she was not feeling well. Jean went up to her room and immediately took a hot shower. She thought about how unwell she felt. The girl thought that even an awakened person could get sick. On the blonde's neck, 2 small wounds were visible, which resembled traces of a vampire bite. Sometime later, the news reported that a vampire had kidnapped the Minister of Defense. The military fired, but the silver bullets were of no use, and supplies from Arukamita were delayed. Suddenly, a blonde jumped from the roof, breaking the glass, aiming at the vampire. Hearing the sound of breaking glass, the vampire looked up from his victim for a moment. The next moment, the monster's head, along with the minister's head, flew to the side. The news reported that England was starting to export bullets from Aruka, and the son of the head of the DGB Guild was arrested for fraud. In the bureau, a drama was unfolding. The head grabbed Melissa by the leg and asked her not to leave him, because he couldn't cope alone. The girl sternly said that he could cope without her and asked him not to dramatize. The chief asked her to think again, promising the girl his place after he left, and asked where she was going. The girl smiled and said she was going to Steve. The leader refused to believe what he heard and only looked at the girl in surprise. After talking with the boss, Melissa went on business and called the head of the DGB. The man said that despite the problems, construction was going on, but the girl said that rumor had it that the explosion in Steve's guild was planned. The chief said they had already dealt with this problem, but new ones might arise. He added that this was all they could do and advised them to contact Tesla. After finishing the conversation, Melissa asked the girl who developed the generator, and she replied that control was transferred to the Americans. The girl thought because they pay patents to technology researchers. She decided that this was not a good offer, and pointed out that Tesla's company was run by Dr. Richard. Melissa began to think that Steve's city needed not only engineers, but also innovators in spatial energy. This means they desperately need researchers at the level of Toddler or Richard. Melissa also asked the girl if she had received the list of awakened ones, and she replied that she had just forwarded it. The girl studied the lists until one name caught her attention: Samuel. The driver reported that they had arrived at the 34th gate. The car pulled up to Chad and he waved hello. Melissa asked the girl if she would join, but she replied that she was planning to leave town. The driver turned around and asked me to take care of myself, saying that he would miss me. The girl smiled broadly and thanked her former colleagues for their work. At this time, Donnie was scrolling through the news feed and read that the guild leader Scylla Morris was injured by crocodiles in the dungeon. The guy jumped up happily after reading the news about crocodiles again, and nearby workers were indignant that 2 hours was too much. Suddenly, Steve appeared behind the guys and asked why the work was going so slowly. One of the workers said they were trying, but constant power failures were causing the equipment to stop. He also added that unstable energy supply also causes many problems in everyday life. The hero thoughtfully approached the edge of the cliff, looking down, and the guys stood behind. Suddenly, he told the workers to quickly move back. Our hero jumped down into the dug ditch, under the surprised looks of the workers. Not understanding what exactly Steve was planning, the boys stepped back. And our hero put his hand on the ground and activated the Skill Earth's Wrath. Immediately, from under his hand and far ahead, the earth began to rise from an earthquake. The workers watched what was happening in surprise and discussed whether this was really the same equipment. When he finished, Steve said to measure this distance and subtract it from the cost of the work. One of the workers said that our hero should not worry. He would do everything. Then Chad came up to the guys, and Steve told him that the sooner everything was finished, the sooner he could leave. The younger brother asked if he really wanted to visit the Aruka Platina sooner. Steve replied that he needed to get there to get answers. A blue SUV drove up to the guys and everyone turned to look at it in surprise. Chad told Steve that this was Melissa's manager's car. The girl got out of the car and greeted everyone with a satisfied smile. Chad immediately asked what happened, why she came here. The girl said that a request to clear the dungeon had been received from the Scylla Guild. Steve immediately replied that although he was sorry, there was nothing he could do to help. Suddenly, Donnie landed in front of them, jumping from a great height and raising clouds of dust. Chad was startled by this appearance, and Melissa worriedly asked if he was okay. The boy's legs were shaking from the impact, and he tearfully said that it was probably too early for such a height. Steve said he was supposed to be keeping an eye on things, so why is he here? To which Donnie, with a charming smile, said that he knew where the crocodiles were. Steve's eyes lit up at this news and he asked impatiently where they were. Donnie showed the news about the Scylla Guild and said that one creature bit the guild leader on the leg. Steve asked if he was normal at all, but the boy said that the leader was quite strong. He had a C rank. Melissa intervened in the conversation and said that this was exactly the dungeon that had received the request. Our hero immediately agreed to accept the request and said that we had to hurry. However, Melissa asked for another minute, and Steve asked what was wrong. She said that as a reward for the cleanup, She requested equipment and support in generating bloodstones from the Scylla group. The boys listened to this news in surprise, not quite understanding what it meant. The brunette finished her story by saying that after signing the contract, their hands would be untied. Steve asked when time was up and if they would have time to clear the dungeon. Melissa said that according to Scylla, there are 8 days and 45 purges left. Donnie replied that for Steve, clearing out such a dungeon would be a piece of cake. The girls said that given the difficult situation in their guild, they would get in touch quickly. The guys were happy with this news, and Chad said that finally there was a smart person in their guild. The guy said he was glad to see Melissa on their side, although he hadn't thought so before. The girl laughed and asked why he thought so before, but Chad didn't have time to answer because a helicopter started flying towards them. When he turned sideways, the guys asked in surprise why the helicopter had their guild's name on it. Holding her skirt, the girl said that the DGB guild sent it as an apology. The helicopter landed, and a young man in glasses looked out of it and greeted the guys. Donnie looked closely at the boy and said that he had seen him somewhere before. Melissa said they met in the 4th level dungeon. His name was Henry. He was involved with portals. Donnie remembered and said that this was that same wonderful cameraman. He introduced himself again and said that he was the head of the portal management team in Steve's guild. The guys greeted the boy and started asking him about the helicopter, because it was a new expensive model. A few minutes later, Melissa said that she had received a letter from Chairman Scylla. The decision had been approved. The guys were delighted, and Steve asked if he could now go into the dungeon. Henry suggested that Steve come on board. They would quickly take him to the dungeon. As Steve entered the helicopter, he gave the order to fill the moat to the brim because crocodiles would live there. Chad promised to do everything, and the guys wished them a good journey in clearing the dungeon. The boy asked not to worry because he was a C-class pilot and smiled broadly. The helicopter took off, and the guys on the ground watched it go. Donnie said he was a D rank, and Chad added that he felt a little uneasy from the boy's smile. Chad reached out to Melissa and told her that he heard that Jim had contacted her. The guy said he always wanted to meet Samuel, the creator of the Ballad of the Soul Sword. Melissa sighed and replied that she had tried to call him that morning. Meanwhile, Jim was eating in a cafe and listening to others criticize him for coming to the neighboring town alone. The boy said that this dish was a must-try when he arrived here and asked for more vodka. Chad said that the negotiations with Scylla were successful. Maybe there is no need to look for him, because sword forging is not related to blood crystals. The girl replied that the manufacture of weapons on Kuchan was different from that on Earth, and that Samuel's technique was the same invention as Toddler's. She also added that he got the skill on the planet Kuchan, where it is more difficult to do than on Aruka. He may be more brilliant than Toddler. Donnie asked in surprise, "This is the same one who is called the creator of the Ballad of the Soul?" Melissa said he was perfect for the job of director of the Steve Research Institute. And Jim, in search of Samuel, walked around the city and muttered that this was a paradise for gourmets. Suddenly, something caught the guy's clouded gaze and he began to look closely. The helicopter carried our hero further and further away from the guild, towards the desired dungeon. Steve was looking out the window and Henry, who noticed this, said that the view outside the window was very beautiful. Our hero replied that he agreed and smiled, looking at the nature outside the window. The boy added that the earth used to be like this, but now it is turning into a solid dungeon. Steve was surprised to hear such a comparison and asked again what the boy meant. Henry said that monsters all over the planet are displacing people, turning cities into their lairs. Steve thought about what he heard and thought that it seemed true. He decided that he had to find out the reason for the disasters of the once peaceful planet, and the elves had to know the answer. The answer to why the disaster happened, the dungeons where his friends disappeared, and the secrets associated with our hero appeared. Steve asked the guy where the planetary portal to Aruku was. The boy replied that the portal was on an island in the city of Seogwip, and Steve said that he had never heard of such a city. Henry replied that this was secret information, because if everyone found out about it, chaos would break out. Steve decided that as soon as the river was teeming with crocodiles, he would go to the planet Aruka. At this time, in the neighboring country, in the store where Hero works, 2 women were shopping. One of them said that more than 40 people had died in the city, and the second said that there was nothing to fear, since the special forces had doubled in number. Suddenly, the girl turned around and looked intently at Hero, which made the guy nervous. As she was leaving, the girl said that the salesman looked like the handsome Hero, and began telling the second woman who he was. Hearing that some customer recognized him so easily, the guy grimaced and cursed. Hero's replacement entered the store and apologized for being late because the bus had left. Hero smiled and said that it was okay. He would close the shift right away. Having finished work, the guy went outside and walked along the embankment. Noticing 2 police officers ahead, he abruptly turned onto the steps and descended toward the ocean. A light breeze ruffled the boy's hair, and he thought it was time to move. He decided to go to the USA. There are more people there who rely only on themselves, and this is convenient for updating the regression stone. Some cities in the States can hold out for 10 years after the dungeons are breached, and by luring the intelligence services with a future diary, he can learn more about Steve. Having weighed all the advantages, he finally decided that he was going to America right now. Meanwhile, Steve and Henry had already entered the dungeon, and the boy immediately fell to his knees. The boy said in fear that he had only promised to take him as far as the dungeon, but Steve didn't seem to hear him, and looking around wondered why everything here looked so familiar. Suddenly, Henry felt something drip onto his face from above and looked up in fear. At that moment, Steve turned around asking again what the boy had said. And Henry, in horror at what he saw, screamed loudly and pressed his hands to his face. Several lizard-like monsters armed with spears and swords jumped down on him from above. The next moment, all the monsters were already entwined with green vines, and their weapons were stuck into the ground. Steve looked at the frightened Henry and, asking what he was doing, ordered to kill them all. The guy pulled a dagger out of the ground and, saying that he understood everything, slowly stood up on his feet. He swung and with a cry plunged his sword into the throat of the growling monster. But soon he got a taste for it and was more confident in ripping open the monsters' bellies and cutting off their heads. He soon recovered and stared in surprise at the bodies of the monsters, asking if he had really killed them all. Turning around, he saw Steve kill many times more monsters. He ordered to destroy any of them and bring him the blood crystal. Henry took the order, looking at Steve in surprise, thinking that this was probably that very power. Feeling someone staring at him, Steve turned around and asked what was wrong. When the monsters around were dealt with, our hero looked around and noticed claw marks on the tree. These marks were familiar to him, and the boy immediately guessed that these were Kuro's traces. Steve wondered if this was his domain, then where would Kuro's tracks come from? He asked Henry, who had come up to him, if it wasn't strange, and the guy, not understanding the question, asked what exactly. Steve explained that this was once his domain, and Kuro had no habit of invading other people's territory. Henry was not familiar with Steve's background and asked who he was. Our hero did not understand the question and said Kuro again, and Henry asked again who he was. Remembering the huge black monster, Steve said that it was his friend and rival. Sitting closer, Steve was finally convinced that it was Kuro's mark. The guy thought that maybe he came looking for him, but more than a year had passed since he returned to Earth. What was happening in this forest? Steve put his hand on the ground and froze, and Henry called his name, not understanding what was happening. Our hero used the forest memory skill, hoping to see what was happening here. Memories of how he and his pack killed a huge snake flashed before his eyes, how they tracked and defeated a giant boar in a fight for territory. The next memory was without Steve. In it, a pack of wolves was flying down, as if after an earthquake. In another vision, he saw Kuro, a huge tiger burning in flames. Everything around was on fire and a huge lightning bolt struck the ground, destroying everything around. The last memory was of a black portal, but everything was already blurry, as if the picture had been cut off. Steve opened his eyes and stood up abruptly, collecting his thoughts after what he had seen. He tried to understand what just happened, because he definitely managed to see something. He understood that he had witnessed something that he couldn't see completely, most likely due to his low forest memory skill. Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by Henry's piercing cry, warning of an enemy. Steve turned around to see a huge lizard-like monster approaching him. Steve grabbed the approaching lizard by the neck and the sword fell from his hand. He was surprised to notice the modern armor on the monster and said that it had no place here. The lizard was surrounded by red fairies and it flared up like a torch, and Steve continued to hold it. Henry gasped in surprise as he watched the monster burn, unable to resist. When the lizard burned away, all that was left in Steve's hand was a smoking blood crystal. He threw the crystal to the boy and asked if he wanted to see what our hero had lived before. Henry caught the hot crystal and said it was a great honor for him. Soon Steve led the boy to a huge tree, somewhere deep in the forest. Our hero indulged in nostalgia, wondering how much time had passed. Henry asked what this huge thing was, and Steve said that it was the main tree of the forest. After standing below for a while, Steve began to climb up the huge tree. The boy asked our hero in surprise why he climbed up. He replied that there was a place here and told Henry to follow him. The guy understood that it was useless to object and followed Steve. Soon they found themselves on a wide branch and Henry was surprised that it was so spacious. And when he caught his breath and looked ahead, he could only gasp in surprise. Steve said that he came here when he got tired of life in the cave. Henry looked around and said in surprise that he had found an amazing artifact. There were stone tools lying on the ground. Henry said they looked like Stone Age weapons, and Steve smiled at the memories that came flooding back. He looked at information about the primitive axe and bow of the prehistoric era. Our hero was surprised that it was so ancient and could not believe that he had made them. Suddenly it dawned on him that since these things were prehistoric, then he too had been in that era. Steve remembered the lizards and thought that their armor looked quite modern. He began to suspect that the portal had transported him to the past of some other planet. Our hero came to the sad conclusion that if this was the case, he would never see his friends again. Looking at Steve, Henry began to worry because last time he behaved rather strangely. He decided that he had to stop and looked around, trying to think of something. Suddenly he shouted that he saw crocodiles that needed to be caught and pointed somewhere ahead. Steve was immediately distracted from his difficult memories by hearing about crocodiles. Far ahead among the trees, a wide river stretched out, shining in the rays of the sun. The boys came to the river, but there were no crocodiles in sight, and Henry suggested using bait. Steve appreciated the boy's offer and replied that he was a damn genius. Henry was embarrassed by such praise and sheepishly thanked our hero. A few minutes later, Steve was sitting on a tree branch, and having tied the boy with a rope, lowered him to the surface of the river. Henry squirmed, fearing the crocodiles, and shouted that this was too much. But Steve didn't hear him. He said that he saw something under the water and decided to dip the boy. Suddenly, Henry froze and, meeting the crocodile's gaze, hiccuped in fear. The monster opened its toothy mouth, intending to gobble up the boy who was crying with fear. But instead of Henry as bait, an arrow was stuck into the monster's mouth. The crocodile dived back into the river, and the boy jumped away from him, continuing to scream. Steve, holding a bow in his hands, said with a smile that it would still come in handy. The crocodile floated up belly up, and Henry shouted at Steve at the top of his lungs that now was the time. Our hero jumped on the crocodile, and Henry continued to shout at him to tame the monster faster. Steve checked the animal's stats and said he wasn't even sure he could tame the brang monster. Henry shouted that now was not the time for admiration. But Steve didn't understand the boy's haste at all and asked why he was in a hurry. He replied that more monsters were approaching from behind, looking behind the hero. From behind, several crocodiles were indeed rapidly approaching, hurrying to help their comrade. Steve was delighted and asked the boy if he had provoked them, but he replied that he had no idea. Our hero activated the taming skill and his hand glowed with blue light. Suddenly, the crocodile under Steve's feet moved and began to turn around, frightening Henry. Our hero was delighted with the monster, surprised by its wide, comfortable back. The crocodiles were approaching and were already almost next to the guys. Henry shouted that he had done his part of the job and asked to be released, but Steve replied that he was safer there, ignoring the boy's indignation. To convince the guy, our hero pointed to the land where there were also crocodiles. Henry calmed down, and Steve called on the water fairies, and blue lights began to gather around him. The next moment, the monsters began to be drawn into the resulting vortex. The crocodiles were pulled higher and higher into a huge water tornado. Henry asked Steve to stop because it was too dangerous, but Steve continued to activate the tornado skill. Suddenly, our hero said that the boy was very smart and began to strengthen the tornado. Henry shouted that they could now be tamed on the fly, and Steve dispelled the skill. But then he activated taming, and the injured crocodiles were unable to resist. The monsters were flying down, and the boy shouted that they would break when falling from such a height. But Steve had foreseen this and activated the portals into which the crocodiles flew. At the same time, in Steve's lands, workers stared in surprise at the portals that had opened, and when they saw the crocodiles flying into the ditch, they scattered in all directions with screams. At this time, Henry called Steve, noticing two disobedient crocodiles. Our hero said that there were several high-ranking monsters here and captured one of them. He threw one crocodile at the other with all his might, and they both flew somewhere onto the shore. Pushing off the monster's back, Steve flew in the same direction the crocodiles flew. The monsters fell to the ground and Steve landed next to them. Our hero asked with a smile if they would now live with him, and the monsters whined sadly. Soon both crocodiles fell through the portal right onto the workers' equipment, and while Steve was taming the crocodiles, the head of the guild was angry that he still hadn't returned from the dungeon. He thought Steve should have returned from the dungeon in a minute, and the soldier reported that Steve's guild had encountered crocodiles. The soldier also said that Steve came out of the dungeon, but immediately went back in. Soon the crocodiles began pouring into the ditch again, scaring the workers. Chad contacted Steve and asked him to stop calling the crocodiles, as there were already over 800 of them. A few days later, the news reported that Steve had cleared the 6th level dungeon in 4 days. The presenter also added that his companion was able to raise his rank from D to C. After seeing Henry in the footage, Morris decided that the government was secretly helping Steve's guild. He thought angrily that the rumors were true and that there were fucking officials everywhere. A few days later, another guild received a call from a voice announcing their resignation. Sandy said confidently that she would never set foot here again. The head asked if she had read the contract and knew about the fine, and the girl took out her phone and asked how much to transfer. The man calmed down and asked why she was leaving, since she had support in the guild. The girl immediately replied that she wanted to join Steve's guild. Hearing this, the chief asked with annoyance whether she had also been lured in on purpose. The man said that rumor had it that most of the guild's profits went to the government. The girl was interested in this news, and the leader shouted that Steve's guild was a special government squad created to destroy the other guilds. Sandy replied that she was leaving only because she liked Steve. The girl asked to just let her go, and the head grabbed his head from such an answer. He said that he would let the girl go for the sake of love, but there is one thing. The leader promised to release Sandy when the guild had 5 top-ranking mercenaries. The girl asked where she would find so many people. It would take years and training in the 5th level dungeon. The man said that a 6th level dungeon had appeared 2,000 kilometers away, and he had laid claim to it. The girl figured that it wouldn't take that long if she took several A-rank mercenaries and trained them intensively. The head added that her love was interfering with their plans, and suggested that they wait a little with the dismissal. Sandy said she understood everything and offered to discuss the details. Meanwhile, Donnie was broadcasting live, answering questions from viewers. Some asked about the monk's nirvana. Others were interested in Donnie's long-range weapon. Billy was playing with the monkeys at the time and emerged from the water that filled the moat. Steve helped the workers again. He widened the banks of the river, and the water rushed into the dug ditch. Our hero managed to jump out before the water reached him. The workers were pleased with the completed work, and Chad praised his brother for a job well done. Steve suggested throwing a party, and his brother replied that they were already preparing it. A red motorcycle approached the boys, and the workers immediately recognized Jean. The girl rode up to the guys and, taking off her helmet, greeted them. Chad greeted her, and Steve asked in surprise if she had caught all the vampires. The girl calmly replied that she had left the bureau and asked Steve to take her in. Ignoring the boys' surprise, she put on her helmet, saying that she was tired and was going to rest. Looking after the girl, Chad offered to tell the head. Steve said that he already knew. The guy asked our hero if he would now go to Aruka, and Steve asked if he could keep an eye on everything. The guy replied that he could protect his land, but he was worried about his granny's health. Chad said that she still hasn't recovered from the incident with the vampires. At this time, Melissa was sitting in the office and thinking about the next task of finding people. A girl entered the office and said with a smile that she had brought coffee to the manager. After taking a sip, Melissa asked how Grandma was doing, and the girl replied that she didn't leave the room. When asked about the kitchen, Melissa received the answer that real professionals work there. Recently, Grandma came into the kitchen complaining that the mice were very noisy and asked for medicine. Granny immediately left, and the girls were surprised at what mice she was talking about. Melissa changed the subject and said that the last part of the generator would arrive from Scylla's guild today. The girl asked if she had heard that Jean had joined the team, and Melissa said that she had been fired. On a mission, Jean killed a minister along with a vampire, and she doesn't stand on ceremony with her subordinates either. And the head of the bureau is still dealing with complaints about such behavior. The girls' conversation was interrupted by Henry, who brought the item Melissa had requested. He placed the memory stone on the table, and the girls were surprised how he managed to get it out. Henry said he borrowed it for 2 months, and Melissa praised the guy for doing a great job. Meanwhile, Jim stood near the house and dialed the girl's number. He told a surprised Melissa that he had found Samuel's house. That same evening, a party began in the city to celebrate the completion of construction. Steve was sitting with Chad when he got a call asking him to come to one of the settlements. At the house, Jim was sitting with Samuel, and the man couldn't believe that the boy had just spoken to Steve. He said that the man must fulfill his promise when our hero comes. But Samuel refused to believe Jim and only laughed at his words. The boy was taken aback by such distrust and said that it was true. But he continued to laugh and said that if he knew Steve, then the man was Hero's son. Soon Steve and Chad were sitting at the appointed place with Melissa, asking if they had found him. Chad praised Jim, since he had a hard time believing that he would succeed, and asked where they found him. The girl said that according to rumors, Samuel likes to drink, so he immediately went to check out such places. After walking around for a bit, Jim noticed some commotion near one of the bars. The security guard and the man were arguing loudly about something right on the street. Jim recognized the man sitting on the floor, and couldn't believe that the Great Awakened one had been kicked out of the bar for debt. The boy extended his hand and offered him a drink, and the man immediately agreed. But suddenly, after the handshake, the man seemed to be pushed away by something and he flew back with a scream. Samuel asked in fear who he was and asked the confused Jim to step aside. After listening to the story, Steve asked if it was really worth wasting his time on it. Melissa said that his name was the Celestial Swordsman Aruki. Maybe he has the answers to their questions. Steve didn't argue any further and asked if she had brought the memory stone. Melissa handed the box to Steve and said the office had given it to him for 2 weeks. Our hero squeezed the shining stone in his hand and closed his eyes. He immediately saw dozens of eyes and a sign that someone was watching him. Chad asked worriedly if Steve was okay, watching his face change. Our hero responded by asking Chad if he had looked after everything, and Melissa asked if he had decided to meet. The boy said that there was nothing to worry about, because Jin was with them now. And the aforementioned blonde just woke up and, rubbing her eyes, was surprised at how long she had slept. She walked into Melissa's office and her assistant greeted the girl, calling her commander. In response, John reminded that she had relinquished all authority. The girl said that she had simply gotten used to it and asked what she was doing there. The assistant replied that she had gone on a mission to a neighboring town. Jean smiled and asked where they sold the best coffee. Soon she was sitting at a table in a cafe and listening to the noise coming from around her. The girl reasoned out loud that they had literally finished construction yesterday, and today the city was already full of people. The waitress said that all the locals had gathered there, and after martial law was lifted, there were more tourists. People walked along the streets of the city, looking around, amazed by the flying fairies. Jean asked jokingly, but she didn't like that so many people had gathered here. While the girl was calmly drinking coffee, somewhere in the forest a huge orc was looking for prey. Suddenly, As if from underground, zombies began to attack him, clinging to his legs. The monsters bit the orc, climbing higher and higher up his back and arms. Suddenly the orc's eyes turned red, like those of the infected, and somewhere nearby a monk activated the summon skill. At that very second, a black circle appeared under the monster's feet, and they began to fall into it. Munch was pleased to notice that the cleansing of the Necroville was now proceeding faster. He decided to continue on to the orc village, looking at the helicopter flying by. In the helicopter, Steve asked Melissa where Munch had disappeared to, and she replied that he was looking for the lost. The girl asked what was wrong with their housekeeper. Was she also awakened? Steve began the story from the moment they met in the new guild house. Steve heard his granny wailing and looked into the kitchen to ask if she was okay. She complained that she cut her finger with a knife and looked at the wound. Steve came closer and asked if the cut was very deep. Granny complained that she had been having trouble seeing lately. Her hands were shaking, and her back was hurting a lot. Our hero healed his cut finger and asked Grandma to look after Bill. They'll figure out the rest. Noticing the pie, Steve reached for it, thinking it was their lunch, but Granny shouted that it was poison. She said that the house was full of rats and cockroaches, and she was going to kill them all. Melissa doubted that they were really there, but Steve confirmed that they were. After some time, our hero noticed that Grandma had become much more cheerful. He asked if something good had happened since she had so much strength. Grandma said that the vitamins that Chad bought her help her a lot. Suddenly, she noticed some animal behind her, and at the same second, energy knives appeared around. They crashed into a tree right above the heads of the frightened hare and bear. Granny freaked out, and Steve noticed an information window that said Granny was an F-level awakened. Steve said that among those cockroaches and mice that she poisoned, there were awakened ones, and she became one. After all, if she had not been awakened, she would have died from the vampire's blow. Melissa was surprised by this news and asked why she had such a loss of strength, since Steve had personally treated her. Indeed, Steve recently tried to cure his grandmother when she had a bad back pain. But despite our hero's treatment, Grandma didn't get better. That's why he said mysteriously that time heals everything, if fate allows it. Their conversation was interrupted by the pilot, who said that they would arrive at the destination in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, on the guild's territory, a vampire attacked the girl and tried to bite her. But Jean was there and knocked the vampire off his feet with one blow, and his teeth flew out of his mouth. The guy fell to the ground and, clutching his head, began to scream about how much pain it was. Jean held the sword to his head and asked what he was. The guy pleaded and said with tears in his eyes that he was not a vampire. Jean said she had already guessed and asked again what he was. Suddenly, a girl with a camera called out to her and said that they were from the MITV channel, where she was completing subscriber challenges. Upon learning that they were YouTubers, the crowd and Jin became angry. Soon the news broke that Steve had arrived in the neighboring republic. There was also an article that 2 YouTubers were deported from Steve's lands. Melissa showed Steve the tablet screen, telling him that Jean had appeared on the news. The girl said that tourists also needed to be monitored, and suggested making Jean the head of security. Soon the car stopped, and putting on her cap, Melissa said that they would need to climb a little. The girls said that they could be kidnapped for a large ransom, so they had to be careful. They climbed the mountain for a while when suddenly Melissa shouted that Jim was there. He greeted everyone and said that Samuel was already waiting for them. The man looked at Steve tensely, not believing that he was really in front of him. Jim introduced Steve and Melissa with a smile, proving to the man that he really knew them. Samuel said he had been waiting for them and invited them into the house, and Jim volunteered to go get food. Soon all 3 found themselves in the room, sitting in front of each other. Steve expected to see a drunk, but the man had a twinkle in his eye and asked why he was waiting for them. Samuel replied that he would join their guild if Steve would kill one person for him. The man was lost in memories. He was drinking at the bar when everyone around him was talking about Steve running away. Suddenly the crowd roared as the announcer announced that he had come to the stadium to fight Hero. Samuel thought that all these fighters, having found themselves in the Middle Lands, would tremble with fear. And when the war on the planet Kuchon ends, the Earth will be enslaved. Suddenly the host shouted that Steve was beating the champion, and everyone started shouting for him to finish off the traitor. The man didn't believe that Hero, who survived in the demonic world and became a high-ranking one there, was losing. The host said he couldn't believe Steve was beating the champion. Samuel stared at the screen in disbelief as our hero, in the form of a bear, beat up Hero. And now, having met Steve, the man asked to kill one person, and Melissa and our hero stared at him in surprise. Steve didn't listen to the man any further and told Melissa that they were leaving. Samuel shouted after the departing guy that the man had killed his wife. The man remembered how his wife, dying, prayed that at least her child would be saved. He said that after that day, he had the same nightmare every night. He begged his wife's killer to stop and at least spare his child. In exchange, he was ordered to forge thousands of swords, and the man carried out the order. And each time he begged the killer to bring his daughter and show that she was okay. But despite the fact that Samuel did his job honestly, the killer did not keep his promise. He asked his wife for forgiveness for not asking, and swore that he would take revenge on the killer. Samuel ended his story by saying that from that day on, only revenge lived in his heart. Melissa asked if that was why he ran away to planet Kuchan. The man said that the killer was still looking for him and no one could protect him. Steve asked who this man was that he was so strong. Melissa froze when she heard the name Nathaniel, and our hero said that he had not heard it before. Suddenly, the girl came out of her stupor and said that this request was impossible to fulfill. She said that Nathaniel was a member of one of the most powerful families on Kuchan, and if he killed him, his comrades would destroy them. But Steve didn't share Melissa's concerns, and said with a smile that there was no need to worry. But the girl insisted and said that everything was not so simple. Steve said that as the guild leader he would help him if the man proved himself worthy. Samuel asked what he meant, and Melissa sighed heavily. A glow appeared around Steve, catching the girl's attention, and soon he placed the bow on the floor. Our hero asked the man what he would say about him. He took the bow in his hands, saying that it was handmade, which is rare these days, but suddenly froze. Melissa and Steve looked at the man with interest, waiting for an answer. Samuel said he looked quite old, and Steve asked him to be more precise. He said he knew of things that were made 300 million years ago, but he had never seen a bow like this. Steve was amazed by this assessment, and Melissa asked if they were really already creating weapons back then. Our hero thought in surprise that perhaps the place where he was Earth. Samuel said that it was generally believed that most of the weapons in the dungeons were from Kuchan or Aruka, but his eyes were not deceived. He said he could give a more detailed analysis once he developed his analysis skills, if he was guaranteed safety. The man asked Melissa why the government had destroyed all the research centers in the early days of the disaster, but the girl had not yet been appointed to the position. He said that at that time all the laboratories were closed and underground exploration was prohibited, but he managed to escape to Kuchan. Steve was also curious about what the government wanted to hide. Melissa suggested that perhaps there was outside pressure or a deal. Our hero asked if Toddler knew anything, but she said that he definitely wouldn't tell the truth, and in general, Steve himself was most likely part of the experiment. Remembering what happened, he said that perhaps that was the case, which is why he had a bad feeling. Samuel said he was not one of them and would help if they gave him time. Suddenly, Steve's hand glowed and a memory stone appeared in it, which he threw to the man. Our hero said to take care of this stone, and he would ensure its safety. Samuel took the stone and his eyes glowed with a golden light. He said that the warriors of the Middle Lands have a motto: "Let's leave a name in history. Let's become legends." Melissa snorted that it was boring, but Sev liked the motto, and Sam said that the stone was full of stories of the Middle-earth people. This stone is an echo of the planet, preserving the imprint of the hero's memories. Steve thought, it turns out the planet remembers and claims that it is watching him. Placing the stone in front of him, the man said that this was the end of the explanation. Steve took it, squeezed it in his hand and closed his eyes, trying to concentrate. He saw dozens of eyes again, but the writing cleared up, and he could read that Earth 7 was watching him. The next inscription stated that his data was stored on Server 7, and our hero suddenly opened his eyes. He asked what Earth 7 was, but Samuel said he would find out later. Steve mused that it was thanks to the man that he learned that the question mark that irritated him was Earth 7. With a smile, the guy said that in this case he would appoint him as the head of research on Steve's lands. Rising, our hero said that now was the time for retribution and instructed Melissa to gather everyone. Sam was glad that the guy was active, but the girl asked him to wait, because he needed to think everything through. At that moment, Jim entered the room with bags and suggested that they eat first. A few days later, our heroes returned to Steve's lands where, as always, the impenetrable forest was green. The boys gathered in the center of the forest so that no one could overhear this conversation. Sipping his beer, Samuel said it was a nice place, a joy to behold. Donnie said with a smile that it was all his brother Steve who did it. Looking around, Steve asked why he didn't see Blondie here. Melissa said that she had not been feeling well lately, so she asked her to rest. When everyone was assembled, our hero got straight to the point, saying that he was going to the planet Kuchan. Donnie asked fearfully why he was going there and how he would survive there alone. Planet Kuchan is a battlefield between demons and Middle-earthians, and each strives only for victory in order to occupy the enemy's territory. There is no way to enter the demon lands in principle, it is hostile territory. And the Middle-earthians are aggressive and strong. A guide is needed there. Steve pointed to Samuel and said they had a guide. Chad asked why we were going there and not to Aruka as planned. Sam said that the generator requires an iron meteorite from Kuchan to operate, but its import is prohibited. Munch said that he had heard of such a meteorite, and Donnie was surprised if it couldn't be transported, then it could be stolen. The man said that the failures in the bloodstone generators are due to problems in the main defense. But when he asked if he could open it, the workers said it would be a breach of contract. That is, to solve this problem once and for all, material from the planet Kuchan is needed. The guys immediately drooped, realizing that something difficult was coming up again. Steve was angered by this reaction and he shouted loudly at them, "Get up!" Munch was the first to volunteer to go with Steve, rising from the rock. He said that there are many strong fighters on the planet, so he wants to look for books on martial arts. Jim stood up next and said that he wanted to go too, because it was a good opportunity for a swordsman. Donnie said he would go too because he specializes in stealing. Melissa had been silent the whole time, and Steve thought that he hadn't told the guys that they would have to kill people there. Our hero asked Chad why he didn't volunteer, and the guy replied that he needed to keep an eye on the construction site. Steve asked if one person would be enough, and Melissa said that it would be enough unless there were any problems. Our hero smiled and said that he would set the guys a task, and he would take them with him only on the condition that they complete it. Steve said they needed to figure out how to contact him on Kuchan if there were any problems. The guys excitedly asked if Steve would cheat them and asked him to keep his promise. The meeting was over and Chad went to the car as he had to keep an eye on the construction site. After everyone had left, Melissa asked if they really should take the A-rankers with them. Steve smiled and said it was okay because these fools weren't going to succeed anyway. Having finished the conversation, our hero turned to Samuel and invited him to have breakfast. Soon they were sitting in a cafe, and Steve asked why the man didn't drink. He replied that since he held a high position, he should quit. After eating, he asked if spatial energy came from killing monsters, and Steve said that was how he leveled up. Sam said that there are 2 ways to develop on Kuchan. The first is to kill monsters. The Middle-earthians call it a feat. And the second is mental practices, training and controlling the body's energy. There it is called internal energy. Steve asked to show his inner strength, and the man agreed, placing a bottle of cola on his palm. The bottle first shook and then exploded, spilling its contents around. Such power amazed our hero, and he opened his mouth in surprise. Steve asked what it was, and Sam explained that such D-rank power could be obtained through simple practices. And in Kuchan, D-rank is like dust underfoot, because all the masters there are C-rank and above. There are also craftsmen of SS rank and higher, and there are dozens of them in each family. Samuel revealed that their target was Supreme Master Nathaniel. Moreover, he is a master of not only internal but also external energy. This man can break huge stones with one blow. Steve was impressed by his strength, and Sam was surprised that the guy was so calm. When asked about the target's rank, the man said that he was a triple I, and our hero remembered that Hero in his demon form was an I rank. After listening to the man, Steve said that he was looking forward to it anyway. Samuel was surprised that Steve was not worried and even happy, and decided that he needed to be studied. Our hero asked why he was treated like this if he was the great heavenly sword. Sam said his wife was an aristocrat and he helped her family with the construction. It was the happiest moment of his life, although it did not last long. Kuchan has a strict class society, and the fact that a commoner married an aristocrat and she gave birth to a daughter caused a storm, and the wife and her family were executed. And only the high reputation of the heavenly sword saved his life and their daughter. Samuel still doesn't know if his daughter is alive, so he lives only for revenge. Steve promised that he would definitely take revenge, and the man thanked him. Their conversation was interrupted by Jean, who was looking for Steve. The girl silently sat down at the table and began to eat without being invited. After chewing, she turned to Samuel and he introduced himself. The girl put her sword on the table and asked if he had forged it. When the man took it in his hands, he asked in surprise where the Iron Hornet came from. On the planet Kuchan, a man came to him and begged him to give him one sword. Samuel gave him a sword because they were fellow countrymen and asked him to serve his country. Suddenly he realized that he had given him the wrong sword and rushed towards the exit. But no matter how hard the man tried to catch up with his fellow countrymen, he disappeared without a trace. Jean said that the previous owner died and she is the third. This sword was created with a curse. It takes the soul of the enemy, but at the same time weakens the owner, the man remembered. And anyone whose blood stains the blade will be mortally cursed. Jean said that sometimes it feels like the sword is crying, and it gives her a headache. Samuel said that the sword is sad when it is away from its owner. But Jin already knew this, however. The sword constantly whines and this irritates her. The man asked her if she could hear crying right now and she said she could. He took the sword and said that perhaps he really should take a look at it. Steve asked Jean if she had ever thought that bats were very beautiful. The girl replied irritably that if she were a bat she would bite him. By the way, Jean asked if he had gone crazy to plan to go to another planet. She asked if Steve remembered passing out when he returned to Earth. Jean reminded him that he was greatly weakened, and after that he wanted to go to another planet. Samuel was surprised to hear these words and asked to give him time to think. Steve replied that there was no need to rush, since they still needed to come up with a communication channel first. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, the water turned blood red. Hero, in the guise of a demon, threatened the enemy, saying that if he stood in his way, he would die. The tamed crocodiles have finally settled into Steve's lands. Donnie told his followers that he now has a goal to go to Gushan and film a lot of content. Jim told the recruits that Samuel had promised him something and he would definitely see it. Melissa and Steve looked excitedly at the letter they received with the guy's options for adoption. One option was worse than the other. Jim suggested developing a telephone. Donnie suggested creating a communication station on the heap, and Munch suggested just coming back and calling occasionally. Steve decided to go to Monk and flew to the temple on a wyvern. Our hero jumped off the monster and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He inquired about the affairs of the temple and the monk said that everything was fine. The kids immediately swarmed around the wyvern, and the most agile one climbed onto its back and shouted that he was a dragon knight. Steve watched this with a smile, and Munch asked if his idea wasn't the best one. Why wasn't he going to Kuchan? Billy came up to them and asked what they were playing. He wanted to join in too. Steve said he wanted to know how to keep in touch with them on Kuchan. Billy said it was a boring question because he could just call. Steve replied that the phones didn't work there, and Munch confirmed this. The boys continued to play with the wyvern and asked it to release fire. Billy noticed the coloring of the wyvern and suddenly said that he had made it all up. Several hours later, Steve was still on the temple grounds when he received a call. Melissa said that they had done everything, and our hero called Pecky to him. The dog appeared, and on his face was the inscription, "Brother, you are reading this," which delighted the boys. The guys who sent the dog were worried that the inscriptions would wear off, but Melissa said that they were made from the blood of a divine beast. The portal opened again, and Pecky jumped out of it with a sign that everything worked out. The guys were happy, but also upset at the same time, because such an idea had not occurred to them. Soon, Chad started screaming that it was a crazy idea to take the baby with him. He needed to go to school. He wasn't even awake. Samuel countered by saying that Billy had awakened after only 3 internal energy practices, and this is possible if the boy is a genius, which is born once in 1,000 years. But the guys were still against sending Billy there and suggested sending them. Samuel intervened again in the conversation and said that all was not well with Billy. During practice, he looked into the boy's eyes and saw in them a longing for his mother. In those eyes, the man saw his daughter who had lost her mother. Chad couldn't hold back his tears when he heard this, and the guys were embarrassed by such a story. Sam said that if he ignored this pain now, sooner or later Billy would finally rebel. The boys suddenly became scared at the thought that Billy might become even more disobedient. The man replied that if the boy went through training on Kuchan, he would be able to seal the pain, and the boys immediately began to persuade Chad. At this point, Steve intervened in the conversation and said that if they were afraid all the time, they would not be able to reach the top. A few days later, the Minister of Defense of the neighboring country received a request for access to the portal from Steve. Hearing this, the man remembered the conversation about Steve with Professor Toddler. The man asked if Steve had really destroyed a military satellite, and the minister replied that they were now seeking compensation. Toddler advised against doing this, as it was better not to provoke him, but to gather useful information. Remembering these words of the professor, the minister gave the order to open the portal. And so, having completed all the preparations, Steve and his team stood on the takeoff pad. The guys enthusiastically saw Steve off and asked him to bring back souvenirs. Gene impulsively hugged the guy and asked him to be careful and not to pass out on the way. Chad said goodbye to his son, hugging him and asking him to be careful and eat well. When Steve and the others boarded the helicopter, all the guys promised to keep an eye on the house. Suddenly, Steve pointed somewhere and said that Hero was here. At that very second, the guys assumed fighting poses, drawing their weapons. After seeing this scene, Billy burst into tears of laughter, and the boys realized that they had been tricked. Soon the helicopter took off. Steve shouted for them not to screw up, and the guys wished them a safe journey. A few hours later, the helicopter flew to the red portal to the planet Kuchan. The bureau director asked the minister why he had allowed entry into the portal, and he replied that it was reasonable to be his friend. As the boys stepped out of the helicopter, the Secretary of Defense extended his hand to Steve in greeting. But our hero walked past, not paying attention to them, angering the man. And now our heroes were standing at the portal, and Billy was amazed at its beauty up close. Just before the entrance, Samuel created 3 balls and told them to eat them. They were needed to understand the language and speak it, and the boys obediently swallowed them. Steve asked Billy if he was ready, and he replied that he was always ready. Samuel reminded them that the area around the portal was a battlefield and warned them to be careful, and they boldly entered the portal. Our hero woke up in a dark room, not understanding where he was. Looking around, he suddenly realized that he was chained in an unknown place. He tried to bring up the status window, but it refused to appear. Suddenly, he remembered Sam's words that unusual people, passing through the portal without clothes, feel a decline in strength. Here he began to remember that after passing through the portal, his consciousness began to fade, and he summoned a wyvern. But why he was here alone and where Billy and Samuel were, Steve couldn't remember. Suddenly he heard a voice from the next cell. A fair-haired guy asked him to keep quiet. Steve asked who he was, and the boy reluctantly said that he was a Midlander. The boy called ours an exchange student from Earth and added that he would never get out of here. But our hero was not going to believe the words, and gathering his strength, tried to pull the stake out of the wall. The boy added that if Steve was not a demon, then he would never be able to pull out the stake, since it was made of demon stone. But our hero did not listen to the boy, and gathering strength around himself, pulled a huge stake out of the wall. Throwing off his shackles, Steve asked the prisoner if he had seen an old man and a teenager there. The guy replied that he had been imprisoned 2 days ago, and Steve was already there, fast asleep. There was a noise outside the door, and the boy said that guards would appear here now, and promised to help if the shackles were removed from him. Seeing that Steve was not going to free him, the guy said that this dungeon was a labyrinth, and if he took a wrong turn, he would become food for the divine beasts. Hearing that the guards were already outside the door, the boy said that his name was Tanquat, a skilled craftsman, and if Steve saved him, he would follow him. Our hero remembered that Billy needed a master to heal him. The door opened and a huge demon burst in, screaming at them to shut up, only to be met with Steve's fist. The demon fell to the ground, and the second guard looked at our hero in shock. He swung and brought the iron bat down on Steve's head, but it simply broke in half. In response, our hero hit the demon and he flew forward. Tankout looked at Steve in shock, not believing that someone from Earth could be so strong. Having dealt with the guards, our hero asked the guy if all these cells were dungeons, and he answered that everything was correct. Steve began to knock down one door after another in search of his nephew. Soon they reached the last room, which turned out to be a storage room, and the guy said that there was nowhere else to look. Steve asked if there were other dungeons, but Tankout said there weren't any more. Steve decided to head back to the gate and turned to the guy, asking how to get out of here. And he had already managed to find the clothes that were taken from him and the sword. Hearing a noise nearby, the boy rushed forward, saying that the exit was that way. But he couldn't run far, and a spiked club appeared from around the corner. She was being held by a huge demon, a high-ranking overseer, and the boy advised her to be careful. But Steve knocked him out with one kick so fast that he didn't have time to realize what had happened. But then a dozen other demons ran to replace him, and Tankout shouted that they were surrounded. Steve folded his arms and tried to call upon the fire fairies for help. The boy said that earthly forces and any magic do not work here. When Steve asked why this was so, he replied that he didn't know, it just didn't work, and added that they needed to figure it out. He said there was no time and they had to move forward, but Steve had already rushed in the other direction. Our hero dealt with all the demons in a few minutes and said that the way was clear. Tankout thought he looked skilled, but his martial arts weren't graceful, he just had immense strength. Coming to the surface, the boy proudly said, "Welcome to Kuchan, the planet of 9 heavens." Steve asked, looking ahead. The city ahead was the demon settlement. Tankout said that we need to get out while the main guy is away, and our hero asked if he was talking about this monster. A huge demon with 3 eyes flew at them from above and swung a huge sword. The guy said that he was from the family that ran the dungeon, and that he was stronger than the previous monster, and Steve asked him to step aside. The demon landed next to the boys with a roar, and the force of the impact sent the stones flying in all directions. Tankout was thrown back by the blast wave, and Steve was already approaching the monster from behind. Our hero hit the demon on the head with such force that his teeth cracked. He asked the demon if he had seen the old man with the child, and he croaked that he had not seen him. Having finished off the monster, he suddenly heard the system's voice that the feat had been added, and thought that perhaps the status window had started working. Steve asked the guy what a feat was, and he said that it was like spatial energy. They accumulate and increase the level. He asked if he could also receive feats, but the boy asked in response if it was possible to collect water without a vessel. To achieve feats, you need to master your internal energy, at least master breathing and basic techniques. Tankout said that in any case he was grateful for saving his life and asked the name of our hero. Steve introduced himself, and the boy reflected that he had never heard such a name while he was on Earth. Our hero asked the guy if he would keep his promise since he saved him. The guy agreed, albeit insincerely, and thought to himself that he would endure the humiliation for the sake of revenge for his family. Steve asked to be taken to the Earth portal because he needed to find his companions. The guy boasted that with his super speed he would be there in half an hour, but Steve didn't listen to him and dragged him along. A few minutes later they were already at the portal, and Steve threw the barely alive Tankout to the ground. Our hero asked how there could be a river in the desert. It made no sense, and the guy said that he had never seen one. Steve wondered if the wyvern could have been carried away by the current and wondered if he should return to land. Our hero decided that it was worth starting with the settlement of Miros, and, pointing to the tower, asked if it was there. Ignoring Tankout's warnings, Steve jumped across the river and headed towards the settlement. The guy tried to shout to our hero, saying that Miros was not a simple demon, and Steve threatened that if he ran away, he would die. The boy thought that he had nowhere to run, but his thoughts were interrupted by an explosion. Steve got the information as best he could, knocking answers to questions out of the demons. He killed all the monsters and asked the last survivor if he had seen the old man and the child, but he had not seen anyone. Our hero asked where their leader was, but the demon did not answer this question either. The beating of the monster was interrupted by a huge demon, who growled the word Earthling. The demon rushed towards our hero and asked who he was, and the guy gave his name. The demon told Steve to accept his death, but he replied that he had many questions. Suddenly our hero noticed a status window that talked about the divine stone and it distracted him. The monster and Steve exchanged blows and both were sent flying back. Our hero raised his head with a smile and said that he now understood what the divine stone meant. Steve began to strike the demon, and with a final blow to the stomach, he forced him to his knees. Taking the monster by the throat, he asked if he had calmed down now and was ready to answer questions. Our hero asked if he had seen a flying monster, a teenager or an old man the other day, and the monster replied that he had not. Then he asked from whom the monster received this stone, and he said that from an earthling. Steve remembered the scientist's story, that if you leave the area where the stone is located, you cannot use the energy. And when the divine stone was in his hands, the status window appeared again, and not only that, Steve summoned the fire fairies, and the monster's head turned into a flaming torch in a second. This test showed our hero that he could use his skills again. Steve noticed that the wyvern's summon was still active, meaning it had either escaped or gone beyond the gate. At first he thought about using tracking, but he realized that it was useless for finding the wyvern. And if Steve goes into the portal, there is a chance that he will switch off again and lose time. Our hero returned back to Tank Out, surprising him with his appearance. The guy was shocked to think that this earthling not only destroyed the dungeon, but also razed the demon settlement to the ground. And Steve, having looked at the guy's skills, said that he really was a master, and clarified what kind of technique of deadly energy it was. The boy was shocked and asked how our hero even found out about this technique. Steve replied that there were no secrets for him and asked to show this technique. Our hero was impressed, and Tank Out said that in a real fight, after this stance, all enemies die. Steve liked this answer and said that he was choosing him as his nephew's teacher. The guy lost his temper, asking who he thought his family were to teach some worthless person. Steve started to lose his temper when he heard these words, and the guy immediately apologized, saying that he would be a teacher. A book appeared in our hero's hand, and the guy asked what kind of magic it was. The boy exclaimed that Earth or Aruki magic doesn't work here when he heard him take it out of his inventory. Kuchan's items can be used on Earth and Aruka, but their items don't work on Kuchan. Steve thought that based on his words, the divine stone had nothing to do with Aruka. Steve said he picked it up in the settlement and asked what it was about, and Tank Out replied that it was a book about great technology. Our hero asked if the book was really that good, and the guy replied that this treasure was more valuable than life. The book dissolved in our hero's hand and the boy sighed in disappointment. Steve said that he would give it to her later, but for now the guy needed to go to Earth and ask there if his comrades had returned. Our hero was about to throw the boy straight into the portal, but suddenly he heard a conversation about a wyvern and dropped him. Tank Out was floundering in the water, screaming that he couldn't swim. Suddenly a huge eagle grabbed him by the shoulders and carried him away somewhere. Steve's voice asked if he was flying to the snowy mountains in the right direction, and the boy answered that he was, recognizing his master's voice. Having arrived at the right place, Steve turned into a human and dropped the boy. Upon landing, Steve activated the tracking skill and soon found the wyvern, Samuel, and Billy. Suddenly a stream of water came pouring down from the mountain, and the boy asked in surprise where it came from. Then Tank Out realized and told Steve that they had to leave immediately because there was a dangerous creature living here. But our hero realized that the wyvern was in the cave and rushed to help it despite the warnings. And in the cave he was met by a snow-white 100-year-old snake. The snake was fighting with the wyvern, and it was already losing strength from this battle. But Steve turned the tide of the fight, throwing the snake aside with one blow. Billy and Samuel shouted happily at Steve, while Tank Out looked on in disbelief. Our hero surrounded himself with fire fairies, preparing for battle, and the snake's belly suddenly swelled. She released a stream of water towards Steve, which completely engulfed him. Our hero smiled and said that he already wanted a snake for his collection. He activated the summoning skill, and the snake looked at the portal above its head in surprise. Steve called upon Ilgam and a giant bear fell upon the snake. Without giving the snake time to come to its senses, our hero kicked it, ordering it to get up. But she lay there showing no signs of life, and Steve thought he had hit too hard. The wyvern opened its mouth, but our hero forbade it to bite because the snake would not tolerate it. Suddenly the snake's body was enveloped in steam, and the next moment it disappeared somewhere. The bear noticed the tiny snake and picked it up, intending to eat it. Suddenly the snake began to speak in human language, saying that it did not want to die. Steve looked at the snake in surprised that it could also talk. The snake said that she had 100 days left and she would become a dragon and ascend to heaven. Our hero repeated that he was not going to kill her. Suddenly Tank Out intervened in the conversation. He said that in the snake's throat there was an expensive crystal with enormous power. Many Middle-earthians died to fill this crystal of eternal life. This crystal cannot be simply taken. It can only be cut out of a dead body. Steve took the snake and asked it what it would choose to die or to serve him. The taming was successful, and our hero asked if it was she who made the river near the gate. The snake said that it often came out of the cave to drink, and the stream was located just near the settlements. And every time after the battles there were many rotting corpses that poisoned the water, so the snake decided to separate the settlements with a river. Steve realized that he had been carried away by the current of this new river, and had ended up with the demons. Looking at the snake, our hero thought that if he had caught it earlier, he wouldn't have had to suffer with the ditch. Seeing that the snake was barely holding on, he ordered it to return with the rest of the animals. The animals returned to Steve's guild and Chad came to see if everything was okay. On the wyvern's belly was a message from Billy saying he was okay. These words made Chad burst into tears, happy that his son was okay and safe. On the other side, Steve hugged Billy and checked to make sure he was okay. Samuel said that there were many dangers, but thanks to the wyvern, they were not harmed. The man asked who the boy was, and Steve replied that he was his new servant, Tan. At this time, people from the Nathan family arrived at the destroyed door of demons, not believing that everything was destroyed. Nathaniel reflected that these persecutions had been haunting them for years. Who could destroy them so easily? The boys made a fire and started to have dinner. When they found out that Steve had been gone for 3 days, he was indignant that they hadn't returned to Earth. Sam said that they were also carried away by the current, but the wyvern managed to pull them out. But the demons became frightened and began to attack them and push them back to the cave. Tankout said that everyone hunts for celestial animals and reacts sharply to their appearance. Steve introduced him to his nephew, saying that he would need to be taught. The boy introduced himself, and Steve suggested that they start training now if everyone had eaten. Tan was unhappy that he would have to teach a worthless man, but he still stood up and called Billy to follow him. He thought that since Steve didn't know anything about techniques, he could trick him and teach him only breathing. Tan told Billy that he would fulfill his promise and teach him one technique. Suddenly he noticed that the boy already had inner strength, albeit unstable. The guy asked if he had already learned the techniques because this power was not an accident. Billy replied that he had been trained by his mentor and pointed to Samuel. Taking the boy by the hands, Tankout decided to pour some internal energy into him. He saw that the boy was perfectly pure, allowing him to accept martial arts as if he were a newborn. Tan was finally convinced that Billy had an innate sense for managing internal energy. This child could be the future of the Tang family, but there is a different explosive energy flowing through his veins. Speaking of trauma, if he can control this energy internally, then this huge force will kill the baby. Tankout said he had changed his mind and would teach him everything he knew. But his family is closed and he can't just teach someone outside the Tang family. The guy said that he had made an important decision to adopt Billy and invited him to come with him. But he immediately received a slap from Steve and flew to the side from the force of the blow. Our hero said irritably that he saved him in vain. Why was he having such strange conversations instead of teaching? Billy thought he was funny as he watched Steve kick the unconscious Tan. But the boy considered his uncle to be truly strong. He didn't remember his mother, but he didn't feel a lack of his father's love. But Dad was always covered in bruises, and his head was filled with thoughts about money. He constantly hid in a secluded place and cried because he was a weak person. Billy knew from childhood that he didn't want to become like his dad. One day, Dad's brother showed up at the house and looked just as weak. But when his idol turned into a demon, Steve beat him because he was the strongest on Earth. His uncle was the strongest, and with his arrival, much in Billy's life changed. He wanted to become as strong, but he was sent to school, and it was impossible to become strong there. And then he finally got his chance when Samuel joined the guild. He showed him how to use the energy, and Billy liked the feeling. He asked his mentor if he could become stronger, and he replied that to do so he needed to go to Kuchan and find a teacher. And when they went through the portal and his uncle passed out, Billy was in shock, because Steve is a Superman for him. But if he learns martial arts, he can become stronger even than his uncle. Billy decided that he would surpass his uncle and become the strongest man in the universe. In the morning, the boys set off. Tan suggested something to eat and Billy asked for some fish. And when asked how he fell asleep yesterday, Steve said that he simply passed out while teaching Billy. Tan turned to Samuel and asked if he had taught the child and what his name was. The man smiled and said that he was not a warrior but simply smelted metal. He said that he had retired from business a long time ago, but was now trying to make up for lost time. Tankout asked him to look at the daggers. He hadn't taken them to the blacksmith for a long time, and they had become dull. He also asked why they had come to Kuchan, clearly not to look for a teacher. Steve replied that he wanted to look at the planet's memories and take revenge. Sam didn't have time to interrupt him, and our hero said that he wanted to kill Nathaniel. Tankout asked to keep quiet about this, because if he were in the Muram Union, he would have to enter the battle. Steve replied that Tan must be desperately looking for death to say such a thing. The boy immediately calmed down, saying that he didn't mean it that way at all. Tan said that Nathaniel became the head of the Muram Council a year ago. He also assumed that Samuel held a grudge against him, and the man did not hide the fact that he was his former owner. It then dawned on Tankout who Sam was, and the man confirmed it. He confirmed that he was previously called the Nathan family's Heavenly Swordsman. Tankout was shocked, thinking that the legendary Heavenly Swordsman was standing in front of him, and Sam turned to Steve and asked him to be careful, because if there was a stir, it would interfere with their plans. But our hero was not worried, and hearing a waterfall nearby, suggested going and catching some fish. The boys walked forward, discussing the nature around them, and Samuel asked if the Tan family was not part of the Union. The guy replied that he wasn't going in right now, but he couldn't reveal the reasons. Tankout asked why they needed the planet's memory, since it didn't seem like it was just curiosity. Samuel replied that the leader was in search of himself, and these memories would help him find his essence. A few hours later, a waterfall appeared in front of them and Steve went fishing. A Tang recalled that with the appearance of the Heavenly Swordsman, the Nathan family began to conquer feats and quickly rose. He hoped that his family would also have a chance to be reborn, and reminded Sam about the promised blades. They didn't even notice two people passing by. But they didn't attack because there was no time. And under the waterfall in the gazebo, several people were sitting and discussing Cheslov's wedding. But the guy asked not to discuss it, because such adult conversations give him a headache. At that very moment, the guards ordered our hero to stop if he valued his life. Steve replied that he did not come to fight and asked if this was their territory. But the men seemed not to hear him and were about to attack when suddenly someone shouted, "Stop!" Cheslov greeted the student from another planet with a smile and offered him a drink on such a wonderful day. Steve accepted the offer with a smile, saying that he would be happy to join him. The guy invited our hero to the gazebo, saying that other guests would also be glad to see him. The guard said that he could be dangerous and followed the owner. Steve greedily pounced on the food, and Cheslov said that Earthlings often wander here. The guy introduced himself as the grandson of the Chess family, and his grandfather was the famous warrior Marima. Steve said the name and asked what it was, adding that it was incredibly delicious. The guys at the table were amazed at our hero's appetite, saying that both Earthlings and demons are ignorant. Cheslov noticed that Steve was very hungry and offered him a glass of wine. A beautiful girl came up to him and poured him a full glass of wine. Steve drained the drink in one gulp and said contentedly that it was not bad. The guys liked the courage with which our hero drained the glass and offered to pour him more. Suddenly everyone at the table heard shouts from the street and turned around at the noise. Two robbers attacked the guards and have already killed several guards. The guys said in fear that the bandits' skills were even higher than those of the guards, since they were able to defeat them. One of the guards pointed a sword at Steve and asked if these were his accomplices. Our hero asked who he was talking about and he pointed to two robbers, stuffing his mouth with food. Steve answered honestly that he was seeing them for the first time. He began collecting round pies, which he called manti, muttering that he didn't know any robbers. The guard was about to attack, but another one stopped him and said that such a blockhead couldn't be dangerous. And the robbers demanded that Cheslov follow them, otherwise they would kill everyone. The guys started to stop Cheslov, saying that you can't trust such scumbags. The guy stepped forward and asked what family they were from and why they held a grudge against him. The guards asked Cheslov to step aside, when suddenly Steve appeared from behind, thanking him for the lunch. He went ahead, saying that he had eaten his fill and would also eat this treat with pleasure. One of the robbers stopped Steve and asked if it was his companions they had met earlier. He said that since Cheslov refused to go, everyone would die, including the Earthlings, and rushed into the attack. But the robber didn't even have time to draw his sword before our hero struck him, smashing his nose until it bled. Steve was worried about the treat, upset that he was attacked for no reason. The second guy realized that Steve was fast and decided to blind him first by throwing a few bombs. When the smoke enveloped our hero, the robber rushed at him, saying that today was not his day. But the next moment Steve slammed his head into the ground without making a sound. The guards watching were shocked that he had taken out two strong bandits with one blow. They were surprised by his monstrous strength, and Steve carefully checked the mantas. He left, saying that he was in a good mood today, so he would let them leave alive. Suddenly Steve's companions emerged from the forest and Billy waved his hand at him. Our hero asked why they didn't wait for him, and Tankout asked why he was here instead of fishing. Steve replied that he had some business to attend to, and that they could go now, and handed Billy the bag of treats. But they didn't have time to leave, because Cheslov fell to his knees and asked how he could leave, and our hero asked what he needed to pay with. The boy bowed and asked how he could let his benefactor go without repaying him. Samuel whispered in his ear that this was a typical trick of the noble families of the Middle-earth. Tankout confirmed that this was exactly what was happening and suggested that they just leave. Cheslov said that his family would serve them the best fish dishes they would never taste on Earth. Hearing this proposal, the Earthlings froze, anticipating the treat. Tankout said they had to leave, and Sam and Billy started to persuade him to try the fish. Steve asked Cheslov if his residents had a memories of history in a forge. The guy replied that their settlement around the Memory Stone had excellent forges. Our hero said that this settlement had everything they needed and offered them some fish to eat. And on Earth, Steve's guild was in full swing hunting wild wyverns. Donnie shot at them from below with a huge cannon, keeping count of the monsters he shot down. Chad sat in a field tent in the woods, surrounded by tame animals. Melissa came up to him and said hello, and Chad looked up from his letter. The girl asked who he was writing the letter to, and the guy sheepishly said that it was a small greeting to his son. But Steve doesn't call on Pecky very often, so Chad is really looking forward to at least a few lines from his son. Melissa reassured the boy, saying that since Billy was with Steve, he was definitely okay. Suddenly, Donnie's gunshots caught their attention and they turned towards the sound. Chad said that there are more and more monsters, but anti-aircraft guns are too expensive, and as long as they know that this is Wyvern territory, they won't attack. And on the planet Kuchan, our heroes arrived at a feast in their honor, and Billy was surprised by the number of varieties of fish. The Earthlings happily gobbled up the treats, but Tankout was in no hurry to start eating and checked it for poisons. Samuel asked Steve if he could see the food status, and the guy of course he could. Tankout asked in surprise where he learned such magic, since it must be related to Kuchon. Steve replied that the awakening happened when he returned to Earth. He added that he is now wondering why he loses consciousness when he passes through the portal. Samuel said it was most likely due to a lack of balance between external and internal forces. Tankout added that when the balance is disrupted, side effects occur. Sam suggested that Steve learn how to control his inner power while he was here. Suddenly, Cheslov entered the room and asked Steve how he liked the meal. The boys praised the treats and Billy asked for more. Cheslov introduced the manager and added that he could be contacted with any questions. Steve said he needed a forge, and the guy said that since they had a talented blacksmith among them, they had something ready. The manager put a suitcase on the table and said that in front of them was a gift, a purified meteorite. The Tankout will immediately appreciate the quality of the alloy obtained using high technologies. Sam immediately understood that Cheslov wanted to write off his debt in this way. As if hearing these thoughts, the boy said that such stones were not worth life, and asked to accept this gift. Looking at the metal, Steve asked if it was really a good thing, and Tan replied that it was so valuable that accepting it would be like going into debt. Suddenly, our hero's hand began to glow, and soon there was a pile of shining stones on the table. Cheslov and the manager stared at what was happening in surprise. Tan asked if it was meteorite ore and couldn't understand where there was so much of it. Steve turned to Cheslov and said that he was much more interested in looking at their memories of history. In the large house next door, the manager reported that an earthling had dumped hundreds of kilograms of ore on the table. The manager said that it was the purest ore from which iron could be obtained, and added that such a thing could not be won with offerings. The chief asked if it was true that their blacksmith looked like Samuel, and the manager confirmed it. The old man wondered if this was really the slave of the Nathan family, but why did he return 2 years later? If we are to believe eyewitnesses, the appearance of dragons in the river coincides with the time of the appearance of earthlings. It also became known that the last 2 demons at the gate were completely destroyed. The chief, having learned the name of the local resident, asked if he was from the destroyed Tang family, but the manager assured that no one survived. The old man asked if they had identified the people who attacked Cheslov. The manager reported that they were from the Golden House, and the chief replied that since they had gone to such lengths, the fee would be high. The chief ordered to punish them and continue to monitor the guests, fulfilling all their requests. The old man thought that if they were really who he thought they were, then their family was incredibly lucky. In the smaller house next door, Tankout was asking Steve where he got so much ore. Samuel said that there were deposits of them in the cave of the White Snake. Apparently he did not pay attention. Steve said they had had a great dinner, which meant it was time for Bill to start training. He asked Samuel to go with him to see the memories, and the man agreed. But before leaving, Steve activated the summon skill and summoned a white snake. The snake asked why he had been called, and Steve was surprised that he had grown again. Our hero looked up at the snake and asked it to shrink in size. When he shrank, Steve ordered Billy to be guarded while he was away. Our hero handed the snake to the boy and told him to carry it with him everywhere. Billy said goodbye to his uncle and asked him to come back quickly. The manager came out to the guys and said that he would accompany them. They walked silently along the walls to the right place, and Steve looked at the walls. Our hero said that with such walls there are no tourists here. The manager replied that it is necessary for protection. The memories were in the center, in a huge house, where the head's office was also located, where the old man invited them. Steve asked why they were going there, and Samuel said they needed to meet the leader. The man thought that since the head of the family did not come himself, the guests should come themselves. Another stupid law. The boys were seated at the table, and the girl poured them tea while they waited for the leader. Steve asked if the head of this family was Cheslav's grandfather, and Sam confirmed that he was. The man reflected that they had waited for a whole hour, but calling the benefactor and making him wait was too much. Soon Samuel could not stand it any longer and slammed his fist on the table. He stood up and said they were leaving, but Steve didn't understand what was happening. Samuel said irritably that they were now being treated with disdain. Steve understood everything and suggested not to pay attention to it and go look at the memories. At that very moment, the door swung open and the head entered the hall accompanied by his grandson. The guys turned around and looked at those who entered in surprise. Cheslav introduced Steve, saying that he was the Earthling who saved him from a famous family. The head turned to our guys, saying that they had a lot of work to do and they had unwittingly shown tactlessness. But Steve didn't stop and walked past the head, saying that this was indeed disrespectful. Cheslav called Steve anxiously, trying to stop them, and asked where they were going. Steve said that they saw each other's faces. That was enough, and now he needed to be somewhere else. The head of the family became furious at this behavior and asked how they could show such disrespect to their family.